Celia Duran's 11th birthday wish is to triumph over her brilliant siblings and ascend to the status of a culinary deity. She received her acceptance letter to Hogwarts, embarking on her journey as a witch. Celia Duran's 14th birthday wish is for her secret crush, James Potter, to awaken to his feelings for her. James Potter professes his affections for her dear friend, Lily Evans, in her presence. Celia Duran's 20th birthday wish is for Voldemort to meet his swift demise, allowing the wizarding world to swiftly return to peace. The one-year-old savior vanquished Voldemort, yet her friends perished on that fateful day. Celia Duran vowed never to make wishes again. Approaching 30, she returned to Hogwarts to teach, intending to safeguard her dear friend's child and ensure a safe upbringing. However, the school became increasingly perilous with each passing year, and her romantic entanglements became overwhelmingly abundant. She found herself surrounded by students, colleagues, and old acquaintances professing their love, not to mention an escaped dog. Celia fell into deep contemplation. Why is it that so many harbor affections for me? Chapter 1. Celia's Return. In the spring of 1987, in Godric's Hollow, Albus Dumbledore sat in the armchair of his drawing room, awaiting a guest. Beside him lay several letters from his dear friend, Nicholas Flamel, sent over the years. Dearest Albus, I have learned from friends and the newspapers of your recent busyness. The prolonged nightmare in the British wizarding world has finally come to an end. Yet, countless troublesome remnants await your attention, though I believe you possess ample experience in such matters, do you not? I write to discuss Celia. She is indeed a remarkably gifted alchemist, arguably the most talented student I have ever encountered. I would be delighted to mentor her, provided she is willing to pursue further studies in alchemy. I lament her circumstances. She remains as pale and mute as when you sent her to me. The sunshine of France and the romance of Paris have failed to elicit a smile from her. However, she has begun to venture outside, accompanying Perry to the market for groceries. The situation is gradually improving. The ominous clouds left by the mysterious figure will eventually dissipate, and she shall emerge from her suffering and the loss of her dear friend. After all, time has a way of healing all wounds. Yours, Nicholas. Dearest Albus, it is hard to believe that in such a short span, Celia has read through all of my tomes. She concocted an alchemical product in just 3 days that extracts essential information from texts. She possesses an extraordinary talent in her areas of interest. Indeed, I have admired her homemade culinary tools from her student days. Her ideas and creativity are remarkably practical. She has selectively studied topics related to creation, expressing her desire to resurrect her dear friend. While her honesty is commendable, I informed her of the impossibility of such an endeavor. She fell silent for a moment, muttering that the future belongs to the young. Evidently, Celia is gravitating towards a rather aggressive recovery path, which can be seen as a positive development. I decided to allow her to study the Philosopher's Stone, but she showed little enthusiasm. After confirming that it could neither revive the dead nor serve as a seasoning, her interest waned entirely. It's rather vexing, Nicholas. Albus, ever the source of my troubles. Can you sleep at night? At my age, sleep eludes me. Celia attempted to draw a summoning circle with her blood to call forth lost souls. When Perry discovered her in the cellar, her blood was nearly depleted. Perry, alarmed, stayed by Celia's side, urging her to care more for the living. She seemed to have absorbed the information, or perhaps realized that resurrecting the deceased was futile. Upon her revival, she commenced research on the Dementors, intending to create a nemesis for them. She posited that since the kiss of a Dementor could siphon away a person's soul, perhaps crafting an adversary that could consume a Dementor and subsequently regurgitate would result in the retrieval of the lost souls. I recall you mentioning that those who betray her closest friends are incarcerated in Azkaban. Perhaps she seeks to exact her revenge personally. The young and impetuous Stinger is commendable, yet she can scarcely endure much more provocation. Nick. My dear Albus, indeed, Cecile has returned to France for 7 years now. 7 years, for me, is but a fleeting moment, while for her, it constitutes nearly a quarter of her life. You inquire whether her condition is stable? I can only assert that she appears to have reached a considerable degree of stability. The dark magic she has endured over the past 2 years has ceased to inflict harm upon her, and she has refrained from delving into perilous forbidden arts. She has published several commendable articles and has begun to make her mark in the realm of alchemy. Everything seems to be progressing in a positive direction. She expressed her desire to return to England, yet her family vehemently opposes it. Gabriel stormed into my home, engaging in a heated argument with her, while Perry and I found ourselves utterly unable to interject. I am uncertain whether her return to England, a place fraught with sorrow for her, is advantageous or detrimental. Since it is her wish, my response is that I acquiesce to her return. One must confront the past with courage. I would suggest one thing. At the very least, do not allow her to remain alone constantly, for solitude often leads to painful recollections. Yours, Nick. A knock on the door resonated, causing several sheets of parchment to flutter gently and find their way into the drawer. Dumbledore rose to open the door, his cerulean eyes crinkling behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. It brings me great joy to see you, Cecile. Outside stood a young and enchanting woman, with cascading raven curls and clear, slate-blue eyes. She offered a faint smile that dispelled the melancholy etched upon her brow. It has been too long, Professor Dumbledore. Cecile Durand took a seat in the parlor, glancing at the table laden with overly sweetened honey tea and cloying confections. Before Dumbledore could speak, she declined. "Thank you, but I have brought you some gifts." She began to extract a dozen or so parcels from her petite handbag, all of which were, without exception, delectable treats. Dumbledore accepted one and unwrapped a charmingly delicate opera cake. He popped a piece into his mouth, his eyebrows nearly soaring in delight. "Oh, how I miss this flavor." Cecile was not particularly inclined to discuss food with Dumbledore. After all, he was British. She cut straight to the chase. "Professor Dumbledore, thank you for your invitation. I am eager to accept the position of alchemy professor at Hogwarts." After savoring the cake and sipping the honey tea, Dumbledore engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the faculty position with Cecile. They efficiently finalized the employment contract in less than half an hour. Cecile gazed out the window and suddenly remarked, "I wish to see that child." Dumbledore scrutinized the lace of the tablecloth, not outright refusing. "He is living with his aunt and uncle, growing up as a muggle child in safety. But I have never met him. Even if I disagree, you would sneak away, wouldn't you?" Dumbledore inquired, looking at her. Cecile nodded, resolutely. "That is one of my reasons for returning." "You have changed significantly, Cecile," Dumbledore remarked with a smile. What was the former Cecile like? Weak, compliant, and easily willing to relinquish her desires. However, I have so many friends in Gryffindor. I've finally learned a bit of courage from them. Cecile raised her gaze, locking eyes with Dumbledore, the light shimmering in her slate-blue orbs, creating an enchanting glimmer. They both understood whom she referred to, and Dumbledore lowered his gaze, his tone somber. "Harry must remain with his blood relatives until he comes of age. This is for his safety." "Very well, Cecile. I comprehend why you chose to meet me here. Go and see them." Cecile embraced Dumbledore in farewell and walked toward a place that felt both familiar and alien. The Potter residence, once a memorial to the defeat of Voldemort, retained the semblance of a half-destroyed ruin. Cecile stood there in silence, her gaze unfocused and adrift. The dense anguish rendered her thoughts stagnant, and countless memories surged forth. The last time she had been here was during the spring 7 years ago, at which time Lily had already been 6 months pregnant. "Can you feel it?" Lily, glowing with maternal radiance, was astonishingly beautiful as she gently inquired, lowering her head. Cecile found herself awkwardly kneeling on one leg, her head resting upon Lily's belly. She yearned to express that she felt something, but apart from the gentle rise and fall of Lily's rounded abdomen with each breath, she sensed nothing at all. "Well, it seems the little one is asleep. Perhaps next time he can greet Aunt Cecile." Lily noticed the conflict on Cecile's face and helped her to her feet, deftly smoothing the tousled hair from her cheeks. Cecile sat beside Lily, gazing longingly at her belly. "I wonder if I can return before the little one is born." She was there to bid farewell. Voldemort's minions had infiltrated the British magical community, their power at its zenith, and news of death echoed frequently, instilling fear in everyone. Celia, a witch of Muggle origin, incurred the wrath of the present Death Eaters during her years at Hogwarts, particularly drawing the ire of the tormenting Roger, who brazenly threatened the lives of her entire family. With the assistance of the Order of the Phoenix, her family members have gradually been returned to France, while her brother Gabriel is finalizing their affairs in England. Celia no longer wishes to evade her responsibilities as she did in her student days. She is determined to join the Order and stand alongside her friends in resisting Voldemort. However, the first task assigned to her by Dumbledore is to return to France and reach out to old acquaintances who might assist them. Given the urgency of the situation, Celia has little time to spare. She rises and gives Lily a kiss on the cheek, stating, "I must take my leave." "Wait," Lily interjects, grasping her hand and looking up with anticipation. "Cece, would you be willing to be the godmother of my child once it is born?" Celia's eyes widen in astonishment. To be the godmother of Lily and James's child? She exclaims, "What are you saying?" "Of course I would." Leaning towards Lily's belly, she declares, "Baby, your godmother will ensure you become the most tastefully discerning Englishman." She adds playfully, "Hey, French girl, after all these years, why do you still hold such strong opinions about English palates?" James pokes his head out from the kitchen, brandishing a ladle, his hair still in disarray, with a smudge of flour on his cheek. Celia smirks, "Ah, English cuisine and the stomachs of the English." As she approaches the door, another figure emerges from the kitchen, oblivious to their antics. Sirius Black bears a similar flowery mark upon his forehead. "Wishing you all the best," he remarks, tilting his head slightly to gaze at her, still strikingly handsome. Celia casts a lingering glance at him and the enthusiastically nodding James, murmuring, "Farewell." That would be their final encounter. Just before her departure, the Death Eaters launched an assault on Celia's home. Her brother Gabriel lost an arm in the fray, and while attempting to shield her Muggle brother and resist, Celia suffered severe magical injuries, teetering on the brink of death multiple times. Once her condition stabilized, she was transported to a magical hospital in France, and by the time she regained a lasting consciousness, the war had concluded. Celia found herself reflecting as she departed the ruins of the Potter residence. The death of Marlene McKinnon, along with the tragic demise of James Potter and Lily Potter, weighed heavily upon her heart. Following Sirius Black's heinous act of murdering Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles, he was subsequently imprisoned in Azkaban. Upon awakening to the devastating news of her friend's fates, she felt as though she had not truly emerged from a nightmare, but rather remained ensnared in a hellish existence. The cemetery of Godric's Hollow lay behind the church, and as she traversed the grounds, passing by tombstones both weathered and new, she reached her destination, James Potter. Born on March 27, 1960, died on October 31, 1981. Lily Potter. Born on January 30, 1960, died on October 31, 1981. The ultimate adversary to vanquish was death itself. Cecilia believed she had reconciled with this harsh reality. Over the past 7 years, she had shed countless tears. Yet, upon gazing at their epitaphs, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Lily and James, the ones she loved, now resting beneath this earth, their souls dissipated, their physical forms reduced to dust. Cecilia felt as though the very air and strength had been whisked away by a passing breeze, leaving her weakly kneeling before the gravestone. Her face pressed into the soil as she gasped and wept in vain. With tear-filled eyes, she drew her wand and directed it toward her heart, silently casting a spell. A stream of blood drew forth from her body, coalescing at the tip of her wand into a blood-red rose. She placed the rose, wrought from her own blood, at the base of the gravestone, wiping away the tears from her face. The blood rose vanished into the earth, and Cecilia turned away, departing from the sight. For there were many, many matters awaiting her. She had steeled herself against the allure of sorrow, resolved not to be ensnared by the past, confronting everything with courage, and only then allowing herself to return here. Friends, I shall continue onward, even if a part of me has perished forever with your passing. Chapter 2. The Child of the Departed. Cecilia had numerous tasks ahead of her, foremost among them finding a place to stay. The moment she returned to England from France, she made her way to Godric's Hollow, her belongings all tucked away in a magically enhanced handbag, leaving her no time to seek out a hotel. 7 years prior, when her family had returned to France, they had liquidated all their properties in England. The dark reign of Voldemort had inflicted such harm upon them that they never wished to return, harboring a deep disdain for the fog-laden, bloodline-prejudiced, terror-stricken, and culinary-barren magical world of Britain. They had earnestly endeavored to keep Cecilia in the relative safety of France. But upon hearing that the infamous dark wizard Grindelwald had nearly set Paris ablaze, they rescinded their claims of safety within the French magical community. At least France had good food, her sister Sophia had remarked. This, however, did little to sway Cecilia, who was determined to cook for herself. Cecilia was not accustomed to living in the semi-reclusive manner of other witches, nestled in villages sparse with muggles. Instead, She sought out a quaint villa in the outskirts of London, conveniently located near farms and markets selling fresh produce, with easy access to the city center, and, notably, in the same direction as Surrey, where Harry resided. She purchased the villa outright, spending nearly 2 weeks refurbishing the house and becoming acquainted with her neighbors. She transformed the basement into her alchemical laboratory, employing protective and concealment charms, while ensuring that the rest of the house bore no magical traces. Having it renovated by workers piece by piece, only secretly using magic to hasten the drying of the paint at night. Dumbledore wished for Harry to experience life as a muggle before attending Hogwarts, and Cecilia naturally would not oppose him on this matter. She could very well be Harry's ordinary aunt. As the house was made beautiful and inviting, Cecilia found herself restless, ultimately deciding to visit Harry at first light. She had waited many years for this moment, yet, as the time drew near, she felt a surge of anxiety. After trying on 7 different dresses and experimenting with 3 hairstyles, she spritzed herself with perfume and took several deep breaths before stepping out of her home. Cecilia first apparat to the heart of London, where she intended to purchase gifts. At Harrods, she bought a bottle of luxury perfume for Petunia. Having only met her husband once at Petunia's wedding, she had forgotten what he looked like, so she opted for an expensive bottle of wine. Next, she focused on Harry's gift. As she strolled through a children's clothing store, she was tempted to have the staff wrap up everything suitable for a boy his age. How tall is he now? The clerk's question jolted her from her reverie. She realized she did not even know how tall Harry had grown. Was he plump or slender? Cecilia could only ask the clerk to select a couple of outfits based on the average size of an 8-year-old boy. Planning to procure more once she met Harry in person. However, toys required no such measurements. She purchased a plethora of items that would delight any young boy, ensuring to include a few gifts for Petunia's son as well. Cecilia stuffed most of her purchases into her handbag, keeping a few light items in hand to give the appearance of being laden with gifts. She then apparat to Surrey, specifically to Privet Drive, and checked her reflection in a corner mirror at the crossroads. Her hair, dress, and coat were all impeccably arranged. Taking a step toward the encounter with Harry, she hesitated, casting a disillusionment charm upon herself. Observing Harry's life before presenting herself seemed the more prudent approach. It was certainly not out of fear. It was a weekday, and Harry was in his 2nd year of primary education. By the time Cecilia arrived at number 4, Privet Drive, he had already left for school, leaving only Petunia behind. From outside the window, Cecilia watched Petunia, who had changed substantially over the years, shedding her youthful naivety, now a mature and slender woman. She was busily cleaning, her lips moving as though engaged in conversation with herself, occasionally pausing to listen intently toward the sounds emanating from the neighbors' homes. Startled, Cecilia thought she had been spotted, only to realize that Petunia was merely listening to the noise from next door. Perhaps it was her peculiar hobby? Cecilia did not linger any longer. Following the signs to Harry's school, a community public primary school where nearly all the local children attended. With only 2 classes per grade, she easily located Harry's classroom. He sat in a corner, his hair tousled, adorned with round glasses, small and slender, noticeably smaller than his classmates. As Cecilia clearly beheld his face, she was momentarily frozen. He resembled them so much. Those bright green eyes were identical to Lily's, and his features were a miniature version of James. Harry rolled up his evidently oversized sleeves, gripping a pencil that had been reduced to a mere stub, leaning over his desk as he wrote. His glasses slid down to the tip of his nose, and he pushed them back up with the back of his hand. Growing weary, he rested his head on his arm, his chubby cheeks squished together. Cecilia gazed at his every movement with near-greedy admiration, torn between tears and laughter. When the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Harry set down his pencil and straightened up, alertly looking toward one direction. Following his gaze, Cecilia saw a boy nearly double his size making his way toward him. Hand raised, shouting, "Get him!" Meanwhile, 2 other boys dashed toward Harry. As Harry sprang to his feet, he leapt from his seat and dashed out of the classroom. The group of boys followed suit, colliding with several desks and chairs in their haste. The students who were knocked down, accustomed to such antics, silently righted their furniture, offering only muted complaints. Celia's expression darkened considerably as she trailed behind, watching them pursue Harry onto the grass. Harry was nimble, yet his slight frame could not withstand the onslaught for long, and soon he was encircled. The lead boy, a plump lad with golden curls, charged at Harry, delivering a swift punch to his chest that sent him sprawling to the ground. The others snickered as they surrounded Harry, one of them even yanking him upright, forcing him to face the chubby boy. Harry's face contorted in pain from the blow, and he struggled to break free, but to no avail. "Can you still run, Harry?" Someone taunted, as fists pummeled him, eliciting a muffled groan. "How dare they?" Celia seethed, clutching her wand, desperately restraining herself from casting a hex upon them. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Some invisible force hurled the boys away from Harry, leaving him standing alone amidst the chaos. Confused, he blinked his striking green eyes and took off running. Celia, equally bewildered, noted that she had not used magic. Casting a glance at the sprawled boys, she followed after Harry, realizing that despite her anger, she had indeed refrained from using spells. There could be only one explanation. Harry's magical abilities had surged uncontrollably. At this age, it was the pinnacle of a young wizard's volatile magic. Since his powers had erupted, his identity as a wizard could no longer be concealed. Did this mean she need not disguise herself as a mere muggle? Pondering this, Celia followed Harry throughout the day, learning that the leader of the boys was named Dudley. It seemed that hunting Harry down was Dudley's favorite pastime. As long as nothing else piqued his interest, he would rally his cohorts to chase Harry. Celia would occasionally cast minor obstructions to impede their progress, but Harry's agility kept him out of their grasp. Dudley grew increasingly incensed, vowing to make Harry pay. Celia was equally frustrated. What kind of school harbored such wretched children? She resolved to have Petunia transfer Harry to another school. Chapter 3. Harry's dream. At the end of the school day, Harry burst through the school gates, clutching his tattered backpack. Celia, aware of Petunia's residence, did not immediately follow but opted to shadow Dudley and his gang, curious to see where they lived and what sort of parents produced such insufferable children. This group of boys was undoubtedly among the most bothersome in all of England, clamoring loudly, tugging at girls' hair, shoving others, and snatching belongings to toss about. That kid runs like the wind. We must find a way to catch him tomorrow, right, Dudley? They continued to plot how to torment Harry. Dudley grunted like a pig, declaring, today he is going to have a rough time. Just wait, he won't even get dinner. Laughter erupted among them. Celia suddenly felt a foreboding sense of dread as she recognized the direction they were heading. She had walked all the way to number 4, Privet Drive. Petunia stood at the door, craning her neck to peer in their direction. The moment Dudley came into view, her eyes lit up with a fervor akin to flames. Darling, oh how I've missed you. Come give Mommy a kiss. Dudley brushed aside her affectionate gesture, roughly tossing his backpack into her arms, exclaiming, Harry made me really angry today. Petunia stumbled slightly, still smiling, but her expression darkened at the mention of Harry. She clutched the backpack, following Dudley into the house. And as soon as the door shut, she shrieked, Harry, what have you done now? I didn't do anything, Harry replied. Dudley began to yell. He made me chase him, and I fell. Petunia gasped, immediately scrutinizing Dudley from head to toe as if she wished to examine every hair for injury. Where did you hurt yourself? Oh poor Dudley, does it hurt? Harry observed as Petunia lifted Dudley's trousers to inspect his unblemished legs, unable to contain himself. Dudley fell on top of Moken and Gordon, crushing them, and he didn't get a scratch. Be quiet. This is not your place to speak. Petunia snapped, resuming her doting over Dudley. Harry pressed his lips together, forcing himself to remain silent. Dudley continued to wail, while Petunia fussed over him, and soon Uncle Vernon, so rotund that his neck seemed to vanish, returned home, joining the fray. Without hearing the full story, he seized Harry, lifting him as one might a small chick, and flung him into the storage cupboard beneath the stairs. He spat and bellowed, You little brat, don't expect dinner tonight. Reflect on your misdeeds. Dudley, having achieved his goal, ceased his cries and began demanding that his mother change the channel to his favorite show and fetch snacks, insisting on fried chicken for dinner. The three of them settled into a cozy routine, leaving Harry alone in the storage cupboard. Celia was at a loss for her emotions, feeling as though they had been stripped away, leaving her in a state of numbness. She ventured to a bakery several blocks away, purchasing some cakes, and upon returning, cast a silencing charm upon the raucous dining room before slipping into the cupboard. Harry was curled up, playing with a small stone he had collected from the park, its smooth surface a recent treasure. He listened intently to the sounds of the television from the dining room, inhaling the enticing aroma of fried chicken, while his other hand pressed against his rumbling stomach. When Celia entered, he instinctively looked up, scanning the space for any signs of anomaly, yet the cupboard door remained locked. He then returned his focus to his stomach and the stone. The cupboard was small, only someone as slight as Harry could move about comfortably. Celia set a piece of cake down a short distance from him and lifted the charm obscuring it. Harry immediately noticed the new addition. Startled, he recoiled slightly, but upon recognizing it as a cake, he couldn't resist inching closer. It was a perfectly delightful little cake, adorned with cream and decorated with exquisite fruit. Am I dreaming? Harry mused aloud, placing the stone back into its box and pinching his arm to test reality, wincing at the pain. The sensation confirmed that this was no mere dream. Since it was a dream, there was nothing to fear. He seized the cake and took a large bite, the sweetness enveloping him in bliss. This was the most delicious cake he had ever tasted. He devoured the little cake, and with the blink of an eye, a beautifully crafted sandwich appeared in its place. He consumed the sandwich, and with another blink, a bottle of milk materialized before him. Harry consumed the milk, finally letting out a contented belch. His curiosity piqued. He gazed intently at the spot, wondering what else might materialize, but after straining his eyes until they ached, he found nothing new had appeared. Well, it seemed that the delightful fantasies of the day had come to an end. Blinking drowsily, Harry felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He arranged his makeshift bed, laying down on a tattered blanket spread on the floor, closed his eyes, and wished for more dreams like this in the future. After Harry had drifted off to sleep, Celia cast a dream charm over him. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped his face, which was smeared with remnants of his meal, as if he were still caught in a reverie. A faint smile graced Celia's lips, yet tears flowed continuously down her cheeks onto Harry's face. She brushed away her own tears and continued to clean Harry's hands. Once she had tidied him up and removed the remnants of food and packaging, ensuring no trace was left behind, she departed from the storage room. Meanwhile, the Dursleys were still bickering in the dining room. Celia lifted the charm, did nothing further, and left their home. Taking a seat on a bench at the corner of Privet Drive, she remained there throughout the night, perplexed by the present state of affairs. After regaining consciousness from the wounds inflicted by dark magic and receiving the dreadful news about her friends, she had written to Dumbledore inquiring about Harry's whereabouts. She was aware that James was the only child of the Potter family, that his parents had succumbed to dragonpox a year after his graduation, leaving the Potters with no other kin. Lily's parents were in poor health, and she was unsure of their current condition. Harry's godfather, Sirius, had been imprisoned in Azkaban once more. She had almost become Harry's godmother and could have adopted him, despite her own frail state, for she had Gabri, Sophia, Alphonse, her siblings, and her still healthy parents, all willing to assist in caring for Harry. However, Dumbledore's reply informed her that Harry was living with Petunia. Celia knew Petunia and had once considered her a friend. She believed Petunia was a tough yet tender-hearted and brave girl who could take good care of Harry. And thus she felt reassured. With a sense of peace, she focused on her recovery, healing her emotional wounds, and did not inquire further about Harry's situation. Chapter 4, Petunia's Past. Celia sat on the bench until dawn broke. The tranquil community came to life, with people gradually emerging, chatting, and driving off to work, all oblivious to the solitary figure on the bench, who had remained in the same position all night, her body stiff as a statue. It was only when the rotund Vernon drove off to work, grumbling, and Dudley and Harry dashed out of the house, chasing each other on their way to school, that Petunia returned home, carrying a bag of groceries. Celia finally stirred. She slowly rose, disregarding the disheveled appearance born from a night spent sitting in silence, and neglected the dew of the morning that clung to her hair and clothes. She made her way to number 4, Privet Drive, the Dursleys' residence, and rang the doorbell, wishing to confront Petunia directly. Why treat Lily's child in such a manner? Who? Petunia answered, opening the door. At first glance, she did not recognize Celia, but an instinctual sense of unease washed over her. Before her stood a woman, a remarkably beautiful woman. Celia was exquisitely delicate, her pallid complexion and slightly furrowed brows evoking a sense of endearing melancholy, while her disheveled hair and wrinkled clothing could not overshadow her breathtaking beauty. Yet, upon meeting her striking gray-blue eyes, Petunia suddenly recognized her. Petunia's thin lips began to quiver. It was she, Lily's peculiar friend, Celia Dillon. The transformation was staggering, indeed. Petunia remembered the first time she had encountered Celia when her relationship with Lily was fraught with tension, the insufferable which had delighted in showcasing her uniqueness, earning her parents' endless praise. During the summer of her 3rd year at that peculiar school, Celia had sought her out to sincerely apologize for snooping through her letters. Petunia had refused to forgive her. Why should she? The sisters had quarreled fiercely, parting on bitter terms. Weeks later, their family won a trip to London, complete with vouchers for a fine dining experience. Reluctantly, Petunia had accompanied them, ignoring Lily throughout the trip, choosing only to converse with their parents. It was not until they arrived at the upscale French restaurant that things began to change. The elegant ambience, exquisite dishes, and the enchanting strains of a violin elevated the experience, making Petunia, a country bumpkin, feel as though she had transformed into a noble woman. The chef even emerged to inquire about their dining experience, eliciting envy from other tables, and Petunia could not help but puff her chest out with pride. Then, Celia appeared. Petunia vividly recalled Celia donning a sleeveless navy blue dress adorned with crystals, approaching them with a gentle sway, smiling with her crescent-shaped eyes, radiating a brilliance reminiscent of the galaxy. She greeted, "Hi, Lily," then continued, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Evans, and you too, Petunia. I'm a classmate of Lily S. at Hogwarts." In that moment, Petunia felt as though she had swallowed a stone, her stomach plummeting. Oh, of course. A friend of Lily S., naturally one of those people. It seemed the illustrious Lily had befriended someone of high caliber. graciously allowing their family to dine at such an upscale restaurant. For the remainder of the evening, Petunia maintained a stoic expression, longing to turn and leave. Yet she restrained herself in the unfamiliar city of London. The chef was Celia's father, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries with the Evans couple, he warmly invited them to his home for an evening visit. With plans for the night still undecided, Mr. and Mrs. Evans agreed. Petunia was reluctant to go. She would have preferred to stay at the hotel or wander aimlessly around the streets. However, her parents were adamant that she accompany them. They returned to Celia's home, where they met the rest of her family. The conversation flowed enthusiastically, filled with tales of Hogwarts and the two witches' school life. Petunia struggled to suppress her urge to leave unceremoniously. Celia's older brother, Gabri, a handsome young man from France, noticed Petunia's silence and discontent, extending an invitation. "Miss Evans, would you like to visit our vegetable garden?" Petunia eagerly rose to follow him, despite finding the term vegetable garden amusing. "You don't want to hear about it, do you?" "I don't want to hear about those magical matters either," Gabri said to her. Petunia's body tensed slightly, and she nodded. "Are you jealous?" Gabri asked, causing Petunia to pause in alarm. Yet he quickly added, "I knew Celia was a witch, and I was quite envious of her." Until that day, Petunia had only encountered 3 individuals from the magical world: the peculiar Lily, the irritatingly brooding Snape, and the dismissive Dumbledore. This was the first time someone with a similar background had confided in her about their jealousy toward a magically gifted sister. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Is she the only one in your family?" They conversed back and forth, sharing tales of their magically inclined sisters, the shock of discovering this truth, and the ensuing chaos within their households. Gabri's candor and willingness to share had, at least, brightened Petunia's mood that day. The Evans couple engaged in lively conversation with the Dursleys, exchanging contact information. Later, Penny moved to London to study typing, and the Dursleys frequently invited her over, leading her to forge a friendship with Sophia, Celia's sister. They would often go shopping together, which made her solitary existence in London considerably more bearable. During the summer holidays, Lily would return to Corkworth and seldom visit London, allowing Celia and Penny to spend more time alone together. Celia would often emerge from the garden, her face smeared with dirt, cheerfully babbling to Penny while holding a bunch of freshly picked vegetables. "Penny, Penny, what do you think we'll have to eat today? Penny, Penny, have I improved my cooking skills? Penny, Penny, how has your studying been lately?" Recalling those moments now fills her with vibrant nostalgia. However, she would later discover that everything had been a facade. Gabriel's supposed jealousy was a ruse, as was Sophia's warm-heartedness. They had approached her merely to fulfill Lily's desires, their true nature being cruel and disdainful, looking down upon her. Lily's desire was simply to see her good friend happy and to reconcile with her sister Penny, orchestrating this grand charade with the family. Indeed, she succeeded, as during those years, Penny and Lily's relationship eased significantly. While not fully reconciled, they were able to communicate normally. Yet, upon learning the truth, Penny and Lily's relationship plummeted once more, irreparably shattered this time. Chapter 5, Confrontation. Penny squinted, appraising Celia before her. She had once been such a radiant individual, always smiling and endearing to those around her. Now, however, she appeared pale, haggard, and cloaked in a melancholic gloom, as if she were a different person altogether. "Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat, Penny?" Celia offered her a smile, devoid of her former carefree brilliance. Penny fell silent for a few seconds, taking a step back, managing to squeeze out the words, "Please come in." Celia accepted the red tea poured by Penny, surveying the living room's decor as if she were indeed a guest. After years apart, neither knew what to say at that moment. Celia maintained her composure, while Penny could not contain herself, asking dryly, "What brings you here?" "To see you, and to see Harry," Celia replied, noticing a flicker of panic in Penny's eyes upon mentioning Harry. "What? Are you here to take him away?" Penny demanded. Celia shook her head. "I can't take him away. You are his only remaining family in this world." Penny felt a mix of disappointment and relief wash over her, growing resolute. "Since you're not here to take him away, then please leave. My home does not welcome people like you." "People like me? Wizards?" Penny inhaled sharply, her thin head immediately darting toward the window, fearing someone might be lurking outside her home, overhearing her words. Celia observed her reaction and sighed silently. "Penny, I see you're not treating Harry well. Why do you let him live in the cupboard under the stairs? Why do you deny him meals?" Penny's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. "Are you spying on me? How long have you been watching?" "It's something that can be seen at a glance. No need for surveillance," Celia replied, her gaze weary as she lowered her eyes. "I don't understand how you've become this jumpy. Please tell me why." "He is Lily's child, and your actions hardly classify as kind." Penny scoffed. "I've been more than charitable to him. A baby, just left on my doorstep with nothing but a letter, not even a penny for his upkeep." Celia nodded, realizing it was the matter of financial support that troubled her. She reached into her bag, pulling out a handful of crystals, which transformed into gold before Penny's eyes. Is this sufficient? No, I don't want any. Penny screamed, quickly lowering her voice, her words punctuated, not in front of me. Use these tricks elsewhere. Don't want gold? Celia reached into her bag again, retrieving her wallet. She had exchanged some pounds to buy gifts, but now little remained. She produced what was left. I can go fetch more. Would that be acceptable? Penny's eyes reddened, her face taut as she retorted. Do you think money can compensate for everything? So what do you want? What do you wish for me to do to treat Harry better? I want you to vanish from my world. Penny forgot to keep her voice down, exclaiming, just as you did before. You know that's impossible. Celia raised her voice. Though she had cast a silencing charm on the house. If it were possible, she would have taken Harry away, but Dumbledore had informed her of the stakes. Harry must remain with his blood relatives. Then don't show up, don't meddle in my life. Penny fumed. I am not meddling. Celia stood up, her temper flaring. Had I not shown up, I would never have known about Harry's living conditions. He is your nephew. No one expects you to treat him like a son, but he deserves at least basic courtesy. You're judging me now. Penny shouted at her, panting with rage, venting years of frustration in a single breath. A child left on my doorstep changed my entire life overnight. No one showed up, just a letter left behind, telling me that damned Lily and her husband were truly dead. They were heroes of your monstrous world. What does that have to do with ordinary people like us? No one appeared, just a letter. And you, aren't you Lily's best friend? Where were you when she died? Where were you when that child was abandoned on my doorstep? All these years, where have you been? Now you show up, all high and mighty, and immediately start blaming me. Penny's face flushed red with anger as she reveled in the sight of Celia, who had silently shed tears. When she learned of Lily's death and the arrival of a child, with countless relatives and neighbors gossiping, during her most challenging times, it was when she needed Celia the most that she did not appear. Celia remained silent, unbuttoning her coat and laying it on the sofa, then rolling up the long sleeves of her dress to reveal her arms. I am truly sorry, she raised her hand. This is the reason I have not been present all these years. Penny caught sight of Celia's exposed arms and screamed, stumbling back several steps until she collided with the wall. Her lips trembled rapidly as she gazed at Celia's face, then quickly averted her eyes from her arms. As if stung, cover them up. Are you trying to intimidate me? Celia looked at her own arms, once fair and slender, now the skin wrinkled and withered, marred by pink and deep red scars that formed a grotesque pattern. She lowered her sleeves and calmly stated, as you can see, I have been recuperating in France for these years. My health has improved significantly in the past 2 years, which has allowed for today's meeting. I wish to apologize once more. Those from the magical world truly lack certain common knowledge from the ordinary world. The means by which you took in Harry were far too crude and simplistic. I returned too late, but I hope it's not too late. Celia gazed at Penny, who had turned her face away, and sincerely said, Penny, can we calm down and talk this through? I believe we can reach a consensus on many matters. Penny continued to turn her head, remaining silent. Celia cautiously stepped forward to her, astonished to find Penny biting her lip tightly, tears streaming down her face. Celia's heart softened once more as she slowly approached, raising her hand to gently embrace Penny. To her surprise, Penny did not retreat. Instead, she nestled her head against Celia's shoulder and began to sob. After what felt like an eternity, Penny finally ceased her tears, only to push Celia away and dash to the washroom. She meticulously composed herself before emerging with reddened eyes and a flushed nose. With her chin slightly elevated, she exuded an air of pride, as though the heartbroken individual who had just clung to Celia was an entirely different person. What do you wish to discuss? She demanded. Do not regard me in such a manner before Harry commences his studies at Hogwarts, Penny. You are aware he will be a wizard. I hope you can coexist peacefully with him, providing him a room and 3 meals a day. I shall cover his expenses and visit him intermittently, or take him away for a few days. Engaging in conversation with the current iteration of Penny proved to be a daunting task. She was unwilling to acknowledge reality, unwilling to confront issues, and instead sought to vent her emotions. Almost every utterance was met with a rebuttal, as she vehemently repeated, I will not acknowledge him as that thing. Fortunately, Celia had grown accustomed to navigating such dialogues, adept at disregarding what she did not wish to hear while articulating her intentions. After numerous discussions on certain details, they reached a preliminary consensus. Penny would deliberate with her husband, Vernon, before proceeding. Celia felt utterly exhausted, yet maintained a calm facade. Very well. I shall formally visit this weekend. Should you wish to keep my identity hidden from Mr. Dursley, I can masquerade as an ordinary individual. Oh, you always manage so effortlessly to achieve your aims, Penny retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Celia chose to ignore the comment, retrieving paper and quill to jot down her home phone number, which she handed to Penny. I shall be at home these next few days. Feel free to call me if anything arises. No, I will not be calling a witch, Penny asserted, yet still accepted the paper. Celia smiled, bidding her farewell at the door. Then I shall take my leave for today. Before I return to England, Gabrielle has asked me to convey her regards. How dare he? Penny shrieked, her voice piercing. Do not mention your insufferable brother and sister in my presence. With a resounding slam, she shut the door in Celia's face. Celia blinked in shock, lightly flicking her wand to dispel the silencing charm. What had Gabrielle and Sophia done to incur Penny's ire? Chapter 6, An Embrace. Celia returned home, collapsing onto the sofa in exhaustion and falling asleep for 2 hours, only to be awakened by the ringing of her phone. Groggily, she answered, discovering it was her sister Sophia, calling from abroad. Darling, have you seen Harry? How does he look? The mention of Harry jolted Celia into clarity, and she pinched the bridge of her nose, struggling to articulate. I had something I wanted to inquire about. What transpired between you and Penny? Sophia replied with a thoughtful hum. Who is Penny? Do I know her? Penny is Lily's sister, Harry's aunt. Do not play coy, Sophia. A disgruntled sound emanated from the other end of the line. Ah, I see. So she has lodged a complaint, has she? Holding grudges after all these years? I merely had a quarrel with her. Celia raised an eyebrow. And what was the cause of your altercation? Sophia launched into a rapid-fire explanation. After all these years, I still recall her. I have never encountered anyone who could complain more than I could. When we went shopping, she lamented that our mother had bought new clothes for her sister, which she could never fit into. While watching a movie, she whined about the plot being dreadful, a waste of time and money. And when we attempted to flirt at a bar, she admonished me. She even criticized Lily's appearance for being too peculiar, claiming she bore no resemblance to the Evans family. I endured her complaints countless times, even attempting to redirect the conversation towards our entertainment, but to no avail. She vented about your world, finally finding someone to share her grievances with, right? She incessantly referred to Lily as a freak. My dear Celia, you are just like Lily. Has she never considered the implications of mocking a sister in front of her sibling? Eventually, I could no longer contain myself and had a fierce argument with her, expressing my disdain for such a jealous person. She is a prodigy of jealousy, yet it brings her no benefit, only annoyance. I inadvertently let slip that if it were not for your request, Gabrielle and I would have no interest in associating with her. As Sophia recounted this, her voice dwindled, betraying her guilt. Celia closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, finally understanding why Penny had completely disregarded her afterward, even failing to invite her to the wedding, which Celia had to request an invitation to after learning of it. Sophia, I have messed things up. I haven't dared to tell you the truth. Has she given you a hard time? I apologize, Celia replied. Why are you apologizing? This is my fault. No. I am the one who should apologize. Sophia, it was indeed my request for you and Gabrielle to befriend Penny. I failed to consider how painful it would be for you to interact with someone so incompatible. I forced you both into that situation, so I owe you an apology. Celia continued, I am not angry. I simply realize I have been too self-centered in the past, always acting under the guise of doing good for others, which is not right. You always do this, only focusing on your own faults, Sophia sighed. Darling, it's all in the past. I still maintain my suggestion. Bring Harry back to France. We could easily support 10 Harrys. I know what to do. Celia shifted the conversation, discussing family matters with Sophia before hanging up. She entered her study, unrolling a piece of parchment, and began with Dear Dumbledore, her quill hovering above the parchment, struggling to compose the next line. Dumbledore's decisions were always immutable. A single letter would not sway his convictions. Moreover, what was she to write? To lament Harry's plight? To denounce Penny's coldness? To reproach his negligence? She felt unqualified to express such sentiments. In reality, she had just come to the realization that she was solely responsible for her own actions and could not manipulate the emotions of others. Just because Penny was Harry's only blood relative, it did not necessitate kindness towards him, nor did it preclude her from being cruel. For that was a matter between Penny and Harry, wholly unrelated to a third party. Celia's hands fell limply to her sides as she took another piece of parchment and began with Dear Remus. The letter flowed effortlessly, filling 3 pages with her thoughts, which she subsequently sent off. In the following days, Celia busied herself with numerous tasks, exchanging a substantial sum of pounds at Gringotts, sending her recent alchemical creations along with their methods to the Alchemy Association for patent registration, and preparing a room for Harry adjacent to her own. Having met Harry in person, she shopped for clothes that suited his physique, filling an entire wardrobe. She even purchased a car, enlisting a coach to reacquaint herself with the traffic rules of the Muggle world. At last, the weekend arrived, and she drove her little car to the Dursleys' residence. Harry felt as though his aunt and uncle had taken leave of their senses in recent days. Firstly, on the day before yesterday, upon returning home from school, they did not berate him in any way, even preventing Dudley from pelting him with bread. After he finished his meal, they merely sent him back to the cupboard under the stairs. The following day, Aunt Petunia astonishingly instructed him to gather his belongings and move into the small room upstairs where Dudley kept his broken toys. For the very first time, Harry slept in a bed. He found the mattress unfamiliar, and amidst Dudley's wailing and commotion, he tossed and turned for most of the night before finally drifting off to sleep. In recent days, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia have been incessantly murmuring, their gazes directed at Harry with a blend of disdain, resentment, and perhaps a tinge of fear, a complexity that eludes comprehension. Moreover, Harry has overheard Aunt Petunia repeatedly uttering reassurances of not worrying, claiming she would not take any action. But who is she? Harry yearns to eavesdrop further. Yet each time he attempts, Uncle Vernon's booming voice drives him away. He harbors a nagging premonition that something significant is about to unfold, perhaps something wondrous. Considering he now possesses his own room, a notion he had previously deemed unattainable. On Friday evening, Uncle Vernon drove Dudley to Aunt Marge's residence and returned to engage in a loud discussion with Petunia regarding Dudley's whereabouts in Harry's presence. They insisted he couldn't remain there, but Petunia questioned how to explain it if she were to seek out Mrs. Fig. Would she indeed come looking for him? Such people indeed. Uncle Vernon, visibly agitated, left his words hanging in the air. Petunia hesitantly suggested, let him stay upstairs, forbidding him to descend without their permission. Harry listened intently, his throat tightening with the sensation that the mysterious she was on her way. Unable to contain his curiosity, he finally asked, who is she? Is someone coming? Do not ask questions. Petunia shouted hoarsely at him. At his tender age, Harry struggled to suppress his emotions, his anticipation clearly etched upon his face. And his curiosity compelled him to inquire further. Who is she? Is she coming for me? Uncle Vernon squinted his already small eyes disdainfully at him. You little brat. What do you think? Who would come looking for you? Let me tell you, no one wants you. Now go upstairs and sleep. Harry raced up the stairs. Lying on his bed with the covers pulled over his head, his mind racing with thoughts of who she could be. Could she be akin to the delightful cake he dreamt about days prior? Harry awoke almost at dawn, seated by the window, watching the sun ascend gradually. He cracked the door open slightly to listen for any sounds from his aunt and uncle and to discern whether she had arrived. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon were up early that day, their voices drifting up from downstairs. She better be normal and respectable. I know what people like her are like. Did she mention what time she'd arrive? Vernon grunted. No, she merely said she would come today. Indeed, Uncle Vernon seemed to have something lodged in his throat, speaking in a halting and indistinct manner. After swallowing, his words regained clarity. She better know to choose an appropriate time to visit. She wouldn't show up during breakfast. Would she? Aunt Petunia appeared anxious as Harry heard her draw back the blinds, presumably to look outside. Thankfully, she did not arrive during breakfast. Harry was summoned downstairs for a portion of bacon and stale bread. Just as he swallowed the last bite, he was hurried back to his small room with the firm instruction not to descend again. With nothing in his room to indicate the passage of time, Harry was left in the dark about how long he had waited. Perhaps half an hour, or even 2. Each time a sound emerged from the street, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia would stretch their necks, while Harry would surreptitiously peek out from the second-floor window. After several attempts, the three of them felt they had sufficiently stretched their shoulders and necks. Downstairs, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia resumed their complaints about her lack of punctuality and decorum. Then, the sound of an approaching car echoed down the street, halting at number 4, Privet Drive. It's her, Aunt Petunia shrieked. Harry sprang up, racing to the staircase. Peering out the window, a brand-new Mercedes-Benz had parked by the curb, one he had seen in television commercials, as Uncle Vernon always paused to watch and critique them with disdain, though Harry sensed a hidden desire. Then, a woman emerged from the vehicle, tall and clad in a fitted trench coat, the wind catching her long hair and coat tails. Harry's heart raced. His aunt and uncle often spoke of dignity and propriety, yet their behavior starkly contrasted those ideals. This woman, however, resembled a star stepping out of a television drama. She embodied grace beyond compare. As she glanced up, Harry quickly withdrew, crouching against the wall. Disappointment washed over him. People like her would not seek him out. Uncle Vernon was right. Her arrival seemed to unsettle his aunt and uncle, causing Uncle Vernon to stutter. Losing his previously arrogant demeanor, Harry faintly heard the woman's gentle voice, uttering his name. May I meet Harry? The once crouched Harry straightened. She meant to meet him. Not some other name like Harry or Dudley. Harry, come downstairs. Uncle Vernon bellowed from above. Harry leapt up. She wished to see him. He dashed down the stairs, halting in the hallway, his hand resting on the doorframe, cautiously peeking into the living room. The woman smiled at him, her beauty more striking up close than in the commercials. Harry nervously fidgeted with his hands, pondering how to present himself politely. Good day, madam. It is a pleasure to meet you, madam. I am Harry, madam. His throat felt parched, and before he could utter a word, the woman approached him. Her hand trembled slightly as she knelt down, enveloping his small frame in an embrace. Harry was surrounded by a gentle scent of roses. It was not like the rough handling by Dudley or being tossed into the cupboard by Uncle Vernon. This was a true hug, he thought. Chapter 7. A Dream Unwilling to Wake. Harry stood there, frozen and unsure of how to respond. The woman soon released him, and the fragrance of roses and warmth receded. Harry, in vain, moved his fingers, grasping at nothing. The woman tenderly ruffled his messy hair, introducing herself. Hello, Harry, my name is Celia Dillon, and I am a dear friend of your parents. Why you? Hello, Harry stammered, swallowing hard. A friend of his parents. She had come seeking him. Her hand lingered on his head, her touch so light it felt almost weightless. I should have tidied my hair before coming down, Harry suddenly thought. His hair was always unkempt, sticking out in every direction, appearing scruffy and unkempt, hardly pleasing to the eye. Uncle Vernon, impatient, interrupted. Miss Dillon, you have met him. Shall we discuss the matter at hand? Ah, yes. Harry, would you mind playing outside for a while? Celia said gently. Harry nodded, glancing back multiple times as he exited the house, and upon closing the door, he sat on the doorstep, clutching the hem of his shirt. His heart felt swollen with emotion. She was a friend of his parents. From Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. He had only heard negative tales of his parents, of delinquents and oddities, of alcohol and drugs leading to tragic accidents, with no one mourning their departure. Yet today, having met Celia, he suddenly realized that his parents were far from the worthless beings his aunt and uncle had painted them to be, for they had such a friend. Uncertain of her intentions, Harry pondered whether she had come merely to visit her friend's child, or perhaps to take him away. He hesitated to dwell on such thoughts, fearing that harboring too many hopes would only lead to disappointment. Rising from the ground, he paced through the garden, striving to focus on more attainable thoughts, those devoid of excessive fantasy. Perhaps Celia would grant him another embrace when she departed. He had been momentarily transfixed, utterly failing to reciprocate her earlier hug. Approaching a small tree, he glanced around, relieved to find no neighbors in sight. He spread his arms wide, embracing the tree, practicing how to hug someone else. Meanwhile, Celia hurriedly negotiated with the Dursleys regarding Harry's welfare. During the last war, when pure-blood families who had once wished for her demise reached out to collaborate on the sale of alchemical products, she realized that profit could sway anyone. Celia had no desire for prolonged entanglements with the Dursleys. Instead, she laid out irresistible terms. Not only would she provide for Harry's upkeep, but she would also offer assistance to Vernon's company, facilitating his promotion. All she requested in return was that Harry have a room, that his meals during school be ensured, and that they would not impede her when she took Harry during holidays. While also prohibiting domestic violence, her brief observations led her to doubt the Dursleys' ability to manage their son Dudley. Nevertheless, she was prepared to teach Harry how to stand up for himself. In any case, Vernon was more than satisfied with the agreement reached with Celia. Petunia, meanwhile, remained silent, entirely acquiescing to her husband's views. I will take Harry today and return him after dinner tomorrow, Celia stated as she prepared to take her leave. As you wish, Vernon replied with narrowed eyes, not imposing any difficulties upon her. The Dursleys ceremoniously escorted Celia out, then called for Harry in a loud, brusque manner, commanding him, go with Miss Durand and do as she says, understood? Harry nodded, still in a daze. Celia bent down to grasp his hand, holding it firmly, and she turned to Petunia, saying, Petunia, there is something I wish to clarify. Petunia, who had been playing the dutiful housewife all day, frowned anxiously at being addressed directly. I heard about you from Lily and found you fascinating and courageous, which piqued my curiosity. That is why I did those things. I merely wished to get to know you. Having said this, she took Harry's hand and turned towards the car, not looking back. Harry glanced over his shoulder at his aunt. She appeared stunned by Celia's words, her face pale, tears welling in her eyes. Vernon grasped her arm, worry etched on his face. What do you mean, Petunia? What did she do to you? Celia opened the passenger door, allowing Harry to sit inside. She leaned down to fasten his seatbelt before moving to the driver's seat and starting the engine. Harry clutched the seatbelt, cautiously observing Celia. Aunt Celia, where are you taking me? Celia broke into her first genuine smile of the day. You are just going to follow me without knowing where we're headed? Harry thought to himself that anywhere would be better than remaining with the Dursleys. I'm taking you to my home for the weekend, and I'll return you tomorrow evening, Celia reassured him, dispelling any fears. Harry nodded, realizing that Celia, focused on driving, likely couldn't see his expression, and quickly responded, okay. Silence enveloped the car. Harry felt reserved, maintaining his position, subtly turning his head and eyes to examine the new car's interior, gaze out the window, and steal glances at Celia's profile. Suddenly, Celia realized she was at a loss for how to interact with a child. Although she had a few nieces and nephews, she hardly saw them once a year and had no idea what to say to a child of Harry's age. Gripping the steering wheel, she pressed the accelerator. determined to reach home first. Harry was thrust back against the seat by inertia, biting his lip and daring not to utter a word. Fortunately, Celia's home was only half an hour's drive from Privet Drive, and they arrived swiftly. She parked the car, quickly hopped out, and opened Harry's door, bending down to observe his complexion. "You're not feeling car sick, are you?" Harry's face was somewhat pale, and he shook his head, unbuckling his seatbelt before exiting the vehicle. Celia exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Accustomed to wizarding travel, she had accidentally accelerated while driving. She pointed to the villa ahead. "Harry, welcome to my home." Harry gazed in awe at the three-story villa and the expansive garden ablaze with colorful flowers, unsure where to focus his attention. Celia continued to hold his small hand, leading him inside while introducing, "I moved in not long ago. It's still a work in progress, but it's manageable. Shall we head upstairs? I've prepared a room for you, where you can stay whenever you visit." Ascending to the third floor, she opened the door to Harry's room, releasing his hand and watching anxiously for his reaction. It was a suite. Upon entering, there was a living area that doubled as a study, featuring a large bay window that overlooked the vibrant garden and a wall lined with bookshelves, currently filled not with books, but with an array of toys. In the corner, 2 plush blue armchairs and matching side tables offered comfort, while a desk and chair were perfectly sized for Harry. Through an arched doorway lay the sleeping area, which contained a large bed, a wardrobe, and a separate washroom with a bathtub. Harry could scarcely believe his eyes. This suite was larger than an entire floor of the Dursley's house. "Is this really mine?" he stammered. "I mean, it's too big, ma'am." He was utterly at a loss for words. Celia chuckled softly, responding gently, "You see, Harry, I am currently the sole occupant of this house. Perhaps others will move in later, but for now, it's just you and me, so we each have spacious rooms." She entered the room, opened the wardrobe, and selected an outfit. "I've also bought you some clothes. Can you change by yourself?" Harry nodded vigorously. "I can. Shall we change your clothes then?" Celia handed him the garments. Thank Merlin, she thought, grateful she wouldn't have to help Minnie James change. That would be quite awkward. Celia stepped out, closing the door behind her to give Harry some privacy. Harry, feeling liberated, explored the room boldly. He sat on the large bed, caressing the soft sheets. "Oh God. If this is a dream, please don't let me wake up." Chapter 8. Cheers. Harry quickly changed into a pair of athletic pants that fit him perfectly, a pullover sweatshirt, and a jacket. After dressing, he jumped up and down in place, lifting his arms and lowering them repeatedly. It was astonishing. For the first time, he didn't have to cinch his pants with a belt or fold his sleeves back to expose his hands. He emerged from the bedroom, irresistibly drawn to the toys on the bookshelf. There were more toys here than Dudley owned, vibrant and dazzling, leaving him unsure whether to fixate on a complete set of race cars or a remote-controlled airplane. "Harry, have you changed yet?" Celia knocked on the door, inquiring. "I'm ready." Harry hurriedly made his way to the door, only to discover that Celia had changed into a different outfit, a casual long t-shirt paired with loose-fitting trousers. Clearly a comfortable home attire. Celia looked down and smiled at him, and the sight of Harry in his fresh clothes, having shed his tattered garments, was quite refreshing. He bore a striking resemblance to both James and Lily, emerging as a handsome young lad. Yet, he was undeniably too thin, remarkably so. Celia's brow furrowed slightly, and she felt a sense of responsibility to plump Harry up. "What do you like to eat?" she inquired. Harry hesitated, unsure of what to say. He had only consumed what his aunt and uncle permitted him, and perhaps he fancied the little cakes he dreamed of that night. Before he could respond, Celia posed another question. "Is there anything you dislike eating?" "No, ma'am. I'm not picky," Harry answered promptly this time. "I'm going to prepare dinner. Would you like to play with some toys here for a while?" Celia gestured towards the toys on the bookshelf. Harry gazed longingly at the toys, feeling a surge of desire, for he had never owned any of his own brand new toys. Yet, he shook his head. "I'd like to help you." "All right," Celia replied, fully respecting Harry's wishes, "but I don't need your assistance. The kitchen is my domain." As they descended to the second floor, she introduced him to the layout, explaining, "The third floor is where our bedrooms are, while the second floor features 3 suites for guests. My family is quite large, and many friends may come to visit in the future. This room on the first floor is my study, where I will be working," she continued, pointing to the staircase leading to the basement. Adopting a mock-serious tone, she said, "This leads to the basement, where numerous important items are stored. Do not go in there." After finishing her warning, she discreetly watched Harry's reaction, noticing he seemed startled, quickly averting his gaze from the stairs and nodding. "I understand. I want to go in." If it were James, the first second he was told not to enter, he would agree, but by the third second, he would have blown the basement door wide open and turned the place upside down. Harry and James were not alike in temperament, a fact likely attributable to their vastly different upbringings. Celia dismissed her chaotic thoughts and led Harry to the kitchen. She donned an apron, opened the refrigerator, and murmured to herself, The ingredients for the main course, lamb chops with roasted asparagus and onion soup, are sufficient, but the staple is merely croissants. I need to go grocery shopping this afternoon. She retrieved the necessary ingredients and, noticing Harry standing nearby, gazing at her, pointed outside, "While I cook. I may not be very interactive. Could you turn on the television and watch for a bit? It will be ready soon." Harry did not want to be perceived as a troublesome child, so he nodded and walked towards the living room. He searched for the television switch, pressing it multiple times. Yet it failed to turn on. What if it were broken? Panic surged through him as he took a few steps back, thinking, "Oh no. On my first visit to Celia's home, I've broken her television. She will surely start to dislike me." Feeling utterly dejected, he realized he lacked the talent for being an endearing child. He returned to the television, examining it from various angles, trying to determine the issue. "Calm down, Harry," he reassured himself. "My aunt and uncle have replaced the television several times, although most of the damage was caused by Dudley throwing things at it. Having seen so many repairmen, perhaps I could fix it too." The television appeared brand new, seemingly without fault. He knelt down to inspect beneath it and discovered the plug dangling from the back of the television cabinet. A wave of relief washed over him. It was simply unplugged, not broken. Thank goodness, now Celia wouldn't dislike him. Reaching for the plug, he realized he needed to push the cabinet out a bit to connect it. But his strength was insufficient, and Celia was busy, so he couldn't disturb her. After a moment of indecision, he sat on the sofa, staring at the dark television screen, contemplating how foolish he must look. Celia probably dislikes troublemakers and wouldn't appreciate someone who can't even turn on the television. Pretending to watch, he stood up and walked toward the kitchen, thinking he might not be able to cook. But he could at least wipe the table or wash some dishes. There must be something he could do to help. Harry peeked into the kitchen, where Celia was bustling about energetically. She had tied her hair up, exposing her fair neck and graceful profile, as she tended to 2 stovetops and preheated the oven. She skillfully chopped vegetables and tossed them into the pot, seasoning another dish with deft movements. Her actions flowed effortlessly, and Harry found himself mesmerized. Gradually, delightful aromas began to waft through the air. Celia, with her back to Harry but seemingly aware of his presence, called out, "Harry, could you help me by retrieving the 2 sets of plates with embossed roses from the cupboard beside you and setting them on the dining table?" "Certainly," Harry replied, opening the cupboard and carefully taking out 1 plate, placing it on the table before fetching the other. "Could you also retrieve the 2 cobalt blue soup bowls from the cabinet beside the refrigerator?" Celia provided him with another instruction. Harry found the soup bowls and, under Celia's guidance, located the remaining utensils. He stood on his tiptoes to arrange them neatly on the table, a surge of accomplishment filling him. "Is there anything else I can do, Aunt Celia?" he asked, taking the initiative this time. Celia turned and playfully winked at him. "You just need to sit at the dining table. We're about to eat." Harry took his seat at the table, savoring the enticing aroma as his stomach growled in hunger. He watched as Celia emerged from the oven with a platter of roasted lamb chops, asparagus, steaming onion soup, crispy croissants, and a nice salad. Unable to suppress a gulp of saliva, everything smelled heavenly. "It seems we're missing something," Celia murmured, selecting a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet. She took out 2 wine glasses, poured a glass of wine, and, under Harry's eager gaze, retrieved a bottle of juice from the refrigerator, pouring it into the other glass. She placed the juice in front of Harry, mischievously stating, "You need to be 14. Oh wait, 18, to drink wine." She almost let slip that Harry's reckless father and godfather had once gone to Hogsmeade at 14 to indulge in drinks until they were inebriated. Celia lowered her lashes and, upon raising her gaze again, her eyes sparkled with mirth. "Come on, Harry, let us toast to our first meal together." Harry raised his glass and gently clinked it against Celia's. "Cheers." Chapter 9, Daily Life. Celia was determined to fatten Harry up, almost watching him eat until he could no longer take another bite. "Do you want to go rest for a while?" Celia asked. "No. I'd like to walk a bit," Harry replied, clutching his stomach with difficulty. This meal was the best he had ever had, and he continued to stuff his face as Celia kept adding more food. One person overestimated their capacity while the other completely underestimated the appetite of a normal child, ultimately resulting in Harry being overstuffed. He didn't want to expel such delicious food. It would haunt him in his dreams, leading him to weep in regret. Thus, Harry found himself unable to sit or lie down, only desiring to walk slowly and digest. His obvious gestures of clutching his stomach and his forlorn expression did not escape Celia's notice, prompting her to chuckle. "Wait for me," she said as she hurried into her study, retrieving a bottle of digestive potion from a hidden box and transforming it into a muggle medicine form. She stepped outside to hand Harry the potion. "Here, drink this, and let me know if you feel unwell afterward, all right?" Harry felt a flush of warmth creeping up his face. He nodded softly, accepted the potion, and drank it down. To his astonishment, He found its effects to be almost instantaneous. His stomach felt remarkably relieved, and the potion was surprisingly pleasant, sweet and devoid of any bitterness. He cast several curious glances at the vial, eager to commit the name of this delightful elixir to memory. Celia, feeling a twinge of guilt, reclaimed the potion bottle. I brought this back from France. It works wonders. Are you feeling better? Shall we go for a stroll? She went upstairs to change her outfit before leading Harry outside. Celia first took Harry on a tour of the garden. I had considered starting a small vegetable patch to grow my own produce, but I simply lacked the energy. Thankfully, the nearby market offers an abundance of fresh vegetables. Harry nearly blurted out, I can learn to grow vegetables, but refrained from voicing it. Good afternoon, Mrs. Ritchie. They greeted as they encountered their neighbor shortly after stepping out. Good afternoon, Miss Duran. Is this your child? Mrs. Ritchie inquired, glancing at Harry. Celia smiled and pulled Harry close. This is my friend's child, named Harry. Say hello to Mrs. Ritchie. Hello, Mrs. Ritchie, Harry greeted obediently. What a lovely child. Oh, what happened to his forehead? Mrs. Ritchie asked, her curiosity piqued. Celia gently brushed Harry's hair aside, concealing the lightning-shaped scar, and casually remarked. He got that when he was young. He's been through quite a bit. There's a new scar removal treatment at the hospital, Mrs. Ritchie enthusiastically suggested. It's important for a boy to have a nice face. Your timing is impeccable. I'll visit the hospital you mentioned when I have the chance, Celia replied, smiling as she exchanged pleasantries before bidding farewell. Walking ahead with Harry, Celia fell into a contemplative silence. My scar is from a car accident, Harry said, breaking the quiet. A car accident? No. Celia's voice sharpened slightly, and Harry looked up to see her brow furrowed. Instantly, he regretted his words. He should not have brought that up. As it seemed to discomfort her, Celia paused, turned to face him, and bent down to meet his verdant eyes with a serious expression. Harry, listen, your scar is not from a car accident. I'm sorry, I can't say much more right now. You're still too young. Let's talk about something else. Is there anything else you would like to know? Harry indeed had countless questions swirling in his mind. He yearned to learn about his parents, what kind of people they were, the circumstances of the accident, and why he was the sole survivor. He had a plethora of inquiries, yet he hesitated to voice them. Aunt Petunia loathed questions, as did the teachers at school, and so did his classmates. He feared Celia might feel the same way about his questions. He didn't want to irk her. However, Celia was not like Aunt Petunia or the teachers at school. Perhaps he could ask one or two questions without inciting her displeasure while still seeking answers. How did you meet my parents? Well done, Harry, he encouraged himself. That was an excellent question, allowing him to learn about both his parents and Celia. But would Celia consider it a good question? He anxiously scrutinized her expression. She fell into thought, her emotions visibly fluctuating, then tilted her head with an expression that seemed a blend of sorrow and joy. Oh, Harry, that is truly a splendid question. She thought it was a good question. Harry's heart swelled with joy as he attentively listened to Celia's words. I was classmates with your parents. We attended a full-time boarding school in the Scottish Highlands. In fact, I'll be returning there to teach this September. Harry endeavored to remember every word she spoke. We spent 7 years there, sharing many joyful moments. Your parents initially were quite the quarrelsome duo. Your father adored your mother, pursuing her with fervor until he finally won her affection in 7th grade. They both served as the heads of the student council, and not long after graduation, they entered into marriage and had you. Celia gently stroked Harry's head. They were the most perfectly matched couple I've ever seen. A pair so radiant that they filled the heart with happiness. They loved you immensely. Harry gazed at Celia. Her eyes sparkled, as if brimming with unshed tears. Upon closer inspection, it was merely the clarity of her gray-blue eyes that created the illusion. There is so much to tell about their story, and I will gradually share it with you, Celia promised. When the time came for Harry to step into the magical world, she would unveil everything about James and Lily. For now, however, she needed to consider how best to convey it. She met James while they were both attempting to capture the giant squid in the Black Lake, and she became acquainted with Lily through Professor Slughorn, who introduced them as they worked on potion modifications. None of these initial encounters could be narrated in a mundane manner. Harry nodded vigorously, already savoring the news he had learned about his parents. Moreover, Celia had promised to share more in the future. The mere thought of seeing Celia again, sharing meals she prepared, strolling together as she recounted stories of his parents, made him unable to suppress a grin. Celia took Harry to a nearby market, where they purchased various ingredients, and they had to carry the bags back. Harry was eager to showcase his gentlemanly demeanor, yet his frail frame struggled to balance a bag, causing him to wobble as he walked. Celia laughed heartily at the sight, effortlessly taking the bag from him. Just keep up with me, Harry. Upon returning home, Celia finally noticed that their television had never been plugged in since its purchase. She connected the plug and allowed Harry to choose what he wanted to watch. At the Dursleys, Harry had never been afforded the luxury of choice. He selected a television show and glanced at Celia to gauge her reaction. If she disapproved, he would switch to another. Celia remained unresponsive, busily moving about the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. Harry attempted to multitask, watching television while glancing back to see when Celia would emerge. Before long, Celia returned with 2 plates of sliced fruit, giving one to Harry before casually plopping down on the sofa to join him in watching television. Now, Harry found himself watching the screen while discreetly stealing glances at Celia. Children often seemed oblivious to how conspicuous their little actions were. Celia raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's the matter?" Harry froze, his gaze fixed on the television, then turned his head, feigning exaggerated confusion as if to ask, "Are you talking to me?" Celia chuckled, beckoning him to sit beside her. Harry nestled next to her, inhaling her comforting scent, finally able to enjoy the show without constantly searching for her presence. Chapter 10. Time is needed. 2 fleeting days passed in the blink of an eye. Clutching his toy car model and a few new outfits, Harry reluctantly returned to the Dursleys. "I'll pick you up after school next Friday. Remember to bring your homework," Celia instructed, adjusting his collar. She remained by the car, watching him approach the Dursley door. Aunt Petunia answered, her expression dark and sullen. She yanked Harry inside without uttering a word to Celia and slammed the door shut behind them. Celia shrugged. Penny was the kind of person who could sulk for years, and if she chose silence, so be it. Upon returning home, she had never felt the house so desolate. Harry was a quiet child, not prone to noise, very considerate, and one could find him within sight, silently engaged in his tasks, even playing with toys with utmost care and reverence. This stirred a profound sense of sorrow within Celia countless times over the past 2 days. He was the son of the notorious James, yet he had adopted such a starkly contrasting demeanor. Celia no longer questioned the reasons behind this. Instead, she pondered how to alleviate the shadows that had long haunted Harry, how to nurture him into a healthy, joyful, carefree existence, allowing him to lead the life he rightly deserved. Early the next morning, she rushed to the largest bookstore in London, purchasing a plethora of parenting books. And upon returning home, she opened one and began to read. She cast aside all other concerns, dedicating several days to the study of related literature, and even engaged in lengthy transatlantic calls with her dear friend. Celia's best friend at Hogwarts was Patricia Evans, her Hufflepuff roommate, with whom she shared everything. Patricia knew all of Celia's secrets. Patricia's father, a Muggle-born wizard, had once worked at the Ministry of Magic, while her mother hailed from a fallen pureblood family. Shortly after their graduation, her father was tortured to death by Death Eaters for opposing Voldemort, leaving her mother in a state of madness. And Patricia took her mother away to America. This harrowing experience strengthened Celia's resolve to join the Order of the Phoenix and fight against Voldemort. Yet she had little time to contribute before suffering severe injuries. To protect Celia and her family, Dumbledore concealed the fact that she was alive, declaring her missing to the outside world. It was only after reconnecting with her friends that Celia learned she was regarded as the first casualty among them. Upon awakening from her grave injuries, it was Dumbledore who took time out of his busy schedule to visit her in France, introducing her to Nicholas Flamel as a student. Initially, Nicholas was reluctant to take on more students, but Dumbledore's persuasion, coupled with Gabrielle's culinary temptations, swayed his decision. For the next few years, Celia led a semi-reclusive life, seldom venturing outside, as her emotions were unstable, and the trauma inflicted by dark magic often robbed her of sleep. Nicholas used alchemy to help alleviate her pain. 3 years ago, Celia created a protective artifact against dark magic, earning her the International Alchemist Association's Best Invention Award that year. Her photograph receiving the award graced the front pages of newspapers in multiple countries, revealing to many friends that she was still alive. The first to reach out to her was Remus Lupin. She received his letter sent to the Alchemist Association, which was then forwarded to her. Eager to see him, he traversed great distances to find her. The second was Patricia, who, having married a Muggle and nearly distanced herself from the magical world, might have missed her entirely if not for spotting a newspaper while accompanying her mother to a magical hospital in America. Patricia's method of contact was decidedly Muggle. She located the address of the Dursley restaurant and reached Celia through an overseas call. Now, they spoke nearly every week. Celia, with a bottle of sparkling wine and glasses in hand, settled by the phone. Just as she poured herself a glass, Patricia's call came as expected. "Hi, Cece, tell me. How is Harry?" Celia gulped down a sip of wine before replying. "Everything is utterly dreadful, Papa. Penny is terribly unkind to Harry. He is not fed properly. He's shorter than his peers by half a head, and forced to live in a cupboard under the stairs." Daring not to complain to Dumbledore, nor to reveal the truth to Remus, and even hesitating to confront Penny, Celia could only confide her frustrations, uncertainties, and heartaches to Patricia. Patricia had always been the best conversational partner, effortlessly uplifting Celia's spirits with a few simple words. redirecting her focus towards Harry's upbringing. Raising a child is no simple task, Patricia remarked, and just then, Celia heard a chorus of children's shrieks in the background. Setting down her wine glass and sitting up straight, she urged, "Is that Eva? Let her speak to me." The voice on the other end quickly transformed into that of a little girl, her tone sweet and innocent. "Cece, why are you hiding in the phone again? When will you come to play with me? When you grow a bit taller." "I'll come out of the phone to play," Celia replied with a smile. "All right, when I grow as tall as Jimmy, you can come out and play with me." Patricia interjected from behind. "Jimmy is the little sheep on the farm. Now, Eva, go find your daddy." After a few more delightful sounds from Eva, she wandered off. And Patricia continued, "When are you bringing Harry to America? Eva has yet to meet her godmother since her birth." Celia longed to see her friend and her 3-year-old goddaughter. Calculating future holiday plans. "Next summer, I plan to take Harry back to France. How about the summer after that?" They made a simple pact. And the conversation returned to Harry's upbringing. Patricia spoke earnestly. "Cece, remember, no one can replace a child's parents in their hearts. You cannot be Harry's mom or dad. You can only be his Aunt Celia." Celia didn't quite grasp why she said this, but she could only respond, "I will remember that." And Patricia continued, "Harry is just Harry, not a substitute for anyone else." Celia yearned to agree. After all, Harry was certainly not a stand-in for anyone. Yet she realized she wasn't entirely at ease. When she gazed at Harry's face, did she not compare him to James in countless ways? When she looked into Harry's eyes, did she not see echoes of Lily's green gaze? Celia poured herself one last sip of wine, having finished the bottle, and the haze of intoxication made it difficult to deny Patricia's piercing insight. Bitterly, she admitted, "Papa, I think I still need some time." Chapter 11. The Nature of Parenthood. Celia's life was stable. At home, she read parenting books, drank wine, recorded her insights, and drank more wine. She ventured out, engaging in fervent socializing with neighbors, attempting to identify all the children in the community to see if they would be suitable friends for Harry. However, her actions raised suspicions among several families, prompting her to calm herself and adopt a more muggle-like demeanor. Finally, Friday arrived, and with a buoyant spirit, Celia cleaned her home, discarding empty bottles. She stocked the refrigerator and added more wine. Calling Penny, she intended to pick Harry up directly from school, but Penny shouted, "Do what you want," before hanging up. Celia then dressed herself up and went to wash her car. As she drove, an elusive thought nagged at her, but after a brief moment of contemplation, she dismissed it, reasoning that if it was forgotten, it must be unimportant. Celia parked her gleaming car at the roadside, leaning against it as she awaited Harry's dismissal. Entirely unfazed by the gazes of passers-by, her focus solely on spotting Harry. When he finally appeared, she waved excitedly at him. Harry's eyes lit up upon seeing her, and he dashed over, stopping just a few steps away, breathless and with beads of sweat on his brow. He greeted, "Hi, Aunt Celia." Celia took his bag and said, "Let's go, Harry. I've already spoken with Petunia, and I'll pick you up directly from school." Harry could hardly contain his smile as he got into the car, but upon seeing Dudley passing by, his face twisted in anger, and shaking his fist at him, his grin faded. Celia, driving with enthusiasm, chatted about her plans. "How about we go to the mall tomorrow? The weather is warming up. I can buy you some summer clothes and maybe pick out some toys." Harry's previously rosy complexion suddenly turned pale. His lips moved, but no words came out. Celia glanced at him, recalling something she had read in a book. A child's unusual reaction often hinted at guilt, indicating they were hiding something from the adults. What did the book advise? That adults should gently guide children? Celia, still learning how to be gentle, directly asked, "Harry, what's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Harry pressed his lips together, resolved to speak the truth. "I'm sorry, Aunt Celia. The toy you bought for me got broken." He had been troubled by this matter. Celia immediately replied, "There's no need to apologize to me. If I gave it to you, it is yours to do with as you please. Toys can be replaced. We can buy as many as you want, even if you break some." But wait, the book also mentioned that one should not indulge children excessively. It was crucial to instill values and a proper understanding of money from a young age to nurture a righteous individual. Celia questioned this notion, yet, since the book suggested it, she decided to give it a try and continued, "How did the toy break? Perhaps I can fix it. If you like that toy, we can buy a few more to switch around, so you won't feel bad if one breaks." She momentarily deviated from the book's advice, choosing instead to follow her instincts. After all, why not buy Harry another roomful of toys? Upon returning to the Dursleys' home, Harry's life improved slightly. They began to treat him like heir, hardly acknowledging his presence, serving his meals on a separate plate positioned at the far end of the dining table, and sending him back to his room after dinner, forbidding him from lingering in shared spaces. If Harry were a bit older, he might have recognized that the Dursleys were employing a form of emotional neglect, but for him, this new coldness was far preferable to what he had previously endured. He could retreat to his small room, reminiscing about Celia, her home, the delightful meals, and her gentle touches and embraces. Moreover, he had the toys Celia gifted him. He had brought a few small racing car models back to the Dursleys, and he cherished them, sliding the models along the floor while softly mimicking the sound of engines. He was adept at entertaining himself. However, Dudley soon discovered his toys, erupting in a tantrum, yelling, "Harry stole my toys!" Completely disregarding Harry's explanations. Dudley furiously smashed the little cars to smithereens and threw a fit before his parents. "You have to buy me new ones." Naturally, the Dursleys acquiesced, visibly distressed. Harry trembled with anger, rushing toward them and shouting, "Those were gifts from Aunt Celia." His outburst caused the dishes on the dining table to rattle and clatter to the ground. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, forgetting their previous resolve to ignore him, furiously locked him in his small room. Harry, recalling the day's earlier woes, hung his head and murmured, "Dudley said I stole his toys and broke them." Celia, filled with indignation, angrily uttered a word that Harry suspected was a curse in French, followed by a rather impolite comment in English. "That little piglet, Dudley. How can he be so nasty, both stupid and cruel?" Harry, who had been bottling up his frustration for days, suddenly felt a sense of relief. He stifled a laugh. And Celia, too, thought Dudley resembled a pig wearing a wig. What about Petunia? Harry recalled Aunt Petunia's usual explosive reactions and Uncle Vernon's furious outbursts, muttering, "Just the same as always." Well, he thought, perhaps he ought not to harbor any expectations regarding that family. Celia furrowed her brow, feeling helpless about the dynamic between Petunia and Harry. She could only consult Dumbledore to inquire if there was a way to replace the protective bond of blood and liberate both sides sooner. Recognizing the Dursleys' cruelty towards Harry, Celia sought to compensate by taking him out on weekends, treating him to fast food that she personally disdained but children adored, and even taking him to amusement parks. Harry reveled in boundless joy, savoring the purest delight a child could experience. Furthermore, Celia attempted to tell him bedtime stories and bestowed upon him a goodnight kiss. After kissing Harry's forehead, both of their faces flushed. One was striving to be a good elder, while the other was experiencing a warmth of familial affection he had never known. They were mutually adjusting to their new relationship. Harry awoke smiling, having dreamt a wonderful dream. He envisioned himself soaring on a broomstick, alongside a man and a woman, one exclaiming, "He truly is my son," while the other lamented, "P.S. only one." He also dreamed of Celia, holding his hand and buying him a giant ice cream. In the dream, only Celia's face was distinctly clear. Sitting up, Harry gazed out the window, pondering whether the man and woman were his parents, though he had no idea what they looked like. Celia certainly knew. And today was a new day. He had established a rule for himself to ask Celia one question each day, and he could ask his question now. He leapt from his bed, slipped on his slippers, and dashed out, knocking on Celia's door across the hall. When no one answered, he raced downstairs, where Celia was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. "Aunt Celia," Harry called, his eager heart compelling him to cast aside any hesitation as he directly asked, "What do my parents look like?" Chapter 12, Alchemy. Celia's hand holding the spatula trembled as she looked at Harry in shock. "You don't know what your parents look like?" Harry instinctively began to apologize. "I'm sorry. You shouldn't be apologizing." Celia almost immediately deduced the reason behind this. "Has Petunia never shown you pictures of your parents?" Aunt Petunia said she didn't have any," Harry replied softly, realizing that when he had sought to know what his parents looked like, Petunia had said something even more outrageous, which he felt would only infuriate Celia further if he revealed it. All right, I do have their pictures. How could I have forgotten to show you?" Celia turned off the stove and walked into the study. She rummaged through a box until she found an album. Upon opening it, she saw the faces of her friends grinning back at her, and with a snap, she closed the album and returned it to the box, locking it away. Calmly, she turned to Harry, who was waiting at the door with eager anticipation. "I just remembered, the photos of your parents are at my home in France. I had them sent over. How about I let you see them next week?" Harry nodded, somewhat disappointed. "It's okay. Any time is fine." Celia ruffled his hair affectionately. She indeed had the photos, but she had forgotten that they were magical photographs. She could hardly explain why the people in them moved. Celia tucked this matter away in her mind, and after returning Harry to the Dursleys, she promptly set about transforming the magical photos into ordinary ones. First, she used the freezing charm to halt the movement of the people in the photos, then made a copy. It couldn't be deemed a failure. As James was quite the expressive person, she found it challenging to capture the perfect moment, and every time she froze the image, James wore a peculiar expression. While Lily always looked beautiful, she certainly couldn't show Harry such photos. It would lead him to believe his father suffered from some facial ailment. Celia began to contemplate alternative methods, such as employing a restoration spell to revert the photograph to its state prior to the application of the developing potion. It was evident that her spell-casting skills were rather lacking, as she merely succeeded in transforming the photograph into a blank piece of photo paper. Fortunately, she had conducted her experiments using other photographs. Unable to devise a suitable solution, she resolved to seek assistance, for she was a diligent student eager to learn. Descending into the basement, Celia retrieved her sculpted tome, flipping to the page dedicated to Nicodemus, and called out, "Nico, Nico, are you there?" Silence ensued. She lamented the antiquated nature of communication within the magical realm and mused how convenient it would be if Nico's family had a telephone. Closing the book, she ascended to make a phone call. "Gabriel, could you check on Nico at his home? Ask him to open the sculpted book. I have matters to discuss with him. He hasn't been home for a few days. Is it urgent? If it's not, just use your owl," Gabriel replied, expressing disdain at the mention of owls, clearly sharing her sentiments regarding the magical world's communication methods. At last, Celia recalled what she had forgotten: her owl. She had completely overlooked her owl during the past fortnight. After hanging up the phone, she dashed upstairs. Upon reaching the third floor, she waved her wand, causing the platform to morph and create an additional step. She ascended, opening the attic door, only to be greeted by an unpleasant odor. To facilitate communication with those in the magical realm, she had converted the attic into an owl station, casting a confusion charm so that no one would notice the comings and goings of owls from her home. Her enchantment had been remarkably effective. Harry was unaware of the attic's existence, and Celia had entirely forgotten about it herself. Her owl, Luca, swooped toward her, squawking angrily while pecking at her with its sharp beak. I'm sorry, Celia exclaimed, shielding herself from its onslaught, as she waved her wand repeatedly, casting a cleaning charm to eradicate the owl droppings and small animal remains. But hey, I left you plenty of food and water. Exhausted from its tirade, Luca returned to its perch, continuing to hoot indignantly. Celia, in a bid to appease it, added some food to its bowl. How about I get you your favorite dried mice? Luca hooted a couple more times, finally calming down, and nodded toward the scattered letters and packages strewn across the floor. Oh dear, so many again, Celia muttered, finding a clean spot to sit on the floor, and began opening the letters and packages. Love letters, discarded. Another love letter, thrown away. After tearing through a dozen or so insipid letters, Celia nearly pinned a vehement note to the Alchemist Association, pleading with them to cease forwarding such detritus to her. The next letter she opened was from the Alchemist Association. Dear Ms. Dyron, among the samples you submitted this time, 3 have been patented by you, while the remaining 18 were similar to items that existed prior to your creation, regrettably rendering them ineligible for patenting. The International Alchemist Association is quite busy. We kindly request you to exercise some discretion in your future submissions. After a whole page of official jargon, the tone of the letter abruptly shifted. The president asked me to be more straightforward. Otherwise, you might feign ignorance. Please refrain from adding to our workload, Celia. Do not send us everything you casually create for testing. You should find an assistant to help you with these tasks. And about those love letters, please publicly announce an address for receiving them. Celia grimaced, casting the letter aside. Finding an assistant was no simple task, and she was well aware of how busy the Alchemist Association was. Every time she visited, they seemed to be leisurely sipping tea and perusing newspapers. She continued to open the remaining letters, finally uncovering some of value. Relmus had written back, informing her that he was in Denmark and had located the alchemical raw materials Celia required. Regrettably, he would not return to England to meet Harry for another 2 months. Celia finished unwrapping the packages before replying to Relmus. She advised him to be mindful of the moon phases, should he find himself outdoors during a full moon. He must not ingest the wolfsbane potion, as his safety was paramount. 2 months hence would be July, perfectly timed for him to celebrate Harry's birthday upon his return. Among the packages, she discovered 2 months' worth of wolfsbane potion, which she preserved in an alchemical pouch to maintain its original state, entrusting both the letter and potion to Luca for delivery to Relmus. The other parcels contained various alchemical materials, which she transported to the basement, commencing her research on how to convert magical photographs into ordinary ones. The principle of the restoration spell involved returning damaged items to their original state. Executing this spell with precision to revert the photograph to its condition before the application of the developing potion was a task that perhaps only Dumbledore could accomplish effortlessly. She could also employ transfiguration to alter the photograph, yet Celia's proficiency in transfiguration was exceedingly poor. Thus, she resorted to her forte, alchemy, utilizing magical circles and instruments to stabilize the reverse flow of the photograph's state. Alternatively, she could separate the elements of the developing potion from the photograph. Celia conducted several experiments. The former involved a major mysterious topic of time within the magical realm, one that was beyond her current abilities, while the latter was indeed worth attempting. Over the course of several days, save for meals and bathroom breaks, Celia remained ensconced in the basement, forsaking sleep as she tirelessly endeavored to create a device capable of element separation. Once engrossed in her research, she lost track of time, ultimately succeeding in extracting the elements of the developing potion from a magical photograph, reverting it to an ordinary one. Celia diligently recorded her findings, detailing the magical circles employed, the runic symbols drawn, the material ratios embedded in the operational platform, and the incantation recited at the end. She began to question the necessity of the final step. After several more attempts, with her success rate reaching 100%, she added to her notes that reciting the incantation appeared to uplift the device's disposition, enhancing its success rate. Chapter 13. The Cherished Child. Celia unearthed several photo albums, commencing her selection of photographs. Prior to 7th grade, there were no pictures of James and Lily together, and during the period following their graduation, she had scarcely encountered them. Upon finishing her own album, she realized that the majority of their photographs together were captured during their wedding. Within those wedding photos, many faces of those long departed, never to return, lingered. Heartbroken, she averted her gaze from their smiling faces and selected a few solitary photographs of James and Lily. As she stored away the albums, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a black-covered album buried beneath the others. Its surface was adorned with silver lines depicting a galaxy, Canis Major, the brightest star being Sirius. This was a graduation gift from Sirius, filled with his photographs. At the time, Celia had found it rather distasteful, questioning, who would be so vain as to gift someone their own photographs? Sirius had raised an eyebrow. Of course. My dear brother James has sent nearly his entire collection to the whole school. Very well, she conceded. That was indeed accurate. After receiving the album, she had never taken the time to examine it closely, having shoved it into a box. This was the first time since then that she opened it. Inside were not solely photographs of Sirius. There were images of him as a child alongside his uncle Alfred, of him with his cousin Andromeda. Yet the majority were of him during his time at school, alongside James, celebrating Christmas at James's home, riding motorcycles together, flexing muscles by the seaside, climbing trees to shake down fruit, and casting spells to launch fireworks in celebration of their coming of age. There were also photographs of Celia. After Sirius ran away from home in 5th grade, he developed a fondness for spending holidays with James in the Muggle world. They dined at Celia's family restaurant, wreaked havoc in her garden, and even took her to rock band concerts. Suddenly, Celia burst into tears, having never spoken to anyone about her feelings. She could not fathom that Sirius had betrayed James, no matter how dire the circumstances or how irrefutable the evidence. She refused to believe that Sirius would commit such an act. Yet, apart from her, no one else held faith in him. Celia wiped her tears, put away the photo album, and resolved to meet Sirius. Previously, while in France, she had written to the British Ministry of Magic requesting to visit Azkaban. But her plea had been denied. Now that she had returned to Britain and secured a teaching position at Hogwarts, she hoped that a second application might yield a different outcome. Celia carefully arranged the selected photographs into frames before taking a brief nap. When she awoke, it was already Friday afternoon, and she hurriedly tidied up both herself and her home before driving to pick up Harry. "Aunt Celia!" Harry exclaimed as he dashed out of school, his backpack slung over his shoulder, his face lighting up with a broad smile upon spotting her. Celia returned his smile with equal warmth. As she turned the car around, she noticed a woman at the school gate looking their way. "Harry, do you know that lady?" she casually inquired. "That's my math teacher, Ms. Max," Harry replied after peering through the car window. "She asked me who you were this week, and I told her you were a friend of my parents." Harry felt uneasy about Ms. Max's tone when she had inquired about Celia, being a sensitive child. He sensed that her interest was not born out of genuine concern. Celia reflected that she should establish rapport with Harry's teachers, but decided that such matters need not concern a child. "How has your week been?" she asked. "Not bad," Harry answered succinctly, his school life rather mundane. "Simply enduring the days until Friday." "Is Dudley and his gang still bothering you?" Celia probed further. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. How did she know? He stammered before finally conceding with a nod. Celia furrowed her brow in worry. Harry, with his slight build, was clearly no match for those ruffians, and he could not retaliate with magic at will. She found herself at a loss for a solution. Celia had always been rather oblivious as a child. She could not discern between compliments and insults, and as long as no one directed harsh words at her, she remained unfazed by their mocking jibes. Due to her insensitivity, she had often been bullied in her youth, but she had her siblings to defend her. Her older brother Gabriel was 5 years her senior, her sister Sophia 2 years older, and her younger brother Alphonse was 1 year younger. Whenever someone bullied her in primary school, her siblings would swoop in during the next class break to stand up for her, though she never knew how they got wind of it. Once they all graduated and moved on, Alphonse took up the mantle, tall for his age, inheriting his siblings' watchful instincts. Whenever someone picked on his sister, he would come to her aid. Thus, Celia navigated her primary school years believing she was safe and sound. However, things changed at Hogwarts. During her time there, blood prejudice was rampant. She was labeled a mudblood by Slytherins, her beauty and gentle demeanor making her an obvious target. The other three houses despised Slytherin. But only James and his band of marauders truly stood against them, having come to Celia's defense on several occasions, fostering a sense of camaraderie among them. The wizarding world seemed to adhere to the law of the jungle, where students at Hogwarts often emerged bloodied from brawls, and as long as no fatalities ensued, it was deemed inconsequential. Celia, too, had been influenced by this environment. She even entertained the thought of using magic to punish those annoying little brats, reminding herself that they were muggles, mere muggle children, and one of them was Petunia's child. The notion of reuniting with Sirius in Azkaban deterred her from acting on that impulse. Upon returning home, she squeezed Harry's shoulders, noting that he needed to eat more to strengthen his frail frame. That evening, Harry overindulged at dinner. They took their customary stroll, and Celia produced the photographs of James and Lily. Harry, the photos have arrived. This is your mother and father. Harry took the album, his gaze fixated on the images for an extended period. He was studying his parents intently. His father donned a rather peculiar suit, while his mother wore a beautiful silver wedding gown. Her green almond-shaped eyes mirrored his own. His father's tousled hair, with a tuft sticking up at the back, was identical to his. The pictures blurred as tears welled in his eyes. He removed his glasses and wiped away the tears with the back of his hand, sniffling as he pointed to the photo, saying, "My hair looks like that, too." Celia sat beside him on the floor, offering no consolation nor urging him to cease his tears. Instead, she gently recounted the stories behind the photographs. Your father's hair was always unruly. The night before the wedding, he tried to tame it with several bottles of conditioner, but it was futile. He resorted to hair gel, making his hair stiff and spiky, all standing up like a broomstick, until his friends helped him restore it to normal. And your mother? Harry asked, captivated. Your mother was so anxious the night before the wedding that she couldn't sleep, constantly checking her attire. She found the threads on her gown unsightly, and an aunt volunteered to help her trim them, but ended up snipping the wrong thread, causing a cascade of beads to fall. We spent ages sewing them back on. Harry was enthralled. Was the wedding a success? Celia chuckled. It was a wonderfully chaotic yet perfectly splendid affair. Harry longed to ask how it had been chaotic, but he realized he had exhausted his questions for the day. He opened his mouth, only to close it again, flushing with embarrassment, unable to articulate his next inquiry. Celia blinked. Harry, I have a question for you. Why do you only ask me one question every day? Harry timidly replied. Do you dislike children who ask too many questions? Of course not. Celia responded with utmost conviction. No, I should say, Harry, I like you just the way you are. No matter what. Chapter 14. Mutual adaptation. Harry curled up with his parents' photographs, smiling in his sleep. He could feel that Celia's words were sincere. She truly liked him, regardless of whether he asked one question or many. Celia's life in Britain gradually became stable and fulfilling. During her time in France, she rarely ventured out and often felt gloomy. The Durand family was large, with all members engaged in culinary professions. After returning to France, Celia's father reopened a restaurant, flourishing under Gabriel's guidance, and business thrived. Sophia specialized in pastries, establishing a chain of bakeries. Alphonse became adept at crafting various sauces and opened a jam factory. They all believed Celia was unemployed, quietly depositing money into her account, resulting in a substantial sum of francs accumulating. In truth, Celia did have work. She assisted Nico and Perry, who would give her pocket money. Some of her inventions were patented publicly, requiring anyone wishing to manufacture and sell them to pay her royalties and a share, and she also accepted lucrative commissions to assist clients in creating alchemical products. However, they observed Celia cooped up at home every day, assuming she was idly spending her time and worrying about her financial situation. Celia had not touched the money given by her family. She earned enough to cover all her expenses, though she spent it rather quickly, needing to stockpile an array of expensive alchemical materials for her research. Since reuniting with Reims 3 years ago, he had struggled to find work due to his identity as a werewolf. Consequently, he began traversing the globe, assisting her in procuring and sourcing alchemical materials, which saved Celia a considerable sum. Yet, she promptly spent the savings on a nice house and an unnecessary luxury vehicle. After reconnecting with Harry, Celia reflected on her spending habits. The era of living paycheck to paycheck was over. Now, on weekdays, she compelled herself to maintain a regular routine, drinking less and accepting numerous orders for alchemical products, engaging amicably with fellow alchemists, and attempting to publish articles for extra income. On weekends, she would take Harry on various outings. They visited the zoo, the aquarium, amusement parks, the seaside, and numerous places she herself had never been. Gradually, Harry began to speak more, recounting stories from his past. Mrs. Fager's home was permeated with the scent of cabbage, as she owned many cats, which she claimed to have cared for since her youth. Many of those cats had passed away, and the collection of their photographs was so thick that he gestured to Celia, indicating its volume. Harry recounted how, every birthday, Daryl's aunt and uncle would take him out to celebrate, while he would be left at Mrs. Fager's house. Celia noted a peculiar detail. She remembered that Lily had wanted to adopt a cat during her pregnancy, though she was uncertain if that ever came to fruition. "Do you like cats?" she inquired of Harry. He hesitated, swallowing half his response, beginning to gauge her reaction. If she liked cats, he would need to feign affection as well. He replied ambiguously, "They're all right." Celia playfully ruffled his tousled hair. "Harry, please be honest with me." Over time, she had become adept at discerning whether Harry spoke the truth. Squinting from her affectionate gesture, Harry replied, "I don't mind them, but Mrs. Fager's cats scratched me, so I'm not too fond. We could adopt another type of pet," Celia suggested, wrapping her arm around his shoulder. "This is wonderful. We live together, and we cannot always indulge one another. We must communicate our likes and dislikes." Harry relished hearing her speak of us and enjoyed her visions of the future, as if they would never part. He nodded vigorously. As summer approached, London's weather became capricious. Mornings required heavy coats, afternoons were sweltering, and evenings turned chilly, prompting a search for sweaters. The streets were a mosaic of individuals dressed for all four seasons. Celia typically endeavored to conceal her arms from Harry's sight, yet her increasingly thin clothing could not entirely obscure the unsightly scars. One day, while handling ingredients, she rolled up her sleeves, and upon noticing Harry's gaze, turned to find him standing at the doorway, having watched her for an indeterminate time. He fixated on her arms, his expression peculiar. Celia attempted to appear nonchalant as she lowered her sleeves. "Harry, go watch some television for a while. I'll be done soon." He stepped inside, still staring at her arms. "What happened?" "Well, there was an accident in the past, and this is the result. It looks a bit unsightly." "No, it doesn't look unsightly," Harry immediately countered, gently tugging her sleeve up, tracing the uneven texture of her skin with his fingers. "Does it hurt?" Celia chuckled. "Not at all. It has been many years." "What about when it happened?" Harry inquired again. "At that moment, I couldn't afford to feel pain. I encountered some thugs, and I had to protect my family." She had faced 3 Death Eaters alone, with an unconscious Gabriel behind her. She had no time to dwell on pain. Her only thought was to protect Gabriel, even at the cost of her own life. That was her first true battle. She had killed 2 and severely injured 1. And both Gabriel and she had survived, marking a significant victory. She felt immense pride in herself, yet no one was around to share her triumph. For those who understood her were no longer by her side. Each time her family saw her scars, they would weep in silence. Strangers, upon glimpsing her scars, either recoiled in fear or lamented the imperfections on her otherwise beautiful skin. Harry pressed his small face against her arm, his bright green eyes gazing up at her. "You are very brave." Celia felt a warmth welling up in her eyes. She sniffed and nodded. "Yes, I am brave." From that moment on, Celia no longer made a concerted effort to hide her arms. When the occasion called for short sleeves or dresses, she would display her scars openly. She was brave, and those scars were her medals. Harry would also hold her hand as they ventured out, disregarding any disapproving glances they might attract. Occasionally, they encountered rude individuals. "To be frank, Miss Duran, you ought to cover your arms. It might frighten others, and it is not warm enough for such exposure." Wilson, a member of the same community, presumed to advise her, believing his intentions were noble. To demonstrate his sincerity, he even shivered theatrically while casting a glance at Celia's arms. Before she could respond, Harry interjected, "Perhaps it is you who is too timid. Mrs. Wilson, how many times do you frighten yourself when looking in the mirror each day?" This time, it was Mrs. Wilson who was rendered speechless. Celia erupted into laughter, pulling Harry along with her. "How rude." Harry expressed his discontent with Wilson. "Your words are far mightier than mine. I was at a loss for how to respond just now." Celia chuckled heartily. "In the future, when we need to argue with someone, I shall rely on you." Suddenly bestowed with such a weighty responsibility, Harry felt a surge of pressure. He realized he needed to learn more about how to engage in arguments. Chapter 15, Summer Routine 1. Harry welcomed the most anticipated summer of his life. He was to move into Celia's home and spend nearly 2 months enjoying their time together. No longer would he have to endure the disapproving glares of his aunt and uncle, listen to their veiled criticisms, or contend with Daryl's incessant provocations. Each morning, he would awaken to see Celia's face, which was simply marvelous. Harry gathered all his belongings, eagerly awaiting Celia's arrival to collect him. It wasn't long before she appeared, the familiar sound of her engine drawing closer. Harry leaped from his bed, shouldering his small suitcase as he descended the stairs. Previously, he had possessed very few belongings. However, Celia had since bought him many well-fitting clothes, numerous toys, and even a small suitcase. He now owned an array of items that were distinctly his own. The suitcase contained all of Harry's possessions, several outfits, summer assignments, and a lion plushie. After his toy had been shattered by Daryl, Harry had refrained from taking any of Celia's gifts back to the Dursleys, only playing with them during weekends at her home. The lion plushie was the sole exception. During one of their trips to the mall, while in a toy store, Celia had spotted the lion and remarked, "Oh, Gryffindor colors," before purchasing it for Harry, explaining that it represented the animal of the house his parents had belonged to during their schooling. Celia had washed it, and it carried the scent of her signature rose perfume mixed with sunshine. Harry now cuddles with a plush toy every night as he slumbers, carefully stowing it away in his backpack and hiding it beneath the loose floorboard under his bed while at school, unbeknownst to Dudley. With great enthusiasm, Harry descended the stairs, hoisting his suitcase, and proclaimed to the Dursleys in the living room, "Uncle, Aunt, Celia has come to pick me up. Get lost, you little brat." Vernon shot him a fierce glare. Yet, his disdain did nothing to dampen Harry's spirits. He cheerfully replied, "Wishing you both a pleasant holiday." Petunia uttered not a word in response. Harry opened the door and dashed towards Celia's car, where she placed his suitcase in the trunk, saying, "You get in the car first and wait for me, all right?" Obediently, Harry climbed into the vehicle, watching as Celia approached the Dursley home and rang the doorbell. He rolled down the window, leaning out with curiosity, wondering what Celia intended to do. The dynamic between Celia and Aunt Petunia was peculiar. Since their first meeting, they had exchanged cryptic words that others could not comprehend, and their communication had been sparse ever since. Each week, when Celia returned Harry, Aunt Petunia completely ignored her. As fate would have it, it was Aunt Petunia who answered the door. Upon seeing Celia, her expression shifted, and she raised her hand as if to slam the door shut, but it seemed to get stuck, no matter how forcefully she tried. Aunt Petunia's face flushed crimson, her thin lips quivering as she struggled to utter a few words. Celia handed her several documents, saying, Now, don't get angry or upset. I'll be on my way, and I hope we all have a delightful holiday." Petunia begrudgingly accepted the papers and, with one final exertion, successfully slammed the door shut. "What did you give her?" Harry inquired curiously upon Celia's return. "Discount vouchers from the travel agency," Celia replied, starting the car. "They can take a holiday while Aunt Petunia remains cooped up at home. She should really go out and meet new people." "You're so kind to her," Harry mused, recognizing that he wouldn't be so benevolent. "We were friends once. She did care for me." Celia occasionally recounted tales from the past, but never in great detail. Harry found it hard to believe, as he could scarcely picture Aunt Petunia caring for anyone beyond Vernon and Dudley. In fact, with Uncle Vernon and Dudley standing there, it was difficult for Aunt Petunia to focus her gaze on anything else. "Making friends is beneficial, Harry," Celia asserted, seamlessly transitioning from one topic to another. "I used to love making friends. Do you have many friends? Should we invite them over during a holiday?" Harry averted his eyes, feeling guilty. How could he admit he had no friends? He had always worn Dudley's hand-me-downs, his glasses were tattered and held together with tape, his hair was disheveled, and he appeared rather unkempt. Dudley and his gang would relentlessly bully him, leaving no one inclined to befriend him. The teachers were also unsympathetic, often dismissing his peculiar occurrences, such as being inexplicably blown onto the rooftop. When explaining, no one believed him. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia would inform the teachers that he was a mad child, claiming his parents had died in a car accident, leaving him a burden in their household. However, after meeting Celia, everything began to improve. The teachers now treated him kindly, addressing his issues, and when Dudley chased him, the teachers would intervene. Yet, he still had no friends. If Dudley couldn't reach him, he would target other vulnerable children, dragging Harry into the fray, making him a target. No one wanted to be a target. Harry didn't care about having friends. Celia was enough for him. Now, his silence and pretense of ignorance would no longer suffice. Celia was perceptive and bluntly stated, "You have no friends?" "I do," Harry replied, mustering courage. "But they all have plans for the holiday. Let's add making friends to our holiday checklist." Celia exposed his fib. "Our checklist already includes sports, gaming, and helping me with my lesson plans." Harry counted on his fingers, attempting to persuade Celia to remove that item. "The holiday is long. We can accomplish everything." Celia insisted resolutely. Harry could only concede. He would have to find a way to make a friend. The holiday unfolded as beautifully as Harry had envisioned. Each day began with him waking naturally, dressing in his favorite clothes, and descending to find Celia already in the kitchen. She adored preparing a myriad of culinary delights. Not only did Celia cook French cuisine, but she also ventured into dishes from other countries, such as Mediterranean and Chinese fare, explaining to Harry the names of the dishes, their origins, and their locations on the globe. Though I can't say how authentic they are, as I've never been to those places. Back in school, My dream was to travel the world and savor the diverse cuisines, Celia lamented, her expression tinged with wistfulness, having lost her former innocence. Harry mentally noted that he would take Celia on a global adventure someday. After their meals, they would tidy up together, and in the study, Harry would tackle his holiday assignments while Celia prepared her lesson plans. She was set to return to her alma mater in September, but she had yet to determine what and how to teach. She had realized only last month that she hadn't begun her preparations. Chapter 16, Summer Routine 2. Alchemy is a subject with a steep learning curve, offered to 6th and 7th year students at Hogwarts. Celia first displayed her alchemical talent in her 4th year, creating numerous contraptions in pursuit of innovative recipes. It soon became evident that these contrivances bore no relation to cooking and posed certain dangers. Dumbledore, wishing to prevent her from blowing up the kitchen, assigned her to study under Professor Spland, the then alchemy professor. Professor Spland's teaching style was rather relaxed. He never systematically instructed Celia, but was available to assist her when she encountered obstacles in her research. However, Celia's inquiries were often so peculiar that even he could not provide answers, leading him to refer her back to Dumbledore. Consequently, Celia's foundation in alchemy was quite poor, lacking in basic knowledge. Yet she possessed remarkable creativity, frequently engaging in wildly imaginative research that would leave a conventional alchemist incredulous. Celia had agreed to return to Hogwarts to teach, aspiring to achieve something meaningful, and if she could truly cultivate some alchemists, that would be even better. She intended to develop a curriculum that ranged from simple to complex, from foundational to advanced. As Harry scratched his head over his assignments, he looked up to find Celia equally perplexed, her own head in her hands. Propping his chin on his hands, he glanced at the stack of books beside her. Celia, what is alchemy? Without missing a beat, Celia deflected, the chemistry I teach originates from alchemy. That school boasts a rich history, and many subjects still retain names from the last century, which are essentially chemistry. With his limited knowledge, Harry suddenly grasped a new concept. Tired of writing, Celia tossed her pen aside. Harry, let us go out and play. Not wishing to continue with his homework either, Harry happily closed his assignment and followed Celia outside. They spent several days rejuvenating the garden and exploring the nearby stream for fish. Celia remembered her promise to help Harry make friends, calling over local children to join in their fun. Harry had initially befriended a few individuals, but upon overhearing them whispering about Celia, he lost all desire to associate with them. Celia did not press the matter. Instead, she advised Harry that when seeking friends, one must find those who share similar passions. Do your parents have other friends? Harry inquired. Of course they do. Your mother and father were quite popular during their school days. Your father had a friend akin to a brother, but let us not delve into that. Your mother's friend, Marlene. Celia's words faltered, and she regretted mentioning it. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to steer the conversation towards Remus. Actually, in a few days, a friend of your parents will be visiting. Harry, perceptive as ever, refrained from asking about the individual Celia had mentioned earlier. Who is it? He asked. His name is Remus Lupin. He is one of your parents' closest friends, an esteemed zoologist who travels the world in search of rare creatures. Celia mused, contemplating how she would inform Remus of this arrangement. He must have countless thrilling tales to share, Harry remarked, his curiosity piqued. When he arrives, let him regale you with his adventures, Celia replied. During their time together, Celia was careful to avoid using magic in Harry's presence. Having spent so long in the magical realm, she had nearly forgotten how muggles managed without it. For instance, in searching for an object, a muggle could only rummage through their belongings by hand. On one occasion, Celia, forgetting Harry was still present, summoned an item from the 3rd floor. Harry, engrossed in his toys, heard a commotion outside and ventured out to see a stack of papers soaring down the stairs. Celia, the papers are flying, he exclaimed as he rushed down. Quick on her feet, Celia transformed into a bird, swooping to catch the papers as they fluttered chaotically around the room. She pretended to shoo the bird away, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "Goodness, how did a bird get into the house?" Clutching my manuscript. Together, they struggled to usher the bird outside. Didn't that paper fly out from your room earlier without a bird? Harry remarked. Celia, gathering the scattered pages, pretended she hadn't heard. It seemed like the bird was missing a foot, he added. Celia blushed, conceding, all right, my transfiguration skills are rather rudimentary. She resolved to distract Harry further. Leaning in, she cupped his face, examining him closely. Harry, don't you think your glasses are a bit ill-fitting? We should get you a new pair tomorrow. Harry, accustomed to her topic shifts, replied that they were just fine and did not require replacement. If they are indeed unsuitable, you must let me know. Glasses are free for someone your age, she insisted, hoping to evade any further scrutiny. Carrying her manuscripts into the study, she said, I'll read for a while. You can amuse yourself. Harry watched her retreating figure, tilting his head in confusion. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation. Limited in his understanding, he reassured himself. Yet there were moments when Celia nearly slipped up. While preparing several dishes in the kitchen, she turned to check if Harry was absent and levitated a spatula to stir the contents, dashing to the refrigerator for spices. After retrieving them, she glanced back, still not seeing Harry, and allowed the knife to chop vegetables autonomously. She summoned a glass bowl to float over, thinking that Harry was certainly not around. With a cheerful disposition, she turned back, only to find Harry staring at her in astonishment. The glass bowl crashed to the floor. Celia stood frozen, unable to conjure an excuse, while Harry began to apologize profusely. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," he stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. "I've done things like that before." He recalled peculiar incidents. His aunt once shaved uneven patches in his hair, only for it to grow back overnight. He had once caused all the cutlery on the table to levitate and crash to the ground, and during a chase with Dudley, he had inexplicably found himself atop the roof. Each time such inexplicable occurrences took place, his aunt and uncle would erupt in anger, punishing him severely and admonishing him to behave normally. Harry had always insisted that he was not responsible for these events, yet they had never believed him. Now, in Celia's home, he realized that those extraordinary happenings were indeed his doing. Despair washed over him. He was the freak his aunt and uncle labeled him, and he pondered what Celia would think. Celia hurried over, crouching to embrace Harry. "Hey, Harry, listen carefully. This is not your fault. Nothing was flying." She strained to explain. "Actually, just now, I was holding that bowl, but I moved too quickly, and when I pulled my hand back, the bowl remained suspended in the air." Merlin. What nonsense was she spouting? Who could possibly be deceived by such a tale? To her surprise, Harry's eyes lit up at her explanation. "Just like Tom and Jerry?" he inquired. "Who are Tom and Jerry?" Celia recalled, realizing they were characters from a cartoon Harry had been watching, a cat and a mouse. With newfound conviction, she nodded. "Exactly." She gently tousled Harry's hair, filled with concern, wondering if he would remain so easily swayed in the coming year. Chapter 17, Remus. In mid-July, a letter arrived from Remus, announcing his imminent return to England. Celia was overwhelmed with excitement, diligently tidying up the room designated for Remus, ensuring that all the supplies she had prepared were in order, and stocking up on his favorite foods. Harry observed her bustling about, feeling a sense of discomfort that he could not quite articulate. He did not yet know that this feeling was jealousy. Remus arrived in the morning, clutching a note. After confirming the address on the paper corresponded to the house, he nervously smoothed out the creases in his clothing. It had been over 6 months since he had seen Celia. During that time, he had been traveling abroad, exposed to the elements, and he felt he must have become somewhat disheveled. He chuckled to himself, thinking that no matter how unkempt he appeared now, it could not compare to how he had looked 3 years prior. He vividly recalled reading about Celia in the newspaper and the disbelief that washed over him upon learning she was still alive. His emotions had swung from sheer joy to tears of relief. After a long absence, he had written to Dumbledore, inquiring about Celia's condition. Dumbledore had simply informed him that she had suffered grave injuries, her life hanging in the balance. After stabilizing her condition, she was recuperating in France, and he had asked Remus to convey her news to a few other friends. Once Remus received Dumbledore's response, he traveled to France. During that time, his life had been rather bleak. As a werewolf, he faced numerous obstacles in securing employment. Unwilling to return home and burden his father, friends would occasionally offer him odd jobs, but he lived almost as a vagrant. Given his circumstances, he could not apply for a legal international travel pass and could not afford Muggle transport fares. Thus, he resorted to the most basic means of travel, using apparition to reach France, careful to avoid detection by continuously teleporting to remote, desolate locations, lakes, forests, abandoned quarries. Not long after arriving in France, he received a letter from Celia. She provided him with an address and expressed her desire to see him. Without a second thought, Remus hastened to the location, arriving in a disheveled state resembling that of a homeless man. The moment Celia laid eyes on him, she rushed forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace and weeping uncontrollably. She seemed reluctant to let go until her brother, Gabriel, intervened, pulling her away and suggesting that Remus should rest for a while. Remus was led to the washroom, where he caught sight of his reflection in the mirror. His clothes were tattered, his body covered in dirt, and leaves were tangled in his hair. He unexpectedly met Celia in such a disheveled state, feeling a profound embarrassment that made him wish to burrow into the ground. Celia's brother, Gabriel, urged him to bathe and change clothes, saying, "Please stay here a few more days. She hasn't spoken so much in a long while." Remus spent several days there, conversing with Celia for nearly nights on end, discussing their friends, the war, and the years they had missed. As they talked, tears flowed. Celia was reluctant to let Remus out of her sight, insisting on sleeping in the same room, much to Gabriel's frustration, who also made do with a sleeping mat nearby. As the full moon approached, Remus had to leave. In a secluded forest in France, he transformed, perhaps due to the joy of reuniting with an old friend. He inflicted little harm upon himself that night, emerging from his wolf form with only minor scratches from branches and stones. He saw Celia once more, this time intending to bid farewell. He had no reason to linger, nor any compelling reason to depart. Unexpectedly, Celia offered him a job, assisting her in procuring alchemical materials. After patiently listening to the job's details, Remus was inclined to decline. It was a newly conceived role, one that Celia had crafted to support her old friend. As an emerging and promising alchemist, she could easily find individuals willing to supply her with materials. However, Celia persuaded him with facts, showing the vast price differences between materials sourced in France and their origins, explaining the job's difficulties and the dangers he would face in remote locales. With a pleading expression, Celia looked at him, and Remus felt compelled to agree, originally planning to write to her in a few months about finding other work. To his surprise, the task proved more complex than anticipated. Some materials could yield profits exponentially through intermediaries. Realizing he could indeed assist Celia, he continued for 3 years, traversing the globe with limited opportunities to see her. Regardless of how pressed for time he was, he always took care to bathe and present himself well before their meetings. Adorning himself in his finest attire, he would ring the doorbell, listening intently to the sounds from within. The familiar light footsteps belonged to Celia, and he swallowed hard. When the door opened, it revealed Celia's youthful and beautiful face, unchanged since 8 years prior. Her radiant smile astonished him. During their previous encounters over the past 3 years, her smiles had always been tinged with melancholy and bitterness. He had not witnessed such pure brightness in a long time. "Remus, I've missed you so much," she exclaimed, rushing to embrace him. Remus returned her embrace, inhaling the scent of roses in her hair, feeling his wandering heart find a safe harbor. He thought, Celia always offers him a hug, without exception. "I've missed you too, Celia." Celia released him, grasping his wrist and pulling him upstairs. "Hurry, Harry will wake up soon, and we must synchronize our stories." She led him to a room on the 2nd floor. "This has been prepared especially for you. I bought you some muggle clothes, so change quickly." Obediently, Remus opened the wardrobe, retrieving an outfit. Looking at Celia, who stood still, he said with a hint of exasperation, "I'm going to change now." "Change in the washroom. We can talk while we do," Celia urged, pushing him into the washroom and closing the door. Standing outside, she began to speak. "I told Harry you're a zoologist studying animals around the world. Don't let anything slip about magic, and steer clear of mentioning any peculiar magical creatures." He is still young and a bit naive, easily misled. Celia's voice was soft and melodious, her continuous chatter never grating on the ears. Remus listened attentively, occasionally interjecting to ensure she wouldn't be the sole performer in their dialogue. Meanwhile, he carefully changed clothes, trying to minimize any audible rustling of fabric. 2 adults, separated by a thin door, one changing clothes. To him, it felt rather intimate, yet Celia was unabashed, never one to concern herself with such trivialities. Only those with a guilty conscience would mind. Chapter 18. Summer Routine 3. Once Remus emerged from the washroom, Celia paused her relentless stream of conversation. She circled around him twice, and he complied, allowing her to lift his arms and inspect him. "You've tanned a bit. No new scars," he stated obediently. Celia, satisfied, lowered his arms. "That's more like it." The job was indeed tailored for Remus. Celia had originally intended for him to act as a broker, aiding her in acquiring alchemical materials from their sources, allowing him to earn income without having to stay in one place for too long, thereby concealing his identity as a werewolf. Yet, Remus had made it more challenging for himself, venturing to the original sources to procure materials, sometimes delving into perilous areas. Though he made an effort to present himself well when meeting Celia, she still noticed the additional wounds on him. Celia was deeply frustrated. She wished to help her friend, not thrust him into danger. She could no longer bear the thought of Remus encountering another mishap. During that period, her emotions were volatile, prompting Gabriel to have a lengthy conversation with Remus, after which he refrained from taking excessive risks. "This time, I secured a new collaboration," Remus mentioned, feeling relieved he had passed the threshold. Celia shook her head. "No talk of work, no talk of work. You must be starving." She pulled him downstairs, seating him at the dining table and serving him a generous plate of breakfast, then sat across from him with a cup of coffee. "You must stay at my place until Harry's birthday, all right?" Celia gave him a pleading look. Despite his reservations, Remus could only reply, "All right." He was perpetually unable to refuse Celia. "How is Harry?" he inquired. Due to the limitations of their communication, Celia had only briefly mentioned Harry's situation. "You'll be astonished when you see him," she teased, hinting at a wealth of stories about Harry that she wished to share, but he had to meet him first. Remus lifted his spoon, smiling. "Then I must finish my breakfast quickly. lest I drop my spoon. Celia chuckled, watching him devour the breakfast she had prepared with gusto. Are you still hungry? I'm full. As always, delicious, Remus replied, taking his plate to wash. Just then, a strange voice greeted from behind. Good morning, Celia. His heart raced as he set down the plate, slowly turning to see Harry. Unable to contain himself, he gasped, Merlin. He gazed at Harry's face, approached him, knelt to meet his gaze, extended his hand, and smiled gently. Hello, Harry, I'm Remus Lupin. Harry had often imagined what Remus might be like. Having heard about him as a dear friend of his parents, yet with so few encounters, it was challenging to conjure a concrete image. Now, finally meeting him in person, Harry found he had no reason to dislike him at all. Remus sported a mane of light brown hair, his youthfulness still apparent despite the conspicuous strands of white interspersed throughout. His face bore several faint scars, yet they in no way detracted from the gentle and serene aura he exuded. Hello, my name is Harry Potter, he introduced himself, extending his hand for a firm handshake, embodying the spirit of a young gentleman. Remus's smile deepened, the corners of his eyes crinkling with warmth. The last time I saw you, you were but a tiny child, he remarked, gesturing to emphasize his point. Celia playfully patted both of them. Harry, you should eat first. All right. Harry obediently ventured to serve himself from the steaming pot. Remus watched his retreating figure, murmuring, I feel as though I am gazing at a young James. Celia chimed in softly, a Lily version of James. Oh, that is simply perfect. Remus replied. Spend more time with him. You shall come to adore him, he added gently, from the very first glance. Harry quickly finished his breakfast, filled with curiosity about Remus. Celia had mentioned that he was a zoologist, frequently venturing into perilous forests in search of rare creatures, and his scars attested to the dangers he had faced. The boy was invariably intrigued by tales of adventure. Having never interacted with a man of Remus's age who could be classified as normal, as his uncle clearly did not fit that description. After his meal, Harry approached Remus in the living room, taking a seat opposite him and observing intently. Celia stood behind him, ruffling his hair. Remus was your father's roommate for 7 years. He knows everything about your dad. Harry blinked, eager to learn about his father, yet he hesitated to make that the focus of their first meeting. Mr. Lupin, you have just returned from abroad, haven't you? He began, mimicking his uncle's mannerisms in greeting. Remus lifted his gaze, exchanging a knowing smile with Celia. Harry, just call me Remus. Yes, I have just returned from Denmark, where the largest island is known as Jutland. With a soothing voice, he recounted his travels. And whenever he mentioned perilous encounters, Harry listened with rapt attention. Celia excused herself to attend to matters in the study, allowing Harry and Remus to bond quickly, transitioning from mere acquaintance to fondness. Remus was unlike any adult Harry had known. He possessed a delightful sense of humor, sharing jokes that Harry could easily comprehend. And he was an attentive listener, patiently addressing Harry's naive inquiries. Always adorned with a gentle smile, he never raised his voice in anger. Harry found himself enthralled by tales of his adventures and the wondrous creatures he had encountered, his imagination running wild with visions of these animals. Before retiring for the night, he expressed to Celia, when I grow up, I want to be a zoologist too. Of course, I will support you in whatever you wish to pursue, she replied, smoothing his hair affectionately. Harry gazed at her with his vibrant green eyes, suddenly asking, Celia, is Remus your boyfriend? Taken aback, Celia chuckled softly, realizing that children these days were quite perceptive. No, we're just very good friends. All right, good night, Celia, Harry said, feeling a mix of disappointment and relief as he closed his eyes. Celia shut his bedroom door and descended the stairs, where Remus was seated, engrossed in the television. She retrieved a bottle of wine from the cabinet, shaking it playfully at him. Care for a drink, Professor Lupin? Raising an eyebrow, Remus teased, breaking school rules, are we? Celia? She pressed the glass into his hand, declaring, 10 points off Gryffindor and Hufflepuff for this infraction, so it seems we must indulge. Chapter 19, Summer Routine 4. Celia settled beside Remus, swirling her wine glass. Let's have a chat. After taking a sip, Remus remarked, I have experienced countless moments of reverie today, constantly expecting Harry to leap into my arms and exclaim, Hey, mate, take me on an adventure. Celia giggled, but he is nothing like James, is he? Not at all. Remus shook his head with a smile. How could he be so well-behaved? Merlin, he is James's son. Celia chuckled in agreement, choosing not to divulge the true circumstances of Harry's life with the Dursleys, merely mentioning that his treatment was mediocre, without revealing the extent of the neglect. Remus was a sensitive soul. Revealing such truths would only serve to sadden him further. Remus, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Please listen before making any decisions, Celia began, placing her glass down. After receiving a nod from him, she laid out her plans. I have returned to England for good. I wish to establish my own business, a potions shop. Once I begin teaching at Hogwarts in September, I will need someone to manage the shop. Please, do not speak yet. Before he could interject, Celia swiftly tilted his glass toward his lips, causing him to choke slightly and raise a hand in surrender. The potion shop will primarily showcase my creations and accept custom orders, with secondary offerings of my lesser works for sale. I know you have tirelessly scoured the land for potion ingredients over the years and have developed your own network. It would be a waste for you to return only to tend to the shop. Remus raised a hand to speak, but Celia waved him off, continuing, But Remus, I am selfish. Now that I am back, I do not want you to roam about. I want you to stay and help me, to see Harry more often. This is not for you. It is for me. Please do not refuse outright. Consider it. If this suggestion came from James, would you accept it? Remus finally found his voice, both of them conveniently ignoring Celia's near slip of another name. He chuckled softly. I have no intention of refusing. Celia's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she awaited his next words. I have already established reliable suppliers for the potion ingredients you frequently use, allowing for direct delivery. While rare ingredients lack a stable source, I have made acquaintances among various suppliers who can be entrusted for procurement. In fact, I was contemplating resigning from your employment to seek stability back in England. Remus shrugged. It seems a new job has presented itself. Celia couldn't contain her excitement. Leaping into Remus's arms with a joyful cheer, this is wonderful. He chuckled, allowing her to embrace him like an exuberant puppy. As he raised his hand, it hovered above her head for a moment before ultimately lowering. He slightly turned his head, feeling the strands of her hair brush against his lips, creating a fleeting illusion of a kiss. Yet, it was merely an illusion. Celia had thought persuading Remus would be a formidable challenge, but it appeared her act of vulnerability had proven remarkably effective. She promptly led him to the basement, initiating his immediate involvement. She unveiled a plethora of her past inventions. What is this? Remus inquired, picking one up. Celia candidly replied, I am unsure. It was a failed separation device, though not quite trashworthy. And this? I suspect. Well, I think it could alter the color patterns of marble, she said hesitantly. Oh. Remus remained remarkably composed, finding utility in the situation. As he had grown weary of a large marble piece outside his door, Celia stifled a laugh, for the next item Remus picked up was even more worthless. He assisted Celia in organizing a box of items that could be categorized into two groups, the failed creations of his research that served no discernible purpose, and the defective products that had some utility but were of negligible value. Celia possessed over a dozen boxes of such items. Boss, will I earn a commission if I sell these? Remus inquired earnestly. Celia responded generously. I shall give you half. It appeared that this half would elude him, as Remus put away the parchment he had intended to meticulously document the goods on. Let us seek out items that can sustain the shop, he suggested. Celia puffed her cheeks. Are we truly unable to sell them? Remus gently uttered the harsh truth. Some signed with your name might fetch a price as memorabilia. The remainder I shall help you dispose of. Resigned, Celia abandoned her plan to sell those dozen boxes of rubbish and produced a stack of patent documents, handing them to Remus. Over the years, she had crafted 72 alchemical products that received patent approval, yet the documentation lay in disarray. Remus devoted an hour to sorting them into categories, subsequently discussing pricing based on material costs and production time with Celia. She leaned over the table, observing Remus as he diligently recorded details. He had once been an exemplary student, possessing both intelligence and methodical prowess, far exceeding her own capabilities. Were it not for his identity as a werewolf, which subjected him to discrimination and numerous obstacles, he would undoubtedly have achieved great success. Alas, she sighed. What troubles you? Remus set down his pen and gazed at her. Celia blinked. I have yet to write my syllabus. Very well, boss. Remus nodded with resignation, promising to complete the task at hand. You are truly wonderful, Remus. Celia praised her employee, even going so far as to prepare a late-night snack. The two were invigorated, and as they finished organizing the sales list for the alchemy shop, dawn broke. You should rest after breakfast, Remus, Celia suggested with a yawn. She quickly prepared a modest breakfast, and once they had eaten, she retrieved a vial of wakefulness potion. Celia often spent days and nights engrossed in research, with her storage box containing more wakefulness potions than alchemical materials. Just as she unsealed the potion, Remus took it from her. Let me care for Harry today. I wish to spend more time with him. You should rest. Celia tilted her head, pondering for a few seconds before nodding. All right. When Harry awoke, he rolled over in bed, having been too engrossed in listening to Remus recount his adventures the previous day to notice Celia. Today, he wished for them to share stories from school, encompassing all of their experiences, his parents, Celia, and Remus. He eagerly got out of bed, washed up, and donned his favorite outfit adorned with Tom and Jerry. He bounded down the stairs. Each morning, he would see Celia standing by the window with a drink in hand, gazing out at the garden, the aroma of cooking wafting from the kitchen. Upon hearing movement, She would turn, smile gently at Harry, and greet him. However, as Harry entered the kitchen, he found Lima seated at the dining table, who greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Harry." "Good morning, Lemus," Harry replied, continuing into the kitchen. The semi-open kitchen was significantly larger than an ordinary home kitchen, yet it was easily surveyed, and he could not spot Celia anywhere. "Celia worked late last night," Lemus informed him. "She will likely need to catch up on sleep today." "Oh, all right." Harry's brow furrowed slightly. After finishing the remnants of breakfast, Lemus asked, "What do you wish to do today, Harry?" Harry shook his head, wanting to wait for Celia to be present before hearing their stories. Lemus mischievously inquired, "Would you like to do your homework?" Harry immediately found something to do. The flowers in the garden need watering. Lemus chuckled. "All right, let us water them." In Chapter 20, Summer Vacation Routine 5, Lemus was uncertain where the tools in Celia's home were, but Harry knew, having developed a sense of ownership. He instructed Lemus on where to find the hose, how to connect it, and the proper technique for watering. Lemus was supportive throughout, showering Harry with compliments that made the young boy beam with pride. Initially, they intended to return home after watering, but Harry realized it was Lemus's first visit to Celia's home and decided to show him around the vicinity. This path led to the market where Celia often shopped for groceries, sometimes visiting nearby farms as well. Harry mimicked the way Celia had introduced him to the area, explaining to Lemus, "There is a small river where the water only reaches my legs. Celia takes me fishing there, but she says we must never play without an adult watching." He earnestly cautioned Lemus. Lemus promptly assured him that he would remember his words. After completing the tour of the surroundings, Harry found himself at a loss for words. He furrowed his brow, pondering if he had forgotten anything, when his attention was drawn to something at Lemus's waist. Having gotten wet while watering, Lemus had loosened his coat, rolling up his sleeves, revealing a long, stick-like object tucked at the back of his waist. Harry stole several glances, confirming it resembled a small branch. "Lemus, what is that?" He pointed at the object. Just as Lemus began to concoct a plausible explanation for his wand, he heard Harry continue, "Celia has one too, but hers is a different color than yours." Lemus quickly asked, "Did she tell you what it is?" Harry blinked. "I don't know, I never asked her." He didn't want Celia to perceive him as a clueless simpleton, so he refrained from directly asking many things he observed, preferring to ponder them himself. However, he couldn't fathom the purpose of the small branch. "This is actually a graduation memento from our school," Lemus fabricated on the spot. "Every graduate receives a small branch to symbolize our growth from that flourishing tree of a school." Harry's eyes widened in understanding. "You must have a deep connection to your school." "Indeed," Lemus replied with a smile. "Harry, those were the most wonderful 7 years of my life. Meeting your parents and Celia, learning and growing together." Harry listened with longing, envisioning his parents, Celia, and Lemus's school. Nervously, he asked, "Lemus, can I go to that school one day too?" "Of course. When you turn 11, you can attend that school," Lemus assured him. Harry immediately followed up, "Is the tuition expensive? Are there academic requirements?" He considered his exam results, which were decent but not exceptional. "You will be more than qualified," Lemus said, patting his shoulder. Harry wished fervently to be 11 tomorrow, so he could accompany Celia this September without having to part ways. Counting his age, he realized he had 4 more years to wait, such a long time. "Oh, Harry, is that your father?" The insufferable Mrs. Wilson called out to him, her probing gaze uncomfortably scrutinizing Lemus. Harry gently tugged at Lemus's clothing, signaling for him to leave quickly. "I am Harry's uncle." "Farewell, madam." Remus smiled at her. As the two of them walked away, Mrs. Wilson continued to gaze at their retreating figures. "I despise her," Harry whispered. "She often gossips about Celia behind her back." Remus furrowed his brow and inquired, "What does she say?" Harry recounted to Remus the remarks he had overheard from the other children. It seemed that parents invariably assumed their children were oblivious to their conversations, freely engaging in gossip before them. The children, in turn, mimicked this behavior and spread rumors amongst themselves. They remarked upon Celia's beauty, her singleness, youth, and wealth. They believed Harry to be Celia's illegitimate child, doubting her ability to bear a child of his age, and thus speculated that he was the offspring of Celia's lover. Much of the content was still beyond Harry's comprehension, yet he understood that it was not spoken kindly. Enraged, he quarreled with the other children and resolved never to associate with them again. After listening to Harry, Remus gently patted his head, saying, "Do not pay them any mind, Harry. They are merely envious and thus indulge in the basest of speculations about others." However, this gossip served as a cautionary reminder to Remus. After today, he too might find himself ensnared in such rumors. Upon their return home, Celia had awakened from her nap, and lunch was nearly prepared. "Why not sleep a little longer?" Remus asked. "A few hours is ample. I cannot miss lunch," Celia replied. She had prepared a sumptuous meal and watched with satisfaction as Remus and Harry devoured every bite. Afterwards, they strolled hand in hand to aid digestion. In the afternoon, Remus took Harry to a nearby wood. He lifted Harry and encouraged him to select a fine little branch, which he then whittled down with a small knife, smoothing the ends. There you go, now you have one too. Harry waved the little branch with delight. He wished for a graduation memento akin to what Celia and Remus possessed, and Remus crafted one for him. He brandished the branch all the way home, rushing to Celia. Look, I have one too. Celia shot several questioning glances at Remus. It's a graduation memento from our school, awarded in advance to the distinguished student, Harry Potter. He winked at Celia. Indeed, that's exactly it, she confirmed, ruffling Harry's hair affectionately. During the evening's leisure, Harry finally achieved his goal from the morning, to hear them recount tales from school. Celia poured him a glass of milk, while she and Remus opted for wine. They regaled Harry with stories of the castle, the lawn, the Black Lake, classes, and competitions. Your father was once an athlete on the house team, leading the house to numerous victories. Harry immediately inquired, what sport did he play? Celia hesitated. He was responsible for throwing the ball into a hoop. Was it basketball? Harry pressed. Remus stifled a laugh, and after Celia shot him a warning glance, he interjected, it's a sport unique to our school, akin to basketball. Harry's imagination began to conjure images of his father playing basketball from the photographs. Perhaps he could try his hand at basketball as well? After listening to a plethora of stories, Harry fell asleep contentedly. Seriously, throwing it into the hoop? Remus raised an eyebrow. Seriously, akin to basketball? Celia countered with a playful look. She stretched and flopped onto the sofa. It's far too difficult to keep secrets. I no longer use magic in front of Harry. And now I forget the incantations when I pick up my wand. I truly don't understand why Dumbledore insists I conceal this from him. I mean, he has already had a magical outburst. Surely he can handle the truth, right? Dumbledore has his reasons, you know? He is so wise, Remus replied, holding immense trust in Dumbledore. You have a point. He is indeed a remarkably intelligent man, Celia conceded, no longer dwelling on the matter. The two continued discussing the shop's location. There are only a few magical streets in England, and diagonally was indeed the most suitable. I will conduct a thorough investigation. Once Celia made a promise, Remus ensured to fulfill all responsibilities diligently. As they discussed work matters, Remus recalled his encounter with Mrs. Wilson earlier that day and cautioned Celia. Harry and I met one of your neighbors today. She might misinterpret our relationship. Upon hearing this, Celia immediately knew who he was referring to. Mrs. Wilson? Let her misunderstand. The last time I spoke to her, I told her I was widowed and being pressured to remarry, running off with my late husband's inheritance. She was shocked for quite some time. Remus nearly choked on his own saliva. It seemed he need not worry about Celia's gossiping issues. She would create her own rumors. Chapter 21. Harry's birthday. Harry desperately wished to feign ignorance. He did not want to acknowledge that Celia and Remus were conspiring to celebrate his birthday. He pretended not to see the boxes of fresh berries and whipped cream, the gift wrapping bags concealed in the cupboard, nor the birthday hats inscribed with happy birthday. Yet his pretense was not particularly successful. Whenever he encountered anything related to birthdays, he would rigidly turn away and distance himself, though his eyes would involuntarily drift back. Celia and Remus observed his reactions with amusement, chuckling once he ascended the stairs. How adorable. I had no idea children could be so charming. I wonder, was I ever this obvious when I tried to conceal things? Let me think. You were in first grade when we were still strangers. Celia had moved to England at 10 and left home to attend Hogwarts at 11. She struggled with her English in her first year, often mixing French and English in her assignments, earning her numerous reprimands from professors, which she stubbornly ignored. After a summer of hard work, she had finally caught up on her English. She had no recollection of Remus in her first year. It was only in the second year, when he accompanied James on their nightly escapades, that they had spoken after bumping into each other a few times. I do remember you in your first year, Remus chuckled. When the professor called on you, you would stand up and say, I am sorry, Professor, my English isn't good. I don't understand your question. And you kept repeating that for the entire academic year. What? Really? I don't remember that. Celia covered her face, finding it utterly dreadful. Not dreadful. All the professors adored you. Remus gazed at her with a smile. Who wouldn't he love Celia? She was forever radiant and vivacious. Whenever she appeared, she effortlessly captivated everyone's attention. It was only later that the scars of war diminished her smile. I am truly delighted to see Celia gradually returning to her former self. This was all thanks to that child, Harry Potter. On the evening of July 30th, Harry was distracted and retired to his room early. Tomorrow was his birthday, and many signs around the house indicated that Celia and Remus planned to celebrate it for him. Yet what if it were not for him? Even after inquiring with Remus and learning that Celia's birthday fell in May, and then asking Celia, he discovered that Remus's birthday was in March. Perhaps they were preparing to celebrate the birthday of the pear tree in the garden? All right, fine, it must be for me. Harry had received so little in the past, and he was merely a bit apprehensive. Before he realized it, He had fallen asleep. Remus silently pushed open the door, confirming that Harry was sound asleep. He cast a silencing charm before closing the door and waved to Celia. "Shall we begin?" They both picked up their wands and adorned the house. From the upper floors to the lower, they spent several hours arranging everything to achieve an aesthetically pleasing result. "Is this all right?" Celia asked hesitantly as she surveyed the surroundings. "It's perfect. He will love it," Remus replied. They both gazed at the streamers emblazoned with "Happy Birthday," falling into a contemplative silence. For a child's birthday, parents undoubtedly wish to be present. "Well, it's all done. Let us take a break," Celia said, her voice slightly strained. Remus nodded, following her lead. "Good night, Remus," Celia smiled at him as she ascended to the third floor. "Good night, Celia." Remus stood by the door, watching her figure vanish around the staircase. Once jovial friends, now only they remained, and it was a stroke of fortune that Celia was still alive, allowing them to find solace in each other as company. Harry's slumber was restless. As dawn broke, he opened his eyes. He climbed out of bed, tidying the sheets and pillow before washing up and sitting on the edge of his bed, gazing out at the sun that had just breached the horizon. A charming parrot-shaped alarm clock hung in the room, indicating it was still not yet 6 o'clock. Celia and Remus were surely still asleep, and he suppressed the urge to dash downstairs. He waited until the sun had risen high in the sky, finally unable to contain himself any longer, and stepped out of his bedroom. As he exited, he beheld the living room's festive decor, the ceiling adorned with colorful streamers, gently swaying in the air, and a banner with golden letters on a red background proclaiming a message. He read aloud, "Happy Birthday, Harry." From his room, he noticed balloons of various shapes and sizes floating from the ceiling, the staircase railing also decorated, and a carpet stretching from upstairs to downstairs. He reached up to grasp a balloon string, tugging it down. The words "Happy Birthday" were printed on it as well. As he released it, the balloon floated back up to the ceiling. He descended the staircase, surrounded by a vibrant display. The living room had been rearranged, with the sofa in a new position, covered in stuffed toys, and the central table piled high with gifts, forming a small hill. He stood there, momentarily stunned by the sight of the presents. "Oh, Harry, why are you up so early?" Celia called from the kitchen as she emerged upon hearing the commotion. Harry looked up at her, his lips moving silently. Celia approached him, bent down, gently tucked a strand of hair from his forehead behind his ear, and planted a soft kiss there. "Happy birthday, Harry." Thank you," Harry stammered, his mind momentarily blank. Celia's face then became slightly blurred as she expressed surprise, crouching down to remove his glasses. "Oh, darling, do not cry." Her fingers wiped away the large tears streaming from his green eyes. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Harry's sobs intensified. Celia enveloped him in her arms, continuously stroking his back, and soon she too began to whimper quietly. When Remus descended the stairs, he was greeted by the sight of the two of them in a tearful embrace. He paused, contemplating whether he should join them. Approaching, he first patted Celia on the back and handed her a tissue. Celia was in a pitiful state, her eyes red and nose pink, as she shyly accepted the tissue, turning away to wipe her tears. Remus then took Harry into his arms, lifting him effortlessly. He settled Harry in the crook of his arm, an unfamiliar sensation for Harry, who, feeling a bit bashful, forgot to continue crying and instead marveled at this newfound height. "All right, Harry, today is a day worth celebrating. On a joyful day, we should smile rather than weep, don't you agree?" Remus said, smiling down at him. "Happy birthday, Harry." Harry wiped his tears away with the back of his hand, nodding gently. Chapter 22, Harry's Birthday, Part 2. After indulging in a sumptuous breakfast, Harry, accompanied by Celia and Remus, began to unwrap his gifts. He had not anticipated receiving so many, most of which were from individuals he had never met. "Oh, this is from Sophia. She is my sister, and, it seems she wishes to cultivate your culinary skills. Apologies, it's a family tradition," Celia said with a resigned glance at the complete set of children's cooking utensils that Harry unwrapped. Harry was unperturbed. With enthusiasm, he declared, "I can learn to cook with you." The next gift was from Alphonse, his little brother, and upon revealing it, Harry exclaimed, "A game console. Dudley has one. But this is a newer model. This is from Aunt Patrice. Do you remember her? You greeted her during her last phone call," Celia continued. "She has a little sister named Eva, who is your goddaughter." Though Harry had only exchanged a couple of words with Patrice, he recalled it vividly. Celia's goddaughter. He felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought. Why wasn't Celia his godmother? Then they could live together seamlessly. Indeed, her family resides in faraway America. She can only send gifts through the postal service, Celia explained, clarifying why the gift's wrapping came from a London department store. Harry nodded in understanding. "Next time Aunt Patrice calls, I would like to thank her." Celia affectionately ruffled Harry's hair. A gift from Petunia also arrived, a pair of socks. "At least this time they're a new pair," Harry remarked optimistically, holding up the socks that seemed suited for Uncle Vernon's large feet. Previously, he had only received old socks, sometimes mismatched. Celia hadn't dared to contact other wizarding friends. Most of Harry's gifts were from her family, and they quickly unwrapped the remaining two. Harry opened the rectangular box from Remus, revealing 3 silvery hairs. Curiously, he picked them up. They were cool, soft yet resilient, exuding a sense of the sacred. "What is this?" he asked, captivated. Celia widened her eyes, nudging Remus with a pointed look, silently accusing him. "How could you give him this?" Remus gently explained. "I found these during my adventures. They are the shed hairs of a silver creature, which the locals say represents luck and blessings. I wanted to gift them to you, Harry." Harry carefully placed the hairs back into the box, closing it and cradling it in his arms, beaming at Remus. "Thank you, Remus, I really like it." He then turned to the last gift from Celia, a small box no larger than the palm of his hand. Upon opening it, he discovered a golden orb the size of his thumb, adorned with incomprehensible engravings that seemed to shimmer with an inner light, though upon closer inspection, it was merely an illusion. Remus raised an eyebrow, glancing at Celia. "This is a type of lucky charm popular in France," Celia said, her heart racing. "I could weave it into a piece of jewelry. How about a little pendant to hang on your backpack? Could we make it a bracelet?" Harry immediately asked. "A pendant could be easily damaged. A bracelet I can hide under my clothing." "Of course," Celia replied, taking the small charm and preparing to craft a bracelet right away. Remus requested to borrow his gift back from Harry, asking Celia to incorporate one of the hairs into the bracelet. They exchanged gifts, one presenting a strand of unicorn hair and the other offering an alchemical product inscribed with defensive charms, both treasures from the magical realm, thus neither could claim superiority. Celia skillfully wove an adjustable bracelet from the unicorn hair and silver thread, while Remus cast a transformation spell along with an oblivious charm for muggles, rendering the bracelet an ordinary accessory in the eyes of those without magic. When Harry donned it, the bracelet fit perfectly, adjusting seamlessly to his wrist without any discomfort. As if he wore nothing at all, he adapted to it instantly. At noon, they shared a lavish birthday feast accompanied by a splendid birthday cake. In the afternoon, Remus and Celia took Harry to the cinema, and in the evening, they dined at a beautifully adorned restaurant. Harry felt that nothing could surpass this splendid birthday. As August unfolded, time seemed to accelerate. Remus bid them farewell to seek suitable shops in Diagon Alley, while Celia busied herself with preparations for the school year, arranging gifts for her colleagues, packing her belongings, and finalizing the lesson plans that Remus had already drafted. During her flurry of activity, Harry occupied himself with homework or toys. Whenever Celia found a moment to spare, they would venture outside hand in hand for some fresh air. Before long, mid-August arrived, bringing a palpable shift in the household's atmosphere. Celia began to venture out frequently, occasionally enlisting Remus to look after Harry for a few hours. Upon her return, she often appeared weary, spending longer periods lost in thought at home. Meanwhile, the thought of returning to the Dursleys filled Harry with a heavy dread, as he realized he would not see Celia for several months, making it difficult for him to eat. Despite their reluctance, the time for parting approached. The night before sending Harry back to the Dursleys, both struggled to find rest. Harry tossed and turned in bed, fervently wishing to remain in the present, to escape the inevitability of tomorrow. Celia, meanwhile, gulped down wine while checking off tasks on her list. In recent days, she had finalized arrangements with Remus regarding a shop in a secluded corner of Diagon Alley. Due to its less favorable location and modest size, the rent was affordable. She named it the Alchemist's Nook, moving a plethora of alchemical items there, and the space felt much tidier afterward. Then there was the matter of Harry. She worried about him reverting to his previous life after her departure. She arranged meetings with the headmaster and several teachers at Harry's school, presenting small gifts and leaving her contact information, requesting they keep an eye on him. Certainly, such matters were best kept from the child. She exchanged some pounds at Gringotts and crafted a small wallet that only Harry could open, ensuring he had a bit of pocket money. Lastly, she visited the Dursleys, informing them of her new teaching position at Hogwarts and that she would not be able to take Harry to her home weekly before Christmas, hoping they would uphold their promise to treat him kindly. Of course, she subtly hinted at a threat, while she wouldn't be able to return often. Her temperamental wizard friend Remus would occasionally check in on Harry. Petunia nearly fainted at her words. Celia poured herself another glass and reflected on Petunia's earlier words. Indeed, to achieve her goals, she could be ruthless, capable of wielding threats. She rested her head on the table, feeling as though everything had been meticulously arranged. Yet, despite all this, she did not want to part from Harry. Chapter 23. Returning to Hogwarts, the alarm clock rang. Celia grumbled as she silenced it, then took a shower and downed a vial of invigorating potion, feeling remarkably alert. With a flick of her wand, she made the empty bottles in her room vanish. She descended the stairs to prepare Harry's final breakfast before Christmas. Celia, You're an adult now. You must be strong, she reminded herself, albeit with little success. After breakfast, while helping Harry with his luggage, she found herself rambling about the precautions he should take upon returning home. In the midst of her chatter, tears began to flow. Harry pulled a chair in front of her, climbed up, and gently wiped her tears, proclaiming with the earnestness of a little adult, "Don't worry about me, Celia. I'll be fine. You take care of yourself, okay?" He had wanted to cry himself, but seeing Celia's sorrow, he felt compelled to comfort her. His words made it difficult for her to continue weeping. After all, it was hardly proper for a child to console an adult. She wiped her tears, handed Harry the small wallet, saying, "This is your pocket money. If you ever feel hungry, buy yourself something to eat. Don't let yourself go hungry." Looking at Harry, she noticed the significant changes he had undergone under her care. His once gaunt face had filled out, and he had grown taller. "I want to be able to answer calls from my side. If any urgent issues arise, just call Remus. He'll come to you quickly. This is my address. Please write to me, all right? If you're unsure how to send a letter, just ask your teachers, Ms. McGonagall or Ms. Sally. I've spoken to them. If I'm not too busy with work, I'll come back to see you." Harry shook his head, continuing to reassure her. "You don't have to think about coming back all the time. It's so far away, I can manage." He had checked. It took 10 hours to travel from London to the Scottish Highlands, nearly a whole day, with transfers and expensive tickets. If he expressed how much he missed Celia, she would undoubtedly find a way to return, which would be exhausting for her. He had thought it through the previous night. They would only be apart for 4 months, after which Christmas break would arrive. His memories of life with the Dursleys were not fond. Days passed monotonously. Now, however, he had a plethora of delightful memories to cherish. He could spend a week reminiscing about their trip to the amusement park, another week savoring the taste of the lamb chop Celia had made, and yet another week recalling their strawberry-picking adventures. Week after week, the 4 months would pass swiftly. Celia felt tears welling up again, but managed to hold them back. Smiling at Harry, "Let us keep in touch through letters. You need to learn more words." Harry recalled how he had struggled with spelling during his recent homework, flushing with embarrassment as he nodded. Celia escorted Harry back to the Dursleys, waiting until he ascended the stairs and waved from his room's window before she drove away. Returning home, she surveyed the suddenly desolate house, aware it would remain so for quite some time. She tidied up the ingredients in the fridge and let the cat into its cage in the attic. With her belongings packed, she prepared to leave home. With too much to carry, other forms of transportation were inconvenient, so she opted for the night bus. Casting a disillusionment charm, she raised her wand at the roadside. Before long, with a loud bang, a bus materialized before her. "Good afternoon, madam. Where to?" the conductor inquired, cheerfully lifting Celia's luggage and the owl cage. "Hogsmeade, thank you," she replied, handing him 11 sickles. She boarded the bus and quickly found an empty seat, throwing herself into it just before the bus set off. Her timing was impeccable, but the bus's jolt still sent her head crashing against the pillow, causing her insides to lurch. Celia felt a wave of nausea. After all these years, the night bus still made her feel unwell. By the time they finally reached Hogsmeade, she was feeling quite dizzy. The ticket attendant warmly assisted her in retrieving her luggage, exclaiming, "Beautiful lady, we eagerly await your next journey aboard the night bus." Celia mumbled her thanks, "No need." As the night bus departed, she stood still for a moment, allowing the discomfort to dissipate entirely before making her way toward the gates of Hogwarts. She levitated her luggage and released Ruka, walking while observing her surroundings. Hogsmeade appeared unchanged, and the distant Hogwarts castle seemed to remain exactly as it always had. They stood timeless upon this land, welcoming and bidding farewell to generation after generation of students. The gates of Hogwarts gradually came into view, partially ajar, with an unusually tall man sporting unruly hair and a beard standing at the entrance. Straining to peer in their direction, Celia's eyes brightened, and she jogged over. "Hagrid," she called. She rushed into the embrace of the bear-like man, her hands barely able to grasp the sides of his garment as he warmly returned the hug, his large hand patting her back with such force that she felt her bones creak. All right, let go of me. I can't breathe," she managed to say, tapping Hagrid insistently. Oblivious to her furrowed brow, Hagrid released her, his eyes glistening with tears beneath his tousled hair and beard. "Oh, Celia, you look just the same as before." Celia discreetly cast a healing charm behind her back, feeling the pain in her bones ease before responding with a composed demeanor. "You haven't changed at all, Hagrid. Professor Dumbledore mentioned you were arriving soon, so I came to fetch you," Hagrid said, still teary-eyed. Just then, her luggage floated over, which he promptly lifted. "Let us head back to the castle. Dumbledore is waiting for you there." A carriage awaited behind the gates. As Hagrid hoisted her luggage aboard, Celia silently observed the horse at the front. It was a creature of pure black, its skin clinging to its skeletal frame, with enormous black wings that appeared quite fearsome. Celia recognized what they were. Thestrals, visible only to those who had witnessed death. During her 7 years at school, she had never seen their true form. Each time, she had only glimpsed the empty space before the carriage, with the reins mysteriously suspended in midair. She recalled how James and Sirius had once attempted to climb atop, only to find nothing there, fumbling in the air until a Thestral had kicked them, leading to their defeat. They had been scolded by the head boy at the time. Limping back to the carriage, this memory caused Celia to chuckle, and she paused, realizing that her emotions were genuinely filled with joy. "You can board now, Celia," Hagrid called. She climbed into the carriage, smiling at the shimmering surface of the black lake under the sunlight. "It's good to be back, Hogwarts. Perhaps returning here is a splendid decision." Chapter 24, The Alchemy Classroom. Hagrid recounted his perspective on Celia's story. "At the time, we all thought you were dead. I nearly soaked my pillow with tears. Celia, such a wonderful person," he reminisced, tears streaming down his face once more. "The atmosphere was tense. There was no funeral. And whenever your name came up, we all cried together." He started to blow his nose vigorously. Celia patted his arm, comforting him. "It's all right. I'm not dead after all. Then a few years ago, your news appeared in the papers, and we rushed to ask Professor Dumbledore if it was true. When he confirmed it, what joyous news it was. Our Celia hadn't perished, and was living well. I immediately bought the finest wine and invited a few professors to celebrate. We all got drunk." Hagrid chuckled, recalling how Professor Flitwick had drunkenly cried while clutching a wand. "The Daily Prophet ran your story for a week straight because you were about to reveal your research patent. When I went out for drinks, everyone in Hogsmeade was discussing you. What a magnificent invention. What a remarkable act. Just think, Celia, the alchemical tools you invented can resist fatal injuries. Even Dumbledore praised you." Celia felt her cheeks flush. While she had faced some opposition when considering the public revelation, she believed that the purpose of defense was to protect people. After all, monopolizing it for profit would not truly safeguard anyone. "I've kept your little garden for you, growing some vegetables. It hasn't gone to waste," Hagrid added. "Thank you, Hagrid. I appreciate it," Celia replied gratefully. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. "It's a small matter. If you want to plant anything else, I can turn the soil for you. We'll see. I still have lessons to teach, and it's not as easy as it was in our student days," Celia remarked, though she knew her enthusiasm had waned. "Indeed, you'll be a professor now. You'll surely be an excellent one," Hagrid said cheerfully. "Certainly the most popular professor. Enough of the flattery. You're making me blush. Oh, we've arrived. Look, there's Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid pointed out the window. The carriage halted beside the Forbidden Forest, and Celia looked in the direction he indicated. The tall, slender Dumbledore stood before the massive oak doors, clad in a blue wizarding robe adorned with stars, smiling warmly at them. "Go on, your luggage will be sent to your dormitory shortly," Hagrid waved her off. As Celia disembarked the carriage and walked toward the castle doors, Dumbledore inquired, "How does it feel to be back at Hogwarts, Celia?" Celia beamed at him. "I'm very happy, sir." Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled. "Let me show you to your office." As they walked into the castle, he noted, "You appear to be in much better spirits than a few months ago." "Yes, I am," Celia acknowledged her transformation. "You wouldn't blame me for spending too much time with that boy, would you, sir?" Dumbledore feigned disappointment. "Ah, what can I do? I've never been able to resist you." Celia grinned, knowing he meant no offense. The alchemy classroom she had occupied during her studies was in a corner on the 4th floor of the main castle. Dumbledore had prepared a new classroom for her on the 2nd floor. "I figured you would desire a private space for your experiments. So I found an empty classroom on the 2nd floor and transformed it into a layout featuring a classroom outside and a laboratory inside, with an adjacent office and dormitory suite." Dumbledore led her to a double walnut archway and opened the door. Celia peered inside but instinctively stepped back, surveying her surroundings. She was indeed in Hogwarts Castle on the 2nd floor, yet why did it gleam so brilliantly? Hogwarts had been established for nearly a millennium, possessing a rich historical ambience, which meant some areas appeared slightly worn. However, the classroom within could only be described as dazzling. It boasted a grand vaulted ceiling, with the stained glass windows, curtains, desks, and floor all impeccably clean, reflecting light flawlessly. Celia was utterly astounded. "Did you have it specially renovated?" Dumbledore seemed amused by her reaction, chuckling. "Not I, but the house elves of Hogwarts." Celia exhibited a look of inquiry. "I had instructed them to tidy up your office, and upon discovering it was for Miss Celia Duran, they all vied for the honor with fervor, resulting in quite the fray. Ultimately, I had no choice but to allow them to clean for you in turns. However, with over 100 little sprites tending to it, one could imagine the castle walls would be thinned by 5 feet. Thus, I had them separate, each attending to your office, bedroom, and classroom. In all my years at Hogwarts, it was the first time I had seen the bricks in such a hue." Celia gazed around the sparkling classroom, her feelings transformed entirely. Her eyes glistened with warmth. Thankfully, I remembered to bring them gifts, or I would have felt exceedingly embarrassed. Dumbledore's smile deepened, and I mused that it was precisely because you remembered to bring them gifts that they hold such affection for you. Celia felt she had received an excess of compliments today. Bashfully, she redirected the conversation. Shall we have a cup of tea in my office? Dumbledore escorted her to her office, conveniently located next to the classroom, which remained impeccably tidy to the point of inducing embarrassment. Celia almost wished to change into slippers before entering. Her luggage was already placed inside, and she invited Dumbledore to take a seat while she rummaged through her belongings for some snacks and a tea set, Muggle honey floral tea. She opened a box of tea bags and placed one into the cup. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore filled the cup with hot water. Inhaling deeply as he remarked, "It smells delightful." Celia arranged the snacks and sat before him. "Professor Dumbledore, I wish to discuss Harry." As always. She delved straight into the matter. Dumbledore's expression turned nostalgic, recalling the countless times Celia had rushed to his office with tea and treats. Placing her offerings on the table, she would automatically seat herself, launching into topics such as, "Professor Dumbledore, I need to discuss the kitchen reforms," or "Professor Dumbledore, I wish to talk about acquiring foreign books for the library," or "Professor Dumbledore, I need to discuss examinations." If he was too busy to listen, she would persistently return time and again until her purpose was fulfilled or it became evident that it could not be achieved. "What do you wish to say, Celia?" Dumbledore inquired, gazing at her. From her childhood through her teenage years to adulthood, she had repeatedly sat across from him, articulating her thoughts. Celia cleared her throat. "I believe it is time for Harry to learn about the magical world. He will discover it when he receives his Hogwarts acceptance letter at the age of 11. Dumbledore replied gently, "Indeed, but he needs to know it now." "Why?" "Because he cannot be without me. I can visit him from time to time, but I cannot explain how to return from the Scottish Highlands to London in such a short span using Muggle means." Dumbledore smiled subtly as he regarded her. "Is it he who cannot be without you, or you who cannot be without him?" Celia hung her head, conceding, "I must admit, it is I who cannot do without him." Chapter 25, Snape. "This floral tea is delightful." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow after taking a sip, turning his attention back to Celia. "Celia, I comprehend your desire to shield Harry from the burdens of fame, especially after spending 7 years in semi-seclusion in France, experiencing the healing nature of a pure-hearted child. Yet, you have returned to Hogwarts, and your future students shall offer you a similar solace." Celia longed to argue that it was different, but as one poised to become a teacher, how could she adopt such a stance? Thus, she remained silent. "You are aware of Harry's immense fame within the magical realm. An early return would subject him to undue adulation, which could cloud his judgment," Dumbledore stated solemnly. Celia understood this wisdom, responding weakly. Only someone as brazen as James could announce the arrival of the chosen one with a trumpet, while Harry could never do such a thing. She met Dumbledore's gaze, and they both chuckled. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled. "If it were James, he might even have me pave the way for him. With such a father figure." "Your concerns are not without merit," Celia sighed. Even she had anticipated encountering a little James upon meeting Harry, only to realize how vastly different they truly were. "In truth, there is another reason, Celia," Dumbledore continued. "I wish for Harry to grow up in the Muggle world because of wizards like you, who come from Muggle origins. Your ideals of equality, optimism, and scholarly diligence are rare. Such admirable qualities may indeed be cultivated in a Muggle environment." Celia felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at his praise. She raised her hand to touch her head, feigning confusion. "Why do I seem to be wearing such a tall hat?" Dumbledore mischievously winked at her. "You are my most brilliant student." At that moment, Celia's face turned crimson. "Professor Dumbledore, I only received 5 OWLs. Hardly a testament to brilliance. Yet he declared her the most astute." "Speaking of OWLs, Minerva inquired about your return to teach and wondered why someone could achieve outstanding in all subjects except transfiguration. Was there something amiss with her teaching methods?" Celia gazed at Dumbledore, her heart sinking, pondering who could that someone be. Surely not Celia Duran. How perplexing. "Professor Dumbledore, I shall have no face to present to Professor McGonagall." Dumbledore chuckled as he poured himself more hot water. "Is transfiguration truly that challenging? I would think it quite simple if I were only to transform kitchen utensils." Celia muttered softly. At that moment, Dumbledore turned his gaze behind her, smiling. You have arrived, Severus." "Headmaster," came a low, hissing voice from behind. Celia froze, straightening her posture as if her body were an antiquated machine, slowly pivoting backward. Returning to school, one naturally encounters beloved professors and friends, as well as those less favored. Celia fully turned to face the person behind her, clad in black robes, with a sallow complexion, a hawk-like nose, and hair that today appeared clean and smooth. Those brooding eyes were fixed intently upon Celia. They shared a moment of silence, gazing at one another. Dumbledore observed their interaction with keen interest. Shall I introduce you both? Severus's thin lips curled in a cold smirk. Headmaster, what sort of individuals do you employ? Celia thought, for someone like you, a Death Eater. An empty-headed fool. Severus's retort remained unspoken as Celia rose from her seat. Determined not to allow Severus to further vex her, she decided to first vex him. She swiftly approached and embraced Severus, who stood as if petrified, his usual disdainful gaze now wide with astonishment. Celia cheerfully exclaimed, Merlin, it is Severus. Your transformation is remarkable. I almost failed to recognize you. Dumbledore chuckled merrily. Come, sit down for tea. We are old classmates. Let us reminisce. Celia flashed Severus a saccharine smile. Severus even took a step back. Celia felt that if she were to endure one more nauseating remark, she might just take flight with bat-like wings. Dumbledore spoke. Severus, I would like you to examine Celia's scar and determine if potions could heal it. Celia gazed at Dumbledore in shock. He had not forewarned her. Professor, my wound has healed. Dumbledore shook his head at her insistence, urging him to take a look. Celia, not one to shy away from the situation, rolled up her sleeve and extended her arm towards Snape. Snape reached out and grasped her exposed arm, scrutinizing the scar that marred her skin. A testament to dark magic's cruelty. Celia spoke calmly. Of course, I recall who inflicted it. I believe his name was Evan Rosier. Do you remember him? He was your classmate, was he not? But I did manage to blow him up. Snape's grip tightened, his cold fingers sinking into her skin as he abruptly lifted his gaze, his dark eyes blazing with fury. Celia offered him a faint smile. What's the matter? Wasn't he Evan Rosier your dear friend from school? Weren't you inseparable in your little dark magic circle? Celia, Dumbledore called her name with a calm authority. She retracted her mocking smile and lowered her eyes, her expression becoming inscrutable. Snape continued to grip her arm tightly, yet she felt no pain. For a considerable time. Even the slightest brush against her scar would bring her to tears, but now, after healing, her arm felt nearly devoid of sensation. She surmised that as long as it wasn't severed, she wouldn't feel much at all. Dumbledore approached and stood beside Snape, both of them peering down at her arm, at which point Snape released his hold. I don't possess many effective remedies, he said, his voice slightly hoarse. Dumbledore remarked. Any alleviation would be beneficial. Your arm no longer possesses the same sensitivity, does it? He turned to Celia. Fortunately, it's my left arm. Aside from the fact that it doesn't look great in a sleeveless dress, it has little other impact, Celia replied as she lowered her sleeve, adding nonchalantly. Though some do say I appear quite unique. Dumbledore's expression remained stern despite her playful banter. I implore you, Severus. Snape nodded, not casting another glance at Celia as he turned to depart. Severus has reformed, Celia. I have great faith in him, and I hope you can too. Dumbledore spoke gently. I do not comprehend your trust in him. He is yes, I know, Dumbledore interrupted her. One must always extend a chance to those who have erred, mustn't they? Celia turned away in frustration. Her disdain for all Death Eaters was equal. They had tormented countless innocent muggles, taken her friends and family from her, severed Gabriel's arm, and left her with a lifetime of scars. Please be a bit kinder to him, will you? Dumbledore urged patiently. Celia found herself unable to refuse Dumbledore's requests. As long as he is kind to me, I shall be. Dumbledore smiled. Of course, I assure you of that. Chapter 26, House Elves. Dumbledore departed, granting Celia time to pack her belongings. She opened her trunk and allowed its contents to float out one by one, arranging them in their proper places. During this time, Professor Sprout, McGonagall, and Flitwick came to check on her. Upon seeing her busy with her preparations, they chose not to intrude further. Celia tidied her dormitory, placing all the alchemical materials she had brought into the laboratory, a significant undertaking. She then entered her alchemy classroom and sketched a simple floor plan on parchment. The Marauders had once created a map during their schooling that displayed Hogwarts' secret passages and tracked everyone's location. They had shown it to Celia. She had initially considered making one herself, but upon learning of the intricate processes and spells required, she promptly abandoned the idea. Since accepting her teaching position, she had recalled that Marauder's map and decided to create a simplified version that would only track those entering the alchemy classroom, allowing her to take attendance and call on students with a mere glance at their names. After completing her drawing, she went to the Ollery, found Rook, and asked him to send the map to Remus. Remus would assist her in enchanting it to become Celia's map. Having dispatched her letter, night had fallen. Today was the day for faculty registration, and everyone would gather in the great hall for dinner. Upon her arrival, the tables of the four houses had been moved against the walls, with a long table set in the center, already occupied by numerous staff members. Most were familiar faces from her past, while a few were strangers. She embraced and greeted the old acquaintances warmly. Celia, let me introduce you. Dumbledore beckoned her over. This is Professor Sybil Trelawney, who teaches divination. And this is Professor Quirinus Quirrell, who teaches Muggle studies, and like you, is a new professor this year. And this is Celia Dillon, who will be teaching alchemy. Professor Trelawney was a slender, middle-aged woman, adorned with oversized glasses and countless beads, bracelets, and rings strung around her neck and arms, giving her a distinctive appearance. Professor Quirrell was a pale young man whom Celia found strangely familiar. She first extended her hand to Professor Trelawney. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Your bracelets are beautiful." Trelawney reached out, almost pinching Celia's fingertips, and shuddered, retracting her hand. "I fear you lack the gift of second sight, dear." Celia, perplexed, was about to inquire further when she noticed Professor Sprout winking at her, prompting her to smile and say, "That sounds quite unfortunate." Turning to Quirrell, she extended her hand again. "Hello, I remember you. You were a Ravenclaw student 4 years below me, weren't you?" Quirrell grasped her hands with both of his, trembling slightly as he replied, Yes, it's you. Senior Duran. I never expected to see you again. We'll be colleagues from now on." Celia smiled warmly. "Let us just call each other by our names, shall we?" "All right. Yes, Celia," Quirrell stammered, trembling even more. Just then, Celia spotted Snape entering the hall and took the opportunity to distance herself from Quirrell, who seemed on the verge of fainting. Remembering her promise to Dumbledore to be kind to Snape, she directed a strained smile his way. "Good evening, Severus." Snape's lips twitched, as if he wished to utter something, but Dumbledore happened to glance over, causing Snape's mouth to curl in a reluctant semblance of a smile. "Good evening, Celia." The very sound of her name seemed to cause him discomfort, as though he had swallowed a slug. "Now that we are all present, let us take our seats," Dumbledore announced after Hagrid entered the hall. Celia settled between Professors Sprout and McGonagall. Dumbledore stood at the head of the table, his face beaming with joy. "The new academic year is upon us, and we welcome new professors as well as the return of old friends. All I wish to say is, welcome, and let us eat." He lifted his spoon and tapped it against his plate. In an instant, a lavish dinner appeared on the once empty table. The spread was beyond sumptuous, as if the finest delicacies from around the world had been summoned, each dish exquisitely garnished. "Oh!" Dumbledore exclaimed, blinking in astonishment. "It seems the house elves have updated their menu." After taking his seat, he raised his glass towards Celia, silently expressing his gratitude. The two professors beside Celia noticed her presence. Professor Sprout chuckled lightly, while the typically stern Professor McGonagall pursed her lips in amusement. Both raised their glasses to toast with Celia, who clinked her glass with theirs. As she gazed at the Wellington steak and escargots before her, she resolved not to wait until the morrow. After dinner, she would promptly venture to the kitchen to meet her beloved house elf friends. Once satiated, Celia departed the hall and returned to her dormitory to retrieve gifts for the elves. She navigated her way to the kitchen in the basement with ease. Throughout her 7 years at Hogwarts, this locale had been her second home, as Patricia affectionately dubbed it, aside from her own dormitory. She scratched the pair depicted in the painting, gripped the handle that appeared, and pushed the door open. The first house elf to spot her let out a piercing shriek. "Miss Celia Dillon is back." This was soon followed by a cacophony of jubilant exclamations. "Miss Celia Dillon. Miss Celia Dillon has arrived." Celia was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the nostalgia of the moment. The once spacious kitchen quickly filled with a throng of elves, some so excited they burst into tears. Raising her voice, she commanded, "Silence." At her word, the kitchen fell into an uncanny hush, as if silenced by a spell. "It has been too long," she smiled at the house elves. "Professor Dumbledore informed me of your efforts in tidying my room and providing such a sumptuous welcome dinner. I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude." She quickly added, "Quiet," before the elves could erupt into tears again. "I have brought you gifts." She hurriedly produced a small badge. The silver badge, adorned with the Hogwarts crest, bore the inscription Hogwarts at the top, house elves at the bottom, and a blank line in the center for the elves' names to be engraved. The house elves, who bore a striking resemblance to one another, elicited her to recognize only a few after years of companionship. She had planned to create name tags for them before her return. As anticipated, upon her announcement, the elves' excitement surged. "Miss Celia Dillon has brought us gifts." Their jubilant shouts were uncontainable, prompting Celia to cast a sonorous charm upon herself. "Stop." With great effort, she managed to quell the enthusiastic elves and organized them into a line, engraving their names upon the badges one by one. "Coco," called out one elf. "Thank you so much, generous Miss Celia." She inquired about each elf's name, inscribing them with magic onto the badges before presenting them. This process, though lengthy, succeeded in calming the exuberant elves. At last, every elf possessed their own badge. Celia then revealed the badge's second purpose. When you hold the badge and call out your companion's names 3 times, you can communicate over distances. She demonstrated this with 2 elves. However, this function only worked within the confines of Hogwarts, rendering it ineffective outside the castle. After soothing the elves once more, she glanced into her pocket and discovered she had 4 badges remaining. During her time at Hogwarts, she had counted 127 house elves, leading her to craft 130 badges to accommodate any new arrivals. "Is there anyone without a badge?" she inquired aloud, sensing one elf had yet to claim theirs. Suddenly, a timid elf spoke up. "Miss Celia Ding-Dong passed away last year." Celia's mouth fell open. "Oh, I did not know." Other elves chimed in. "Ding-Dong died of old age. He lived a long life." Before he passed, Ding-Dong asked Professor Dumbledore for a burial plot. How audacious of him to desire his own grave. Celia inquired, "Where was he buried?" "Ding-Dong is interred in the Forbidden Forest, miss," replied the first elf, who was likely a female named Dyra. "Dyra, could you take me to see it?" "It would be my honor, Miss Celia," Dyra responded, receiving envious glances from the other elves as she accepted her task. She led Celia to Ding-Dong's resting place, located on a small mound not far within the Forbidden Forest. There stood a small stone grave marker inscribed with the words, "Here lies Ding-Dong, the house elf of Hogwarts." The unique swirling script was unmistakably the work of Dumbledore. Celia engraved Ding-Dong's name upon the badge and buried it in the earth before his grave. "You can see Miss Celia's little vegetable garden from here," Dyra suddenly pointed out. Celia turned to follow her gaze. Amidst the towering trees of the Forbidden Forest, a narrow gap allowed her to glimpse Hagrid's hut, and, just beyond, the small garden that had once belonged to her. There, she had tended to her plants, watered them, harvested, and even tossed mud at the troublesome James and Sirius. Ding-Dong wished to be buried where he could see Miss Celia, Dyra added, expressing her own desire to be interred in the same spot someday. Celia found herself at a loss for words, unable to recall what the elf Ding-Dong had looked like. "Should you require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask, Dyra." Dyra bowed to her and vanished with a soft pop. "Isn't it touching?" Dumbledore emerged from the moonlight. Celia murmured, "But I have done nothing. I merely commanded them to prepare meals for me." "Not at all. There was a time I feared you intended to lead all the house elves of Hogwarts away." Dumbledore stood beside her, hands clasped before him, gazing towards the garden. "I cherish such stories, where kindness is bestowed and, in due time, returned. I hope you relish your Hogwarts life once more, Celia." "I believe I shall, sir." Celia enjoyed an unexpectedly restful sleep on her first night back at Hogwarts, forgoing even a drop of wine to aid her slumber. The following day, a significant endeavor awaited her, distributing gifts to her colleagues. Her colleagues' offices were scattered throughout the castle. Mrs. Hooch and Filch resided on the first floor. When Celia presented Filch with his gift, he hesitated to accept it. "Oh, is this for me?" he confirmed, astonished. "Indeed, and there's one for Mrs. Norris as well. I hope you both will enjoy the specially made cat food." Celia smiled as she handed him the gift. Previously, James had been perplexed as to why. Despite being fellow night owls, Filch never sought to capture Celia. Certainly, it was due to her ingratiating herself with Mrs. Norris, who often called Filch away just before he might have caught her. She crouched down to scratch Mrs. Norris beneath her chin. "Come find me after you've eaten, all right?" When Mrs. Norris first arrived at Hogwarts, she was merely a kitten, barely weaned, but now she had matured and regarded Celia lazily with a soft meow. Celia bid farewell to Filch and resolutely ascended the stairs, seeking out Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey to reminisce. Having lingered a little too long with Professor Sprout, they shared a delightful lunch together. Professor Sprout, the head of Celia's department, had always held a fondness for her, having been invited to Celia's home in the past, where she inquired about the well-being of her family. Reminiscing about old times, they both shed a few tears. In the afternoon, Celia ascended to the 8th floor again to deliver gifts to Professors Flitwick and Dumbledore, whose offices were situated in different towers, exhausting her considerably. It took her quite some time to locate Professor Quirrell's office, and upon delivering the gifts, she did not linger, as Quirrell began to tremble once more. It took even longer for her to find Professor Trelawney's office, which was cleverly concealed behind a trapdoor. Celia climbed up and knocked on the door. After a short wait, Trelawney emerged, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Celia. "Hello, Sybil. I came to have a little chat with you." "Oh, please come in," Trelawney said, somewhat dazed, inviting Celia inside. Celia surveyed the classroom with keen interest. It resembled a quaint tea house, furnished with armchairs, small tables, and cushions, suffused with a rich aroma. "It looks lovely. I hope you don't mind that I brought my own refreshments?" she inquired as she settled into a chair of her favorite color. Trelawney seemed taken aback by Celia's familiarity and sat down tentatively, shaking her head. Celia began to unpack her belongings, revealing exquisite pastries, elegant teaware, and an assortment of tea bags. "Would you mind if they are Muggle tea bags?" she asked. Trelawney gasped dramatically, retreating a few steps and shaking her head. "Contact with the mundane will taint my inner sight." Celia raised an eyebrow and amicably switched to wizarding tea leaves, pouring hot water into her cup. I've put it away. Please do have a seat again. Trelawney gracefully returned to her chair, her eyes occasionally darting towards Celia, uncertain of her visitor's intent. Celia, taking the lead, encouraged her to enjoy the treats and the tea. I have always been fascinated by divination. It is indeed a mysterious discipline. Trelawney nodded modestly. Divination is the most profound of magical arts. I fear that mastering it requires a certain innate talent. I have heard you have made genuine prophecies. Trelawney shot her an annoyed glance. I often make authentic prophecies, my dear. Celia leaned closer to her. Could you share one with me? Chapter 28, The Outdated Castle. Trelawney, in her mystical manner, recounted several of her prophecies, while Celia persistently probed for details. When Trelawney appeared to be on the verge of breaking down, she ceased her prophetic musings, anxious to have Celia leave. I have nothing more to say. I have already revealed too much, Trelawney said, her expression glum. It has been a pleasure conversing with you. I shall come again for tea when I have the time, Celia replied, retrieving a gift from her pocket. This is for you. I believe we shall conclude our meeting here. Farewell, Sybil. Celia exited the divination classroom. As she made her way to her office, she couldn't discern any exceptional quality in Trelawney, despite the fact that she had foretold the deaths of James and Lily. Upon returning to her office, her mood soured further when she encountered an unexpected visitor. She tossed her bag onto the desk and strode toward the interior, retrieving a bottle of whiskey. I would have thought Miss Dillon not only had a poor memory but also failing eyesight, completely oblivious to the fact that a living person stands before her. Snape squinted, suppressing his anger. Please, have a seat. Celia gestured toward the guest chair, raising the bottle in her hand. Care for a drink? It seems our new potions professor has a penchant for excessive drinking, Snape remarked quietly. Celia ignored him, summoned a glass, uncorked the bottle, and filled it generously. She took a large sip, exclaiming, Severus, Severus, the headmaster is not here. Let us drop the pretense. We both know what we are. Clearly. Snape retorted as he sat before her, sarcastically adding, a considerable number of people remain unaware of how selfish, vile, and terrible the beloved, enthusiastic, lively, and innocent Celia Dillon truly is. Celia swirled her glass, unfazed by Snape's words. In her eyes, Snape bore a resemblance to Petunia, both bristling like hedgehogs, venting their emotions through hysteria or sarcasm, concealing their true selves. One must delve beyond their sharp exteriors to grasp their genuine expressions. As for whether one can witness their softness after peeling away the quills, who knows? Perhaps one must endure a few pricks first. Now, she found it difficult to comprehend her former self. In her youth, she had been remarkably foolish, willingly indulging both of them. Indeed, who possesses your discerning eye, Severus? Celia said nonchalantly. She took another hearty swig of her drink, this time pouring a bit too liberally, causing the liquid to splash onto her face, trickling down her delicate chin and slender neck, seeping into her collar. Her lips stained a vibrant red, and her cerulean eyes clouded with a haze. Snape turned his face away, unable to endure the sight. So what brings you here? Celia inquired. If your alcohol-soaked brain retains yesterday's memories. Headmaster Dumbledore has requested that I attempt to concoct a potion to address certain issues, Snape said, glancing at Celia, who just licked her lips, prompting him to avert his gaze once more. Eliminate unnecessary adjectives and prefixes, extract the key points. Celia raised an eyebrow. Oh, you are already prepared? Snape produced a bottle of viscous, eerily glowing potion, placing it on the table before her. Celia set her glass aside and examined the potion bottle. Must I drink it now? Will the alcohol affect its efficacy? I am surprised Professor Dillon is considering the impact of alcohol. The way you drink suggests you have been marinated, he replied dryly. Extracting the key points, that implies it does not affect. Celia uncorked the potion, pinching her nose with one hand while pouring the entire bottle into her mouth with the other. The potion was beyond merely unpleasant. Consuming it felt akin to having someone pound fiercely on her crown, her face contorting in agony as she finished, desperately suppressing the urge to vomit. Yet, she couldn't help but retch several times. Snape watched her reaction with a hint of schadenfreude, his previously gloomy demeanor brightening slightly. Could you not, brew something palatable? Celia exclaimed, extracting candies from her pocket, stuffing several into her mouth, attempting to mask the nauseating taste. I am not a chef, Snape replied. I shall return next week. Having said that, he turned to leave, his robes swirling, but Celia summoned a gift, sending it flying toward him. Severus, a parting gift, she called. Snape raised his hand to catch the gift, letting out a huff, casting a glance at Celia before departing with an inscrutable expression. Celia felt a twinge of nausea, losing her appetite for dinner. She calculated how many more gifts she had yet to deliver. Planning to visit Professor Kettleburn for the care of magical creatures class the following day, as he was not in his office today. In the afternoon, she intended to seek out Hagrid, check on her little vegetable garden, and later join him for a drink in Hogsmeade. Ah yes, and the proprietors of Hogsmeade. She wondered if those familiar faces were still operating their shops. She hurriedly rummaged through her luggage, checking whether she had enough gifts. Fortunately, she had prepared an abundance of assorted trinkets suitable for presents. Once she had organized the gifts in her bedroom, Celia returned to the office and noticed a half-full glass of wine resting on the table. She picked it up, hesitated for a moment, and then poured the remaining liquid down the sink. The frantic desire to numb her senses with alcohol seemed to have dissipated upon her return. She tucked away the remainder of the whiskey. Celia, you are now a teacher. You can no longer indulge in drinking at school, she reminded herself. In the days leading up to the school year, Celia diligently traversed the school grounds according to her plan. A timely response from Rhymes arrived on the eve of the term. She unrolled the parchment adorned with an illustration of the alchemy classroom and followed the instructions provided in Rhymes' letter. Pointing her wand at the blank parchment, she incanted, "Let us commence our lesson." Delicate ink lines began to emerge, outlining the shape of a room, with a small black dot at the forefront inscribed with the name Celia Dillon. As she wandered around the classroom holding the parchment, the black dot moved in tandem with her. "Ah, quite splendid," she mused, tapping the parchment and stating, "Students, we shall reconvene in our next class." The parchment reverted to its blank state. The incantation was rather amusing. Celia contemplated teasing Rhymes. Her first impulse was to make a phone call, but quickly realized she was at Hogwarts, a millennium-old castle imbued with unparalleled magic, rendering electronic devices and signals utterly ineffective. She resorted to the parchment once more, dutifully composing a letter. How antiquated. The methods of communication among wizards are truly outdated. Celia resolved to create a few two-way mirrors. Chapter 29. The school year begins. September 1st. As evening approached, students would board the Hogwarts Express to return to school. Since morning, Celia had felt a heaviness in her stomach, her thoughts drifting to the dinner when nearly 1,000 students would gather in the Great Hall, inducing a wave of nerves. It had been quite some time since she had been in the company of so many. Once a student herself, she relished in the freedom of being unencumbered by others' perceptions. Now, as a professor, all eyes would be upon her. She needed to embody the role of a teacher, exuding authority and composure. Celia selected several wizarding robes and hurried to Dumbledore's office, seeking his assistance in choosing one. Unsurprisingly, he selected the most flamboyant of the options. After trying it on in front of the mirror, she opted for a simpler ensemble instead. It was best to maintain a polished appearance for her first encounter with the students. As evening fell, the professors gathered in the staff lounge on the first floor, awaiting the arrival of the students. "Dear Celia, you are already quite beautiful. No need to keep gazing in the mirror," Professor Sprout interjected as Celia summoned the water mirror for what felt like the 100th time. Celia put away the mirror and turned to Sprout, asking, "Professor Sprout, what expression should I wear? Will this suffice to project an air of steadiness?" She attempted to adopt a serious demeanor, striving to appear mature. Professor Sprout gently touched her face and smiled. "A smile will suffice. The students will adore you, so there's no need for nerves." Celia turned her attention to the other professors and observed their activities. Professor Flitwick was discussing the number of advanced students with Professor McGonagall, prompting Celia to discreetly shift away. Professor Kettleburn was listening to Professor Snape as he outlined the potion ingredients needed from magical creatures. Professor Binns, the ghost, sat in an armchair by the fire, half of his body sinking into the chair. Beside him lay the special incense Celia had gifted him, which the vendor had assured her would be detectable by a ghost. Each professor seemed at ease, with the exception of Quirrell, who appeared even more anxious than Celia. He sat in a corner, gripping his hands tightly, his face pale and eyes wide. Professor Sinistra, who taught astronomy, attempted to engage him in conversation, but he remained unresponsive. As the Hogwarts Express arrived, Filch entered, announcing, "The headmaster has instructed me to inform you that the professors may now take their seats." "Let us proceed," McGonagall declared, rising first, with the other professors following suit. "Hey, Quirinus," Celia said, falling into step behind Quirrell. She pointed at the collar of his shirt peeking beneath his robe. "Your collar is not folded properly." Quirrell fumbled with his collar, only making it worse. Unable to watch him struggle, Celia asked, "May I assist you?" Quirrell stiffly nodded, and Celia reached out to adjust his collar, declaring, "There we go." Thank you, Celia," Quirrell stammered, his face flushed. "No need for thanks," Celia replied lightly. "Do not be anxious, Quirinus. We both can be excellent teachers." Despite her comforting words, she mumbled a few meaningless phrases. "I believe so." Quirrell suddenly raised his voice, surprising Celia, whose expression shifted to one of astonishment. He quickly lowered his voice again. "Celia, you will be a wonderful teacher." Celia smiled at him, and as she turned forward, she caught a glimpse of Snape turning away. It seemed their commotion had attracted attention. Shortly after the professors arrived in the Great Hall, this year's defense against the dark arts teacher made his entrance. Rumor had it that the position for the defense against the dark arts instructor at Hogwarts was cursed, with no professor lasting beyond a year. Celia had experienced this firsthand, having seen 7 teachers in her 7 years, several of whom met unfortunate fates. This year's professor was a moderately well-known adventurer named Talhan Humphrey, a robust middle-aged man. He had spent years in the field, his skin bronzed by the sun, and when he smiled, he revealed a mouth full of gleaming white teeth. Dumbledore introduced him to the other professors. "This is Celia Dillon, our potions professor." Humphrey grasped Celia's outstretched hand and kissed the back of it, exclaiming, "A pleasure to meet you. I have read your reports and find you to be quite remarkable at such a young age." Celia beamed, her eyes sparkling. "It is truly an honor, Mr. Humphrey. I have perused your travel writings. Your experiences are utterly fascinating." Humphrey continued to hold her hand. "The defensive alchemical devices you invented are immensely practical, as one often encounters unexpected dangers on adventures. It seems I now know what gift to bring you. I have recently improved upon one." Humphrey was animatedly discussing his ideas while Snape's expression darkened. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Talhan, the students are arriving shortly. There will be ample opportunities in the future to learn about Celia's inventions." He hastily introduced the remaining professors, as footsteps and chatter echoed from outside. The professors took their seats at the staff table, with Dumbledore intentionally seating the younger professors together, placing Snape to Celia's left and Quirrell to her right. As if a switch had been flipped, students suddenly poured in, dressed in their uniform robes. Their youthful faces animated with expressions of excitement as they chatted with friends and greeted professors, creating a cacophony of noise. Celia watched with great interest. It was her first time observing the start of the school year from this perspective. Previously, she had been one of the boisterous crowd. "Please take your seats promptly and refrain from running about," McGonagall admonished, standing at the entrance of the Great Hall with a stern expression. "I half expected you to hold hands until the sorting ceremony concluded." Severus Snape's gaze was fixed ahead as he spoke softly. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet it resonated with clarity and precision in Celia's ears. She parted her lips slightly and replied, "I cannot simply withdraw my hand. That would be quite impolite." "Politeness?" Snape scoffed lightly. "Perhaps you would rather showcase your irresistible charm instead. Celia, if you continue to prattle on, I shall poke you with the tip of my wand." She threatened sternly. "It is quite painful, you know." Snape's expression darkened as he glared at the students below who were casting furtive glances in their direction. Upon entering the Great Hall, the students had noticed the new faces at the staff table, but most were too preoccupied with the sight of Celia to pay much attention to the 2 newly appointed male professors. What is her identity? Who is the female professor seated beside the old bat? Does anyone know what she teaches? Is it too late to enroll in her class? Please, for the love of Merlin, do not let it be defense against the dark arts. The discussions at the Gryffindor table were particularly animated. Is it merely my imagination? Or is the new professor truly that beautiful, especially in contrast to the old bat? Neither your imagination nor the old bat's presence is deceiving. The new professor is indeed stunning, came the reply. By Merlin's beard, is she even 20? More like 28. In truth, Charlie Weasley interjected. Hey, how do you know? Do you know who she is? Celia Dillon, an alchemist. She was featured on the front page of the Daily Prophet a few years back, Charlie explained. His friends gasped in astonishment. You actually read the newspaper? I thought you were only interested in magical creatures and Quidditch. Not me, Charlie shrugged. Bill clipped her article and posted it on our wall. We share a room, so I see her face every morning when I wake up. After a few years of this, you'd remember everything about her too. Nearby, several others caught wind of this gossip and turned their attention to their sixth-year prefect, Bill Weasley. Bill, with his signature red hair and striking stature, was a top achiever in exams and popular beyond Gryffindor. He seemed oblivious to his brother's revelations. His focus solely on the staff table. Celia had styled her hair elegantly today, adorned with pearl earrings and a light touch of makeup, striving to impress her students with an image of maturity and reliability. Yet, she found it impossible to suppress her laughter. No one exuding maturity and poise would smile so radiantly. Celia realized she was no longer anxious. The students often cast their gazes her way. But this was reminiscent of her own school days, devoid of anything extraordinary. Some would stare intently, prompting her to meet their gaze with a smile, only for them to hastily avert their eyes, an all too familiar response from her schoolmates. Could you please cease your foolish smiling? Snape finally snapped, turning his head to address her. Celia mirrored his gesture. Please note, this is a friendly smile. I wish to leave a warm impression on the students meeting me for the first time. You cannot prevent others from smiling just because your lips seem incapable of curving upwards. Just hours ago, you were inquiring of Pomona how to maintain a serious demeanor. Has Hogwarts now declined to the point that professors possess merely a few hours of memory? he retorted through gritted teeth. Enough, Celia said impatiently. I am enjoying myself at the moment. Do not compel me to use my fork on you. You are a witch. Snape growled, his teeth visibly clenched. Noted. I could always poke you with my wand instead. Celia shot him a glare before turning to converse with Quirrell. The moment she spoke to him, his face flushed, prompting her to avert her gaze to the tablecloth in an effort to preserve his dignity. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall soon arrived with the first-year students, and the sorting hat was brought to the center, allowing Celia to openly observe the newcomers. She couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of these little first years. As McGonagall called out the names of the new students, Celia listened intently for any familiar surnames while applauding each sorted first year. Naturally, she clapped a bit more enthusiastically for those placed in Hufflepuff. This year, Hogwarts welcomed approximately 80 new students, and the sorting concluded swiftly, with Hufflepuff receiving the most students once again. Professor Sprout beamed with satisfaction, and Celia exchanged a few words of joy with her across the table, despite Snape's presence. After a long train ride, the students were nearly ravenous, prompting Dumbledore to announce the commencement of dinner. A sumptuous feast appeared before them, and Celia found a modest meal of a small steak, onion soup, and salad, far less in variety and quantity than what the other professors received. Celia, do you need some chicken legs? Quirrell inquired, gesturing to the large platter beside him. No, thank you. I allowed the house elf to provide me with just enough. I need to watch my diet. She waved her hand dismissively, having favored vegetables over meat since her student days. Quirrell reminisced. I remember there was a delightful stew back then. New dishes were always available during your time at Hogwarts, but they've ceased since your graduation. The red one? Celia asked. I'll make it for you when I have the chance. I used to love experimenting with cooking, but it's been ages since I learned anything new. Quirrell shook his head vigorously. I was just making conversation. Hey, Quirinus, I enjoy cooking. It's settled then. I will invite you when the time comes. She declared earnestly, and he shyly nodded in agreement. Snape audibly huffed, and Celia chose to ignore him. Once everyone had eaten their fill, the remnants of the feast vanished from the table, and Dumbledore rose to address the gathering. Has everyone dined well? Allow me to introduce several new faces. Professor Trelawney, who will be teaching our defense against the dark arts class this year. Trelawney stood to wave, and the students applauded. Professor Quirrell, who will teach our Muggle Studies course. Quirrell stood but bumped into the table, eliciting another round of applause. And Professor Celia Duran, who will instruct our alchemy class. Celia stood, and this time the applause was notably more fervent. After introducing the new professors, Dumbledore proceeded to outline several important announcements, followed by the final tradition of the opening day. Celia had just lifted her cup to take a sip of water when Snape's face turned ashen. He could scarcely bring himself to address her by name, exclaiming, No, 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 you cannot do this. Celia, you are already a professor. Celia ignored him and drank again. Dumbledore exchanged a smile with her, and she nodded in response, while the other professors also regarded her with warm smiles. Now, let us sing the school song together. Please choose your preferred tune. With a flourish of his wand, the lyrics of the school song appeared in midair. Ready? Sing. Dumbledore announced, and before he had finished speaking, Celia opened her mouth and sang out heartily, Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Hogwarts. The students sang half-heartedly, but upon hearing her voice, they turned in surprise. Snape lowered his head, allowing his long hair to curtain his face. Yearning to leave the table immediately, Celia chose the melody of Never Gonna Give You Up, a song that was released in July of this year and had already echoed through the streets by August, whenever she ventured out with Harry. This tune frequently played in stores, and after listening to it a few times, it became an incessant refrain in her mind. Amidst a cacophony of sounds, she confidently sang the melody of this song. Her whimsical renditions of the school anthem became an annual tradition for her and the Marauders at the beginning of each school year. Chapter 31, The First Lesson 1. During the first day of school in their first year, James bellowed the school song. In their second year, James and Sirius recited it with heartfelt passion. By the third year, the Marauders had sung the school song to the tune of the British national anthem. In their fourth year, Celia joined them. James and Sirius had developed a fondness for Muggle rock bands over the summer, and together they performed the school song to the melody of Hey Jude by the Beatles. Even after everyone had finished singing, they continued, altering the final refrain to Na 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 Hogwarts, inviting others to join in, nearly culminating in a full chorus. From that year onward, devising ways to entertain during the singing of the school song became a significant summer pastime for them. As the sixth year approached, they initially planned to perform with instruments in a rock style. However, Celia had not mastered the drums, James was still learning the guitar, and Remus's bass sounded like he was strumming cotton, leaving only Peter's percussion and Sirius's lead guitar to resemble anything coherent. Thus, it was left to Sirius to rock out solo. Yet, as Sirius prepared to retrieve his guitar in the auditorium, Professor McGonagall appeared and confiscated it, forcing them to conclude the school song with the chorus of Bohemian Rhapsody. Celia wondered if any students would still be as enthusiastic about singing the school song after they graduated, but since she had returned, it was a tradition she intended to uphold. She sang with great fervor, and as she reached the last line, the students gradually quieted, transforming the hall into her temporary solo performance. She concluded in a moment of silence, nodding in satisfaction, having stayed on pitch, quite commendable. Suddenly, applause erupted from the audience, and Celia stood to bow slightly. Dumbledore, amidst the growing cheers, chuckled, "Prefects, please lead your fellow students back to rest." As the sound of benches scraping and the chaotic shuffle of footsteps filled the air, the professors began to rise as well. "Do you not possess any sense of shame?" Celia heard Snape inquire as she stood. He seemed genuinely curious. She shot him a sidelong glance, bemused by what shame there could be. She made her way to Dumbledore, who, with his head lowered amidst the commotion, remarked, "A truly marvelous melody. The music video is quite amusing as well. The singer is perpetually swaying." Celia swayed her body and sang a few lines to Dumbledore. He joined her in the sway, exclaiming, "Oh, I do enjoy swaying. I've decided. This year's Christmas gift shall be this record for you." Celia smiled, responding, "I shall be as delighted upon receiving the gift as I was upon hearing this news." Dumbledore winked at her. "Good night, Celia." "Good night, Headmaster." After exchanging good nights, Celia linked arms with Professor Sprout, parting ways only when they reached the staircase. "Sweet dreams, Celia." "I will," she replied, bestowing a light kiss on her cheek before bidding her farewell. Upon the students' return, the windows of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw towers illuminated, and faint sounds of movement could be heard from the Hufflepuff and Slytherin students on the second floor. Madame Loris stealthily glided past her door, commencing her patrolling duties. The entire castle seemed to come alive, a most peculiar sensation. Celia returned to her chamber, where parchment on her desk already bore half a page of writing. She added her thoughts from the day, reflecting, "Today the students returned. At the opening ceremony, gazing at their youthful faces made me feel rejuvenated. I must admit, returning to Hogwarts was an astute decision. Everything here reminds me of my carefree and joyous days as a student. I certainly did not miss our old traditions. Singing the school song to a new Muggle artist's song, which I believe I performed quite well. You may have heard it." Pausing, Celia marked the date, September 1st. At the end of her entry, this letter was intended for Remus. She had so much to say, but could not send a letter daily. So she decided to jot down her thoughts and date them, saving them up to send every few days. "Mirror, mirror," she thought, wishing for a two-way mirror. Celia planned to begin her research after the first week of classes. On Monday morning, Celia awoke early and made her way to the school auditorium. Hogwarts's first class commenced at 9, and at this hour, only a few scattered students were eating, with only a handful of professors present. Professor McGonagall handed her several sheets of parchment. "Celia, your classes are on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Here is the student roster." "Oh, thank you," Celia replied. Glancing at the list with surprise, there were quite a number of students. 12 sixth years were enrolled for the first class on Wednesday afternoon, and 7 seventh years for the first class on Thursday morning. It was noteworthy that her own year had only 3 students studying alchemy. She had prepared her lessons with the expectation of having only a handful of students. "Professor McGonagall," she called out, catching up with her. "I would like to hold a brief QA session before the official classes begin, just 20 minutes. Do the students on the list have some free time in the next couple of days?" McGonagall waved her wand to check the schedules of the 19 students. "I believe a small window of time before Tuesday's dinner would allow them to gather. Then, would you please arrange it?" Celia asked with a playful blink. McGonagall, resigned, replied, "Of course, Celia. I will inform them when I distribute the class schedules." Celia felt an urge to kiss her. But she was no longer the first year who would rush to hug McGonagall excitedly. She had matured and composed herself, saying, "I love you, Minerva." McGonagall remained unfazed, shaking her head. "Thank you for your affection, Celia, but it would be preferable if you did not spring such requests on me at the last minute." Celia nodded with a cheerful grin. After breakfast, Celia returned to her office to prepare her teaching materials. 19 students exceeded her expectations. Alchemy was indeed a challenging discipline, encompassing various subjects such as potions, charms, transfiguration, and ancient languages like runes. This implied that students would need to pass at least several of these subjects to excel. During her time at school, the number of students opting for alchemy had always been minimal. It was rumored that there were years when no one enrolled at all. Naturally, she was an exception. Her skills in transfiguration had reached extremes. Her proficiency in transforming objects was commendable, while her ability to transfigure living beings was rather abysmal. During the OWL's exams, she happened to be tested on her weakest subject, resulting in her not even obtaining a certificate. However, Her exceptional talent in alchemy compensated for her shortcomings, although these students might not possess her innate abilities. It seemed that the course would require some alterations, at least to differentiate levels of difficulty. Otherwise, students might withdraw mid-course, which would make things easier. She optimistically contemplated. Celia had spent the entire day hunched over her desk, revising lesson plans, yet most of the time was lost in a daze or engaged in other distractions, resulting in a chaotic mess. By Tuesday afternoon, she found herself clutching a stack of incomprehensible materials, heading to meet her students. Arriving punctually, she stepped into the classroom, placing her pile of parchment on the lectern. As she gazed at the students seated quietly below, words momentarily eluded her. Someone squeezed past their neighbor, awkwardly raising a hand. "Professor, we would like to audit the class." "Indeed, Professor. Will you permit us to sit in?" The classroom erupted in a flurry of voices. Celia, her expression impassive, surveyed the throng of 70 to 80 students crowding the space. Originally designed for merely a dozen chairs, the classroom was now severely overcrowded. Some upperclassmen had conjured their own seats, while younger students had no choice but to sit on laps or stand. And she even spotted what appeared to be a first-year child. Numbly, she grasped her wand and pointed it at the blank parchment on the lectern, uttering, "Auditing is permitted. Let us commence the lesson now." Ink spread across the parchment like a spider's web, revealing the names of everyone in the classroom, stacked one atop the other, transformed into an indistinguishable mass of black dots. As Celia began to speak, silence fell over the room, and a flicker of satisfaction warmed her heart. What well-behaved children they were. Though if only they hadn't come to attend a class they hadn't even signed up for, they would be even more commendable. She raised her wand and cast a spell upon the classroom, causing the walls to expand outward, tripling the internal space in an instant. She was adept at such spatial enchantments, but the subsequent transfiguration spell posed a risk. Nervously clenching her other hand, she reminded herself to avoid making a blunder and waved her wand, conjuring dozens of chairs out of thin air. "All right, everyone, please take your seats," she said with a smile, casting a glance to see if any of the chairs were missing limbs. The transfiguration had gone rather well today. At least they appeared functional. After several minutes, the students finally settled into their seats. Returning to the lectern, Celia noted that the names had spread apart, and she could now distinguish who was who. However, this map would be of little use today. Was attendance even necessary? The influx of extra students had utterly disrupted her plans. She gathered her prepared materials and commenced the lesson. "Greetings, everyone. I am Celia Dillon, the newly appointed professor of alchemy. Typically, this course is reserved for 6th and 7th year students, but I have noticed a considerable number of younger students today, and I extend a warm welcome to you all." She continued, "Today's impromptu Q&A session was originally intended for a brief introduction to the 19 students enrolled in this elective course. May I ask the 19 students to raise their hands?" From all corners of the classroom, hands gradually rose. "Exactly 19. Excellent. You may lower your hands." As I mentioned, that was the original plan, but due to the overwhelming number of auditors today, I would like to change our approach. Let us engage in a dialogue. You may ask me any questions regarding alchemy, suggestions for this course, or inquiries about myself. Please maintain silence and raise your hands to ask your questions. Celia crossed her arms, leaning against the lectern, casting her gaze downward. "Shall we begin?" Several hands shot up immediately, and Celia randomly pointed to an upperclassman. Stealing a quick glance at the parchment, she noted his name, Thompson Benson. "What is your question, sir?" Benson stood. "Professor Dillon, may I ask if you are single?" The classroom erupted in laughter. Celia chuckled lightly, raising her hand to quell the noise. "The first question, I fear, is not a particularly good one. Mr. Benson, please take your seat. My answer is yes, I am single." Before the raucous laughter could escalate, she added, as a bonus response, "I do not date students." Now, let us maintain quiet and move on to the next question. In unison, hands shot up across the classroom. Celia chose a girl this time. "Professor Dillon, may I ask if you are a graduate of Hogwarts? Which house were you in?" "Indeed, I am an alumnus of Hufflepuff," she replied. And the Hufflepuff students below visibly perked up. Celia then made a request. "Could we please focus our questions on topics related to the course?" She selected another upperclassman. The boy inquired, "Professor Dillon, I have heard that you were a student of the alchemy master Nicholas Flamel. And one of Flamel's most renowned achievements is the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. Have you ever seen the stone?" Finally, a question relevant to alchemy. Celia nodded. "I have seen the Philosopher's Stone. It can turn base metals into gold and grant immortality, an ultimate goal for many alchemists. Here is a little secret. I have ingested a potion made from the stone, which is why, despite being 50 years old, I can still maintain a youthful appearance." She winked at the students, relishing their astonished expressions, only to have her fib punctured in less than 10 seconds. A student called out, "You're lying, Professor Dillon. I've seen your photo with my uncle. You were in the same class. Celia quickly glanced at the parchment. Whose familiar child was this? The one exposing her was Raphael Violin. She recognized only one Violin, a fellow Ravenclaw from her year, Ewan Violin, with whom she had a decent rapport. Celia shrugged in defeat. All right then, please send my regards to your uncle. Another voice chimed in. My aunt was also your classmate. My father knows you. Suddenly, a chorus of students clamoring to claim familial ties erupted, and Celia sighed inwardly. How small the wizarding world seemed, with only one magical school. It felt as if everyone knew her. She once more called for silence. Please extend my greetings to all your relatives. Let us proceed to the next question. And I promise not to fib again. This time, she selected a lethargically raised hand from a Slytherin boy. In the classroom, Slytherin students were noticeably less numerous than those from the other three houses, congregated at the back, making their presence clear. Professor Duran, you mentioned that the original plan was to introduce the class format. Would you kindly elaborate on that now? Certainly. The alchemy course is divided into theory and practice, conducted simultaneously. I will teach you to create a challenging alchemical product over the course of the semester, elucidating the methodologies involved and extending relevant knowledge throughout the process. Celia was passionately elaborating when she noticed the increasingly perplexed expressions on the students' faces. She paused, asking, "Is there a problem?" A lower-year student raised a hand. "Professor, there are many terms you have used that I do not understand." Another murmured, "They're all terms from the Muggle world." Celia realized then that during the summer, in preparation for her lesson plans, she had purchased numerous educational books from the Muggle world, inadvertently adopting terminology from them. Acknowledging her oversight, she admitted, "My mistake. Coming from a Muggle background, I have dabbled in knowledge from both worlds, neglecting to consider that some wizarding students may not comprehend certain terms." Another Slytherin girl raised her hand, speaking in the languid, pureblood accent unique to her house. "Professor, you should teach Muggle studies instead. That course ISNT is magical." With that, laughter erupted from those seated beside her. Celia's expression remained unchanged as she surveyed the students below, their faces a tapestry of varied emotions. When the term Muggle was mentioned, some appeared curious, others dismissive, a few disdainful, and yet others indifferent. A sudden thought struck her. What is the role of a teacher? The books of Muggles assert that a teacher's duty extends beyond mere knowledge dissemination. It encompasses the impartation of moral values as well. Returning to Hogwarts as a professor, she envisioned herself forging friendships with her students, guiding a select few of exceptional talent into the realm of alchemy, and aiding them in their quest to pass the ultimate wizarding examination. She pondered whether she could indeed influence an entire generation of students. Celia remained silent, while whispers began to ripple through the student body. Turning, she approached the lectern, pressing her hands upon it with a firm determination before vaulting onto its surface. Seated before her audience, she beamed a smile, clapping her hands to garner their attention. "Now, allow me to share my perspective." She began. "I hail from Muggle origins, having spent half of my life within the Muggle realm. In that world, I wielded magic, while in the magical realm, I yearned for the conveniences of Muggle life. I find myself neither entirely magical nor wholly Muggle. The boundaries between these two worlds are not so stark for me, nor do they need to be. My experiences have taught me that my first point to impart is this: regardless of origin, anything that proves useful can be harnessed to my advantage." A voice from the audience piped up. "Oh, that perspective is not particularly Hufflepuff-like." Celia chuckled, wagging her finger in response. "This brings me to my second point. Do not categorize, strive to understand individuals. This notion, however, is challenging to realize, as stereotypes are pervasive. Hogwarts has long categorized students by their innate characteristics from a tender age, further entrenching these preconceptions. Indeed, Celia found herself susceptible to biases against Slytherin, a sentiment influenced by the recent Wizarding War. She had not always viewed them through such a lens. Upon her initial arrival, she was filled with curiosity for the magical world, embracing everything with warmth and longing. Yet, one matter plagued her thoughts for many years, a secret unknown to all, including Patricia. It was Evan Rosier, a member of the Sacred 28, a quintessential Slytherin, an extremist pureblood who harbored an abhorrence for Muggles, wishing for their total eradication. He had aligned himself with the Death Eaters during his student years and had gone on to torment, abuse, and murder countless Muggles and wizards alike after graduation. For 7 long years, he had targeted Celia, vociferously proclaiming his desire to purify her Muggle blood, leaving her with scars of dark magic that she ultimately turned against him. In their first year, they had briefly been friends, during which time Celia affectionately referred to him as Little Rose. The tale is, in essence, quite simple. A French girl who had just arrived in England a year prior, struggling to comprehend her lessons amidst a hodgepodge of English and French, and a pure-blood boy from a prosperous French branch, fluent in his native tongue. In the context of shared classes, They began communicating in the language that eluded others around them, strolling together and frequenting the library. Celia, naive and uninformed about the magical world, had been warned subtly by older students to steer clear of Slytherin, though she did not grasp the significance of their caution. Rosier, emboldened by chance, ignored the multitude of signs indicating Celia's background, instead leading her to believe that her acquaintance with him could signal her being half-blood or even pure blood. The truth was destined to surface. As Celia improved her English, she began sharing her life experiences like a funnel, and no amount of self-deception on Rosier's part could suppress the revelation of her Muggle origins. Consequently, a deluge of mockery and derision ensued. Should he befriend a mudblood, the pureblood traitor, or draw a line? Rosier chose a third path, severing ties with Celia and spearheading her torment to demonstrate his unwavering allegiance to pureblood supremacy. In her first year, Celia was remarkably naive, utterly oblivious to the complexities around her. She would squat down in the castle, prying at the mortar, hoping to dislodge a brick, unable to fathom the intricacies of the situation. To her, it was simply her once friendly little Rose abruptly ignoring her, hurling insults, and casting curses. She was so bewildered that when bullied, she could only stand frozen, unsure of how to react. James, self-proclaimed Knight of Justice, stumbled upon the scene, dragging Sirius along to confront the aggressor. After a vigorous altercation, he insisted on involving Snape, who had been spectating nearby. Ultimately, it was James, flailing and gesticulating, with Sirius translating his rudimentary French, who helped Celia grasp what had transpired. He is a pureblood, while I am a non-pureblood, Celia inquired with her rudimentary English. James scratched his head, questioning his brother. Does that sound quite right? His brother, uninterested in further translation, replied, That's the gist of it. You ought to learn English swiftly. Celia dedicated her summer to mastering the language, her proficiency skyrocketing, finally enabling her to engage freely with her peers and fully comprehend the hierarchies of the magical world. She found it laughable that interpersonal relationships, with their disagreements and separations, should arise from the collision of two independent spirits rather than the purity of blood. They were humans, not breeds of dogs. Yet, it was evident she was the anomaly within the magical realm. Gradually, she succumbed to assimilation, accepting the magical world's blood purity doctrines, embracing the notion of categorizing individuals by their houses, and accepting that Slytherins were synonymous with malevolent dark wizards. She had dreamt more than once of Rosier's final moments, his blood-red eyes, contorted visage, and the shock etched upon his face, along with the dismembered remnants of his body. The boy who once raised his chin in arrogance, languidly declaring in French, You don't understand this? Allow me to teach you, had undergone a profound transformation. Celia often contemplated whether, in the absence of Voldemort, of extreme pure-blood ideology, and the divisions between Slytherin and Hufflepuff, their fates would have diverged. She did not know. She had ceased to ponder it, for it was a question without answer. Gazing at the students below, Celia swayed her legs leisurely, allowing her thoughts to wander. When I become the headmaster of Hogwarts, I shall abolish the house system. The students collectively wore expressions of confusion, awaiting her elaboration on the second point, wondering how she had suddenly embarked on a scheme to usurp Professor Dumbledore's position. However, it shall be some time before I ascend to the role of headmaster. Celia winked playfully. Ladies and gentlemen, cast aside all preconceived notions about specific groups and endeavor to know individuals. If I am to start this initiative, know that in my class, there will be no extra points awarded nor deductions made. Most of the students appeared bewildered, with only a select few grasping her intent. The notion of abolishing extra points and deductions blurred the stark divide between the four houses. Celia glanced at the clock, realizing she had exceeded her allocated 20 minutes. She leapt down from the lectern. All right, class, I shall conclude with 3 final statements. First, for any adjustments to classes, please consult your respective head of house. Second, I welcome 4th-year students and above to audit my classes, but bear in mind that assignments will still be required, so consider this carefully. Third, off you go for lunch. Class dismissed. As the students bid her farewell and filed out, it was only when nearly half had departed that the Slytherins in the back row rose. Celia observed as the girl who had spoken earlier silently mouthed a word to her companion, Mudblood. Celia nearly reacted instinctively. During her school days, the prejudice against bloodlines was exacerbated compared to the current era, following the downfall of Voldemort, by at least a dozen times. She and Lily were close friends, both being the most exquisite girls in their year, sharing the same Muggle lineage and equally captivating allure. Whenever they ventured out together, the term mudblood seemed to haunt them incessantly, ready to pounce at any moment. Lily, quick-witted, could always pinpoint the source of such slurs amidst the crowd, while Celia often found herself momentarily stunned, her sharp retorts already unleashed, akin to a cleansing torrent. One could not remain a passive victim to such insults. A counterattack was imperative to silence the offenders, as Lily sternly advised her. Celia explained, "My retort was on the tip of my tongue, yet you were swifter." To substantiate her seriousness, she produced a collection of obscenities she had meticulously compiled, having memorized each one. She performed a few lines on the spot. Lily, after perusing the material, fell silent. The collection was rife with vulgarities, appallingly crude, including numerous base terms of a sexual nature, and Celia, with her innocent demeanor, was blissfully unaware of their meanings. Though Lily was of noble character and possessed a strong sense of justice, she was not naive. She endorsed the principle of an eye for an eye, even if it involved somewhat unsavory tactics. She confiscated Celia's offensive lexicon and provided her with a new one, filled with her own carefully curated insults. Once Celia mastered these, they formed a formidable duo, one wielding her fists while the other unleashed verbal assaults, successfully dismantling several foes, to the point where none dared to utter that word to them face to face, opting instead for whispers behind their backs. Now, Celia could effortlessly retaliate. However, upon becoming a teacher, she could no longer express sentiments such as "even a troll looks more intelligent than your foolish face," nor could she say, "Your mouth seems to be in the wrong orifice, as it spews excrement." Celia called out, "Miss Selwyn." Selwyn glanced at her peers, confirming the address was meant for her, and slightly raised her chin. "Yes, Professor?" Celia replied coolly, "I had hoped that with Voldemort's demise, some individuals might alter their attitudes towards witches of our background. Evidently, certain prejudices run too deep to be easily uprooted." She paid no heed to the sudden silence that enveloped the classroom upon uttering Voldemort's name, nor to the pale, trembling faces of her students. She smiled at Selwyn, warning, "Let me not hear or see you utter that word again," with a flick of her wand. Selwyn paled further and retreated behind her companions, while Celia merely waved her wand, restoring the classroom to its previous state. Gathering her belongings, she exited the classroom and hurried back to her adjacent office, hastily scrawling on parchment, "Lemurs, lemurs, lemurs. I am truly making a name for myself." Having intimidated a student on the very first lesson. Chapter 34. A chance encounter in the kitchen. How dare she? Elisa Selwyn trembled with rage. "Oh, enough." Another Slytherin interjected from behind, provoking her without understanding the implications, a rather unwise choice. As Selwyn exited, she muttered under her breath, "Just a blood traitor." You could easily repeat that in front of her office door, the Slytherin boy who had initially been called upon remarked coldly. Selwyn shot him a glare. "What is it to you, Freely? I hear you've signed up for her class. How disgraceful for a pure-blood family." "Hush, hush, miss." The boy named Freely placed a finger to his lips. "At least the new professor can impart some useful knowledge. Anything beneficial can be of use to me. Wouldn't you agree?" After Celia departed, the other three houses regained their vitality, animatedly discussing as they made their way to the Great Hall. "She is truly remarkable. Isn't she? Not at all what she appears. She even dared to utter the Dark Lord's name. I think I might be falling for her," Bill remarked to his friends. One friend raised an eyebrow. "Only now? Weren't you smitten since the clipping days?" Bill, with keen eyes, caught Charlie attempting to sneak away, pulling his younger brother close. "Dear brother, did you divulge my clipping obsession to all of Gryffindor?" Actually, a nearby Hufflepuff friend chimed in. "The Hufflepuffs are aware as well." Bill firmly patted Charlie on the shoulder, grinning. "Thank you. Truly, thank you." Charlie, sensing Bill's ire, chuckled. "No need for thanks, it's only right." Celia chose not to join the dinner in the Great Hall. Instead, she had Dyra bring her a light meal while she rummaged through her luggage, searching for something. After opening numerous boxes, she finally unearthed her student-era invention, the communication butterflies. A simple alchemical creation, these could transmit messages, whether vocal or written. This particular batch was from her early years, sufficient for short-range communication within the school. Activating one with her magic, she left a message, and the metallic butterfly flapped its wings, soaring from her room and up the stairs. It would alight on the door of Dumbledore's office, awaiting a reply before returning to her. She did not wait long. The butterfly returned, landing in her palm, revealing a message. After Friday's dinner, Celia, with a wave of her wand, crafted a schedule, circled the time after Friday's dinner, and noted tea with Dumbledore. This had become a cherished tradition between them. In her student days, Celia was quite self-absorbed, relishing conversations with professors and the headmaster, sometimes, when they hinted at being busy. She failed to grasp the subtlety and required explicit invitations to continue their discussions. Eventually, the professors, exasperated, consented to allow her to schedule appointments with them in advance. Given the professors' offices were scattered about, it was exhausting to run back and forth for appointments, prompting her to create the communication butterflies. Each agreement varied. If she expressed a desire for tea with the professors, it signified a lengthy discussion, while a request for questions indicated a brief conversation. Celia now had a plethora of topics she wished to discuss with Dumbledore and was fortunate that he was available on Friday. Contemplating this, she took several communication butterflies and stepped out of her office, conjuring a vine for them to rest upon. She affixed a note nearby, simply detailing the butterfly's usage for anyone needing to contact her. After shutting the door, she prepared her materials for the next day's class and began researching how to create a two-way mirror. This endeavor consumed her entire night, resulting in a plethora of questions to pose to Dumbledore on Friday. By afternoon, after consuming a bottle of wakefulness potion, she gathered her materials and books. Heading to the classroom next door, she had received a new student list that morning and was pleasantly surprised that the number of sixth-year students remained unchanged. The originally enrolled Slytherins had not dropped the course, and 2 new Ravenclaw students had signed up, bringing her total to 14. Upon entering the classroom, she noticed far more than just 14 students seated, including several younger students auditing the class. She set her parchment in place, announcing, "Now, we shall commence our lesson." Glancing at the names appearing on the map, she confirmed that all 14 sixth-year students had arrived. Celia raised her head once more. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin our first class of the semester. I shall demonstrate what you are expected to learn this term." With a flourish of her wand, 3 alchemical creations soared from the box she had brought, hovering gracefully in midair. The 3 alchemical artifacts are strikingly diverse in appearance. One resembles a bead, another a bracelet, and the last a disc. Their functions, however, are identical, all pertaining to an invention of which I excel. Has anyone here previously acquainted themselves with my invention? A red-haired boy immediately raised his hand, and Celia smiled as she gestured for him to speak. Bill Weasley. Bill introduced himself before continuing. 3 years ago, you received the Best Invention Award and the Best Newcomer Award at the Cairo International Alchemy Conference. Your award-winning creation is a defensive apparatus capable of withstanding lethal harm. Later patented as the CD Defensive Alchemical Product, you generously disclosed the materials and methods for its construction, allowing for external sales once authorized. I presume these are all CD Defensive Alchemical products. Thank you. That is indeed correct. Celia motioned for him to take a seat. It seems you have read about my work. Although some details may be inaccurate, I shall demonstrate the reality to you. Celia retrieved all 3 alchemical artifacts, adorning her wrist with the bracelet. This defensive gear does not require magical activation. It functions merely by being worn, capable of defending against both magical and physical damage. She moved the lectern aside and stood in the center of the platform, stating, "Now, I would like to invite some students to cast harmful spells upon me." The students exchanged glances, none daring to move. "Hey, do not fret. I will not allow you to be penalized for attacking a professor. Is there anyone willing to cast a spell on me?" Celia inquired, surveying the audience. Bill raised his hand once more, though his companion attempted to pull it back. "Bill, please." Bill stood, took a deep breath, and raised his wand towards Celia. "Please be sure to aim at me, as the floor beneath me lacks defensive capabilities." After her words, she nodded encouragingly at Bill. Flock of birds. A swarm of small birds erupted from Bill's wand, lazily fluttering towards Celia. Before they could reach her, they seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, vanishing one by one. Celia chuckled, tilting her head. "Seriously? Flock of birds?" Bill grinned sheepishly. "I now require some truly lethal spells. Curses are acceptable," Celia said, glancing back at Bill, who nodded in agreement. He raised his wand again and shouted, "Flock of birds." Barrage. This time, Bill conjured another swarm of birds, but they no longer drifted lazily. Instead, they hurtled towards Celia like bullets, leaving a fleeting trail in their wake. The students observed clearly as the bullet-like birds were consumed by the invisible barrier just an inch away from Celia. An impressive combination, Celia praised Bill. "As you can see, this defensive apparatus absorbs magical damage, while its method of defense against physical harm is." She levitated an empty chair above her head, then dispelled the charm. The students gasped as they watched the chair plummet towards her head. Just before impact, it paused mid-air, seemingly obstructed by some unseen force, and was then deflected away. Celia skillfully extended her wand, allowing the chair to gently descend. "Defense," Celia remarked as she returned the lectern to its place. She gazed at the students. Their expressions transformed to one of eager anticipation. "This will be the focus of our studies this semester, creating simple defensive equipment. I believe if you successfully produce a finished product, it would serve as a splendid Christmas gift. All right, you may begin taking notes. Today's lesson will cover material selection." After a thorough lecture, Celia's throat grew parched, and she assigned a simple task: to research the alchemical materials discussed in class, with no length requirements. Delve deeply if you wish, or keep it simple. At this stage in 6th and 7th grade, your learning depends entirely on your initiative. Celia concluded her Thursday 7th grade lesson in a similar fashion. She deemed the session a success, as the students appeared captivated and their learning attitudes quite positive. On Friday, she planned to visit the kitchen to bake some cookies for an evening tea gathering with Dumbledore. To avoid encountering students, she opted to head to the kitchen before the afternoon classes began. As she opened the kitchen door, she was met by a vibrant head at the long table. A little girl sat there, blissfully devouring a slice of cream cake, her hair a rare and vivid shade of blue. Upon noticing Celia, she startled and leaped from the table. In Celia's astonished gaze, her blue hair gradually faded to a muted blue-gray. "I'm not skipping class," she exclaimed, her mouth stuffed, rendering her words somewhat incoherent. Chapter 35, Tonks. Seeing the child nearly choke, Celia quickly conjured a cup of water and handed it to her. "Swallow that before speaking." The little witch gulped down the cake and drained the cup, catching her breath. With a sparkling expression, she looked curiously at Celia. "Professor Dillon, you look even more beautiful up close." "Thank you," Celia replied, raising an eyebrow at the girl's hair, which was transitioning to pink. "What is happening with your hair?" "I'm a natural metamorphagus. I can change my appearance at will." As she spoke, her features morphed, and Celia watched with fascination as she began to resemble her more closely. "How marvelous," Celia marveled. After the little witch completed her demonstration, she reverted to her original appearance and suddenly asked, "Aren't you too conspicuous to skip class without the professor noticing?" "No worries, this class is taught by Professor Binns," the little witch said, clapping her hand over her mouth, realizing she had let something slip. Celia winked at her. "If I didn't see you in the kitchen, you didn't see me, agreed?" The little witch nodded eagerly. "What is your name?" The little witch hesitated. "Is there another metamorphagus in this school?" Celia feigned confusion. "My name is Nymphadora Tonks, but just call me Tonks, please. Don't use my full name. Hufflepuff, 3rd year." Tonks obediently revealed her identity. Celia felt as though she had encountered a familiar child. "Do you know Ted Tonks?" "He's my dad." "Do you know Andromeda Black?" "She's my mom," Tonks asked, shaking her head. "Professor, do you know them?" "Your father was my senior, and he looked out for me," Celia said with a smile. "Ted was very kind, warm-hearted, and cheerful." After her fallout with Rosier, Celia confronted him in 2nd year, and Ted had accompanied her to Slytherin's common room, where Rosier had his upperclassmen allies, including a strikingly beautiful, tall girl with black hair. Upon arriving, Ted glared at the girl throughout, supporting Celia. Of course, by the end of the next semester, Ted had eloped with that girl, and only then did Celia realize that his glare was more flirtation than hostility. Once Tonks learned that Celia knew her parents, she gained confidence, following Celia closely and cheerfully asking, "Professor, what brings you to the kitchen? Are you here for a snack? Should I ask the house elves to fetch you something?" "I'm here to make something," Celia replied, stepping further inside. "But you're not allowed in here," Tonks called her. And as they ventured further inside, they approached the kitchen, a realm where house elves typically forbade entry. However, Celia did not hesitate. She pressed on until she reached the innermost door, pushing it open. To Tonks's astonishment, the house elves did not impede her passage. Instead, they bowed respectfully in her presence. She hurriedly followed suit, and this time, the house elves made no effort to stop her. Entering the forbidden zone, Tonks' eyes widened in disbelief. The kitchen was several times larger than the front kitchen, one side piled high with mountains of ingredients, while dozens of roaring stoves blazed, with countless elves diligently at work. They moved with remarkable efficiency. Some tended to the flames, others washed potatoes, and still others chopped ingredients into precise shapes, their swift motions blurring into mere afterimages in Tonks's gaze. One attentive elf noticed Celia's entrance and was about to rush over, only to be restrained by a companion, for they could not afford to delay the students' dinner. An elder elf, whose ears had turned slightly gray and whose neatly arranged tea towel bore the name Badge Toto, approached them. The Hufflepuffs had discovered this term during the current semester. The house elves in the kitchen now wore identical badges on their tea towels, each inscribed with their names. Previously, the Hufflepuffs had never considered the possibility of remembering the names of the elves. "Toto, the head chef, what would you like to prepare today?" he inquired, bowing to Celia. Tonks's hair bristled in surprise. "Head chef? What does that mean?" Celia felt a twinge of embarrassment. Toto was one of the elves she had remembered before the badges were introduced, as during her student days. She had indulged in a game of make-believe where she played the head chef and Toto served as her sous chef. How was it that after all these years, he still referred to her in such a manner? "Ah, Toto, just call me Celia," she replied, casting a sidelong glance at Tonks and hastily changing the subject. "I would like to bake some cookies. Just provide me with the ingredients, and you may continue with your tasks." "Yes, head chef," Toto responded, clearly not taking her words to heart, and bowed once more before scurrying off to fetch the materials. "What does head chef mean? Why does he call you that?" Tonks inquired, tilting her head curiously. "It's nothing," Celia replied, maintaining a neutral expression. "Tonks, you can head back to rest." "I don't want to rest, Professor. I can help you. I often assist my parents at home, Tonks exclaimed. However, after Tonks accidentally spilled flour for the third time, Celia firmly insisted she stop helping. She conjured a stool for Tonks to sit on and wait. Yet Tonks could not remain idle. After a mere 2 minutes, she began to wander about the kitchen. Relishing this rare experience, she dared to say that she was the only current Hufflepuff who had ventured into the kitchen. But her exploration was cut short when she tripped over a pile of firewood, sending the chopped potatoes flying into the pumpkin soup. A house elf dashed over to report to Celia, who promptly yanked Tonks back. Tonks, the elves are about to throw us out. You should play with the dough, she said, handing Tonks a piece of dough to occupy her. I'm not a child anymore, Tonks insisted, but she obediently sat down to mold the dough. Soon, she stood again to watch Celia prepare the cookies. Celia moved with such agility, effortlessly shaping the cookie dough into various forms and filling them with delectable fillings. She produced several trays in quick succession, calling for Toto to assist with the baking. Toto soon returned with trays of cookies wafting the aroma of butter, as well as a few small food baskets, precisely the ones Celia had often used before. She portioned out the cookies, reserving the cat paw cookies for Professor McGonagall and the mint cookies for Professor Sprout. She set aside a few for Toto, saying, "This is a new recipe my sister developed. You should try it." Toto accepted them with a calm demeanor, bowing to Celia, though Tonks swore she saw a glimmer of envy in his eyes. "And this is for you," Celia said, handing a basket to Tonks. "Thank you for keeping me company." Tonks leaped with joy. "I have some too." Her hair instantly transformed into a vibrant golden hue as she accepted the basket. "Thank you, Professor." Celia, pleased with her creations, exited the kitchen alongside Tonks, who was practically bouncing with excitement. However, it wasn't long before she stumbled on the floor, and Celia couldn't help but doubt whether the basket of cookies would remain unscathed on their way back to the Hufflepuff common room. After dinner concluded, Celia climbed the stairs with her cookies and tea. Upon reaching the door to Dumbledore's office, the gargoyle sprang aside, revealing the passageway. Celia ascended the spiral staircase to the top floor, where the oak door at the end stood ajar, and Dumbledore smiled at her from within his office. "Good evening, Headmaster." "Good evening, Celia," Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye. "I hear you aspire to replace me as Headmaster? Your information travels fast." Celia laughed heartily. "Please, take a seat." Dumbledore gestured towards his old chair. Celia arranged the cookies from her basket and retrieved the tea bag she had brought. Deciding on some licorice tea for the evening, Dumbledore took the initiative to brew the tea as Celia sat opposite him, surveying his office. On previous visits, she had only exchanged a few hasty words before departing, but now, it appeared little had changed since a few years ago. Even the portraits of former headmasters remained the same, with Phineas Nigellus Black glaring at her. Celia had once dated Sirius, and upon entering the headmaster's office, Phineas's portrait had berated her for her disloyalty to her family, claiming she tarnished their pure bloodline by courting a wizard of Muggle descent. Due to his incessant nagging, Dallas's portrait had charged into his frame, striking him with her wand until he finally learned to keep quiet, turning instead to glower at Celia, occasionally emitting low huffs during her conversation with Dumbledore. Celia offered him a sweet smile, to which he responded with an irritated grunt, turning his back to her. "The tea is ready. We can commence our discussion for the evening," Celia began. "Headmaster, have you ever considered abolishing the house system?" She heard a chorus of hissing from somewhere among the portraits. "I have not," Dumbledore replied calmly. "Perhaps I have pondered whether categorization is necessary, but I have not contemplated the notion of abolishing it. Changing a tradition that has persisted for centuries is no simple task, and we cannot yet discern its implications." "Don't think you can take my job, miss," the Sorting Hat suddenly interjected with a wide grin. Celia turned her face towards the Sorting Hat. "Perhaps I could find you a better position." Turning back to Dumbledore, she curiously inquired, "Is it truly so difficult to abolish the house system?" Dumbledore regarded her thoughtfully. If the headmaster were to insist stubbornly, it could be accomplished. There was one headmaster who even abolished Quidditch. However, changing people's perceptions is the true challenge. That same headmaster eventually had to reinstate the Quidditch matches, inheriting the qualities esteemed by the four founders, taking pride in their respective houses, and striving for honor has been a tradition established over centuries. After a young wizard is born, their parents recount tales of their own student days, hoping the child will follow in their footsteps and enter the same house they once belonged to, viewing it as a legacy. Abolishing the house system will undoubtedly elicit a torrent of dissenting voices. When countless individuals level their accusations against you, will you be able to withstand the pressure? My response is, it is not difficult, but rather troublesome, extremely troublesome. Dumbledore gazed at Celia with his bright blue eyes and said, "Once you ascend to the position of headmaster and wish to abolish the house system, I shall be the first to support you." Celia comprehended that the dissolution of the house system was not entirely necessary, as it posed significant obstacles with little return on investment. She raised her hands in surrender, saying, "I was merely jesting with the students. I have no genuine desire to become headmaster. If given the chance, I would prefer to serve as a Muggle liaison in the Department of Mysteries. I have great faith in your ability to succeed me," Dumbledore earnestly replied. Celia dismissed his persuasion. The role of headmaster would undoubtedly be fraught with complications. She shifted the conversation to the aftermath of Voldemort's disappearance, noting that the pureblood families seemed largely unaffected. The portraits of several pureblood advocating headmasters expressed their impatience with audible clicks of their tongues. "There has been some impact. I understand the inquiry behind your question. We have discussed this previously, and the answer remains unchanged." Celia shrugged. During her school years, she had questioned Dumbledore about blood discrimination in the wizarding world, a monumental issue intertwined with centuries of conflict between wizards and muggles. Well then, let us skip that and inquire about a specific individual. Is Acheron Fleury still alive? Who is that student with the last name Fleury? He is indeed alive. Zane Fleury is his nephew. After Acheron Fleury's mission to attack you failed, he vanished from public view. It is said he is now disabled and of no use to Voldemort, who abandoned him. Ironically, this allowed him to evade the reckoning that followed the war. Acheron Fleury, the only Death Eater to escape her grasp during that attack. When Celia encountered the student named Fleury, he brought Acheron to mind. She ought to despise him. Yet her emotions were surprisingly tranquil, perhaps because he had already paid the price for his actions. The past was behind her. She sensed that Zane Fleury bore her no malice, at least not overtly, and she would not project her grievances with Acheron onto him. If she were to do so, half of Slytherin would be implicated, considering the limited number of pureblood families and their interwoven relationships. Celia sought Dumbledore's advice regarding the two-way mirror. She did not wish to merely create the conventional one-to-one mirrors currently available. Instead, she envisioned a network akin to Muggle telephones, allowing for many-to-many communication. This entailed numerous intricate processes and complex spells. She had contemplated referencing the Floo network, but its lack of privacy was a concern. She bombarded Dumbledore with her queries. The portraits on the wall, having ceased their pretense of slumber, began to chime in with answers, while others complained, "Albus, you shouldn't answer every question. This little fool has become too lazy to think for herself." Celia turned to the portrait and stuck out her tongue. This portrait had previously referred to her as a fool for asking too many questions. She cared little for their opinions. She had previously asked Dumbledore if her inquiries were too foolish, to which he responded that engaging with her was a refreshing exercise for his mind. This indirectly acknowledged that her questions were indeed rather naive. But what of it? Celia felt a profound sense of entitlement. As long as Dumbledore was willing to respond, she would continue to inquire. Upon hearing the barrage of questions, Dumbledore's expression became slightly rigid. He rested his long fingers against his temple, while his other hand waved his wand. A sheet of parchment floated into view, filled with an array of book titles, covering the entire page. He handed the parchment to Celia, saying, "I believe these books may provide answers to your questions." Celia joyfully accepted it. Dumbledore's encyclopedic knowledge was invaluable. "Let us conclude our discussion for today," Dumbledore declared, vanishing the tea set and treats from the table as he prepared to usher her out. "Good night, Celia." Celia glanced at the time. She had unknowingly lingered for nearly 2 hours. Rising from her seat, she replied, "Good night, Headmaster." Dumbledore exited the office first, and Celia waved to the portraits on the wall, bidding them good night as well. Just as she was about to leave, one portrait called out to her, "That mudblood-born witch." "Halt." Celia turned back. "You may call me Celia directly, Headmaster Black." Phineas Black disdainfully blew on his goat-like beard, expressing his contempt for addressing her by name. He arrogantly remarked, "I trust you Haven T secretly birthed a worthless great-grandchild in an attempt to inherit the Black estate?" Celia could scarcely believe her ears. She approached to scrutinize Phineas's expression. He awkwardly retreated within his frame, maintaining his haughty demeanor while casting a sidelong glance at her with his slate-gray eyes, awaiting her response. Celia calmly replied, "I have no children, Headmaster Black." His expression twisted, revealing an ambiguous mix of relief and anger. He retorted bitterly, "Thank Merlin. I would not want my family legacy to be passed down to a child of a mudblood. It would be better for us to become extinct." Such words were exceedingly harsh. Headmistress Delilah abruptly leapt into his frame, striking him on the head with her wand. The other headmasters chimed in, advising Celia, "Ignore him. He recalls the last of the Blacks weeping in Azkaban, fearing the extinction of the Black line." I do not. Phineas shouted in fury. Celia smiled and nodded at the other headmasters, choosing not to glance at Phineas again. What a character. No wonder he is considered the least popular headmaster in Hogwarts history. Chapter 37. Amelia's response. Phineas had entirely soured Celia's good spirits for the evening. What a lunatic. That old fool. Celia returned to her office and pulled out a sheet of parchment. To the Ministry of Magic. Last week, I submitted a request to visit Azkaban. Could you please inform me when I might receive a response? Celia ripped the parchment in frustration. She took another sheet and wrote, Dear Amelia, it has been a long time since we last met, and I have a matter I need to trouble you with. After completing her letter to Amelia, Celia rushed to the Ollery to send it off with Luca. Amelia Bones, her friend from Hufflepuff 2 years her senior, now served as the deputy director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Based on Celia's rudimentary understanding of the ministry, Azkaban was directly overseen by the Minister of Magic. She had previously attempted to contact Cornelius Fudge, but had received no reply. Thus, she directed her application to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the largest division of the ministry, responsible for judicial matters and law enforcement within the wizarding community. This department encompassed 3 agencies: the Office for the Prevention of Abuse of Magic, which handled enforcement of magical misconduct; the Auror Office, tasked with apprehending dark wizards; and the Wisengamot, the highest court in the British wizarding world. Strictly speaking, Azkaban did not fall under their jurisdiction, yet the penalties were part of the post-trial process, closely linking them to the department's responsibilities. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement had also failed to respond to her inquiry. Celia was unwilling to wait any longer and decided to leverage her connections. She had long intended to write to Amelia. Why not use her connections if she had them? Due to Phineas's comments and those of the other portraits, Celia found herself sleepless throughout the night, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find rest. She lay on her side, gazing through the window at the moonlight. The Black family had dwindled to just Sirius. She could not help but recall Regulus, Sirius's younger brother, who had perished at the tender age of 18. Their last encounter had been during her graduation. This particular cohort was marked by a raucous celebration, as the world outside was engulfed in turmoil, yet they felt compelled to host a graduation party regardless. The venue was set upon the verdant banks of the Black Lake, adorned with flowers, white fireworks, a champagne fountain, and the pulsating rhythms of rock music. Following the examination period, the June days had grown warm, prompting everyone to shed their robes and don their favorite attire, reveling by the lake's edge in a final hurrah. Lower year students yearned to partake, though they were forbidden from drinking. Instead, they munched on snacks and swayed to the music, contributing to the festive atmosphere. The Slytherins, however, opted out of the celebration. They were neither welcomed nor inclined to join, yet they observed from a distance, standing in the castle corridors, gazing at the throng by the lake. Whenever someone met their gaze, they quickly averted their eyes, for none knew how many among them had already aligned themselves with the Death Eaters. One truth remained clear. On the day they departed from Hogwarts Castle, many would draw their wands and turn them against their former classmates in a deadly confrontation. Celia was a member of the party planning committee, yet she refrained from joining the festivities. As a prefect, it was her duty to maintain order. She stood at the juncture of the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake, tasked with preventing inebriated graduates from stumbling into the forest or leaping into the lake. This position seemed somewhat superfluous, as the alcohol procured was of such low potency that it could scarcely intoxicate anyone, and no one was inclined to leap into the lake, except for James, who had suggested this role, likely as a precaution against his own reckless tendencies. Leaning against a tree, she swayed to the thunderous music, laughing heartily at the antics around her. It was only after some time that she noticed someone lurking in the shadows of the Forbidden Forest, the sound of a twig snapping alerting her. Turning, she spotted Regulus, half hidden beneath the foliage. They had not exchanged a word since a certain incident the previous year, and their meetings had been few and far between. Celia was struck by how much Regulus had changed over the past year. He had grown taller, his demeanor more rigid, and his expression decidedly darker. His gray eyes fixated on her with a stubborn intensity. Slowly, she turned away, choosing not to meet his gaze. You should return to France after graduation. He spoke from behind her, his voice hoarse. No, Celia replied. You will regret it, he warned. No, she reiterated. Regulus approached her, brushing against her shoulder as he passed without pausing, merely whispering a farewell. Celia watched his retreating figure until he vanished from her sight. That evening, upon returning to her dormitory and shedding her outer layer, something fell from her pocket, a rose-shaped diamond brooch. She later inquired among everyone, yet none knew who had gifted it to her. She pondered whether it might have been Regulus, but never had the chance to ask him again. Not long after graduation, tragedy struck the Patil family, forcing them to flee to America. Celia began working logistics for the Order of the Phoenix, clandestinely aiding families in their escape. Then came the news of Regulus's death. Sirius sat in silence for an entire night, investigating the circumstances surrounding his brother's demise. No one knew how he had died or where he had met his end. He had simply vanished, slipping away without a sound. Celia remained in a daze for quite some time, recalling the moment when she first spoke to Regulus. It was during the summer after their first year, when she was handing out flyers and guiding tourists. practicing her English. Passing by Grimmauld Place, she caught sight of number 12, which was invisible to muggles, and saw Sirius leaning against the window, coming to the realization that he resided there. On another occasion, she noticed a pale face peeking out from another window. Waving, she called out, "Hey, is your brother home?" The pale face recoiled in fear, disappearing for several seconds before timidly re-emerging, whispering, "He is not here." That Regulus was now gone. When Celia first expressed her desire to join the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore had declined her request. She was slow to react, possessed little combat prowess, and had a gentle disposition. Encountering Death Eaters would likely lead to her demise. Dumbledore wished for more individuals to join the Order in the fight against evil, but he did not wish to sacrifice lives in the process. Celia felt immense frustration, training spells with Sirius and creating potions for the Order. Soon after, she again proposed her membership. Dumbledore's expression was inscrutable. "Celia, you could distance yourself from the conflict." Indeed, she could. She certainly could. Countless voices had urged her. Family, friends, classmates, professors, and even those Slytherins she had come to view as adversaries, had discreetly advised her to leave. Depart from this war, ignited by extremist pure-blood ideologies. Those like you, of Muggle descent, are the first to suffer. Wait for the conflict to abate and return then. Or perhaps never return at all. She had experienced fear, had considered retreat, but every time the thought of leaving crossed her mind, she envisioned the figures standing before her. James Potter, pure blood. Sirius Black, pure blood. Edgar Bones, pure blood. Fabian Pruitt, pure blood. Gideon Pruitt, pure blood. Frank Longbottom, pure blood. Alice Longbottom, pure blood. The Order of the Phoenix contained many pure blood wizards who were not obligated to engage in battle. They could simply feign ignorance, remain neutral, and await Voldemort's triumph. Ready to bask in the glory of pure blood supremacy. Yet they stepped forward, not for personal gain, but to fight for justice, to combat evil, to rescue the persecuted, to protect the lives of the innocent. Celia suddenly realized that during those 7 years at school, her concessions had only led to further persecution. She should fight for herself, just as Lily had. She shared her thoughts with Dumbledore, who at last consented to her joining. While she primarily engaged in logistical and liaison work, she was now prepared to martyr herself for her ideals, to die for justice, purely to save others like herself, or perhaps even to save those like Regulus. Celia spent the entire night without sleep, and as dawn broke, she rose to wash and change her clothes. She wandered into the dew-kissed Forbidden Forest, picking a few flowers. Returning to her room, she magically transformed several of the blooms into dried flower bookmarks, setting them aside as she took out a sheet of mundane Muggle stationery. Selecting a pen, she endeavored to write in simple, comprehensible terms. "Dear Harry, I am Aunt Celia. It has been a week since school began. How is the new term treating you? I am doing well. These are wildflowers from the school. I pressed them into bookmarks, hoping they will accompany you. Reading is always beneficial." Once she completed the letter to Harry, she sealed it in an envelope, affixed a stamp, and addressed it to Harry's school. She added a few closing lines to the letter for Remus, enclosing both letters together to send to him. Remus would ensure that Harry received his letter in the Muggle manner. She chose not to mention to Remus the sleepless night that had plagued her. Celia adheres to a personal principle regarding her interactions with friends. She seeks their assistance for challenges that can be resolved, while the insurmountable troubles she chooses to bear alone. On her way to the Ollery to send a letter, she enlisted a school owl to dispatch her correspondence, only for Luca to return with a letter of his own. He landed atop her head, trampling her hair with fervor. All right. Thank you, sir. Please spare my hair," Celia exclaimed, gently seizing him and hastily smoothing her disheveled locks as she eagerly perused the contents of the letter. Amelia had sent her a rather thick reply. She began with an apology, stating that she lacked the authority to grant Celia permission to visit Sirius at Azkaban. A pang of disappointment struck Celia as she stepped out of the Ollery, leaning against the window to continue reading Amelia's letter. Amelia vaguely recounted the circumstances a year prior. Someone had bribed their way into visitation rights at Azkaban, attempting to aid the imprisoned in an escape, which ultimately failed, inciting a furious response from Cornelius Fudge, who subsequently decreed that no further visits would be permitted, especially for serious offenders. Amelia included a detailed report on the Sirius incident, meticulously describing the nature of his crimes, the apprehension, and sentencing. Amelia's words were quite direct. "I know you once had a close relationship with Sirius Black, but he is no longer the person you once knew, a servant of dark wizards, a deranged murderer. Is he truly worthy of your efforts to seek him out?" It felt as if she wished to bluntly suggest that with so many men in the world, Celia should hasten to find another. With a sigh, Celia reflected that this was precisely why she had hesitated to approach Amelia. Her friends would never comprehend her, not even Remus. Amelia also provided some new information. I have received a report from the Aurors currently stationed at Azkaban. Sirius Black's condition is relatively stable among serious offenders. He remains lucid and has not succumbed to madness. Celia painfully tucked away the letter. The fact that he had not yet lost his sanity felt like a small consolation. She trudged back, momentarily lost in her thoughts. Upon reaching the second floor, she spotted 3 students gathered at her office door. Their heads bent together as they examined a communication butterfly. Instantly, Celia banished her negative emotions, donning a somewhat stiff smile. "Good morning, what are you up to?" Professor Dillon. Tonks, sporting her vibrant peach-pink hair, waved cheerfully. "We're figuring out how to use the butterfly." Celia halted, noting the instructions on the paper. "I'm right here. Why don't you give it a try?" The 3 students carefully plucked a butterfly from its resting place, cradling it in their palms. One recited the method from the paper, while another pointed their wand at the butterfly. "First, give it a tap to activate." "Oh, it's moving." Then, they used a recording spell to inscribe their thoughts, or simply spoke aloud. "Hi, Professor Dillon, it's Tonks." Tonks declared. They wrote Celia Dillon's name on the butterfly. The moment they completed the steps, the butterfly fluttered from their hands, gracefully alighting in Celia's hair. She heard the butterfly emit Tonks's voice, speaking softly to it. Celia sent the butterfly back towards Tonks, who reached out to catch it. The butterfly flapped its wings and said, "Hello, Tonks, I'm Celia Dillon." Tonks gasped in amazement. What? Her companions leaned in, asking, "What is happening? Didn't you hear Professor Dillon's voice?" They both shook their heads. Celia approached them, explaining. Wizards' names inherently possess magic. When inscribed upon magical objects, they create a one-sided contract. Communication butterflies have this effect. Only the intended recipient can hear the voice or see the text. The 3 students looked on in awe, having absorbed this knowledge. Celia opened her office door. "Any other questions, students?" The trio exchanged glances, and Tonks cleared her throat. "Actually, Professor Dillon, we came to visit you." Celia smiled and nodded. "Welcome, my young guests. Please, come in." The 3 followed her into her office, where she invited them to take a seat. She retreated to her bedroom to neatly stow away Amelia's letter and to retrieve a few treats for her visitors. Upon her return, the 3 were already seated in the armchairs. After introductions, she learned the names of the other 2 students, one named Charlie Weasley, a third-year Gryffindor and brother to Bill Weasley, and the other named Elsie Hassan, a third-year Hufflepuff and Tonks's roommate. As soon as she took her seat, Tonks excitedly exclaimed, "Elsie is particularly fond of the cookies you made yesterday and wanted to ask for the recipe. Charlie and I ran into her at your office door while she was examining the little butterfly. I'll write down the recipe for you in a moment." Celia assured Elsie, who blushed and thanked her. With a flick of her wand, several plates of custard cookies appeared on the table, accompanied by 3 types of jam and 3 glasses of oddly colored beverages. "What is this?" Charlie leaned closer, inspecting the brown drink that fizzed and bubbled, sending tiny splashes onto his face. Celia, with an air of mystery, encouraged, "Give it a try." The 3 lifted their cups, took a sip, and grimaced in unison. "What a strange taste. It's a bit spicy, a bit tingly, as if one has been struck and then sipped again. The aftertaste is somewhat sweet, but still bizarre. Let us have another sip." They continued to drink, finishing their cups without discerning whether it was truly delicious or not. Tonks gazed at her eagerly. "Professor, what is this?" "I want more." "Coke, a muggle beverage," Celia replied, waving her wand to refill her own cup. She gestured to the other 2, who nodded in agreement, eager for more, but warned not to indulge excessively. As soon as she finished speaking, Charlie let out a loud belch. "Merlin!" he exclaimed, his face turning crimson. Tonks and Elsie stifled their laughter, both clutching their mouths to suppress their own impending laughs. After finishing their second cup of Coke, Celia switched their drinks to red tea. "This is invigorating. My father would surely be interested in this Coke. He is quite the muggle enthusiast," Charlie explained. The 3 were lively and animated, engaging in a rapid exchange with Celia, who surprisingly managed to keep pace with their enthusiastic dialogue. Celia learned that Charlie had 7 siblings, all distinctly characterized by their vibrant red hair. This year, his 3rd brother Percy had just started at Hogwarts, joining Bill and Ron in Gryffindor. She also discovered that Bill was a huge fan of hers. He has your clippings plastered on his wall and has memorized every word of praise from the newspapers. Charlie revealed. "Does Bill not give you a hard time?" "I've heard you mention similar things to various people," Elsie interjected, her voice loud enough for Celia to hear clearly. Charlie covered his mouth, replying, "He has already given me a thrashing. I had to pay him back." Celia couldn't help but giggle. The Weasley family was truly delightful. Elsie was equally charming, hailing from a wizarding family that had migrated from Egypt to Britain, and they still upheld certain Egyptian customs. In her household, there existed a peculiar fondness for fava beans, which she consumed with an aversion that bordered on the grotesque. During her childhood, in a fit of magical exuberance, The fava beans on the table inexplicably found their way into her family's nostrils. An incident that rendered them wary of presenting legumes in her presence ever again. The Elsie family dabbled in alchemy, a discipline that flourished in Egypt, where the International Alchemist Association's headquarters is situated in the bustling capital of Cairo. She expressed her determination to enroll in alchemy classes in the future. Cecilia had already experienced Tonks's transfiguration magic, which allowed her to conjure animal traits. She playfully manifested a pig's snout before Cecilia, who curiously touched it, finding the texture indistinguishable from that of a real pig's nose. Tonks then transformed her visage to mirror Cecilia's. "Splendid. Now we have two Cecilias," remarked Cecilia, summoning a mirror and embracing the pink-haired version of herself for a reflection. "I wish I had a camera to capture this moment and send it to my family, informing them of my long-lost sister. Cecilia, once you acquire a camera, I shall transform again." The pink-haired Cecilia winked at her. "Hey, how about transforming into Professor Dumbledore and showcasing your splendid beard to Professor Cecilia?" Charlie suggested. Tonks closed her eyes, recalling Dumbledore's likeness as her features gradually morphed. Cecilia's petite, refined nose elongated and distorted, while a bushy mass of pink hair erupted from her chin. When Tonks opened her eyes, she had entirely become a pink-hued version of Dumbledore, save for the unnaturally smooth skin. "Merlin, oh Merlin," Cecilia exclaimed, darting into the bedroom to rummage through her belongings for a camera, returning in disappointment. "I will certainly bring a camera next semester to show the headmaster." Tonks blinked Dumbledore's eyes. "Do you think the headmaster would be upset?" "Not at all. He has a kind disposition," Cecilia reassured her, contemplating the feasibility of persuading Dumbledore to dye his hair and beard pink. Elsie mischievously urged Tonks to transform into that person. "Absolutely," Tonks readily agreed. She closed her eyes once more, the beard vanishing, and as a familiar hooked nose emerged on her face, the other three began to chuckle. Objectively speaking, Snape was not particularly old, being merely 28. However, his perpetually gloomy countenance, furrowed brow, and the unyielding black attire lent him the moniker of Old Bat among students. Now, the old bat had transformed into a pink bat. Cecilia laughed so hard that tears threatened to spill. "It actually suits him rather well." "Suit? What on earth?" came a biting voice from the doorway. Tonks turned in terror to find the true old bat staring back at her, his expression one of incredulity. The three students stood frozen in shock, with only Cecilia's laughter reverberating through the office. Chapter 39, The Third Guest. Tonks's face instantly reverted to its original form, her hair turning a shade of gray from fright. Cecilia continued to cackle uncontrollably. Snape entered with heavy footsteps, his lips twitching as cold words escaped his lips. 10 points from Hufflepuff, each. 10 points from Gryffindor for your blatant disrespect towards the professor. Cecilia's laughter diminished slightly. 10 more points from Hufflepuff for you, Miss Tonks, for the abuse of your abilities and showing off. Cecilia's laughter quieted further. Snape glared at her menacingly. 10 more points from Hufflepuff. All right, you can all go now." Cecilia interjected, waving her hand to hastily dismiss the three students. They fled down the corridor, finally pausing to catch their breath. "Do you think Professor Cecilia will be all right? They're both professors. Surely nothing will happen to them." "We've just docked Hufflepuff 30 points. Professor Sprout will surely be disheartened," Elsie lamented. Charlie straightforwardly asked. "Hufflepuff has always been in competition with us Gryffindors for last place. Do they truly care about such trivial points? Hey, I haven't added 30 points since arriving at Hogwarts." Elsie shot him a glare. "Oh, I see. I'll just win the Quidditch match to make up for it," Charlie replied. Tonks and Elsie playfully punched him, annoying Gryffindor seeker. "Have you noticed that Snape seems to have washed his hair?" Charlie inquired again. Tonks shot him a reproachful look. "I'm already terrified enough to meet my great-grandmother. I don't need your lack of perception." The trio parted ways on the first floor, having learned a vital lesson. Always remember to close the door before engaging in mischief. Once the students had escaped, Cecilia regarded her still fuming colleague, wiping away tears of laughter from her eyes. Severus, do not be angry. It was merely a jest." "Merely a jest?" Snape glared at her. "You allow students to mock, tease, and undermine the dignity of their colleagues. This is what you have wrought, Professor Cecilia." "Merlin, how worked up you are, taking this too seriously," she chided, stepping closer to him, placing her hand on his back and soothingly stroking it. Calm down. To her surprise, this tactic proved effective. His venomous words faltered, and the fury on his face began to dissipate. He shifted uncomfortably, as if wishing to distance himself from her hand, yet he did not fully retreat. Cecilia gently urged him forward, pressing down on his shoulders to guide him into a chair. With a flick of her wand, a fresh cup of tea appeared before him, and she gazed at him with a smile. "Did our dear Professor Severus come here to deliver me some potions?" Snape indeed had come bearing potions. He had heard the raucous laughter emanating from Cecilia's quarters, even from the staircase, a sound that was both irksome and reminiscent of their student days. Cecilia was perpetually surrounded by people, always enveloped in laughter. He had never understood why she was always smiling, why she radiated such joy, why she was kind to everyone, and why she allowed those with ulterior motives to draw near. Stealthily, he approached the door to Cecilia's office, curious to see who was the source of her merriment. To his displeasure, it was none other than himself. With a scowl, Snape tossed the potion bottle onto the table, revealing the same eerie concoction that glimmered with a red hue. Cecilia recalled its taste with trepidation, dreading to ingest it. Snape's thin lips curled in derision as he began. I trust that the expensive potion ingredients and the intricate brewing process, along with the precious time of the potion's master. Oh no, you don't. Cecilia interjected, hastily uncorking the potion and gulping it down, adopting a desperate mantra of let it kill me, let it kill me. The potion was indeed so vile that it nearly brought her to her knees, the agony akin to a pounding headache that left her dazed for a moment. As she regained her senses, she heard Snape inquire about its effects. Cecilia retched slightly. The effects are splendid. They render me worse than dead. Arm, Snape commanded, his face a mask of sternness. Cecilia extended her left arm, her gaze somewhat glazed as she stared blankly at the ceiling while mechanically stuffing her mouth with a few custard biscuits. The biscuits did little to alleviate the sickening bitterness that clung to her throat. Snape grasped her wrist, his fingers delicate enough to encircle it entirely. As he rolled up her sleeve to scrutinize her scars, Cecilia's palm appeared unblemished, yet scars marred her skin from the wrist upward. He caressed her forearm, gauging the elasticity of her skin. Celia's gaze shifted back to her own arm, where she observed the mottled skin, and suddenly recalled the words of the Muggle salesman from when she purchased her car, a sanded texture. Surely, her arm bore a similar tactile quality, prompting a silly smile to form on her lips. Severus, misinterpreting her laughter, abruptly released Celia's arm, awkwardly declaring, the scars have faded. I shall brew a potion weekly from now on. What? Celia's amusement vanished as she scrutinized her arm, lifting it to poke beneath Severus's eye. I see no change. Let us try a different potion. Severus coldly retorted, I believe I possess greater expertise than Professor Celia. Celia took a step back, inquiring, can you make the potion more palatable? Severus remained unyielding. If you recall last week, I informed you that I am not a cook. The quality of potions is unrelated to their taste. As he turned to leave, Celia grasped the sleeve of his robe, which billowed as he moved, inadvertently catching hold of his hand. Regardless of what she had seized, she tugged at his hand, unwilling to let him depart. Just make it a bit more enjoyable. Did you not research flavor enhancers for potions? Otherwise, next time, you can simply knock me out and pour it down my throat. Celia, exasperated, let loose her frustrations. She had always been someone who cherished the pleasures of the palate. Despite her age, she ought not to fear potion consumption any longer. Yet she had bravely endured it twice, and found no courage for a third attempt. Severus said nothing, his gaze lowering to the hand she held. Her hand was pale, smaller than his bony fingers, gripping his palm firmly, her soft fingers contrasting vividly against his. Noticing his stare, Celia assumed he abhorred her touch and released her grip. However, Severus unexpectedly clasped her hand in return. What did this signify? Celia was utterly perplexed. Professor, I wish to consult you on a matter. Just then, Bill knocked twice and peeked in from outside. Come in, Celia called out. Severus abruptly released her hand. More accurately, he flung it away and strode swiftly out, narrowing his eyes at Bill as he passed, warning, you saw nothing. His dark cloak billowed behind him, lending an air of hasty retreat. Celia gazed blankly at his departing figure, then at Bill's peculiar expression, and back to Severus's silhouette. Nothing had transpired between them, yet his proclamation suggested otherwise. Another man plagued by his own maladies. Chapter 40, in the library. What brings Professor Snape to see you? Bill inquired directly. Celia felt a surge of gratitude that he asked rather than leaving her to ponder alone. She raised her arm, allowing her sleeve to slip down to reveal her scar. Professor Snape came to deliver potions. You need not concern yourself with him. Bill shrugged. I've been his student for 6 years. I know how to handle him. What brings you to me? Celia asked, glancing at her desk. The remnants of cookies vanished, and the tea she had consumed disappeared. This morning, her office had indeed been a hub of activity, hosting 3 separate visits. Celia conjured a fresh cup of tea, gesturing for Bill to sit. He settled opposite her, producing a notebook. I wanted to inquire about alchemy, but on my way here, I encountered Charlie. He seems to have caused you some trouble. My sincere apologies. Celia waved her hand dismissively. He caused no trouble. We had a delightful conversation. Let me see your questions. The assignment Celia had assigned during their first lesson revolved around materials, and Bill's inquiries were likewise related. Celia began to comprehend Dumbledore's sentiments regarding her questions. Some were rather elementary, knowledge readily available in textbooks. She preferred to provide him with a reading list rather than answering each query one by one. She longed to emulate Dumbledore, one hand pressed to her temple while the other elegantly enumerated titles, a sight to behold. However, Dumbledore's method was aimed at sifting through the vastness of his brilliant mind, retrieving pertinent knowledge from countless tomes he had perused. Celia, on the other hand, had read but a fraction of that number and struggled to recall even their titles. Pressing her temple would merely suggest a simple headache. Not wishing to burden herself, she rose and retreated to her bedroom, retrieving her study notes to compile a list of books she had previously reviewed. This, she concluded, was far from impressive. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Bill accepted the book list, smiling at her. "Thank you, Professor Celia. You are quite diligent in your studies. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me at any time." Celia had been an average student during her school years and held great respect for those who excelled academically. Just moments ago, she had heard from Charlie that Bill was an exceptional scholar, having achieved 12 OWLs. 12. She had not even managed half that number. Bill nodded, hesitating for a few seconds before continuing. "Professor Celia, there is actually one more thing I wish to discuss with you." Celia smiled at him. "What is it? Did Charlie mention the clippings?" Bill's expression turned awkward. "In truth, I recognized you long before I saw the newspaper article. Oh, my uncles, Gideon and Fabian, once spoke of you, describing you as an incredibly brave individual and an admirable comrade. Charlie was too young at the time to remember, but when I saw the report, I immediately recognized you." Celia's smile turned bittersweet. "Yes, indeed, Gideon and Fabian, I know your uncles well. They were quite amusing, often making me laugh heartily. They were heroes." Bill stood, offering her a gentle smile. "You are also a hero. I must take my leave now. Goodbye, Professor Celia." "Goodbye, Bill, and thank you." Celia watched as he departed. Sitting in her chair, she fell into a reverie. Gideon and Fabian Pruitt were a pair of twin brothers, remarkably in sync, having saved many lives before meeting a valiant end during an ambush by 5 Death Eaters. She rarely allowed herself to contemplate the fates of those comrades. However, Bill's words today had brought her warmth. Perhaps the spirits of those comrades would continue to inspire the next generation. Legacy, indeed, is a splendid word. As soon as Bill exited Celia's office, his fists clenched tightly. Charlie had certainly received a light reprimand. How dare he jest about his matters in front of Celia? If he failed to clarify, she might genuinely misinterpret him as one of those who cut out pictures of beautiful women to paste on walls. Even if he was indeed one to have seen the newspaper, linking it to the little girl his uncles had mentioned and had pined for her for years. How absurd. Bill lifted the parchment bearing the book list, scrutinizing it in the sunlight for an extended moment before hugging it tightly to his chest. He felt immensely fortunate. The person he had admired for years had appeared before him this year. After lunch, Celia took the book list Dumbledore had prepared for her and headed to the library to borrow books. On the Saturday afternoon of the first week of the term, the library was nearly deserted, with only a handful of Ravenclaw students present. Celia headed straight for Madame Pants, seeking her assistance in locating the books. "Good afternoon, Irma. Do we have these books in the library?" Ilma Pants is a slender woman of advancing years, having already taken on the role of librarian during Celia's time at school. Her temperament is exceedingly irritable, particularly disdaining students who deface books or engage in activities unrelated to reading within the library's confines. She has unceremoniously ejected numerous trespassers from the library, including Celia, a widely adored faculty member. This occurred when Celia pursued Mrs. Pants, requesting her to procure some books that include curses, preferably in both French and English. Mrs. Pants responded by casting her out of the library. Mrs. Pants squinted through her spectacles at the list of books. "We have all of these. Some are in the restricted section," she stated. "Oh, then I suppose I need to get a note signed by the professor?" Celia replied nonchalantly. "Don't jest. You are a professor yourself," Mrs. Pants retorted sternly, listing the locations of the books after their titles. "Off you go." Celia accepted the information with a smile, thanked Mrs. Pants, and set off in search of the books. The locations marked by Mrs. Pants were precise, and Celia quickly gathered the volumes. As she carried a floating stack of books, intending to borrow them for her office, she passed a corner and spotted Chilo, who was engrossed in reading. She changed her mind and approached him. "Hello, Quirinius," she said softly, placing the books gently on the table. Chilo's body jolted slightly. Upon seeing Celia, his tense expression softened. "Oh, hello, Celia." Celia sat down across from him and leaned in to whisper, "I haven't seen you around the Great Hall this week. How has your first week been?" Chilo replied quietly, "Not bad, and you?" "I'm well." Celia glanced at the book before him, discovering it was a tome on the defense against the dark arts. "Are you interested in defense against the dark arts?" she asked, somewhat surprised. Chilo awkwardly closed the book and stammered, "Only in my spare time. I enjoy reading, any genre." "Really?" Suddenly, Mrs. Pants appeared at their table like a specter, her voice low yet firm. Professors, even those of your rank, are not permitted to converse in the library. I trust you do not wish to be expelled in front of the students? Not wanting that, Celia and Chilo immediately fell silent, with Celia shaking her head vigorously and miming zipping her lips. Mrs. Pants silently drifted away. Celia, clutching the books, took a seat beside Chilo, casting a silencing charm with her wand. Let us continue our discussion quietly, she whispered. Chilo felt conflicted. Was it not more appropriate to remain silent and read? Celia quietly inquired, what kinds of books do you enjoy? He dared not voice his thoughts. He felt an obligation to comply with Mrs. Pants's demands. Fidgeting, Chilo glanced around, wary of Mrs. Pants's sudden reappearance, and softly answered, Muggle studies, magical creatures, and defense against the dark arts are my current favorites. Celia nodded, gesturing to the stack of books in front of her. I'm studying the improvement of two-way mirrors, which requires at least this many texts. If only I were a prophet, and all knowledge would simply leap into my mind. However, I have learned a speed-reading charm, like this. She retrieved a book, laying it open before her, and silently cast the spell. Her posture straightened, and her eyes glimmered with a golden hue as the book began to turn its pages autonomously, producing a rustling sound. Within mere moments, it reached the final page. Celia abruptly closed her eyes, her body slackening as she exhaled softly. There, I've finished. The advantage is the swift reading pace, but the downside is that many details are overlooked. Chilo looked astonished, stuttering. That hardly counts as finishing a book. But it is efficient, Celia shrugged. Chilo's gaze darted behind her in alarm. You too. Out. Now. Mrs. Pants, brandishing a feather duster, glared at them with flames of fury in her eyes. Oh, we're done for. Celia quickly gathered her books, winking at Chilo as she rose to leave. I'm going out now. Approaching Mrs. Pants, she chirped, Don't be angry. Ilma, you look lovely today. With that, she planted a light kiss on her cheek. The corner of Mrs. Pants's mouth twitched. Perhaps a smile was on the verge of breaking through, yet her anger remained palpable, twisting her features further. She continued to glare at Chilo, who, flustered, stood up hastily. Do I need to go too? Aye, Ilma. Out. Mrs. Pants expelled Chilo from the library. Chapter 41. Exceptional assignment. Celia felt sympathy for Chilo, who had been inadvertently embroiled in her predicament. She intended to invite him for afternoon tea in the kitchen, but he shook his head in refusal and hurriedly fled. Resigned, she returned to her office to continue her reading. After finishing the borrowed texts, Celia formulated preliminary thoughts and sequestered herself in the alchemy room to begin her work. She remained locked away until Tuesday evening, only emerging after a shower to dine in the Great Hall. Celia, if you don't show up soon, I shall have to dig you out of your office. Have you not slept for days? Professor Sprout inquired, stroking her cheek. 3 days? Perhaps, Celia yawned, stuffing food into her mouth. I'm so close, but I can't quite pinpoint the problem. Even when young, you must heed your health. I shall go and procure a dreamless sleep potion from Pomfrey. You truly ought to rest, Professor Sprout admonished her with maternal concern. Take your research slowly. You should adjust your schedule. Celia leaned her head against Professor Sprout's shoulder, inhaling the familiar scents of earth and herbs. Thank you, Pomona. After finishing her dinner, she floated back to her office, which was now cluttered with various items. Though only a wall separated her from the alchemy room, she had not stepped this way for days, and she had cast a silencing charm to ensure she could neither hear the outside world nor be disturbed. The communication butterflies had been exhausted, now resting against her door. She waved her wand, and various voices emerged from within. Professor Celia, where have you been? Your office has been locked. Did you step out? Professor Celia, I've gathered the assignments and left them at your door. Professor Celia, are you still alive? Celia's eyelids twitched at the foolishness of the questions. She retrieved the assignments that had been shoved through the door and placed them on her desk. A glance into her bedroom revealed that Luca had evidently made quite the mess, with several of his feathers scattered on the floor and various packages and letters tossed haphazardly about. It seemed she truly needed to amend her habits. During those 7 years in France, it had become routine to seclude herself in the alchemy room, losing track of day and night, often informing her family and Nico, Perry, that she could go months without stepping outside. Now, however, that was no longer feasible. Someone would always be looking for her. Celia hummed a light-hearted tune as she gathered the packages and letters from the floor. Among them were food parcels from her family and a few from Remus. Remus, like a student answering an exam, had meticulously responded to her letters point by point before mentioning his own matters. He had secretly gone to see Harry on September 1st. Harry had advanced to 3rd year and seemed to be doing well, assuring Celia that there was no cause for concern. The alchemy shop has received an order, and the corresponding alchemical materials have been dispatched along with the order details to Celia. She has shared her thoughts on the shop's future prospects. Awaiting a decisive response from her employer, Professor Pomona Sprout, Celia knocked on the door, announcing, I have brought you the dreamless sleep potion. Celia hurried outside to receive it. Expressing her gratitude once more to Pomona. You seem quite cheerful, Pomona remarked, her eyes sparkling with mirth. I just received a letter from Remus, Celia confessed, not denying her current good spirits. Lupin? I remember him, a remarkable young man. How is he faring now? The professor shook her head regretfully. She, like many of her colleagues, was aware of Remus's true identity as a werewolf. Life as a werewolf is fraught with challenges, she noted. Celia invited Professor Sprout to sit down. We have co-founded an alchemy shop, selling some of my invented alchemical products. Thankfully, Remus is assisting me with the intricate business dealings, which I find quite bewildering. Oh, Pomona said, fiddling with her fingers, which still bore traces of earth. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, what is your relationship with him? Celia smiled warmly. We are friends, Pomona. Indeed, it seems you have always had a good rapport, Professor Sprout responded as she rose. You should take some rest. Celia escorted the professor out, tidying her package and letter, setting an early alarm for herself, and consuming the dreamless sleep potion for a night of undisturbed slumber. Upon awakening, Celia's first task was to grade the assignments of her 6th grade students, as she was scheduled to teach them in the afternoon. She felt somewhat guilty for her last-minute cramming. It was rather unbecoming. With her changed status, her standards had, rather remarkably, shifted as well. Gazing at the 14 assignments before her, she could immediately discern the level of effort invested. Many students had merely met the minimum requirements, hastily transcribing the assigned materials without much thought. Celia recalled her own school days with a twinge of guilt. She had often been among them. Some students, however, had taken the task more seriously, supplementing their work with additional insights or references. The last group consisted of diligent and disciplined students who held themselves to exceptionally high standards. Their submissions were often 7 or 8 times longer than those of their peers, meticulously gathering and comparing information within the span of a week. Celia felt a bead of sweat form on her brow. She could not afford to be so lax, lest her students surpass her. In the afternoon, during the second alchemy class for 6th grade, Celia entered the classroom, clutching the assignments. She gently tapped the podium, announcing, "Let us commence our lesson." Glancing at the names on the roster, she noted that all the enrolled students were present. All right, class, let us discuss the assignments. She tapped the stack of papers, which then flew towards their respective owners. 2 students, Bill Weasley and Zane Frey, received O grades. Celia smiled in their direction. Bill returned the smile, while Zane remained aloof. Your assignments were quite intriguing. One explored depth, while the other expanded breadth. It would be beneficial for you to exchange ideas. Bill's work had deepened the assigned materials, detailing their functions, methods of handling, and advanced applications, making it an excellent reference for fellow students. Zane, on the other hand, had focused on alternative alchemical materials, mentioning several obscure and rare ones, some of which Celia was unfamiliar with but later confirmed were indeed usable. After making her observations, Celia noted the lack of response from both Bill and Zane. They didn't even exchange glances. Raising an eyebrow, she mused, It appears that the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin has extinguished any chance for dialogue. She officially began the lesson. Today, we will discuss methods of material processing. At the end of the class, Celia assigned homework on processing techniques, allowing for length and creativity. Before they departed, she called Bill and Zane to her office. Once in her office, both stood apart, one gazing left while the other looked right, maintaining their silence. To be brief, so as not to delay your dinner. Your essays were outstanding. I wish to use them as references for future students, with your names retained. Would you agree? Bill immediately replied, of course. It would be my honor, Professor. Celia turned her gaze to Zane, who bore a striking resemblance to his uncle, possessing pale skin, golden brown hair, and light blue eyes. She recalled, somewhat inappropriately, the time she and Patrice had observed the pure bloods of Slytherin, always wearing expressions as if they had caught a whiff of something foul. I truly wish I could toss something unpleasant beneath their noses, Patrice had whispered. Why do they always elongate their words? Excuse me, you are blocking my way, Celia mimicked, eliciting a chuckle from Patrice. That sounds quite cruel, Patrice observed. Celia realized, so that is the intent. Patrice added, when waiting, they cross their arms after 10 seconds, roll their eyes after 20, and after 30, they seem on the verge of fainting. Isn't that right, ladies? A cold voice interrupted them, and they turned to see the very Slytherin they had been discussing. Asher Flint stared at them with his unblinking light blue eyes. You are blocking my path. Kindly move aside, or I shall surely faint. Celia and Patrice grasped each other's hands in fright until he walked away. He heard us. He completely heard us. They exchanged glances, releasing their grip and departing, thinking, so what if he did? Zane regarded Celia with his similarly pale blue eyes, and fortunately, he neither frowned nor elongated his words, sparing Celia from an involuntary chuckle. I do not believe my paper holds much value, Professor, Zane began. Merely because someone in my family has a penchant for collecting alchemical materials. He gazed intently at her, softly adding, that person is my uncle. Celia smiled up. It makes sense, it seems to run in the family. However, I truly do not think your paper lacks merit. Chapter 42, The Improved Two-Sided Mirror. Ultimately, Zane acquiesced to Celia's proposal. She waved them off, allowing them to head to dinner. What are you trying to probe, Frey? Bill inquired. The path from Celia's office to the dining hall was singular, and they begrudgingly walked together, maintaining a distance of several people between them. That is none of your concern. Weasley, Zane replied coldly. My advice, it would be best not to entertain any nefarious thoughts, Bill warned. I have a suggestion too. Stop fixating on the professor. It is quite repulsive. They quickened their pace, rushing into the hall, finally escaping the discomfort of their reluctant company. Bill noticed Frey's probing, and naturally, Celia did as well. He seemed to be testing whether she knew that Asher was his uncle and what her stance was regarding Asher. It mattered little to Celia. She merely regarded him as a stranger. After teaching 7th grade on Thursday, Celia found herself with a lengthy 5-day respite. This time, she adjusted the duration of her research. First completing an order of crafted items daily to hone her skills, before attempting to create an improved double-sided mirror. When she encountered obstacles, she would visit the library to peruse books, consult Dumbledore, or reach out to Nicole remotely. Once I perfect the double-sided mirror, I shall send you a large one. Then, I can visit you daily to chat with Perry, Celia remarked, gazing at the image of Nicole in the embossed book. Nicole, trembling with fear, slowly shook his head. No, please don't. Both Perry and I require personal time. Celia clicked her tongue, sensing Nicole's disdain for her. Under the guidance of the greatest alchemist and the most powerful wizard of the age, Celia finally succeeded in crafting an improved version of the double-sided mirror within a month. She promptly sent it to Remus. Upon giving the mirror to Remus, she found herself calling out to her own large mirror at intervals. Remus, Remus. Remy, Remy. Remus, Remus. After several hours, a response emerged. Remus's face appeared in the mirror, bearing a conspicuous, freshly inflicted scratch marred with blood. What happened to your face? Celia inquired. Leaning closer to the mirror, Luca became inexplicably irritable and scratched me several times, Remus replied, perplexed. He cast a healing spell on himself while smiling at Celia through the mirror. You did it. Congratulations. Oh, Celia blinked, pondering whether she was the cause of his predicament. She had added sound effects and a vibration feature to the double-sided mirror. Perhaps the constant vibrations while calling Remus had irritated Luca? Never mind, she decided. Standing up and twirling in front of the mirror. Look, Remus, I've made a double-sided mirror as large as a dressing mirror for myself. So I can sit in my armchair and chat with you. Yours can magnify. Simply cast a magnification spell. I incorporated a transformation spell while inscribing the magical runes. Then I must give it a try, Remus gently suggested. He cast a magnification spell on the palm-sized mirror, placing it on the table, and seated himself. Indeed, even after magnification, it remained functional. With the mirror enlarged, the view expanded, and Celia felt as if she were sitting face-to-face with Remus. Curiously, she glanced behind him. Are you currently residing in the alchemy shop? Yes, it's more convenient. I only return home occasionally, Remus replied, maintaining a gentle smile. Celia immediately scrutinized his complexion. He appeared significantly healthier than he had during their reunion years ago. With her assistance, he no longer lived in dire straits, enjoying food and shelter without the need to hide, and he no longer looked so haggard. However, the monthly transformation still took a toll on his body, leaving him with a frail aura. Have you been taking the Wolf's Bane potion these past 2 months? Has the apothecary been providing you with a steady supply? Celia asked with concern. After Remus returned to England, she had instructed him to purchase the Wolf's Bane potion directly from the apothecary he usually collaborated with, eliminating the need for her intermediary. Yet she remained anxious that Remus might secretly forego his medication, given its exorbitant cost. Rest assured, I've been taking it, Remus quickly assured her. The Wolf's Bane potion consumed nearly 2/3 of his income, and while he might have lamented such an expense in the past, now he was managing Celia's shop. He could not jeopardize her business due to his own issues. That's a relief. Celia desired to draw closer to Remus, rising from her chair to sit on the floor in front of the mirror. Remus, I've added numerous functions to the double-sided mirror. It's far superior to James's and anything on the market. Remus recognized what she nearly let slip. James once had a pair of double-sided mirrors, one of which he gifted to Sirius. They would converse through the mirrors during times of separation or confinement. He maintained his smile. Do tell me what features I can utilize. I've connected the double-sided mirrors to a network. You can not only contact me, but also reach out to others. I plan to equip all the faculty members at Hogwarts with one first, Celia enthused, speaking to Remus until she yawned, at which point Remus urged her to rest. They finally disconnected from the mirror. The following day was a weekend, and Celia awoke with excitement. Today, she would create mirrors for all the faculty members. After gathering her portable magical array, rune engraving plate, processed melting materials, and a myriad of other supplies, she climbed to the upper floors to craft one for the headmaster. She had already informed Dumbledore in advance, who awaited her in his office clad in morning attire. "You're quite early," Dumbledore remarked, tugging at a little fluff on his robe. "I hope to finish everything today," Celia replied. "Which mirror do you wish to modify?" Dumbledore produced a silver half-length mirror. "I believe the mirror in the changing room is rather unsuitable. It would be quite terrifying if another face suddenly appeared while changing." Celia wholeheartedly agreed and began her modifications on the spot, as the surrounding portraits gathered to observe, audibly critiquing her work. Even the portrait of the headmaster, who often berated her as a fool, begrudgingly praised her this time. At last, she moved her hands without that foolishness. Celia had always excelled in practical tasks. Dumbledore chuckled. "I cannot compare to her in this regard." Celia remained focused, entirely disregarding the surrounding chatter, meticulously melting the materials, inscribing magical runes behind the mirror, and channeling her magical energy with precision, wasting not a single ounce of power. It couldn't have been more perfect. She soon completed the first mirror. Taking out a small mirror she carried, she called out, "Headmaster Dumbledore." Simultaneously, the half-length mirror emitted a phoenix-esque cry, echoing Celia's voice, "Headmaster Dumbledore." Fawkes, intrigued by the phoenix-esque call, chirped inquisitively. Having recently been reborn, his feathers were still sparse, and he tilted his head, searching for the source of the sound. "What should I do?" Dumbledore inquired. "Just respond," Celia instructed. Thus, Dumbledore addressed the mirror. "Hello?" Celia's visage appeared in the mirror, and she saw Dumbledore's reflection from her small mirror as he winked at her. "That's perfect. You can set your own closing command or simply use the spell finite." Celia briefly explained the usage to Dumbledore, then turned to Fawkes. "Stop searching. The mirror has recorded your call, and you can change it using this spell." She also shared with Dumbledore how to modify the sound effects. Dumbledore repositioned the mirror, searching for a suitable spot, ultimately placing it diagonally in front of his desk. Sitting at his desk, he gazed into the mirror. "This way, everyone who contacts me can see that I am diligently working, truly befitting of a headmaster." Celia bade him farewell, brimming with confidence. "I shall complete the modifications today, and we can chat through the mirror tonight." Dumbledore resumed fiddling with his little fluff, wishing her luck. Celia did not comprehend his wish for luck, but for the entire morning, she transformed the mirrors in Professor McGonagall's, Professor Sprout's, and Professor Flitwick's offices. Each of them tested their mirrors, calling for Dumbledore, who sat at his desk, appearing particularly earnest in his work. Professor Flitwick nearly toppled from his seat in laughter. "Albus, you have crumbs from biscuits in your beard." Dumbledore, flustered and irritated, promptly switched off the mirror. Celia, having run about all morning, found herself quite famished and fortuitously encountered Snape in the Great Hall. She promptly seated herself beside him, eating as she conversed. "After we finish our meal, shall I assist you in modifying the mirror?" Snape elegantly forked a piece of steak and replied, "No. How about 3 o'clock this afternoon?" Celia assumed he had obligations and proposed a different time. Again, Snape replied, "No." Celia raised her fork in mock threat. "You can't just say no." "I have no need to enhance a foolish mirror," Snape clarified, expanding on his refusal. Celia huffed. "If you choose not to, then so be it," and went to inquire with other professors about their availability. To her surprise, several of them declined her request as well. Confused, she returned to Snape, asking, "Why does no one wish to modify the mirror?" Snape's deep voice responded, "Who would want the incessant chatter of colleagues interrupting their serene solitude in the evening?" Celia retorted, "I would." Chapter 43, The Stubborn Holdouts. Thanks to Snape, Celia grasped why her colleagues had turned down her proposition to modify the two-way mirror. Merlin, she had merely jested about chatting in their respective quarters at night, not genuinely intending to seek their company every evening. She could scarcely manage a conversation alone. They had taken her light-hearted banter at face value. Understanding the situation, Celia approached her colleagues anew, this time refraining from jest. She elucidated the benefits of the enhanced two-way mirror and explained how they could decline calls, proposing it merely as an additional means of communication. This time, those who had initially refused acquiesced. Celia's original plan to complete the task in a day stretched over 2 days, which explained Dumbledore's wishes for her good fortune. Ultimately, 2 obstinate individuals remained adamant in their refusal. One was Snape, but she had her methods for him. The other was Filch, and he posed a greater challenge. For Argus, Filch was a squib, a fact not lost on their cohort of students. A squib was born into a wizarding family, yet possessed no magical abilities. Akin to a muggle. How could a muggle utilize magical items? Celia inwardly berated herself for overlooking this fact. "It is not your fault," Remus said from the mirror's reflection. You should have seen his expression. He looked utterly humiliated, as if he wished to leap from the highest tower of Hogwarts. Celia fiddled with her belongings. Remus chuckled softly. I am quite familiar with that expression. It resembles how we used to irritate him back in school. Observing Celia's actions, he inquired, so, you still wish to proceed with the modifications, allowing him to use it too? It wouldn't do to exclude him. After all, once modified, he could converse with Severus at night, considering neither was particularly popular. Celia pursed her lips, indeed. Remus laughed heartily. You see, it's quite simple. It's already modified. Celia held up the mirror for Remus to see. With the addition of a switch, one could manually control it. That is because you are a genius, Celia, Remus marveled. I hardly consider myself one, Celia replied as she rose from the floor, stretching. Tomorrow, I shall install it for Filch. It's time for bed. Good night, Remus. I'll send you the letter I wrote to Harry. You simply must see his reply. It's utterly delightful. Indeed, we are corresponding. It is truly charming. Good night, Celia. The image of Celia in the mirror faded, revealing Remus's smiling visage. He gazed at his reflection, his eyes brimming with joy, a sight evident to anyone who beheld his happiness. Gradually, his smile faded. His countenance turned pale and uncertain. He realized he should not smile this way, nor look at Celia with such affection. In her student days, Celia had to avoid Filch. Now a professor, she had developed a strategy. Incessantly interrupting him would suffice. I don't need it. I've added 2 extra switches. Just press this one to call someone, and press this one again to end the call. She enthusiastically explained to Filch. I don't need it, but Mrs. Norris cannot use it. I have yet to decipher cat, haven ti, meow meow. Celia squatted down to scratch Mrs. Norris under the chin. This is of no use to me. All right, Argus, where would you like to place it? It can also serve as a dressing mirror. Professor Dillard. Filch finally could endure no longer and shouted at her. Startled, Celia exclaimed, Oh dear, you frightened me. Filch's face flushed crimson. I don't need it. I have no use for this. Oh, but you certainly do, when you catch students breaking school rules. You won't have to run up and down seeking professors anymore. Filch's hands twisted together. No, I don't need it. All right, give it a try, Celia urged, pushing him toward the mirror. He shook his head and sidestepped, as if fearing something dreadful would occur if the mirror reflected him. Celia sighed inwardly. She produced her small mirror and called out, Argus. The large mirror quivered slightly, its surface rippling like water, echoing Celia's voice, Argus. Filch twitched nervously. Press that button. You can do it, she insisted, blocking the door resolutely. Reluctantly, Filch approached, trembling as he pressed the button, closing his eyes in fear that nothing would happen, exposing his lack of magical ability. When he opened his eyes, Argus. Filch's heart sank as he beheld not his own reflection, but Celia's smiling visage. I told you it would work. Would you like to try calling me? Celia prompted. Filch stepped forward, pressed the switch, and Celia's image vanished, returning the mirror to its ordinary state, reflecting his form. He curled his hands uncomfortably, while Mrs. Norris gently rubbed against his leg. He lowered his head. No, I don't need it. Let it stay here. Celia blinked. You can call me through the mirror if you need anything. Farewell, Argus. His head bowed even lower. Goodbye. Professor Dillard. Oh dear, Celia mused as she walked away. Why are there always so many awkward individuals? Now, only one particularly awkward person remained. After dinner, Celia reclined in a rocking chair by the fireplace, perusing an alchemy book while nibbling on snacks. She raised her hand, pinching a small handful of flue powder from a dish beside the hearth, tossing it into the flames, calling out, Severus, are you there? The fireplace erupted in emerald flames. Snape's head appearing amidst the fire. He inquired gruffly, What is it? You need to come over. I have a question for you. Celia halted him from stepping through the hearth, speaking slowly, a very important question. She popped a small biscuit into her mouth. Snape ground his teeth. What question? A rather delicate question, she replied languidly. Anger flared on Snape's face as he enunciated each word. Wah. What question? Is it truly comfortable to crouch by the fireplace, thrusting one's head into the flames to converse? What compels some individuals to forego the luxury of sitting in an elegant, pristine, and well-lit room, gazing into a beautiful mirror, in favor of burying their heads in a filthy hearth? She regarded Snape with an expression of innocent curiosity. With a sudden crackle, the flames extinguished, and Snape's head vanished. Chapter 44, The Approach of Christmas. Celia, having tossed some flue powder to summon Snape, found he no longer appeared. Not to worry, she had an ally. Celia seated herself in Dumbledore's office, imploring his assistance. Dumbledore cast a handful of flue powder into his fireplace and called out, Severus, I wish to see you. Snape emerged from the hearth, and upon spotting Celia leisurely sipping tea nearby, his nose wrinkled in displeasure. He gazed incredulously at Dumbledore. Headmaster, you're in on this jest with her? Severus, one must keep up with the times. Celia's two-way mirror is far more convenient, Dumbledore replied. No. Snape retorted stiffly. I shall return if there is nothing more. Grasping the flu powder, he retreated into the fireplace, vanishing back to his office. Celia rolled her eyes. What was he being so obstinate about? Dumbledore, fiddling with his fingers, commented, You young ones, I simply don't understand. Celia grabbed a handful of flu powder and shouted into the fireplace, Severus' office. After a whirlwind of motion, she stumbled out of the hearth. Snape, already seated at his desk, stared at her in shock. What brings you here? Celia bent to brush off the soot from her robes. Oh dear. I'm all dirty again. Once she finished, she straightened and began to pace around Snape's office, offering her critique. It's so dreary and dark. You ought to take a page from Professor Slughorn's aesthetic. His office is so inviting. Snape's brow twitched in irritation. What is this mold? Severus, even as wizards. We are not immune to its effects. Celia shook her head disapprovingly. Snape closed his eyes in exasperation. Do you not use a mirror? Is it because the cellar is too dim, and you fear reflecting something that ought not to exist? Or perhaps you dread the sudden appearance of a humanoid bat? She inquired, making her way toward Snape's bedroom. He blocked her path, gritting his teeth. Leave, take your foolish, useless mirror with you, and get out. Celia promptly produced a mirror from her pocket, cast an enlarging charm on it, and placed it in the corner. You could have said so sooner. Farewell. She departed Snape's office, kindly closing the door behind her, then pulled out another mirror and called out, Severus. Snape's sullen visage soon materialized within the mirror. Celia smiled sweetly. I just wanted to see if you had disposed of the mirror. Farewell. With a buoyant air, she stowed the mirror away and cheerfully made her way down the corridor. Professor Dillon, she exclaimed, just as she rounded a corner and encountered her student. Maintaining her good spirits, she greeted him warmly. Hello, Zane. Zane, taken aback by her unusual enthusiasm, hesitated. Did you go to see Professor Snape? Indeed. The Slytherin common room is just ahead, Celia replied, eager to leave the area. She nodded to Zane. I must be off. To her surprise, Zane followed her. Professor Dillon, I have a question I would like to ask you. Shall we go to my office? Very well. Zane kept a respectful distance behind her, walking silently. Celia gradually extricated herself from the excitement of her earlier encounter and reverted to her composed demeanor, or at least the appearance of it. Upon reaching her office, Celia poured Zane a cup of tea. What is your question? It concerns the assignment you set for this week. I keep failing when I try to engrave magical runes onto the materials. Celia had merely instructed them to practice drawing runes on parchment this week. It seemed the overachiever was hastening his progress. Zane expressed his confusion regarding his failures, but Celia, merely listening to his explanation, could not discern the nature of his struggles. She led him into her alchemy room, requesting a live demonstration. At a glance, she identified the issue. His magical output was far too unstable. Zane, ancient runes possess greater magical potency than modern script. Hence, alchemy employs them for inscribing spells. She retrieved a piece of parchment and inscribed the ancient runes for fire. When we write these characters, a portion of our own magical essence is infused, yielding the desired effect. As she held up the parchment, the runes glowed and ignited in flames. For now, you should continue practicing on parchment. Once you can consciously and stably infuse your magic to produce the appropriate effects, you may then attempt to engrave onto the materials. I understand now. I was too eager for results, Zane admitted, looking down. Thank you, Professor. Celia recognized that she, too, had been a bit impatient. She had genuinely believed she could teach her students to produce a refined alchemical product within a single semester. Now, it appeared that merely practicing rune drawing would require a month of effort. She made a point to check in with Bill and the other students regarding their progress, deciding to slow the pace of her teaching and establish the creation of alchemical products as a year-long objective. Life at Hogwarts continued in a peaceful and stable rhythm. Celia spent her days fulfilling orders, researching new subjects, teaching, and enjoying tea and conversation with the headmaster, fellow professors, and students. As the first snowflake of the Scottish Highlands fell to the ground, she breathed in the crisp air, aware that the Christmas holiday was approaching. As was the time for her reunion with Harry, Celia recalled her promise to prepare a casserole for Quirrell at the beginning of term. She planned to gather her colleagues together for a grand meal before the Christmas break. She dispatched all her communication butterflies, inquiring whether her colleagues had time to attend and their preferred flavors. The butterflies returned one by one, with Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall unavailable due to prior commitments. Professor Sprout needing to repot plants overnight, and Professor Sinistra observing a significant celestial event. The other professors agreed to join, though a few stubborn ones refrained from outright refusals. Based on the number of attendees, Celia drafted a simple menu. The dinner was set for Saturday evening, and after her Thursday classes, she began preparing the ingredients. She enlisted Hagrid to accompany her to Hogsmeade for shopping. Celia, I truly miss your cooking. The chocolate biscuits you taught me to make. I'm still making them regularly. Celia, usually so soft-spoken, took a rare moment of silence. The last time I visited your hut, was that plate you served a bottom-of-the-pan dish? Hey, that was a chocolate biscuit. Not a bottom-of-the-pan dish. Hagrid protested. Celia, typically gentle, was notably firm when it came to food. That was indeed a bottom-of-the-pan dish, Hagrid. I'll teach you how to make it again when we return. Hagrid replied sheepishly, all right, fine. Chapter 45, Dinner 1. Celia placed an order for some drinks at the Three Broomsticks. When she went to pick them up, Madame Rosmerta insisted on having her taste the new offerings. And after 2 cups of sweetmeat, she felt warmly enveloped, finding the cold winds less biting upon her return outside. Celia purchased various ingredients in Hogsmeade, planning to return to London the next morning via the fireplace for the remaining items from the supermarket. During her school years, she developed a particular fondness for experimenting with new dishes. However, the culinary offerings of the Scottish Highlands were rather limited, with scarce varieties of leafy greens. To remedy this, she established a quaint little garden beside Hagrid's vegetable patch and, with a bit of charm and playfulness, persuaded Professor Sprout to grant her a small plot in her greenhouse to cultivate her own vegetables. Yet, that was a venture from her lower years. As she ascended to higher grades, the mounting academic pressures left little room for her gardening pursuits. James became acquainted with a dubious vendor at the Hogshead Inn, who could procure a plethora of contraband items. Celia, taking advantage of this connection, requested him to source some rare ingredients that were hard to come by in their locale. Perhaps due to a lack of business, he surprisingly agreed, masquerading as a muggle to venture into the muggle market for groceries, only to narrowly escape exposure. Upon his return, he vented his frustrations vehemently, declaring he would never undertake such a task again. Reflecting back, she realized how audacious she had been in her youthful endeavors. On a Saturday morning, Hagrid felled a diminutive pine tree from the Forbidden Forest and transported it to the potions classroom to serve as a Christmas tree for Celia. She adorned the classroom with simple decorations, creating a semblance of festive cheer. The main event was yet to unfold. Celia rummaged through her belongings to find her family apron, embroidered with her name, and made her way to the kitchen in the basement. After a quick survey, she confirmed that only she and the house elves were present. Donning the apron and tying her hair back, she called out with exuberance, "Where is the sous chef of the Michelin 3-star restaurant, the Dyron House?" Toto, one of the elves, emerged from the group, squeaking, "Toto is here, esteemed chef." Celia nodded solemnly. "And my cold dish chef? Caddy is here. Caddy has always been here." Another elf darted forward. "And my vegetable chef?" Celia summoned the few elves who had assisted her the most during her school days. The house elves, adept in all household chores and skilled in various domestic spells, each had their own areas of expertise. In her earlier years, witnessing such a dedicated assembly of house elves in the kitchen filled her with excitement, prompting her to indulge in imaginative play. Today, she assumed the role of head chef, assessing the skills of her apprentices, and tomorrow, she would be the judge determining which elf would reign supreme in culinary prowess. She had become quite familiar with her little helpers, and it was no wonder that Dumbledore had once expressed concerns about her absconding with the entire contingent of house elves. She had, in fact, selected several particularly talented elves to join her in her culinary games, such as Caddy, who excelled in presentation, often surpassing her own efforts. With her team assembled, she addressed them gravely, "My chefs, today we have undertaken a substantial order for 12, requested by the professors of Hogwarts. Their evaluation is of utmost importance to us. Let us showcase our true talents." "Yes, esteemed chef," the elves chorused excitedly. The remaining house elves looked on with envy. Celia, feeling slightly embarrassed, hopped awkwardly in place, realizing that at her age, she was still delightfully engaged in such whimsical play. Quickly, she smiled at the elves. All right. The performance is over. You all must prepare the lunch and dinner for the students as well." Celia spent the better part of the day in the kitchen, meticulously preparing the evening's meals, while the elves took charge of maintaining temperature and flavor with their remarkable magic. After returning to her room to wash away the scent of smoke and oil, she changed into a fresh wizarding robe. The dining time was set for after the hall's dinner, allowing the professors to relax once the students returned to their common rooms. She arrived early at the potions classroom to await her guests, clearing away the student desks and setting a long table adorned with fresh flowers in the center of the room. Before the appointed time, a professor arrived. It was Quirrell, who stood awkwardly at the door, peeking in. "Quirinius, do come in," Celia called out as she rushed to greet him. It was evident that Quirrell was not particularly adept at social niceties, as he stammered, "Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. No need for further thanks. It's merely a meal. We professors have been busy all term. It's time we unwind, wouldn't you agree? Feel free to choose any seat." "Except for Hagrid S," Celia replied cheerfully. Quirrell opened his mouth, ready to offer more pleasantries, but was interrupted by the arrival of Professors Babbling and Victor, who entered hand in hand. One taught ancient runes, while the other taught arithmancy, and they had only begun their tenure at Hogwarts after Celia's graduation. Thus they were not particularly familiar with one another. Celia gestured for Quirrell to take a seat while she approached the two women. "We brought you a little gift." Professor Babbling presented Celia with a small box. Celia accepted it with delight and invited them to sit. "Gifts too?" Quirrell hastily checked his pockets for anything that could serve as a present. Aside from his wand, he had nothing to offer, having come empty-handed. He awkwardly settled into a corner seat, feeling nearly restless. Fortunately, not all the professors arrived with gifts, sparing him from utter embarrassment. As colleagues, introductions were unnecessary, and conversations flowed naturally. Professor Kettleburn and Hagrid animatedly discussed magical creatures, while Professors Babbling, Victor, and Mrs. Hooch conversed about the antics of students. Quirrell, in his melancholy state, realized he shared the same solitary fate as Trelawney, who sat directly across from him, her eyes closed as she murmured to herself. Should he seek out Professor Binns for conversation? However, Binns appeared to be asleep, slumped in his chair, nearly toppling out of it. Professors Flitwick, Snape, and Trelawney arrived punctually. And at last, the gathering was complete. Celia took her place between Flitwick and Snape. With a gentle tap on the table, goblets filled with wine appeared, and she glanced around, noting that if anyone preferred not to drink, a simple tap would provide an alternative beverage. It was Saturday, after all, and a toast was in order. The most senior Professor Flitwick took the head seat, smiling as he spoke, and the others nodded in agreement. Celia raised her glass and stood. "I am grateful for everyone taking the time to join this feast. I have long desired for all of you to sample the delicacies of my homeland. Without further ado, here's to Hogwarts." The others raised their glasses in unison. To Hogwarts. At the long table, a splendid array of delectable dishes appeared before each guest. Celia briefly introduced the offerings, inviting them to call out the names of any dishes they found particularly enjoyable. As they began to eat, Celia turned to Professor Flitwick. "Madame Pomfrey and the others are on duty. I had the house elves deliver a few dishes I prepared for them during their dinner. Who could be more considerate than you?" Flitwick replied, shaking his head. "Muggles are truly remarkable. With such ordinary ingredients, they can create such exquisite flavors. Perhaps it is because they strive to make the most of their limited lives," Celia mused as she ate. She remained attentive to the other guests at the table, occasionally standing to toast or summoning house elves to replenish their dishes. "How is the meal treating you, Severus?" she asked, finally recalling the presence of the man beside her after a few rounds of conversation. "Your performance surpasses the dishes themselves," Snape retorted sharply. Celia, feeling a bit tipsy, propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Snape. "You know, Severus, you would be far more popular if you kept your mouth shut." She gently patted Snape's hand and leaned closer, saying, "Tell me." "Delicious. Thank you for the hospitality." Snape glared at her in astonishment and anger, lowering his voice in a fit of exasperation. "I am not 14 anymore. I do not require your instruction on how to speak." Celia raised an eyebrow at him, remarking, "I don't sense much growth in your emotional maturity." Dismissing Snape, she turned to seek out Professor Flitwick. "I truly miss Professor Slughorn. I would sneak sips of his fine wine, and he always turned a blind eye. Do you have his current address? I wish to send him a gift for Christmas." Flitwick, who had also indulged a bit too much, shook his head vigorously. That old rogue vanished after retirement. "The last time I was in contact with him was 5 years ago. If all else fails, I shall have an owl deliver it directly and see if it can locate him." Noticing that everyone had nearly finished their meals, Celia felt it was time to conclude the gathering. Clearing her throat, she stood and raised her voice. "Colleagues, I have one final request. Shortly, I will summon a few house elves. I kindly ask you to applaud for them as a gesture of encouragement." Celia's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she murmured to Professor Kettleburn. While others might not fully comprehend her reasoning, a brief round of applause posed no inconvenience, and the other professors naturally refrained from contradicting their host's wishes. Celia summoned several house elves using her badge. They donned matching pristine white tea towels and variously colored homemade chef hats, standing behind her. With a slight bow towards the long table, Celia announced, "The Dillons are at your service this evening." The house elves bowed slightly in return. Professor Flitwick led the applause, and the other professors soon joined in. The house elves vanished, but everyone noticed the glimmer of gratitude in their eyes upon hearing the applause. As the evening's gathering concluded splendidly, Celia bid farewell to each professor, intending to restore the classroom to its usual state the following day, as she had other matters to attend to. Chilo, overwhelmed by the evening's events, felt a need to engage with someone. He hurried to catch up with Snape. "Professor Snape." Snape halted, turning to glare at Chilo with his dark, brooding eyes. "What is it?" Chilo hesitated, instinctively wanting to say nothing. How did she manage it? "What?" Snape frowned. "Professor Celia. How does she become so popular?" Chilo, for years junior to Celia, and Snape, during his time at school, had limited interactions with them. Aware that Celia and the Marauders were the talk of the school, however, in his own year, there was a rather infamous figure, Gilderoy Lockhart, whose name elicited grimaces from fellow students. Upon his graduation, the entire school nearly celebrated his departure. Lockhart was exceedingly vain. Having once inscribed his name in 20-foot letters on the Quidditch pitch, projected his own image into the sky, and even sent himself hundreds of Valentine's cards via owl post on Valentine's Day, leaving the Great Hall littered with owl droppings and feathers. In the presence of Lockhart, both Celia and the Marauders appeared almost subdued and unremarkable. Thus, Chilo's impression of Celia was rather vague, aside from her astounding beauty, lacking any deeper resonance. Now, as a colleague, he perceived her as exceedingly extroverted and warm. Yet tonight, he witnessed how her every movement captivated the entire room. Her elevated voice commanded silence, and everyone engaged with her every word, laughing and conversing. Even the house elves held her in both reverence and affection. This was precisely what Chilo had always desired, to be a figure of distinction and respect. He chose to inquire of Snape, believing he might share a familiarity with Celia and, like himself, be somewhat overlooked. He had undoubtedly approached the wrong person. Snape's thin lips curled in disdain as he coldly replied, "I believe you should first possess a superficially attractive visage before acquiring a brain capable of discerning whom to address your inquiries to." With that, he abruptly turned and strode away, his expression darkening further, for he too had once posed a similar question to Dumbledore. How had Dumbledore responded? Severus. She grew up surrounded by love and knows how to love. She does not hesitate to extend her affection to all of creation, to love everything. That is a rather cheap form of love, Snape mused. Celia wrapped herself in a coat and carried her meal box downstairs. "Good evening, Professor Dillons." As she approached the foyer, a sudden voice startled her. Its owner stepped forward from the shadows into the candlelight, Zane. The reason for his presence was that Celia had previously only encountered him in the classroom during lessons, yet recently their encounters had increased. He always appeared unexpectedly, exchanged greetings, and then vanished. Celia glanced at the darkening sky outside. "Good evening, Zane. Isn't it past curfew?" Zane pointed to the badge on his chest. "I am the prefect, responsible for patrolling the basement and the first floor." "Oh, thank you for your service." Celia retrieved a crate from her meal box and offered it to him. "A little extra." Zane accepted it, glancing at it briefly. "Where are you headed at this hour?" "To the greenhouse." Celia waved him off. "Finish your patrol and get some rest." She tightened her cloak and ventured into the night within Hogwarts. Zane watched her retreating figure, biting into the crepe, savoring the rich, filling, and delightful flavor, a taste he had never experienced before. With a flick of his wand, he made the remaining crepe vanish. Yet, Uncle Asher, sweet flavors can sometimes be toxic. Chapter 47, The Holidays. The fourth greenhouse was illuminated, housing some rather precious herbs. Celia knocked on the door and entered, a wave of warmth washing over her, a stark contrast to the chill outside. Professor Sprout looked up from the soil. "Celia, would you like to take a break for a moment? I brought you a late-night snack." Celia raised her meal box. Professor Sprout hesitated for a few seconds before agreeing. "All right, I shall take a moment. I am currently fertilizing the healing herb, so be careful not to freeze it. Allow me. You sit and enjoy your snack." Celia deftly retrieved her dragonhide gloves from her pocket and pulled on a dusty gray apron hanging behind the greenhouse door. After washing her hands, Professor Sprout seated herself on a small stool, indulging in the food Celia had brought. The crepes, rich and filling, accompanied by crispy roasted potato wedges and vegetables, along with steaming pumpkin juice and creamy mushroom soup, were still warm. She watched Celia work as she ate. Professor Sprout favored using dragon dung for compost, and while the greenhouse inevitably had its odors, neither of them minded. Celia meticulously applied fertilizer to the healing herb, a precious and delicate ingredient for medicinal elixirs that required tender care. Her movements were swift yet cautious, digging holes with great speed while ensuring not to damage the plant's root system. During her school years, she often assisted Professor Sprout in the greenhouse. Professor Sprout nodded with satisfaction. Even after all these years, Celia remained her most esteemed student. After finishing the snack Celia had provided, she resumed her work, donning her gloves. With Celia's assistance, their efficiency significantly increased. They completed the fertilization of the herbs in the fourth greenhouse and proceeded to the third greenhouse to tend to the more dangerous plants. In this section, simple composting would not suffice. For mandrakes, they required socks and scarves to keep them warm. Celia and Professor Sprout each donned a pair of earmuffs. One pulled a mandrake from its pod, while the other swiftly encased the wildly thrashing and screaming root in a sock, wrapping it with a scarf. Their synergy was remarkable, as they managed to secure each one in mere minutes. However, it took them several hours to tend to all the plants in the greenhouse, and by the time they finished, The outside world was already bathed in bright daylight. They settled down to rest. At which point Professor Sprout inquired about Celia's plans for the Christmas holiday. She was aware that the heads of the 4 houses typically remained at the school for Christmas, and knowing that Celia's family resided in France, she asked if she intended to join them. "I'll be going back to spend it with Harry. And I also want to invite Remus," Celia responded eagerly, barely able to contain her excitement at the thought of reuniting with Harry. Professor Sprout, brushing her flowing hair back, asked a few questions about Harry's well-being, and then could no longer restrain her heartfelt words. "Celia, please don't find me bothersome, but who else can I confide in? I feel you must carefully consider this. Remus is a werewolf, you know? What am I supposed to consider?" Celia looked at her in confusion. "I mean, about dating him." Professor Sprout continued, struggling to articulate her concerns. "Living with a werewolf is no simple matter. I regard you as a child, and I do not wish to witness you endure unnecessary hardships." "Wait, Pomona, I'm not dating Remus," Celia interjected, realizing her misunderstanding and hurriedly clarifying. "We are simply good friends. You know, it was just the 2 of us left at the time." Oh, Professor Sprout's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I know, but Celia, you should have your own life, love, family, children. Harry is already so grown up, and yet you remain alone." Celia embraced her shoulders tightly, shaking her gently. "It's not that I haven't found the right one. I will have my own life. Please don't be sad, all right?" Feeling a bit bashful, Professor Sprout nodded. And after they had rested enough, they linked arms and returned to the castle. Celia spent her Sunday in quietude before commencing the packing of her belongings, her eagerness to return home for the holidays surpassing even that of the students. In the final days, she prepared Christmas gifts to be sent out and ordered several sets of Muggle winter clothing through a postal order. By Wednesday and Thursday, she found her focus waning during lessons, opting not to introduce new material, but instead administering an impromptu quiz where students drew magical runes and pointed out their errors. "All right, class, this concludes our lessons for the semester. I wish you all a Merry Christmas in advance, and I shall see you next term." "Merry Christmas, Professor Celia." The students greeted her one by one as they departed. Celia locked the door to the potions classroom, dashed next door, and tumbled into the fireplace with her luggage. Diagon Alley. After a nauseating whirl, she stumbled out of the pub's fireplace, covered in soot. She cast several cleaning spells on herself and approached the bar, placing a galleon on the counter. "Tom, I'll pay. Could you please clean your fireplace?" The pub owner chuckled as he accepted the coin. "Of course, Madam Celia. You shall soon see a spick-and-span fireplace. Hogwarts is on break now." He retrieved a bottle of butterbeer from behind the bar and handed it to her. "Students leave the day after tomorrow. I returned early." She shook the bottle of butterbeer. "Then give me another one." Tom obliged with another bottle. With 2 bottles of butterbeer in hand, Celia waved goodbye to Tom and slipped through the back door into the alley. She tapped a few bricks on the wall with her wand, causing it to part and form an archway. Stepping through, she arrived in Diagon Alley. The cold weather rendered the place quite desolate, with only a smattering of people on the streets. She made her way towards the alchemy shop. As long as she could find Gringotts, turn into the adjacent alley, and walk to the end, she would reach the alchemy shop. Standing at the entrance, Celia noted how well Remus had maintained it. The cobblestones outside were impeccably clean. She pushed the door open, and a cheerful bell chimed. "Welcome." Remus's voice echoed from the back as he emerged, balancing several stacked boxes. Upon seeing Celia, he paused momentarily, his face breaking into a broad smile. "Hi, boss. You know, I ought to award you the Best Employee prize." Celia chuckled, stepping inside and opening her arms wide for a hug. However, he did not set the boxes aside as he had in the past, but instead, he took a step back, keeping his smile intact. "Let me put these down first." Celia lowered her arms. "All right then." Chapter 48, Papa. Remus placed the boxes back in the storage room and ensured he was presentable, brushing off the non-existent dust from his clothes. He lingered for a moment, then found another box, cradling it as he approached the front of the shop. Celia stood by the counter, idly spinning her butterbeer bottle. Hearing Remus's movements, she perked up, her hand almost rising again, but upon seeing the box he held, her hand fell back down. "I wanted to show you some recently acquired materials that are quite rare," Remus announced with enthusiasm. Celia's expression soured slightly. "Merlin, can we not discuss work the moment we meet, Remus?" With a heavy sigh, Remus replied, "I've disappointed the boss. It seems my Best Employee prize is lost." Celia laughed again, walking over to him. All right, let me see what my good employee has unearthed." This is indeed rare. Where did you find it?" "I sometimes go to Nocturne Alley to unwind," Remus explained. Celia handed him a bottle of butterbeer. "That takes courage, but do be cautious." "Don't worry. I know my limits," he assured, clinking his bottle against hers. "Have you seen Harry yet?" "Not yet. I'm heading straight to you as soon as I return from school," Celia replied. "Any plans for Christmas? Why not come to my home and celebrate with us?" Remus looked at her. I would love to accept the invitation, but this year I wish to visit Lyle. He hasn't been well lately. Remus's father, Lyle Lupin, had been living alone in a muggle town since the passing of Remus's mother, Hope. During the war years, Remus refrained from contacting him often for fear of endangering him. And after the war, he hesitated to disrupt his father's quiet life due to his own werewolf identity, visiting only occasionally. Now that he could afford Wolfsbane potion, he hoped to spend a complete Christmas holiday with his father. Celia fully supported him. That's perfectly fine. Please send my regards to Lyle. If he truly isn't well, take him to St. Mungo S for a checkup, and make sure to contact me. Will do. Celia did not linger long. She still needed to tidy up her home before picking up Harry. She urged Remus to take a break and close the shop, casting one last glance at him before vanishing with a disapparate back to her home. After she departed, Remus slumped in his chair, covering his face in despair. He muttered to himself, "You did the right thing, Remus. Do not yearn for her embrace, for it would only breed unwarranted desires." Yet, deep down, he truly longed for that embrace. Celia's home had remained uninhabited for 3 months, a fine layer of dust blanketing the floor. After she vigorously employed her magic to cleanse the space and neatly stowed away her belongings, she dashed towards the telephone. Dialing Patricia's number, she was nearly breathless, bursting with a plethora of words she longed to share with her friend. When the call connected, she exclaimed excitedly, "Papa?" On the other end, Patricia's laughter rang out. "I've been waiting for your call. I knew that once Hogwarts broke for the holidays, you would reach out. But how fortuitous that it's just 5 minutes since I received the sizable package you sent." Celia shouted, "It arrived that quickly." She continued, her words tumbling out in a flurry. "Inside are Christmas gifts for your entire family. Please hide them until Christmas, and place Eva's gift on her bedside. I've also included a modified two-way mirror, though I wonder if it will function across the ocean." There was a distinct sound of unwrapping on the other end as Patricia shouted back, "How do I use it?" "Tap it with your wand and call my name." Celia replied, her voice equally elevated. "Goodness, do I have to retrieve that little stick from the basement?" "Just kidding. I have my wand right here. I'll hang up for now, and if the mirror doesn't work, I'll call you back." With that, Patricia ended the call. Celia leapt up and extracted her two-way mirror from her suitcase. She paraded around with it before finally deciding to place it in her study, instructing Harry to regard it as an ordinary mirror. After all, what if he glimpsed someone else within it? She would simply tell him it was a new type of television. Laughing, she mused that after 3 months of third-grade education, he might still be fooled. Seated before the two-way mirror, Celia anxiously awaited its activation. Would her magic truly take effect? With a sudden hum, Patricia's voice emanated from the mirror, causing Celia's tears to cascade down her cheeks. She responded, and Patricia's figure materialized within the glass. After nearly a decade apart, her best friend was finally visible once more. "My goodness, Celia, have you taken a youth potion? You look exactly the same." Patricia, with her dark golden curls, had matured significantly compared to a decade ago. She smiled at the sight of Celia, tears streaming down her face. "You know, I was just thinking that if the mirror worked, you would surely cry upon seeing me." Celia sobbed in agreement, her tears flowing unabated. Patricia reached out in an attempt to caress her friend's face, only to find her hand met the cold surface of the mirror. "Stop crying, Celia. I can't comfort you in person anymore." Patricia gazed at her through misty eyes. Celia wrapped her arms around herself. "I can pretend you are embracing me." Unable to hold back her own emotions, Patricia joined her in tears, the two friends weeping together for a while before the moment passed. "What about Harry?" Once their emotions had stabilized, Patricia inquired. "He's on holiday next week. I'm picking him up tomorrow afternoon." Celia hugged her knees. "So today is our time alone." All right. Wait for me a moment while I arrange things for my family," Patricia replied with a touch of exasperation. With Celia currently alone, and Patricia burdened with family responsibilities and a farm, it was impossible for her to simply sit before the mirror without concern. After ensuring her family was settled, Patricia returned, mimicking Celia's position on the floor. "Eva's with my mother. I've assigned Evan to handle dinner. Today, my time belongs to you." "What's Marina's condition now?" Celia observed Patricia's expression closely. The two-way mirror provided a distinct advantage over the telephone, allowing them to see each other's emotions, no longer veiled by words. Marina was Patricia's mother, who had succumbed to madness after witnessing her husband tortured to death by Death Eaters. Patricia's demeanor appeared calm. She reassured Celia that her mother was much improved, nearly back to normal, though they could not mention her father's name. Celia looked at her with sorrow in her eyes. "All right, dear girl, tell me about your life as a teacher at Hogwarts. Are any of our professors still there?" Chapter 49, A Heartfelt Conversation. Under Patricia's gentle prompting, Celia shared her experiences at Hogwarts over the past few months. In turn, Patricia recounted her own life story, particularly the dramatic circumstances surrounding her meeting with her husband, Evan Miller. Upon arriving in America, She sought to obtain documentation as a foreign witch and a wand permit, completely unfamiliar with New York. After settling Marina in a hotel, she became disoriented while searching for the Woolworth building. At that time, Evan was a college student at New York University, volunteering nearby. When they brushed past each other on the street, Evan's friend happened to call out, "Hey, Evan." Mistakenly believing he was addressing her, Patricia, startled, drew her wand. At that moment, she was in a fragile state. The war in the British magical community raged on. Her father had just met a tragic end, and she was terrified of further harm befalling her mother. With scant belongings and a mentally unstable mother, she had journeyed to America to seek refuge with relatives. However, she overlooked the vastness of the United States, nearly 40 times the size of Britain, and without prior arrangements, had no idea where to find her long-lost kin. She decided to head to New York, the location of the American Magical Congress, in search of assistance, only to be startled when someone called her name on the unfamiliar streets. Believing it to be a Death Eater in pursuit, she nearly cast a spell. But Evan's timely response prevented that. Patricia retracted her wand, intending to leave, but Evan intercepted her. "Hello, miss, you appear to be in need of assistance." "And what was his reaction when he discovered you were a witch?" Celia probed further. Patricia shrugged. "He is a fan of Marvel and DC superheroes. He assumed my magic was just a superpower and accepted it immediately." Eventually, Evan forsook his dream of living in the bustling city, returning with Patricia to their sparsely populated hometown to inherit the family farm, where they welcomed Eva into their lives. Celia beamed, cupping her face in her hands. "That is wonderful." Patricia shifted her position, propping her chin in her hands as she gazed at Celia. "And what of you? How is it developing with Remus?" Celia's expression faltered. "You know, you're the second person recently to pair me with Remus." Without hesitation, Patricia replied, "I'm guessing the first was Pomona." "How did you know?" Celia exclaimed, taken aback. "She was practically scrutinizing your romantic interests during school. I never mentioned it, but she even asked me about your dating status." Celia was left speechless, utterly unaware of this. "You two are so in sync. To think you could both recall the same topic across the ocean. That's perfectly normal." Patricia counted off her fingers. "When you were unwell, we focused on your physical health. When you were emotionally troubled, we concentrated on your mental well-being. Now that your situation is stable, we turn our attention to your work. With your work settled, it's time to delve into your love life." Celia raised her hands in surrender. "All right, I can only repeat myself. Remus and I are friends, not romantic partners." Patricia's expression twisted for a fleeting moment before she waved her hand dismissively. "Very well, let us not discuss him. What kind of partner do you prefer?" "I need to write a few letters to my friends in England." Celia began to daydream, having harbored a fervent crush on James for several years. After realizing that their relationship would yield no fruit, she dated a number of individuals, including Sirius, yet she had only truly fallen in love once. That was with little Barty Crouch, who was 2 years her junior. Their romance lasted 3 months during her 7th year. But he was later accused of being a Death Eater and perished in Azkaban. Her romantic history was indeed a tangled mess. "I do not wish to pursue romance at this moment," Celia stated dryly. "I merely want to watch Harry flourish and grow up healthy and happy." Patrice, in a fit of anger, slammed the mirror. Celia watched as her reflection in the glass swirled and blurred, and she spoke sternly. "Cecilia Margaret Monadiron, listen closely." Startled, Celia straightened up. When Patrice used her full name, it signified that she had erred and was about to receive a reprimand. Patrice pointed at her sharply. "Harry is not your responsibility. No need to argue. I shall repeat. Harry is not your burden, and you must not convey this notion to others. Compromising parts of your life for Harry? He cannot bear such a weight." Celia realized the gravity of her mistake. "I should not have said that. Sometimes." She acted too casually and spoke without thinking, and Patrice always provided a debrief afterwards, proving time and again that she was indeed correct. Patrice gazed at her with concern. "Do you still have feelings for him?" Celia was unsure whom she was referring to. A friend as husband? A traitor to her friend? A deceased Death Eater? Ultimately, Patrice refrained from naming anyone, regardless of who she had in mind. It was inappropriate to bring it up now. Acknowledging her error, Celia responded, "I do not intend to live out my days in solitude. When I encounter the right person, I will embrace love, rest assured." "I do not mean to imply that you must date," Patrice clarified, "but you cannot impose limitations on yourself that preemptively block potential opportunities." Celia found her reasoning sound, and they reached a consensus, cheerfully transitioning to the next topic. They conversed through the night, yawning one after another, reluctant to conclude their dialogue, until Eva awoke and came searching for her mother. She banged on the door. Mommy, are you in there?" "Oh dear," Patrice sighed, pinching her brow. Wishing to feign indifference, Eva began to shriek incessantly. "Go on," Celia chuckled. "I'm sure she misses you. All right, let us keep in touch. Just give me a call beforehand. I need to sneak Harry in with a two-way mirror. I must also sneak Eva out." Goodbye, Cecily. Celia stood, stretching her stiff body. As she had a multitude of tasks ahead of her, she needed to fill the attic's food trough with water and owl feed. Replace the old owl nest to make it comfortable for Ruka to rest. She had cleaned her and Harry's rooms, replacing them with warm blankets and fresh sheets. The living room fireplace required kindling, and supplies needed replenishing. The garden plants had withered, save for the resilient weeds that also needed clearing. Celia had greeted several neighbors, informing them of her return from vacation. Once she completed all these tasks and had tidied herself up, she drove towards Surrey, making a brief detour to Penny's home. Upon ringing the doorbell, she was rewarded by the sight of Penny opening the door, her complexion shifting from normal to a deep crimson. Celia boldly embraced Penny and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Hi. Penny, did you miss me?" Penny's face turned a vivid shade of purple. "Who would miss you?" Penny retorted sharply, retreating and vigorously rubbing the spot where Celia had kissed her. Celia maintained her cheerful demeanor. "I certainly missed you. Oh dear, we'll catch up later. I'm here to pick up Harry. I'll return him after Christmas, and I shall bring Christmas gifts for you." Penny shouted, "Who cares? Let us go? We can finally have a joyous Christmas." Celia blew her a kiss as she appeared on the verge of fainting. Celia waited at the school gate for Harry, adorned in a cashmere coat that accentuated her elegance. The moment Harry emerged from the school, he spotted her immediately. He felt as if he had transformed into a little bird, ready to take flight with joy. "Aunt Celia," he called, racing towards her. A broad smile illuminated Celia's face as she opened her arms wide. As he reached her side, she enveloped him in a warm embrace. "I missed you dearly, Harry." "I missed you too." Harry buried his face in her shoulder, inhaling the familiar scent of roses. The part of him that had felt like a bird now rooted itself firmly, yearning to blossom beside Celia like a delicate flower bud. Celia stroked his hair. "Do you need to go home to fetch anything?" "I've spoken with Aunt Penny. I'm taking you back to my house for Christmas." Harry nodded, recalling that some of his treasures were hidden beneath his bed. Celia released him, allowing him to enter the car. As she stood, she noticed Professor Max observing them from the school entrance, so she instructed Harry to wait a moment. She approached Professor Max. "It's been several months. You seem even more distinguished." Professor Max beamed. "Long time no see, Ms. Dillon. I still teach Harry this academic year. I've heard Harry speak highly of you. Thank you for your dedication." "I brought back some gifts from France," Celia replied, exchanging pleasantries before taking her leave. It was essential to maintain good relations with the teachers, as Harry would be spending considerable time at school. "Do you know Professor Max?" Harry inquired once she entered the car. "Indeed, I asked her about your academic progress." Celia teased, pinching Harry's nose. "Let us see if you've been diligent in your studies." Harry rubbed his nose. "I have." He had been quite serious about his studies this semester, achieving A's in several subjects. "That's splendid," Celia remarked, signaling to turn the car around. Becoming a teacher had revealed to her the challenges of instructing students, as they could be quite unruly. "Are they misbehaved?" Harry asked. "One cannot simply label them as misbehaved. Some simply cannot be taught, no matter the effort." Harry's concern surged. What if he struggled to learn at the school where Celia taught? Should he perhaps study chemistry beforehand? Celia dropped Harry off at the Dursleys' doorstep. He dashed inside, returning in less than 2 minutes. "Did you say goodbye to Aunt Penny?" "I did. She wished me a Merry Christmas," Harry replied, his expression unchanged. Yet, he recalled Penny's words about how they would be very happy without him. "Then let us set off. We'll eat out today." Celia drove Harry to London's south most bustling shopping street, where she parked and guided him through a labyrinth of streets to a quaint little restaurant. "The most authentic Italian pizza in London," she declared. They shared a pizza, savoring each bite. Afterward, she took Harry shopping for clothes. He had grown considerably, and during the summer, Celia had forgotten to buy him winter attire. He was donning hand-me-downs from Dudley. Harry could not refuse. He silently noted in his mind that he was uncertain how to repay Celia for her kindness. In language class that semester, the teacher had assigned them to write about their future aspirations. Harry envisioned becoming wealthy, enabling him to shower Celia with countless gifts. The wealthiest person he knew, aside from Celia, was Uncle Vernon. He combined the two and wrote an essay about wanting to be a cooking sales manager. His essay was ridiculed by his classmates, yet surprisingly, the language teacher lauded his work, praising his abundant and skillful use of modifiers. However, it would be best not to mention this to Celia, as it felt somewhat awkward. Celia became utterly captivated while wandering through the shopping mall. The wizarding attire was limited in variety, whereas the muggle options were plentiful. Not only did she buy several outfits for Harry, but she also indulged herself with a few new garments. The two of them roamed the mall until closing time, laden with numerous bags and returning to the car, the trunk filled to the brim. As Celia closed the trunk, she mused that they would be engaging in a frenzied shopping spree in the coming days, all while preparing for the festive season. On the way home, Harry, weary, succumbed to drowsiness, ultimately drifting off with his eyes closed. Upon arriving home, Celia gently roused him, urging him to head upstairs and rest. He nodded and, clutching his backpack, ascended the stairs. The room was aglow with the warmth of a crackling fireplace, creating a cozy atmosphere. He retrieved his lion plush toy from his backpack, cradling it in his arms as he flopped onto the bed, slipping into a realm of sweet dreams. Celia tucked him in snugly before racing off to converse with Patricia. When Harry awoke, he stared at the ceiling, glancing side to side before letting out a soft cheer. It was vacation. Aunt Celia had returned. He was at Celia's home. Although the 3 months had seemed lengthy, they had passed swiftly. He excitedly rolled around on the bed, inadvertently tumbling off with a loud thud. Suppressing his pain, he lay on the floor, afraid that Celia might hear the noise and come in. Cautiously, he got up, grimacing as he rubbed his knee, grateful for the soft carpet beneath him. Stepping out of the bedroom, he noticed the clothes they had purchased yesterday already laid out in the living room. He brought them into his room, folding each piece neatly and placing them in the wardrobe. After donning a thick morning robe and freshening up, he made his way downstairs. As expected, Celia was already preparing breakfast. He stood at the kitchen doorway, watching her fry eggs, a sight that filled him with nostalgia. It was amusing for a child to feel nostalgic, but those 3 months had occupied a significant portion of his young life. "Good morning, Harry," Celia greeted without glancing his way, yet somehow, she sensed his presence. "Good morning, Celia," Harry replied. "After breakfast, we should make a list of items we need to prepare for Christmas, and we must buy gifts. Do you have friends you wish to give presents to?" Celia inquired as she completed breakfast, chatting with him as they ate. Harry nodded, wishing to buy gifts for Celia and Remus. Then later, "Jot down what you want to purchase. I would also like to teach you some cooking during the holiday. Would you be willing?" Harry nodded vigorously, eager to comply with whatever Celia wished. Chapter 51. Christmas Holiday 2. Celia instructed Harry to note what they needed to acquire in the coming days. With a notebook and pen in hand, he trailed behind her, struggling to jot down the items, occasionally needing her assistance with spelling certain words. "A small Christmas tree will suffice. How does 5 feet sound?" Celia gestured in the corner of the living room, seeking his opinion. Harry nodded earnestly. "I think that would be fine." Though he wasn't entirely sure how tall 5 feet was. "We should also redecorate the fireplace. Do you have any ideas?" Celia asked for his input, prompting Harry to recall the decorations from last year at Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's home. "How about some ribbons?" he suggested. "Excellent. Write that down." Harry misspelled ribbons, uncertain if he had written it correctly, so he drew a ribbon-like shape behind it. Celia caught a glimpse and stifled a chuckle. Although she had only been a teacher for 3 months, she seemed to have developed a bit of a teacher's instinct, constantly wanting to impart knowledge to Harry. During a child's formative years, familial education can often be more crucial than formal schooling. The Dursleys had evidently failed to provide Harry with any positive reinforcement. Celia had not realized this before. She simply wanted Harry to be happy, believing that taking care of everything for him was sufficient. However, her perspective had shifted in recent months. If she didn't teach him certain things, who would? Thus, she decided that in all their endeavors, Harry would be included. They traversed the house in circles, compiling an extensive shopping list. By noon, Celia taught Harry how to make the simplest pasta dish, demonstrating how to create a delectable sauce from basic ingredients. In the afternoon, they reorganized the list into categories. She informed Harry that the typical Christmas tree species were fir or pine. If they didn't mind the hassle, they could purchase one from a nearby tree farm. But if they preferred convenience, they could buy one from the mall at a significantly higher price. One year, Celia's father, Louis, had driven their family of 4 to a tree farm in the suburbs, showing them how workers selected trees, cut them down, and packaged them for transport to the mall. After categorizing their desired items, they needed to shop at various locations. Celia spent several days taking Harry all around London, purchasing items from their list. Celia especially bought a camera, as a massive Christmas tree adorned with neon lights had been erected in Hyde Park. She asked a passerby to take a picture of her and Harry, both of them beaming with wide, toothy smiles, looking delightfully silly, yet both were thoroughly satisfied. "Celia, can I have a copy of this photo when it's developed?" Harry asked. "Of course," she replied. As snow began to fall gently over London, they had successfully acquired everything they needed. Celia and Harry decided against venturing out again, opting instead to organize their items and decorate the house. Once the snow ceased, Harry grabbed a small shovel, eager to clear the snow outside. Celia, seeing him bundled up warmly, did not deter him. The child was keen to help, and regardless of the outcome, she would commend his efforts. Watching him laboriously carve out a narrow path in the snow for an hour, Celia genuinely praised him. "You're incredible." It was only after realizing they could not use magic that they truly appreciated the effort required to clear snow, which could have been effortlessly dispelled with a single spell. Bolstered by her encouragement, Harry declared, "I'll continue after lunch." Celia wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. "Very well." Each evening, after Harry had gone upstairs to sleep, Celia would rush into the study to converse with Patricia using the two-way mirror. Due to the time difference between the UK and the US, Celia often found herself chatting with Patricia during Patricia's busy evenings. Celia would stay up until the early hours, and eventually, Patricia would be available. Evan, however, was not particularly pleased. He appeared through the two-way mirror, introducing himself to Celia and placing a hand on Patricia's waist, saying, "Hi, Celia. Could you please chat with us during the day? Patricia has some things to attend to tonight." Patricia elbowed Evan lightly and shot him a glare. "Don't listen to him. I'm fine." Celia suddenly understood, her face flushing. "You all carry on. We can chat during the day. Good night, Papa, Evan." She turned off the two-way mirror, cradling her warm cheeks in her hands. "Merlin, I interrupted their private time." During the Christmas season, Patricia was quite busy as well, and they could only manage to squeeze in phone calls during the day. The day before Christmas Eve, Celia and Harry decorated their home, and after much effort, Harry finally cleared the snow from the front door. He found a temporary job shoveling snow from community roads alongside other neighborhood children, with neighbors contributing some money as payment. Previously, during the summer, Harry had distanced himself from the local kids due to their whispers about Celia, but children have short memories, and he bore no grudges. This holiday, they had rekindled their friendships and resumed playing together. Celia seized a moment when Harry was absent to ascend to the attic. Over the past week, she had accumulated a veritable mountain of letters and parcels, many of which were early arriving Christmas gifts and cards. She had employed a containment charm downstairs, preventing the owls from descending, and thus they had deposited everything in the attic. There were numerous Christmas gifts that she could not unbox in Harry's presence. A handful of letters brought her a pleasant surprise. Professor Slughorn had sent her a bottle of wine, expressing his delight at her return to England and suggesting a gathering when time permitted. He even mentioned that he occasionally hosted events for the Slug Club, indicating that he was not as isolated as Professor Flitwick had suggested. In addition to Amelia, who had already been in contact with her, several other old classmates had also sent her gifts. For instance, Ewan Violin, now a historian of magic, had been traveling across the country gathering historical materials. It was through a letter from his nephew that he learned of Celia's return, and he, too, proposed a meeting when schedules allowed. Similar instances occurred with a few others, mostly parents of children attending Hogwarts. Celia meticulously noted down their names, intending to send Luca on an urgent trip to the Owl Post Office to return the gifts. She had also received some Christmas cards from her students, which she recorded as well. When she unwrapped a large parcel, her brow furrowed. It contained a rare alchemical material, dragon bloodstone, which was quite expensive. Celia extracted the accompanying letter, which was from Zane Flitwick. In his letter, he mentioned encountering numerous difficulties while self-studying alchemy during the holiday and sought her guidance. He had included several advanced questions that she had yet to cover in class, and he apologized for disturbing her during the break, presenting the dragon bloodstone as a Christmas gift. Celia immediately rose and cast several detection spells on the parcel. The dragon bloodstone showed no signs of tampering. She gazed at the letter with concern. At first glance, the handwriting was indeed reminiscent of Zane's, yet upon closer inspection, there were subtle differences. Who else could it be but Asher Flitwick? What exactly are you scheming, Asher? Chapter 52. Asher. Before graduating, Celia harbored no animosity towards Asher Flitwick. In fact, she felt a twinge of guilt. He had always shadowed the other Slytherins, observing as they cast curses upon her, taunted her, and insulted her as a mudblood. He did not participate, but merely watched. Celia, being resolute, did not hold grudges. Thus, while he observed her, she ignored him, and when they chanced upon each other alone, they could pass each other amicably. This dynamic persisted until a certain spell known as the Hanging Charm gained popularity at school, leading to a period where nearly everyone found themselves suspended upside down. The Hufflepuff and Slytherin common rooms were both located underground, requiring students to walk together for a while after exiting the Great Hall, occasionally leading to encounters in narrow corridors. One day, Celia and Patricia coincidentally crossed paths with several unfriendly Slytherins. The Slytherins typically targeted Celia while ignoring Patricia, who, being half-blood with a pure-blood mother, was often considered an ally. They attempted to cast the Hanging Charm on Celia, but inadvertently hit Patricia instead. Before she could flip over, she fell to the ground. For the first time, Celia lost her temper completely, frantically launching the Slytherins one by one against the walls. Some managed to respond, disarming her wand. One of these was Flitwick. In a fit of rage, Celia charged at him, landing a punch squarely on his face as she reached for her wand, which he was gripping tightly. In her desperation, she seized his wrist and bit down hard, drawing blood until the professors arrived and forced her to release her grip. Madame Pomfrey remarked that had she waited any longer, she might have severed his wrist. Patricia later clarified that the Hanging Charm had originated from another direction, not cast by Flitwick. Celia had inflicted pain upon her adversaries, but at a significant cost to herself. In biting him, she dislocated her own jaw and spent several days in the hospital wing. She was uncertain if an apology was warranted. The professors did not pursue any consequences for the incident, and Flitwick likewise let it pass without further inquiry. He began to avoid her, and ultimately, she never did apologize. Her next encounter with Flitwick occurred on the night Death Eaters attacked her home. He was one of the 3 Death Eaters whose objective was to capture Celia while showing indifference to her Muggle brother. As they awaited Celia's return home, they amused themselves by tormenting Gabriel, dangling his life by severing his right hand piece by piece. In retrospect, Celia mused that Flitwick might have been yet another onlooker, standing at a distance, which afforded him the chance to escape the ensuing chaos, suffering only a leg injury. However, dwelling on such matters proved futile. They were adversaries. And this was the outcome. With the war now behind them, Flitwick remained a high-ranking official within the Ministry of Magic, and Asher had not faced any repercussions. Celia, teaching at Hogwarts, should ideally have no further interactions with him. Yet, with Zane Flitwick as her student, what motives did Asher harbor in wanting to seize this opportunity? Was it for revenge? She repackaged the Dragon Bloodstone without any alterations, swiftly pinned a reply, and marked it with 2 strikes before sending it back with Luca. Zane found himself being wheeled out by a house elf for what felt like the umpteenth time that day. Since that letter had been sent, his mobility had been compromised, and he was often pushed into the manor's courtyard, gazing up at the sky. When his father returned, he shot a cold glance at his uncle and told Zane, "Ignore him." Such words were easy to utter. Had the letter not been sent in his name, he would have preferred to disregard it entirely. Asher was merely 10 years older than Zane, and they bore a striking resemblance, sharing similar temperaments. In their youth, they were less uncle and nephew and more akin to brothers. The former head of the family, Austin, Zane's grandfather, had followed the Dark Lord since his youth. After the Dark Lord's prolonged absence and subsequent re-emergence to sway his old allies, he became fervent about joining the Dark Lord to restore the supremacy of purebloods. He coerced his eldest son, Edgar, into joining, but Edgar, already of considerable age and possessing his own opinions, found the Dark Lord's ideals dubious. He urged his father not to place all their eggs in one basket. Working at the Ministry of Magic, he believed it prudent to maintain a facade of neutrality while also providing the Dark Lord with information about the ministry. Convinced by Edgar's reasoning, Austin shifted his focus to his youngest son. The year Asher Flitwick entered Hogwarts, he bore his father's mark, destined to join the Death Eaters. Consequently, Edgar felt a sense of guilt toward Asher, vowing to protect him from any repercussions after Voldemort's downfall. Zane recalled a particular year when Asher returned, bloodied and maimed. Using the family key to return to Flitwick Manor, Edgar sought every healer available, but none could restore his severed limbs. This was not necessarily a bad outcome. Edgar reassured himself, this was not a bad thing. Asher had sacrificed so much for the Dark Lord, and the Dark Lord would not hold the Flitwicks accountable. Even in defeat, Asher had become disabled, providing a convenient excuse. No one could accuse him. He convinced himself of this, and less than 2 years later, the Dark Lord vanished, leaving the Flitwick family unscathed, unlike the Malfoys, who had paid a hefty sum to absolve themselves of guilt. Edgar felt his decision had been vindicated. However, since the day Asher returned from his injury, he had withered like a dead tree, existing as a shell of a man, no longer speaking or leaving his room. Had the Dark Lord lost? Or had he triumphed? Asher was indifferent to it all. Zane frequently visited him. He merely lay in bed, eyes open, his body rising and falling with each breath, resembling a corpse that still drew breath. The transformation began 4 years ago, when the house elf, adhering to the master's wishes, read the newspaper to Asher daily. Upon hearing that the alchemical prodigy Celia Dillon had won a prestigious award, the long-deceased Asher slowly blinked his eyes and rasped. She is still alive? Asher had returned to life. He started to rise, practicing with a cane, eating, going out, and instructing others to gather all information related to Celia. He commenced studying alchemical texts and collecting materials, and upon learning that Celia would be teaching at Hogwarts, he compelled his nephew to enroll in her class. Bill Weasley from Gryffindor plastered a clipping of the professor on the walls of his room, and the gossip reached Slytherin. Zane, with an expressionless visage, pondered, what of it? My family has someone even more outrageous. Not only were the walls of his room adorned with enlarged photographs of Celia, but the ceiling was as well. His uncle spent each day in his chamber conversing with Celia's portrait. Was the Weasley family peculiar? His uncle was the epitome of eccentricity. Then it came. Asher looked up at the sky, his eyes suddenly alight, as the familiar black owl, Luca, swooped toward him. Luca dropped the letter and package directly onto him before flapping away. Asher disregarded the costly alchemical materials. Trembling, he opened the letter. Upon reaching the end, a radiant smile emerged as he caressed the scar of a bite mark on his other wrist, contentedly murmuring, "She's truly clever. She guessed it was me." Chapter 53. The Christmas holiday Zane approached, curious about the letter, but Asher did not relinquish it. Zane rolled his eyes and craned his neck to glimpse the note in Asher's grasp. The letter consisted of a single page. First informing him that dragon bloodstones were far too precious to accept, then briefly addressing a few questions posed in his previous correspondence, concluding with, "Enjoy your holiday. Do not study." The salutation at the beginning was addressed to Zane, but had been crossed out and rewritten as "Flee." Was that all? Observing Asher's excitement, Zane half expected Celia to have penned a love letter. What about the package? He glanced at it, discarded on the floor, ignored by all. Let us put it away for now. There will surely be an opportunity to give it to her later. Asher clutched the letter, smiling, rereading it time and again. Zane instructed the house elf to stow the package away properly, then lightly tapped Asher's wheelchair with his wand and pushed him back into the house. Asher remained engrossed in the letter, remarking to Zane, "Look, she unconsciously places a dot at the end." Zane closed his eyes behind him. Clearly, his uncle was about to embark on another tirade. Over the course of this holiday, he had found himself repeatedly asked about Celia. With his uncle speaking more than he had in the last decade combined. What does she look like now? What does she wear? What does she enjoy eating? What are her classes like? Each time Zane responded, memories would flood back. Did she sing the school song at the opening ceremony? She does sing a bit off-key. Yet everyone always pretends to praise her. What tune does she sing, you ask? How could you not know? You ought to inquire. Does she still laugh a lot? She always finds something to laugh about. Her friends tell her that laughing too much will cause wrinkles. For a time, she pressed her hands to the corners of her eyes, yet still laughed. She is not picky with her food. She once said that as a chef. One must try every flavor. However, when faced with something she dislikes, she eats slowly, engaging in conversation with those nearby, taking the opportunity to sneak bites when distracted. Her alchemy is, of course, exceptional. Is she still using communication butterflies? She created one in her 4th year. And she also crafted a plate that causes food to frantically dart about, requiring one to use a fork to catch the food before it stops. What purpose does that serve? Who knows? She always makes an abundance of seemingly useless things. She has her own standards when it comes to people. She is fair, Zane. She treats you as you treat her. Even if you err, as long as you sincerely apologize, she will always forgive you. Zane listened in a daze. Were it not for the animosity between them, one might assume they were longtime lovers. He found it hard to tear himself away, as his uncle's emotions, which had remained unexpressed for over 20 years, poured forth onto him. Celia sensed the magical fluctuations she left at the door and concealed herself in the attic. Then apparat to the study on the 1st floor. She opened the study door and stepped outside, where Harry had already returned, changing his shoes at the entrance. Bending down to wipe the residual snow and mud from his footwear with a cloth. He then dashed to the downstairs washroom to wash his hands and the cloth. "Celia, I earned £2 today," Harry exclaimed upon seeing her, pulling out his pocket and displaying a handful of assorted coins. "Impressive. Put it away. Are you exhausted?" Celia approached, slipping her hand inside his collar, feeling the sweat on his back, causing Harry to awkwardly retract his neck. She patted him gently. "All right. Hurry upstairs to change into clean clothes. You need to dry off before putting on another outfit. Do you understand? Otherwise, you might catch a cold." Harry nodded and scampered upstairs to change. Over the past few days, he had earned some money shoveling snow and wanted to spend it on Celia, but she had insisted he save it for himself. A few days ago, while shopping for gifts, Celia discovered that the pocket money she had left for Harry over the summer had remained largely untouched. He had only ventured out once to buy a hot dog when there was nothing to eat at home after a weekend outing with the Dursleys. He felt embarrassed to spend the pocket money she had given him, wearing her clothes and eating her food on weekends. With the remaining coins, he bought Christmas presents for Celia and Remus. At times, Harry's maturity left Celia feeling a pang of sadness, forcing her to feign nonchalance and gently move past it. This Christmas was a solitary affair for Celia and Harry, yet they remained quite busy. Early in the morning, they sat on the floor unwrapping gifts, with Celia's family sending a parcel for Harry as well. They commented and critiqued each other as presents as they went along. Aunt Petunia had sent Celia a gift as well, which, upon unwrapping, revealed the most hideous brain-shaped planter she had ever seen. Harry clearly found this ghastly pot memorable, as it was a prize Aunt Petunia had won during a frantic shopping spree. "Well," Celia mused, turning it over, "I truly have no idea where to place this without tarnishing my eyes. Perhaps I'll keep it for spring to plant flowers." "Did you send Aunt Petunia a gift?" Harry inquired. "Of course. I sent each of them a hospital checkup slip." Celia winked at Harry. "Don't you think your uncle and cousin are rather robust?" Harry shrugged. "I'd prefer to describe them as walking pigs." After unwrapping the gifts, Celia and Harry made phone calls to Remus, family, and Patricia to extend holiday greetings. Lyle answered the phone and chatted with Celia for a moment, sounding quite spirited. Harry marveled at the vastness of Celia's family. It took several minutes for her relatives to line up and offer their greetings. Next summer, I'd like to take you to France for a month. Celia said to Harry, you'll get to meet them then. Harry felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety, but since that was still half a year away, he quickly relaxed. Celia prepared an extraordinarily lavish Christmas feast, and they spent 3 days enjoying it, vowing hand in hand never to cook so many dishes at once again. Joyful days are always fleeting, and before they knew it, the holiday was drawing to a close, and Celia would soon part ways with Harry once more. Write me a letter and have Professor Max send it. If you have matters to address, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the teachers or call Remus. He will arrive promptly, won't he? Celia returned Harry to the Dursleys, embracing him in the car as she said, all right, goodbye, Celia. Harry buried his head in her embrace and whispered softly. This time, Harry was able to quickly adjust his emotions. His life was divided into 2 distinct parts. When he was with Celia, he felt like the happiest little boy in the world, but upon returning to the Dursleys, he transformed into a despised outcast, an unwanted burden. Yet, the mere knowledge that one day Celia would appear before him with a smile made his time at the Dursleys more bearable. Chapter 54. Students returned to school in full view of the neighbors. Celia summoned a taxi. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station, she sought out an unoccupied restroom stall and disapparated home, returning to Hogwarts through the fireplace. Her bedroom had been meticulously cleaned by the house elves, and a warm fire crackled in the hearth, enveloping the room in a cozy warmth. After placing her luggage, she carried 2 large boxes of sweets to the kitchen. With students returning the next evening, the number of those remaining at school was sparse, and the house elves enjoyed a leisurely holiday. She found a house elf and instructed it to distribute the sweets among the other elves, then requested a cup of tea and settled down to chat with them. The house elves revered hard work and despised idleness and laziness. Conversing was, in their eyes, a grievous sin. However, when commanded to engage in conversation, they complied. It took Celia a whole year at school to persuade them to speak with her willingly, rather than displaying expressions of despair as if they wished to end their own lives. They rarely discussed anything else, mostly talking about recipes, ingredients, and which dishes produced the most leftovers. Today, Celia inquired about what they planned to cook the next day and whether any new ingredients had arrived. After a brief chat lasting about 10 minutes, she took her leave, not wishing to disrupt their work. At dinner, she went to the Great Hall, greeting the professors and the students remaining at school. She sat beside Dumbledore, discussing their holiday experiences. The top hat you gifted me is exquisite. I shall wear it tomorrow evening. I am delighted you like it. The record you sent is also enchanting. I have been swaying to the music for days, feeling rejuvenated, replied Dumbledore, giving Celia a playful nudge. She laughed heartily. Out of the corner of her eye, Celia spotted a dark figure approaching, and she turned to it, saying, Hey, Severus, why aren't you wearing the cloak I gifted you? Snape halted his approach, taking a seat several places away from her, causing the students beside and opposite him to leap up and change seats. He glared at them. I'm afraid that color does not suit me, he replied in a voice barely above a whisper. Dumbledore inquired curiously, what color? Bright red, what a splendid color. Celia responded to Dumbledore before turning back to Snape. You should give it a try. Snape declined politely. No? Dumbledore remarked. One should indeed embrace new experiences, Severus. Snape continued to refuse. I shall never attempt it in my lifetime. Dumbledore, addressing the visibly disappointed Celia, suggested, You should have gifted him purple. Bright red is not a hue everyone can carry off. My purple robe adorned with stars has garnered much praise. A most constructive suggestion. I shall consider it, Celia replied. The others at the long table stifled their laughter, while only Snape ground his teeth. They shared an enjoyable dinner, with everyone except Snape in high spirits. Without Harry as a constraint, Celia spent a considerable time the following morning chatting with Patience through the two-way mirror, during which she learned delightful news. Eva's magic went haywire during the Christmas feast. She tried to snatch the last pudding from her father, and Evan deliberately contested her for it, causing the pudding to soar into the air and land right in Eva's mouth. Patience mimicked the scene with great flair. Merlin, oh God, who cares? That's fantastic. I must send our little witch a congratulatory gift, Celia exclaimed, equally thrilled. As afternoon approached, students returned to Hogwarts, with several rushing to Celia's office upon arrival. Professor Tonks barreled in, carrying a large enamel pot. Celia deftly cast a spell to halt her just before she toppled over, stepping forward to take the pot from her. Dora, I told you, there are no trolls chasing you. Take your time, take your time. Tonks steadied herself and grinned. Professor Celia, my mother wanted you to try her beef stew, which I specially brought from home, kept warm with a warming charm. Celia, taken aback, lifted the lid of the pot, revealing the aromatic, beautifully colored stew still steaming. Thank you ever so much. I hardly know what to say. It looks absolutely delicious. Do you mind if I share some with the other professors later? Not at all. Tonks shook her head, her bright red waves bouncing with her movements. I asked my dad to get me some cola from the Muggle world while we were home, and when he asked how I knew about it, I told him it was you who introduced me to it. My mom said I was being thoughtless, constantly bothering the professor, and needed to express gratitude. Her voice sparkled like a leaping elf, illuminating the air around her. Then my dad said, Celia loves it, and my mom decided to make you a pot of her special beef stew. Thank you once again, and also to Ted and Andromeda. This is the first time someone has gifted me beef stew. Celia beamed, finding it a delightful experience. She was not particularly familiar with Andromeda. Having only seen her a handful of times at school, unlike other Slytherins, she did not carry herself with arrogance. Yet she exhibited the reserve and pride typical of a pure-blood family. Looking back now, it was no wonder she eloped with Ted, and it was easy to see why she was Sirius's favorite cousin. More students burst in like cannonballs. Professor Celia, my mom knitted you a scarf. And Bill chose the colors. A long arm pulled Charlie back, as Bill tightly locked his brother's throat, half of his body peeking out from behind him. Apologies, Professor Celia, for interrupting you as soon as we returned. My mom heard that Charlie always bothers you and felt sorry. So she knitted you a scarf since she is quite adept at it. Celia took the package, saying, Thank you, I truly appreciate it. Bill. Charlie is almost out of breath. Bill released Charlie, patting his back and smiling kindly. Next time, don't run around like a bludger, all right? Charlie coughed and winked at him, as if to say, watch your actions. Gradually, other students came by to greet Celia. Aside from the 6th years, students from the 7th year occasionally consulted her with questions, while a throng of younger students, led by Tonks, Charlie, and others, frequently visited her to play. Because there is cola to drink. The most frequent visitors were from Hufflepuff, and Celia welcomed her younger housemates with open arms, seamlessly integrating with them as they chatted about food and student gossip. Dinner was about to be served downstairs, and many students rushed in to say hello before darting back downstairs. Bill firmly grasped Charlie's shoulders, gritting his teeth as he said, Don't go running your mouth in front of Celia again, dear Charlie. Well, you also can't throw my Quidditch clippings and models under the bed. They both extended their hands simultaneously, grasping firmly, thereby reaching a consensus. Chapter 55, the class begins. Celia unwrapped the parcel that Charlie had sent her. Indeed, it contained a thick hand-woven scarf, predominantly in Prussian blue, adorned with several yellow roses crafted from golden yellow yarn, alongside the initials of Celia's name. I adore it, Celia murmured to herself, standing before the mirror. She draped the scarf around her neck as an embellishment and donned the Christmas gift from Dumbledore, a wizard's hat festooned with layers of feathers. Today, I look splendid, Celia declared. Twirling before the mirror, she summoned a house elf and entrusted him with a pot of beef stew, instructing him to serve it to the professors later. Clad in her elegant attire, she took her seat at the staff table in the Great Hall. What a lovely hat, and what a beautiful scarf, Hero attempted to compliment. This ensemble is rather peculiar, isn't it? Celia replied. Hero exhaled with relief, acknowledging its oddity. It's a gift from someone, Celia informed him, suddenly elevating her voice. It is a matter of courtesy to wear gifts from others. Snape's expression darkened once more. Fortunately, dinner commenced shortly, sparing them from further debate over the crimson cloak Celia had bestowed upon him. Andromeda's beef stew was exquisite, a flavor Celia had never encountered before. It seemed she could engage Andromeda in culinary discussions frequently. The after effects of the holiday lingered on everyone, and it took 2 or 3 days after the term began for the students to gradually immerse themselves in their studies. This semester, Celia intended to impart more practical lessons to the students, including some perilous topics. She was set to teach them how to transmute base metals into precious ones through alchemy. The transformation in alchemy is rooted in a fundamental theory known as the soul, spirit, and body. We regard all metals as composed of these 3 principles, with gold embodying the perfect amalgamation of soul and spirit, its form representing its physical manifestation. The process of transmuting base metals involves altering their ratios of soul and spirit, which requires a modicum of innate talent. A Ravenclaw student named Benny raised his hand to inquire, Professor, do those metals not have fixed proportions? I mean, should we not adhere to certain ratios for the transformation? An excellent question, Benny. My answer is that the magical realm lacks a scientific discipline akin to the Muggle world's chemistry. Muggles utilize their scientific methods to analyze chemical elements, arranging them into the periodic table, which is a fundamental aspect of their studies. This table can predict various elements' characteristics and relationships. Theoretically, as long as the conditions for transformation are met, those metals can interchange. While Muggles have yet to achieve this fully, wizards can, for we possess magic. Now, if we reverse our perspective and consider whether we can reference Muggle theories to facilitate elemental transformation more effortlessly, the answer is a resounding difficult. The theoretical application of magic and Muggle science belongs to 2 distinct systems. Perhaps one day they may converge, but for now, They are far from it. This poses a challenge for me, Celia lamented. I am an inventive scholar, not a research scholar. I cannot teach you concepts I do not yet fully grasp. If anyone here is interested in such topics, I welcome discussions after class. Now, in this lesson, I shall teach you how to transmute silver into gold through alchemy. Celia distributed pieces of gold and silver, instructing them to first use magic to perceive the differences between the two metals. Professor, must we return the gold after class? Someone raised their hand to ask, prompting laughter from the others. Celia chuckled, yes, but if you manage to successfully transmute your silver into gold before class concludes, you may keep that piece. After all, she was utilizing her own gold to fund her work. One must be prudent at times. The difficulty of this lesson had escalated dramatically compared to the previous semester, and by the end of class, no one had succeeded in transmuting silver into gold. Celia reclaimed all the gold, stating, we shall continue this in our next lesson. Upon returning to her office, she was followed by a line of students, each with inquiries regarding the class. Some requested recommendations for Muggle chemistry reading lists, while others asked what to do if they could not perceive the differences between metals through magic. After addressing their questions, she sent them on their way, effectively conducting another mini-lesson. She was parched and poured herself a cup of tea. A knock echoed on the open door, prompting her to call, come in. Kiro slowly entered. Celia, Professor, I saw that you finished class. Celia regarded Kiro with surprise. She had never encountered him outside the Great Hall, staff lounge, or library. It was quite unusual for him to visit her office. She immediately rose to invite him to sit, warmly greeting, Quirinus, what would you like to drink? No, thank you. Kiro quickly waved his hand. I'm just wandering around. He fidgeted with his hands, casting a swift glance around Celia's office, scarcely daring to linger for a few seconds before excusing himself. I'll take my leave now. See you at dinner, Celia. Celia watched him depart, bewildered. He merely came to wander? After the commencement of the Hogwarts term, Celia returned to a healthy and stable routine, teaching, fulfilling orders, and engaging in conversations. She had anticipated this tranquility would persist until the end of the semester. On a morning in early February, 4 owls descended upon her, carrying a massive parcel which they dropped upon her head. The staff table had only a few individuals present, but thankfully Dumbledore was there. A silent levitation charm ensured the parcel landed safely rather than crashing onto Celia. She expressed her gratitude to him and carried the parcel back to her office. Upon opening it, she discovered it was a delivery from the International Alchemical Association. The letter began with congratulations on her teaching position at Hogwarts, noting that her patent royalties from the previous year had been deposited into her Gringotts account, urging her to check. The International Alchemical Association had generously gifted her an annual package, including a custom wizardess robe and various alchemical materials. How exceedingly generous. Celia mused as she rummaged through the package, noting the materials were quite valuable. The letter also inquired why she had not submitted any of her inventions to the association in recent months, as they were eager to certify more of her patents. Celia pursed her lips, recalling they had advised her against sending trivial items to the association. Were they being disingenuous? She resolved to gather any recent scraps to send over shortly. The association also forwarded a collection of love letters that had accumulated. Celia ignited the fireplace and began to open each letter, keeping those that contained inquiries about alchemical matters, while incinerating the remainder that merely sought to harass her with words. Folding the association's letter, she noticed a postscript on the back. Your employment at Hogwarts has also been leaked. Good luck. What? Why wish her good luck? She had not intentionally concealed this from anyone. Chapter 56, Valentine's Day 1. The campus was suffused with a familiar restlessness. Tonks invited Celia to the kitchen to instruct them on how to make chocolates. Celia then realized that Valentine's Day was approaching. How splendid it would be if Valentine's Day fell on a Saturday. That way, everyone could date in Hogsmeade. By Sunday, you would find couples in every corner of the campus, Tonks remarked, mimicking a gagging gesture. I thought you wanted me to teach you how to make chocolates for a romantic interest? Celia responded as she followed her to the kitchen. Tonks swung her head dramatically. I didn't come here on my own accord. I was sent to invite you. They all feel too shy to approach you. But me? I have no qualms about it. Celia giggled, following Tonks into the kitchen. Upon entering, she was taken aback, thinking she had stepped into a grand hall. A dozen students were seated at their respective house tables, fervently engaging in conversation, predominantly girls, with a few boys scattered among them. Professor Celia is here. Hello, Professor Celia. They greeted her in a chaotic chorus, rising to their feet. Hello, everyone. I already know why I'm here. Shall we begin? Celia exclaimed eagerly, her passion for cooking evident, as she delighted in guiding others in the culinary arts. It quickly became apparent that teaching the craft of chocolate making was far more challenging than imparting knowledge of alchemy. For each student sought to infuse their creations with whimsies that were often difficult for the average person to appreciate. Celia moved between the long tables, intervening to prevent one girl from adding dried newt and frog eyes into the chocolate mixture. No, Robbie, no. No potion ingredients in the chocolate, she admonished. She then called out to another table, Natalie, no love potions in the chocolate. That is strictly forbidden. Celia had all but abandoned concern for the grotesque shapes being fashioned. Her sole focus was on ensuring that no one inadvertently created a culinary disaster. She found herself bustling about, more exhausted than after 5 consecutive classes. Girls and boys, please don't mention that I taught you how to make this chocolate. Let us pretend I wasn't here today, Celia said with a resigned smile. Forget about them, Professor Celia, Elsie said, pulling her aside. Neither she nor Tonks had made any chocolate. They were seated in a corner, dipping cookies into chocolate sauce. Celia, too, had lost interest. She realized that many of the students were not genuinely interested in crafting delicious chocolates to gift to someone special. They were merely preoccupied with the act of making chocolate itself. She joined Tonks and Elsie, indulging in cookies dipped in chocolate sauce. Celia curiously inquired, Do you two not have anyone you fancy? They exchanged a glance and laughed, then turned to Celia. Professor, what about you? We know you're single. Do you have someone you like now? Well, that's a turn of events, Celia replied, raising her hand. I shall refrain from further inquiries. Elsie nudged Tonks playfully, saying, I don't have anyone I fancy. Elsie likes Charlie, and she confessed to him in her second year. Elsie continued, Guess how he responded to me? Celia, intrigued, asked, How did he respond? He said, Hassan, you should play Quidditch. It's far more interesting than dating. Merlin. Celia was taken aback. Elsie shrugged. I said fine. I joined the house team as a substitute this year, and then I confessed to him again. This time he said, Elsie, have you enrolled in the Care of Magical Creatures class? You should. It's far more interesting than dating. Celia found herself perplexed by the current generation. Pondering for a moment, should I scold him now? Tonks and Elsie burst into laughter. No need. Isn't he amusing? Celia was even more confused, her face betraying her bewilderment. Tonks explained, Charlie is an exceptional Quidditch player, excels academically, and has a charming personality. He is quite popular among our year. Though Elsie's confession didn't go as planned, they became friends in second year, and she feels she hasn't lost out. Especially since Charlie wouldn't fancy anyone else. Elsie added, but his brother is even more popular. Bill is widely regarded as the most outstanding student currently, with 12 OWLs. Merlin, who can achieve 12? Celia was curious to ask. Oh, my ex-boyfriend, little Barty, also received 12. By the time his results were announced, I had already graduated. And I heard from someone in the order that Hogwarts had produced another 12 OWL scholar. Little Barty was indeed quite clever, sometimes to the point of being intimidating, causing her to pinch his cheeks to deter any mischievous intentions he might have towards her. Tonks waved at Celia and whispered, There are at least 3 girls in this room planning to give chocolate to Bill. They've been shooting glares at each other since they came in. Celia discreetly surveyed the room and failed to discern any animosity among the students. Elsie pressed closer to Tonks and continued in a hushed tone. Charlie sabotaged Bill's model as revenge and has been spreading rumors about Bill collecting clippings of you. Celia felt the conversation turning awkwardly back to her and wished to change the subject. Tonks added, At first, Bill's admirers thought he might have feelings for you. But Ravenclaw's Violin said her uncle's house also has clippings of you. Collecting clippings is quite normal. Bill has a keen interest in alchemy, borrowing books from the library daily, which led them to believe he greatly admires you. Listening to gossip about others was amusing, but when one became the subject of gossip, it felt rather embarrassing. Celia intervened. All right, Dora, Elsie, thank you for your generous sharing, but sometimes it's best to keep certain matters private from professors, all right? You haven't taught us yet. You're our friend, Tonks asserted with an air of entitlement. Celia mused, well, sometimes it's prudent to keep some matters from friends as well. She stood up and playfully ruffled their hair, turning it into a tousled mess. Observing that the others were engrossed in their artistic endeavors, no longer requiring her assistance, she announced her departure. She did not head straight upstairs. Instead, she took a turn towards the dungeons, knocking on Snape's door. Enter. Snape was at his desk, grading assignments. His dark expression lifted momentarily as he glanced up, curious about who would disturb him at such a late hour, only for his expression to become blank upon recognizing Celia. What brings you here at this hour? He rose and peered outside, wary of being caught by anyone. I just came to remind you not to forget to prepare the antidote for the love potion, Celia said sympathetically, glancing at the thick stack of assignments on his desk. This is the burden of the head professor. You have my sympathies, Professor Snape. Chapter 57, The Hog's Head In. Celia slipped away before Snape could respond. She doubted he would utter anything like it's not so difficult or thank you for your concern. Saturday was a Hogsmeade weekend, and students from third year and above flooded into the village, leaving the castle feeling unusually quiet. Celia had arranged to meet Hagrid at the Hog's Head Inn for drinks in the evening, perfectly timing their visit to avoid the throngs of students. The Hog's Head Inn remained as dingy as ever, filled with an assortment of peculiar characters. Celia and Hagrid did not wear hoods. She couldn't be bothered to hide her face, and Hagrid's size rendered it unnecessary. As they made their way to the bar, Celia inadvertently stepped into something unpleasant, which she presumed to be a clump of mud. She closed her eyes and pulled her foot free, vigorously cleaning her shoe's sole. Hastily, she sidestepped the area and took a seat, being careful not to let her nails touch anything, lest she pick up something unsavory. A glass of whiskey and a pint of lager. I brought my own cups, Celia declared, producing 2 large cups from her pocket. The owner of the Hog's Head Inn was a tall, thin man with a bushy beard. He bent down to retrieve 2 dirty bottles from beneath the counter, pouring the contents into the cups for a considerable time before filling them. For these large cups, you'll need to pay for 2 drinks, he gruffly stated. Celia responded in shock. You want to even buy me a drink, Aberforth? I have already treated you to enough drinks, you little brat. Aberforth grumbled. Celia considered his words and realized there might be some truth to them. She chuckled and took a sip of the draft beer. Despite Aberforth's establishment being in a rather filthy state, the taste of the brew was quite delightful. Under Aberforth's furious glare, she rummaged through her pockets and produced an assortment of British delicacies, or at least what she deemed to be palatable: fish and chips, a cheese platter, a smoked meat and ham platter, a seafood cold plate, and some Lorraine quiche, which she placed on the bar counter before her and Hagrid. Just then, a hooded man approached the bar to order a drink, and he curiously inquired of Aberforth, "Do you serve food here? I'll have a portion of fish and chips." Aberforth barked back, "This is not a restaurant." The man, dejected, ordered a bottle of liquor and retreated to a corner. Aberforth looked as if he wished to throw Celia out, but she swiftly shoved a piece of ham into his mouth, exclaiming, "Hey, it's not like you're not allowed to eat." Aberforth chewed in silence. "You certainly have a way with the boss," Hagrid remarked, his voice louder than he intended. Aberforth shot him a disapproving glance. "Drinking without food is dreadfully dull," Celia said as she popped a wedge of fries into her mouth. She and Hagrid began to eat, drink, and chat. She found it amusing how Hagrid used 2 fingers to pick at his food. As the effects of the alcohol set in, Hagrid began to drunkenly recount tales of the Forbidden Forest. "The wildflowers you asked about are about to bloom. In a fortnight, you can go pick them." "What do you want those little wildflowers for?" Celia propped her chin on her hand, her gaze dreamy as she replied, "Oh, I want to see if they can serve as a buffering agent in alchemy. I discovered that plants can have effects too. And my alchemical studies have hit a bottleneck lately. I need to experiment with something new." Hagrid thumped his chest triumphantly. "I'll make sure you get every last one of them." The 2 continued to drink until the moon hung high in the sky, swaying as they made their way back to the school. Just as they stepped out of the pub, Celia sensed someone following them. She halted abruptly, brandishing her wand behind her. "Come out." A man cloaked in a hood emerged from the shadows, stating, "I mean no harm, Miss Dyron." What's going on?" Hagrid, now more intoxicated, looked around, his vision wavering. "What's the matter? How do you know who I am?" Celia hiccuped softly. The man appeared somewhat exasperated. "You don't even bother to disguise your appearance. Who wouldn't recognize you?" He gestured for her to follow him to a more secluded spot. Celia took a few steps, stopping in a place where Hagrid could see her, who was now vigorously patting his head. When the man noticed she had halted, he too paused, scanning the vicinity for onlookers before producing a disc from beneath his cloak. "Look, this is a remarkable alchemical artifact." Celia blinked hard, trying to clarify her vision. Upon recognizing it, she scoffed. "This is already broken." The man retrieved another item, but Celia shook her head again. He pulled out yet another object, and she continued to reject them, articulating that although they were all alchemical products, none of them were of any use. From afar, the sounds of barking dogs and conversation drifted from Hogsmeade, and in a moment of desperation, the man cast a confusion spell on Celia. He hastily produced another item, and Celia's eyes widened. This one seems very rare. This is an extremely valuable alchemical artifact." He rushed, along with the others. "I'll sell them all to you for just 100 galleons. Celia fixated on the object in his hand, clearly tempted. Hagrid, now vocally questioning what she was doing, forced her to retrieve 100 galleons. "All right, fine. I only want this one. I don't need the rest." "No, they're all yours." The man took the galleons and handed her a black pouch, then vanished before her eyes. Celia tucked the pouch into her pocket and staggered back to the school with Hagrid. Upon entering the school gates, she found her footing again. She produced a butterfly for communication. "It's stolen goods. I recognize the mark of the renowned alchemist, Saint Ronnet. It may have been unearthed from a tomb. He was eager to sell it because it is mixed with dark magical items. I can handle it from here. In the future, do notify me of any similar occurrences." "Thank you, Aberforth." The butterfly fluttered away. Celia let out a small hiccup, reflecting on how worthwhile the evening's drinks had been. Aberforth truly was a good man, remembering to contact her when he saw someone suspicious trying to sell defective alchemical products. She escorted the genuinely inebriated Hagrid back to his hut, content as she returned to her own room, locking the black pouch in a chest designed to thwart all detection and magical emanations, patiently awaiting sobriety to inspect her finds. The following day, Celia remembered it was Valentine's Day, and she eagerly headed to the Great Hall for breakfast, curious to see how the current students celebrated the occasion. Indeed, many students were present for breakfast, a surprising turnout for those who typically preferred to sleep in on weekends and miss the morning meal. A sweet, syrupy atmosphere enveloped the hall, as some young couples clung together like conjoined twins, feeding each other breakfast in an endearing display. Given the nature of the holiday, even Professor McGonagall turned a blind eye, allowing them to remain together. Chapter 58, Valentine's Day 2. Celia discreetly observed the students from the teacher's long table, occasionally emitting bursts of joyful laughter. You could certainly sit among them and share in the merriment, Snape suggested. Severus, do you not see how adorable these young couples are? Would you not smile at their pure affections? Celia shook her head disapprovingly at him. Snape opened his mouth, then closed it again. For Celia's wand tip had already touched his robe at the waist. Should he utter anything she found disagreeable, she would certainly jab him. Oh, here come the owls. Celia's eyes lit up as she curiously watched a flock of owls flapping their wings. I wonder who the most popular girl and boy in the school are this year. In previous Valentine's Days, the gifts delivered by owls had nearly overwhelmed Sirius, and at this thought, her once bright gaze dulled momentarily. Suddenly, Celia felt a thump on her head. Snapping her back to reality, an owl had dropped a gift upon her. Like a signal, a dozen owls soon followed, depositing gifts and letters onto her table. Snape, seated beside her, was also bombarded, and he quickly stood to evade the onslaught, fuming. Very well, Professor Diron's charm. Before he could finish his sentence, another gift struck him. A parcel landed in Professor Quirrell's bowl, splattering soup all over his face, leaving him dazed as he wiped at himself with his sleeve. Celia felt uneasy. Why were there so many owls targeting her? She quickly rose from her seat, and the owls pursued her to the office, dropping off their gifts before fluttering away. Once inside, Celia waited until the sounds of flapping wings faded before returning to her office. She surveyed the chaotic scene, exhaling heavily as she began to pick up a letter from the floor. It read, I voted for you in the Wizarding Weekly Beauty Contest and hope you will go on a date with me. I will be waiting for you in Hogsmeade all day on Valentine's Day. Celia promptly incinerated the letter. What is this nonsense? What is this beauty contest in the Wizard Weekly? She attempted to open a parcel, revealing a shimmering potion accompanied by a selfie. A robust wizard was winking at her. The back of the photo read, drink it. Is she out of her mind to consume a love potion? It turns out Professor Diron asked me to prepare an antidote for the love potion for himself? Snape's low voice echoed. Celia looked up to find him scowling, standing at the door with an armful of gifts, which he flung to the ground with a sneer, saying, gifts from your admirer, ever the show-off. Are you pleased with this? Do not call my surname, Severus, every time you feel discontent. I happen to require your assistance. She frowned, pointing to the pile of items. Let's inspect this together. I suspect there might be something else amiss. No, Snape replied coldly. What if I accidentally ingest the love potion? I would still need to seek you out. Celia slammed the office door shut, pushing Snape inside. His lack of resistance indicated his acquiescence. Celia inquired whether they should recycle the love potion for reuse, to which he regarded her with a look that suggested she was a troll, promptly destroying the vial. She hastily tore open the packages, discovering 3 bottles of love potion, along with another portion concealed in food. Thanks to Snape, he obliterated both the food and the accompanying letter. Otherwise, Celia might have been tempted to consume it, as it smelled quite appetizing. Grateful for your presence. Celia suppressed her nausea while dealing with a heap of filthy items. Now she understood why the letter from the International Alchemists Association wished her good luck. How could these people's letters be even more outrageous than those before? Snape was equally repulsed. He had read the letters where it mentioned that she entered his dreams each night. His expression darkened, as if he were poised to poison all of Hogwarts. Is this what you desire? He abruptly asked. Celia looked at him, puzzled. What? To smile foolishly at everyone, affectionately calling them by name, exchanging playful banter, remembering their favorite dishes, cooking for them, making each feel significant, Snape articulated with a silky, disdainful tone, and then reaping their adoration, their gazes, and their sordid thoughts. Celia rose, expressionless, and approached him. Severus, do you have feelings for me? Snape widened his eyes at her, his cheeks twitching slightly, his voice taking on an oddly high pitch. Has the excessive flattery driven you to such narcissism? Celia continued to close the distance between them, leaving less than a foot between them, causing Snape to take a step back. Celia pressed forward until Snape found his back against the hard wall, with nowhere to retreat. He paled, looking down at her. Have I never smiled at you? Have I never called your name? Have I not remembered your favorite dish? Have I not cooked for you? Celia reached out, caressing Snape's face. And what about you? Has this led you to cherish, gaze upon me, and harbor sordid thoughts? Snape's face flushed crimson inch by inch. Celia grasped his thin chin, maintaining her impassive gaze. Snape stared into her cerulean eyes, seeing his reflection, when she smiled. Her eyes sparkled like a galaxy, and in her cold indifference, they could be as frigid as ice. I believe I have extended all possible kindness. You ought to evaluate those who harbor malice towards me, rather than criticize my approach. Celia released her grip and stepped back. Severus. We both understand what has transpired between us. A brief friendship you disapprove of, a severance, my utilization of you, and your utilization of me. Our dealings have been fair enough. I had hoped that as colleagues, we could leave the past behind and interact amicably. She tilted her head. If not, we might as well treat each other as mere acquaintances. What do you say? Fair. Snape rasped. You have never been fair to me. When Potter cast a spell on me, what did you say? You said not to involve you in our matters. Is that what you call fairness? Celia was taken aback that he still harbored resentment over that statement. She had thought she would forget the incident from 15 years ago, but it had coincidentally been the largest quarrel she had had with Lily. Therefore, she remembered it vividly, even recalling how she had responded to Lily back then. Severus. Celia spoke calmly. The day before yesterday, when Rogier cast a spell on me, you stood right beside me. Do you remember? It was a hair growth curse. I remained still, completely buried under the hair that sprouted. I kept watching you, and you did nothing. So at that moment, I decided I would do nothing for you anymore. I will treat you as you treat me. That is my notion of fairness. Chapter 59, Wizard Weekly. Celia felt she had reached an impasse with Snape because he had fled. She could not decipher his ever-changing facial expressions of black, white, and red. So she assumed he had acquiesced to their new arrangement as mere acquaintances. She settled into a rocking chair, overwhelmed by a wave of fatigue. She was, in truth, not adept at perceiving others' emotions. Sometimes, she needed others to explicitly tell her what they were thinking. Yet many evidently struggled to lay bare their innermost feelings. James was quite skilled at it. He sometimes appeared to be a pure, foolish simpleton, even if they could not easily express themselves. Having a heated argument to vent frustrations before reconciling would suffice. Celia had often quarreled with friends. Lily had once lashed out at her over Snape. After Celia explained the situation, Lily immediately apologized. I was unaware of this. You are right. Their matters should not involve you. Severus has not aided you, so you have no reason to assist him. I apologize, it was my fault. Celia appreciated this quality in Lily. She had a strong sense of justice, stood up for her friends, but was not blindly biased and could admit her mistakes. She had also had fierce arguments with Sirius, lasting several months, becoming a school-wide spectacle. But eventually, they reconciled after mutual apologies. She had even quarreled with Patience, where they harshly criticized one another, leading to a tearful embrace. Is this not the nature of human relationships? There are no two individuals perfectly attuned to one another. All are the result of gradual adjustment. Celia felt that she and Snape could never reach an understanding. Perhaps only Lily could endure his temperament, yet even she had ultimately severed ties with him. Had Lily still been around, they might have reconciled, but there are no ifs. Lily was gone. Nestled in her rocking chair, she stared at the ceiling in a daze. And when a knock echoed through the air, she did not rise as before, but lazily glanced toward the sound. Several small heads peeked around the door. Professor Celia, we have come to see you. Celia remained reclined in her rocking chair, waving them over, using her wand to widen the seat. Come, let us sway together for a while. Tonks and Elsie nestled on either side of her, swaying gently in unison. Robbie and the others adeptly found their places to sit. Did you not go on a date? Celia asked, tilting her head at Robbie. She puffed her cheeks and exclaimed, I'm utterly exasperated. After unwrapping the gift, he remarked that the chocolate shaped like a salamander appeared rather intriguing. However, upon taking a bite, he discovered it was indeed dried salamander and promptly spewed it onto my face. I no longer hold any affection for him. Celia broke into a grin. Elsie gently stroked her face. Why the long face, Professor Celia? The whole auditorium was buzzing about you just now. You are truly popular and have received an abundance of gifts. Celia waved her hand dismissively. Oh, let's not even mention it. I have no idea where all these peculiar individuals came from, sending such strange items. She felt quite embarrassed to elaborate on it in front of the children. In truth, we have seen this. Annie handed a magazine to Celia. Sitting up, she composed herself, exchanged her rocking chair for a regular armchair, and served her little guests snacks and beverages before finally picking up the magazine to scrutinize it. The latest issue of which weekly. The cover featured a strikingly familiar handsome man with golden curls and blue eyes, flashing a dazzlingly bright smile at the camera. The caption read, "First recipient of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award." The girls gathered around Celia, eagerly sharing their thoughts on the magazine. Isn't Lockhart just dashing? The award is truly well-deserved. His life story is quite fascinating. My mother is a fan of his, and even has a signed book at home. Celia's expression turned peculiar. Lockhart. It can't be that Gilderoy Lockhart, can it? The one who ordered 100 owls for a mailing service, causing the entire school to miss breakfast? James actually admired him, noting that his hair was a chaotic mess resembling a bird's nest, which attracted the attention of owls. He once shouted in the common room, "Covered in owl feathers and droppings, he is a genius, a prankster genius. How could I not think of using a flock of owls to attack someone?" Although he and Sirius had plotted to confront Lockhart for revenge, by then he was already in his 7th year. Lily had pulled him by his ear, declaring, "You are the boys' prefect. You cannot assault a 3rd-year student." Thus, James had to abandon his plan. Not long after, Lockhart attempted to paint his portrait on the castle walls. He had specifically purchased Muggle paint and, on a dark and stormy night, spray-painted outside Gryffindor Tower, while patrolling and coincidentally on a date. Lily and James caught him in the act, and now Lily was keen to give him a piece of her mind. Lockhart was such a remarkable character that even after Celia's graduation, she still vividly remembered his antics. She turned to that page and let out a pained sigh. It truly was him. Has he become a successful figure now? Just as she was about to examine the article closely, Annie flipped the page back. "Professor, you're here." Annie released her grip, revealing 4 stunning women smiling at Celia. Had one of them not been her, she would have relished the opportunity to admire them. The article's title was Outstanding Women in Various Professions. Who is the most beautiful? She furrowed her brow at the article. The gist was that 90% of Witch Weekly's readership was female, who could better appreciate the beauty of other women. The article selected 4 exemplary women from different industries, encouraging readers to vote for their favorite. Celia nearly cursed aloud. Could she sue Witch Weekly for violating her right to her likeness? No. That law seemingly didn't exist in the wizarding world. No wonder she had received so many odd letters. This article is utterly bizarre. If it features outstanding women from various fields, why not highlight their achievements instead of comparing their appearances? Someone remarked. "You are absolutely right, Clara," Celia responded. "Because it is merely an article meant to evaluate beauty, which is incredibly biased. I am quite displeased and intend to write to Witch Weekly and also to Lady Zabini." "Do you know Mrs. Zabini?" someone asked curiously. Mrs. Zabini is quite famous for recently marrying her 4th husband, after her first 3 husbands died under mysterious circumstances, leaving her a considerable inheritance. This made her a subject of public intrigue, with many speculating when her new husband might meet a similar fate. One of the other 3 women mentioned in the article was indeed her, and Celia happened to know her. Floria Zabini, a Slytherin 4 years her senior, was a strikingly beautiful upperclassman with whom Celia had had some contact, enough to recognize each other but not to have established a close relationship. As Celia pondered, a clever little one scampered over with a quill and parchment. Chapter 60, Valentine's Day 3. 6 pairs of eyes fixated on her, rendering Celia incapable of penning a single word. She tucked away the quill and parchment. "All right, my dears, let us engage in conversation instead." The girls quickly shifted their attention, no longer concerned with how she would correspond with Witch Weekly or Mrs. Zabini, and instead dove into lively gossip about the day's happenings. Celia struggled to keep track of the names of the students they discussed, finding it difficult to match names to faces, yet she listened with great interest. Tales of failed confessions leading to tears, brawls between students, and the formation of a complex love square filled the air. Celia couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of youth. Tonks and the others spent the morning in Celia's office, while curious passers-by peeked in, likely noticing the crowded room and opting not to enter. As mealtime approached, Celia urged them to head down for lunch. "Aren't you coming, Professor Celia? I have a private meal." Celia had no desire to appear in the Great Hall today. After seeing them off, she closed her office door and summoned a house elf to bring her a light meal. Once finished, she hastily penned 2 letters and sent them off with a messenger. As Tonks had predicted, couples could suddenly be spotted in various corners of the castle, even in the Ollery, where the scent was rather strong. It was not difficult to understand. During her own school days, she had often sought out strange places for dates. The weather was delightful today as Celia strolled leisurely back to her office, carefully avoiding the oblivious couples. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, she spotted the tall, lanky Bill loitering near her office door. "Hello, Bill, are you looking for me?" Celia mischievously cast a disillusionment charm on herself, approaching him from a short distance before dispelling the charm to speak. Bill stiffened momentarily before chuckling. "Professor, I wouldn't have been startled at 12. What a pity. Please, come in." Celia opened the door. "Why aren't you out on a date?" Bill hurriedly replied, "I have no girlfriend, no date, no one to go out with." Celia smiled warmly at him, causing Bill to fall silent, his ears turning slightly red. I came to ask you a few questions about alchemy. Merlin's beard. Celia sighed. You are quite the eager learner. Let me see. Bill handed her a piece of parchment. Perhaps this way, I can earn 12 certificates. Celia examined the questions and replied. I have fully grasped the gap between myself and the overachievers. You are a genius, unlike me, who merely studies hard, Bill quickly added. Thank you. We can continue to flatter each other, which makes for an amusing pastime. Celia poured him a cup of tea and asked him to wait momentarily while she retrieved some books from her bedroom. She possessed a collection of alchemical tomes, procured from Nico's abode, which were absent from the school library, perfectly suited to address Bill's inquiries. She unearthed 2 volumes and presented them to Bill, reminding him to return them post-perusal, as they were unique additions. Bill, taken aback, accepted them with both hands, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Professor. I shall handle them with care. It's nothing. They're not that fragile, Celia replied, observing him as he lingered, seemingly parched, as he took several sips of tea. Would you like more? She inquired, noticing his cup was empty. Bill pushed the teacup slightly forward, saying, Thank you. His thirst was evident, and Celia promptly refilled his cup. His long fingers rested on the handle of the teacup, and he appeared captivated by the intricate pattern on it. Celia chuckled softly, urging him, Speak your mind, Bill. Bill, possessing the trademark Weasley red hair and freckles, bore a more chiseled and handsome visage than his brother Charlie, usually adorned with a gentle smile, exuding an air of casual elegance. However, since his entrance, he seemed unusually tense, and upon hearing Celia's words, the hue of his freckles appeared to deepen. He shifted his gaze from the teacup to Celia, his blue eyes searching as he awkwardly inquired, Professor, did you receive many gifts today? Did any please you? Celia replied calmly, No, Bill. In fact, I am rather troubled. The Wizarding Weekly published my photograph without my consent, accompanied by some rather unseemly gifts from readers. I was contemplating writing to the Wizarding Weekly for an explanation. Bill furrowed his brow. The Wizarding Weekly is always seeking sensationalism. Professor, you needn't take their content to heart. They often fabricate stories, and I shall write to complain as well. He rose, clutching the books. Professor, I shall not disturb you any longer. Once Bill departed, Celia's composed facade crumbled. She longed to summon Patricia to help her decipher whether Bill harbored any romantic inclinations. No, surely not. He was merely concerned for his professor. Bill, feeling a sense of relief with the books in hand, made his way to the Gryffindor Tower. Only by witnessing it firsthand could he comprehend how much more popular Celia was than he had imagined. Yet what could he do? He was merely a 6th-year student, bound to respect his professor's position without crossing any boundaries that might cause her distress. He couldn't resist the urge to probe, wanting to ascertain whether Celia had a romantic interest, and thankfully, she did not. His immediate aim was to return and borrow a copy of the Wizarding Weekly to discover what it had to say this time. As Bill descended the stairs, he encountered Zane approaching from the opposite direction. They exchanged mutual disregard, but Zane, catching sight of the book in Bill's hands, couldn't resist the urge to comment as they brushed past. Off to flatter the professor again, Weasley? None of your business. Flit, Bill retorted coldly, continuing down the corridor while inhaling deeply. Oddly, there was a floral fragrance lingering in the air. Zane, maintaining his icy demeanor, headed towards the dungeons, dismissing it as inconsequential. He, too, had been engaged in flattery. Celia heard the sound of wings flapping and wondered if Luca had returned. Following the sound, she spotted an unfamiliar owl clutching a vibrant bouquet of red roses, which had unceremoniously dropped into her arms. Stunned, Celia held the roses for several seconds, searching for an accompanying note. Among the blooms was a card inscribed with Happy Holidays, while the reverse bore a trademark indicating the bouquet was sourced from a Muggle shop in London. Her initial impulse to discard it dissipated instantly. What wizard would procure a bouquet of roses for her from a Muggle establishment? The only acquaintances she could think of were old friends, Muggle-borns who had retreated to the Muggle world during the last war, severing ties with the wizarding community. Perhaps one of them had heard of her returning to teach and impulsively sent her a bouquet. Celia selected a few stems to place in a vase, leaving the remaining roses at her door. To share my joy with you all, she pinned on a note. Chapter 61, Zane. The roses Celia left at her door were gradually taken by passing students. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Zane's brow furrowed as he noticed someone holding a red rose. What is that? A rose, a friend whispered mockingly in his ear. I hear it was taken from in front of that professor's office. The Slytherin reputation has truly changed. How unrefined. Zane closed his eyes, choosing not to respond. Had his friend known the roses were purchased from the Muggle world, he might have screamed and jumped into the Black Lake. His uncle Asher, after all these years, had finally ventured out, only to the Muggle realm to buy roses, insisting they be delivered to Celia. If word of this spread, the Flit family would undoubtedly be branded as blood traitors. Hence, he could confide in no one. Zane recalled his conversation with his father Edgar during the Christmas holidays, where he had inquired why Edgar did not dissuade Asher. Asher now lives almost entirely for Celia, a pure-blood infatuated with a Muggle-born. Such a thing would bring great shame to our family, he mused. Edgar summoned him to his study for an all-night discussion. I have taught you to listen more and speak less, to agree rather than assert your own stance, and you have adhered to this well. It was this upbringing that had rendered Zane outwardly aloof and taciturn, while internally, he experienced a whirlwind of thoughts. Edgar continued, you are now of age. There are many matters I can openly discuss with you. What do you believe is the most important aspect of being the head of a pure-blood family? Zane frowned, contemplating. To uphold the family's honor. No, it is to ensure the family's continuity, Edgar replied calmly. Consider the once noble and ancient Black family. What is left of them? Only a blood traitor languishing in Azkaban, suffering a fate worse than death. And what of the Potter family, older than the Blacks? Their only child is recklessly battling the Dark Lord, leaving behind an orphan. The so-called savior. I do not foresee a smooth path for his future. Zane interjected. You present two extremes. Indeed, the fervent pursuit of blood purity and an extreme affinity for Muggles lead to similar fates for both pure-blood families. If a family cannot endure, its glory exists only on paper, subject to the whims of those who live on. Do you still believe glory surpasses continuity? Zane exhaled. Yet you also taught me in my youth that pure-blood lineage is innately noble, superior to others, and we must uphold the purity of our bloodline. Edgar pinched the bridge of his nose. You should recognize that, unlike your peers, I have not inundated you with such slogans. This was indeed true. The wizarding world lacked the kind of preschools or elementary schools found in the Muggle world. The children of pure-blood families typically receive their early education from family members or hired tutors before entering Hogwarts. Since the surge of magical disturbances, Zane had been receiving at-home lessons in magic from a tutor. When Asher returned home during holidays, he would assess Zane's progress and share tales of the intriguing happenings and courses at Hogwarts. In hindsight, Zane realized he had often referred to some people, and he meant Celia. At the soiree of the pure-blood lineage, amidst peers of his age, no one engaged him in discussions about recently acquired spells. Instead, they lavished their adoration upon the Dark Lord, extolling the virtues of pure-blood superiority and deliberating on the annihilation of Muggles. The repetitive nature of their conversations often lulled him into a stupor, where mere nods sufficed to maintain the facade of engagement. Unlike his companions, who were steeped in the doctrines of blood purity, he remained untainted by familial influences. He simply adapted to the social milieu, lingering at the periphery rather than distancing himself entirely or immersing in the core. Listen closely, Zane. Edgar placed a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. Had the Dark Lord triumphed, Frilly would have emerged as the most ardent supporter of pure-blood ideology. Yet, in his defeat, Frilly retains his noble lineage. However, academia and career must always precede bloodline. A chameleon of circumstance, Zane mused inwardly. You may hold divergent views from mine, but my objective remains steadfast, to uphold the stability of our family amidst tumultuous tides. When you ascend as the head of the household, the vision you craft for Frilly shall be yours to determine. Edgar patted his shoulder once more, imparting one final piece of advice. Disregard anyone who may provoke you, but avoid antagonism that could lead to irreparable rifts. His gaze drifted to the wall, where a family portrait hung. Momentarily lost in thought, he lowered his voice. As for your uncle, he has harbored feelings for Dillon since first year. Despite 7 years at the same school, he has restrained his emotions, yet animosity has since developed. He knows his boundaries and would never commit acts that would tarnish our family's honor. Let him be. Zane understood his father's sense of guilt towards his uncle, recognizing the impossibility of being overly critical. However, he felt no remorse regarding his uncle. He bore the risks now, and he vowed never to assist Asher in such clandestine endeavors again. The following morning, an owl descended into the hall, delivering a letter. Upon opening it, Zane found a single phrase. How is it? Suppressing his fury, he returned to his dormitory and forcefully scribbled on the parchment. I shall no longer assist you. Congratulations. She is fond of you, but only a few remain. The rest were distributed among the students. Gazing at the lines he had inscribed, he incinerated the parchment and retrieved a new sheet, omitting the first line and meticulously transcribing the remainder anew. He hoped his uncle could perceive the intensity of his anger through his penmanship and cease these endeavors. Celia had sequestered herself for 2 days, casting protective charms as she examined the assortment of illicit goods procured from the hooded man at the Hog's Head. Among the 7 items was a skeletal hand engraved with unfamiliar runes, imbued with a dark enchantment that cursed its bearer. Celia, donning isolation gloves, studied it for a while. Yet her comprehension eluded her. Ultimately, she sealed it away in a box. The remaining 6 items were alchemical artifacts, albeit all flawed. Following Nicodemus's successful creation of the Philosopher's Stone, nearly every alchemist had adopted its manufacture as their life's ambition, leading to remarkable advancements in material transformation and potions over centuries. Alchemists like Celia, adept at inventing alchemical devices, were a rarity. Many of her creations stemmed from her own explorations. Saint Ronald was one of the few alchemists of the last century renowned for his mysterious objects and alchemical machinery, and half of these 6 items were his unpublished works. Merely disassembling them would impart considerable knowledge. "Thank you for your generous gift, Master Ronald," Celia sincerely addressed the sky outside. Upon entering the hall, she unexpectedly collided with Snape. Yet it did not mar her good spirits. They turned their heads away simultaneously. One wore a smile, while the other bore a scowl. Proceeding to sit on opposite sides of Quirrell. Chapter 62, Freya. Celia had swapped places with Quirrell a few days prior, and it was evident to any observant individual that she had fallen into discord with Snape. The professors, though discreet, had speculated among themselves, likely attributing the fault to Snape. The students, lacking the courage to confront the truth, collectively believed Snape to be at fault. Yet, no one dared to gossip about the palpable tension between them. Only Quirrell found himself in a precarious position, caught between Celia's amiable demeanor and Snape's brooding aura, rendering him increasingly uncomfortable. He could scarcely eat, resorting to summoning house elves for clandestine meals after returning to his quarters. Celia, undeterred, would call him at mealtimes through the two-way mirror, inquiring if he would join her. If he declined, she too would abstain. What choice did he have but to endure his torment in silence? On Friday morning, 2 owls swooped into the hall, delivering packages to Celia. Upon inspection, she discovered that a response from Freya Zabini and a letter from the Wizarding Weekly had arrived simultaneously. Rising from her seat, she retreated to her office to first open Freya's letter. Without embellishment, a wave of pure-blood arrogance washed over her. Freya began with exquisitely crafted phrases, expressing her astonishment at receiving Celia's correspondence. "My life has traversed many landscapes. Only in retrospect can I grasp fragments of my past," almost suggesting that I do not recall you at all. It seemed that their mere intersection sufficed to warrant such an intimate letter, almost daring her to question how Celia could dare to write to her directly. She then addressed the matter at hand. Celia's mention of the Wizarding Weekly's decision to publish their photographs, and whether they would jointly contest its publication. The Wizarding Weekly is a widely circulated magazine with considerable market influence, and I fear I cannot acquiesce to your allegations against it. It appeared she had anticipated this situation. As I have previously stated, should you aspire to rise above, I am willing to extend my assistance. Initially feigning forgetfulness, she now recalled their previous exchanges. Celia set Freya's letter aside and perused the response from the Wizarding Weekly, which offered a perfunctory apology for her indignation, accompanied by a complimentary issue of the latest magazine. When she examined the cover, she found Freya featured prominently, with the headline proclaiming revealing the results, "Marriage beautifies women." Celia chuckled in disbelief. Hastily, she summoned Patricia through the mirror. After a brief wait, Patricia appeared, yawning. "You called for me this early?" Celia recounted the article and Freya's letter, and as she spoke, Patricia became more alert, ultimately finding the humor in the situation. "So, this magazine and Zabini orchestrated a beauty contest to showcase how this woman should manage her marriage?" Celia remarked. "It appears that I, along with 2 other ladies, have become mere stepping stones. My goodness, I thought only Hollywood stars engaged in such antics." Patricia rolled her eyes. "What do you plan to do?" Celia was flipping through Freya's marriage advice column, which extolled the virtues of marriage and its capacity to render a woman's life complete and fulfilling. She chuckled, finding Freya quite amusing. "What? Are you mocking her?" Patricia leaned forward, eager to see what the magazine had to say. "Not mocking, merely amused. Look. She has been married 4 times, with her first 3 husbands meeting untimely ends, leaving her with a substantial inheritance. And now she dares to instruct women on managing their marriages and serving their husbands." Celia mused. She has not changed one bit, ever the opportunist, forever ambitious. Patricia tapped the mirror, incredulously asking, "Are you truly considering complimenting her? She has always been quite a character." Celia did not deny this. In her second year, disenchanted by the unpalatable potions at the school infirmary, she persistently approached Professor Slughorn, urging him to concoct brews that were more agreeable to the palate. Professor Slughorn, somewhat beleaguered by her tenacity, casually summoned Snape, suggesting, "Celia, why not collaborate with Snape to explore how to enhance the flavors of potions? He is your peer and a prodigy in potion making." Celia, oblivious to the fact that Slughorn was merely attempting to dismiss her, began to frequently visit the potions classroom, cornering Snape. At that time, he too believed it was a task assigned by Professor Slughorn, begrudgingly seeking out an abandoned classroom where they could work together on flavor enhancement. This marked the inception of their acquaintance. However, Celia was only adept at following the instructions laid out in her books, lacking any true understanding of research and innovation. Snape, quick to mock her ineptitude, drove her to the brink, prompting her to once again pester Professor Slughorn. Unprepared for their earnest collaboration, Slughorn sought to dissuade Celia by inviting Lily to join their efforts, thus fostering a friendship between Celia and Lily. Once Lily became involved, Snape ceased his relentless jibes at Celia, only murmuring occasional barbs when he could no longer tolerate her presence, which would elicit a fierce glare from Lily, compelling him to silence. It was then that Celia discovered the depth of their childhood friendship. The primary work on enhancing potion flavors was undertaken by Lily and Snape, who, despite being mere second-year students, spoke of potion making with an expertise that left Celia bewildered. She took on the role of assistant, primarily tasked with taste testing. Indeed, both Lily and Snape were rare talents in potion making. They successfully developed flavor enhancers that could alter the taste of potions without compromising their efficacy. However, the extent of their effectiveness across various potions remained uncertain, as the trio could not afford to experiment with a multitude of different brews. Celia approached Slughorn seeking sponsorship. To his surprise, Slughorn realized that these second years had genuinely produced something of merit. Yet, cunningly wishing to avoid financial responsibility, he introduced Celia to a sixth-year Slytherin student, Xavier Shipworth. Xavier, a descendant of Glover Shipworth, the modern inventor of invigorating potions, hailed from a family that owned a potion factory, commanding nearly half of the European magical market. Initially, he regarded the trio of mudbloods and a half-blood with disdain, unwilling to engage with them. However, Celia's incessant chatter about the potential of their invention and the pressing need for delectable potions, coupled with her conviction that the world could use a touch of love, trailed him relentlessly until he faced ridicule from his peers for associating with them. As a sixth year, he felt it beneath him to engage with second years. It was too embarrassing to strike or scold them, so he reluctantly pulled Celia aside to a secluded area, furrowing his brow and asking, "Speak, what exactly do you want?" Celia, tilting her head back with a radiant smile, chirped, "Galleons, Senior." Xavier tapped her on the head, retorting, "You should just leave." Chapter 63, Flavor Enhancers. "We actually require some common potions," Celia stated, recognizing the need to be pragmatic. "We wish to test the effects of the flavor enhancers on various potions and make corresponding adjustments." Xavier acquiesced, laying down the terms. "Provide me with a list of potions. I will only supply common ones, and you are not to disclose that they come from me. Should the results be favorable, I demand priority rights to the patent for the flavor enhancer. Can you agree to this?" Celia confidently assured him, "I can." After conferring with Lily, they decided to focus solely on improving the most prevalent potions available on the market, such as invigorating potions, fever reducers, wakefulness potions, and sleeping draughts. Lily and Snape would conduct the experimental modifications, while Celia was responsible for weekly progress reports to Xavier and procuring new potions. Professor Slughorn would occasionally drop by to offer guidance and suggestions, such as recommending affordable substitutes for potion ingredients or more effective materials. Their progress was swift, and it wasn't long before they were finalizing their formulations. It was during this time that Freya emerged, proposing to sponsor them with some rare potion ingredients. Born into a pureblood family that had fallen on hard times, Freya was determined to alter her family's fortunes. She was exceptionally intelligent, ambitious, and equipped with striking beauty. Upon entering Hogwarts, she adeptly navigated the circles of influential pureblood heirs, leveraging her charm and intellect to secure small business opportunities for her family. Over the years, she amassed a considerable fortune. Professor Slughorn, a connoisseur of connections, often mingled with those of status. Freya never missed an event hosted by the Slug Club, even if she had to finagle her way in uninvited. During one such gathering, she overheard Slughorn boasting to friends about his trio of young students set to accomplish something noteworthy. Recognizing his penchant for prestige, she quickly discerned that he had something to gain from their endeavors and, after a brief observation, targeted Celia and her companions. Upon learning of their research into enhancing potion flavors, she resolved to insert herself into their project. While she viewed muggles as beneath her in the presence of purebloods, she was more than willing to wade through the mud when it promised profit. Celia and her friends, naive to her ulterior motives, welcomed the assistance of the beautiful upperclassmen, especially since she offered materials that Lily and Snape desperately desired. Soon after, they successfully developed the potion flavor enhancers, with Slughorn vigorously promoting their work and even participating in interviews, where Celia represented the trio, eloquently detailing their contributions. Yet, in the final report, there was no mention of the trio. Only Xavier and Freya stood beside Slughorn, gracing the headlines. Celia, incredulous, read the article 3 times. failing to find even a single mention of their names. Their hard work had been usurped. Infuriated, Celia and Lily resolved to confront Professor Slughorn for an explanation. But Snape intervened. "It's futile. Do you not understand yet?" he exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. The article proclaimed that he had guided the heirs of pureblood families and potion dynasties in inventing the enhancer. He needed the advantages that came with their lineage. "I refuse to listen to you, Severus. I want to hear what the professor has to say," Celia retorted, brushing past him and dragging Lily along. Lily cast a glance back at him, aware of his own turmoil, but he had succumbed to the pressures of power long before them. Professor Slughorn, feeling cornered, lowered his gaze to his rotund belly, occasionally patting it as he faced Celia and Lily's inquiries. Originally incensed, Celia found herself distracted. Suddenly aware of how round Professor Slughorn's belly was, she even felt an urge to touch it. Could men become pregnant? The article had not reflected Slughorn's intentions. But now that it was published, he was powerless to amend it. The press had a penchant for embellishment. "I will write a letter," he promised, "but it's already published, and it cannot be retracted." Then what of Lily and Severus's contributions? Are they to be disregarded, Professor? Celia pouted, looking at him expectantly. Slughorn fiddled with his thumbs, deliberately avoiding her gaze. "Celia, one cannot simply say that. Their names are still inscribed in the patent registry." Indeed, she replied, but at that time. He also included Xavier and Freya's names. There are newspaper articles as evidence. Everyone will remember their names. Who will care about a few lesser names? Professor Slughorn rose to his feet. "I have made arrangements with others, but many are quite keen on the enhancer," he stated before hastily slipping away. The two of them watched his retreating figure, and Lily remarked, "It's not surprising at all, is it?" "Absolutely, he always behaves this way." They both sighed simultaneously, and Lily's beautiful green eyes dimmed, confirming Severus's earlier prediction. His prediction was far from accurate. It was not Professor Slughorn who dictated what the newspapers would write. He was powerless to change that. Celia interjected, shaking Lily's hand to lift her spirits. "You will have many more inventions and greater achievements in the future. Your name and photograph will surely grace the front pages. Lily Evans, the rising star of potion making." Lily's green eyes brightened once more. "And what about you? Celia Dillon, the foremost culinary expert in the magical realm?" "I adore that." Their spirits were restored. However, Celia did not entirely set the matter aside. Having grown up in a family that owned a restaurant, she had encountered a myriad of patrons and instinctively grasped many truths. Fame and fortune often go hand in hand. Yet without fame, one can still pursue fortune. Occasionally, she would carry a small basket of treats to Slughorn, urging him to expedite the promotion of the enhancer for their share of the profits, while also instructing him on the art of negotiation. Slughorn would share the sweets she brought, laughing heartily. "Do you truly believe you need to teach me, young lady?" Celia replied earnestly, "Professor, do not underestimate me. Even the richest muggle dines at our restaurant. He imparted a business secret to me. If I can make the other party laugh, the probability of sealing a deal increases significantly." Slughorn chuckled again at her words. "Very well, that piece of advice might prove beneficial for me." Soon thereafter, he brought good news, having secured a partnership with several potion companies. But how would they divide the profits? "I will grant you 50%. How you divide it is for you to determine. Once settled, please sign the contract." Slughorn summoned the five of them, laid down the contract, and slipped away with alacrity. He was not one to engage in thankless endeavors. Letting him handle the division could lead to discontent. Xavier perused the contract, noting its terms. And this time he was rather generous. Previously, his family had collaborated with Slughorn, and he always sought to gain the upper hand. "Let us divide it evenly," Celia proposed. "No," Freya replied, glancing at her delicate fingers, resolutely stating, "I desire 20%. Xavier shot her a look, crossing his arms. "I too shall claim 20%. Chapter 64, Negotiations. Celia glared at the two of them in fury. Fearing her anger was not sufficiently evident, she exaggeratedly narrowed her eyes and glared. "Upperclassmen, do you sense my wrath?" Xavier's hand twitched, itching to flick her on the head. He returned the contract to the table. "You three discuss it among yourselves and come to an agreement before seeking my signature." He departed first, and Freya offered them a gentle smile before following suit. Celia grasped Lily's arm, conferring with Snape. "We cannot acquiesce, especially Freya. She has contributed nothing and cannot claim 20%. Lily, still unfamiliar with business matters, frowned. "They sound rather unyielding." Snape countered, speaking slowly. "Acquiring 10% is already quite generous. Professor Slughorn has previously taken 70 or even 80% for himself." Coming from a less affluent background, he had revealed his potion talents since first year and had worked as Slughorn's assistant to earn some pocket money. He was far more privy to Slughorn's private affairs than the other two. Celia, without a moment's hesitation, stated, "This time, the professor has taken less profit for our sake." Therefore, we cannot concede. Snape found it hard to counter her argument, exasperatedly replying, "Do you know what kind of people Hipworth and Zabini are? They are Slytherins. They will not relinquish what they have acquired. If we do not agree, we will only provoke their ire." Celia tilted her head, scrutinizing him. "You need not fear them. After all, they are not cannibals, are they?" Snape rolled his eyes, well aware that if they angered them, he would bear the brunt of it, not Celia. They both turned to Lily, awaiting her decision. Lily felt Celia was correct. "We must advocate for ourselves. I will seek out the professor," Celia declared. "Then I shall confront the two of them." Each set about their plans, leaving Snape behind to stew in frustration. They know nothing, absolutely nothing. Celia employed her most adept skill of persistence, but this time, after 10 attempts to intercept them, she managed to block them only once, as they were resolutely avoiding her. After 10 seconds of sulking, she resolved to invite them to dinner in the French manner. With the aid of the house elves she cared for, she prepared an extravagant French dinner, earnestly drafting 2 invitation cards, requesting the upperclassmen to cast beautiful charms on them, and asking them to deliver them to Xavier and Freya. Celia was uncertain whether they would come, anxiously resting her chin in her hands in the kitchen. After the agreed-upon time passed without a visitor, her spirits sank. And after waiting another 10 minutes, the door finally creaked open. Celia leaped up, her face alight with joy as she welcomed them warmly. Freya surveyed the kitchen with haughty curiosity. "So this is how the kitchen looks. Our time is precious. Bring forth the contract. This is a dinner invitation. We shall dine first and discuss later." Celia ushered them to a corner she had decorated. She procured a small round table, laid a pristine tablecloth upon it, and adorned it with a few lovely flowers plucked from Professor Sprout's greenhouse, lending it a touch of elegance. Xavier took a seat first, and Celia hurried to pull out Freya's chair, finally coaxing a smile from her face. With a snap of her fingers, the house elves brought forth the dishes, accompanied by a light honey mead. "Where did this wine come from?" Xavier inquired. Celia placed a finger to her lips. "It was borrowed from Professor Slughorn. It's a secret." Though he had witnessed her pilfering it and protested vehemently, she had exchanged it for a lesser vintage. She adeptly poured for both of them. French cuisine, as some had critiqued, could be somewhat pretentious, with each dish being exquisite yet scant in portion, just a couple of bites. Xavier sampled a few dishes before setting down his utensils, savoring the honey mead. It was his first experience with stolen wine, and it was indeed a unique flavor. Observing their leisurely pace, Celia, seated between them, spoke. "I still believe we should divide it evenly." Xavier cleared his throat. "Is this your negotiation tactic?" Celia, eager to learn, asked, "How should I begin?" "You should not begin." Freya elegantly dabbed her lips with a napkin. "I do not agree to an even split. If your sole intention today is this, we should not remain here any longer." Celia retorted angrily. "You are so beautiful. You should exhibit a bit more patience. I will endeavor to persuade you." Freya laughed, her eyes sparkling with mischief, utterly enchanting. "Very well, do try to convince me. This is an investment, Senior Freya. You can all witness the potion-making talents of Xavier, Severus, and Lily. They were able to invent a flavor enhancer in their second year. And there will undoubtedly be more innovations to come, establishing themselves as experts in potions. Although you may receive a lesser share now, fostering amicable relations will yield substantial returns in the future." Freya, resting her chin on her hand, inquired, "Why should I invest in a half-blood and a muggle-born wizard whose future remains uncertain, during the time I wait for their growth? I could very well utilize those shares for more ventures." "Because you possess exceptional foresight, Senior," Cecilia interjected, undeterred by Freya's skeptical gaze. "Upon hearing the news, you hastily inserted yourself into our endeavor, an unorthodox move that only showcases your audacity." Freya acknowledged the flattery but firmly replied, "I concede they indeed possess potential. Yet the greatest hindrance lies in their origins." She left it at that. Cecilia, rising with a hint of indignation, retorted, "Origins, bloodlines, these terms vex me. The most significant obstacle you have already surmounted." She animatedly illustrated her point, greeting passers-by with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Hi, Cecilia. Oh wait, you are Muggle-born." She flailed her limbs as if struck by lightning, exclaiming, "Merlin, I am greeting a Muggle-born." After dinner, she mused, "This tastes delightful. Oh no, it was prepared by Muggle-born Cecilia." She pinched her throat and rolled her eyes. "I might just regurgitate it. Your behavior is rife with contradictions. If you truly care about bloodlines, you should have distanced yourself from us from the outset. If you value individual capability, then do not later regard bloodlines as an impediment," Cecilia remarked, her gaze fixed on Freya. Freya was taken aback, realizing she had been schooled by a 12-year-old, and she found herself unable to retort. Xavier stifled a laugh behind his hand. When he lowered it, a smile lingered on his face. "Quite the performance. I would agree to a mere 10% profit share." Freya glared at him, flinging her handkerchief onto the table. "Fine, I consent to an equal division. Chapter 65, Ambition. Seizing the moment. Cecilia produced the contract for them both to sign. After Freya affixed her signature, she couldn't help but ask, "Who taught you this?" Cecilia began counting on her fingers: television, movies, novels, customers, neighbors arguing. Freya hastily interrupted, not wishing to sully her ears with such muggle notions. Cecilia strongly suggested they finish dessert before departing, and the three of them shared a surprisingly harmonious moment over caramel creme brulee. "Are you friends with Snape?" Xavier inquired of Cecilia. She nodded, explaining that although Snape often spoke harshly and criticized her potion knowledge, their lengthy collaboration had indeed forged a friendship. Xavier noted, "He should find a way back to the Prince family." Cecilia looked puzzled. "The Prince family? What is that?" Xavier clarified, "The Prince family is also a lineage of potion makers. Their eldest daughter insisted on marrying a muggle, leading to her disownment. She is Snape's mother." Freya interjected, "The Prince family is not easy to approach. Their members are both gloomy and eccentric. In that light, your friend is indeed one of their kin." "Do not speak of him in such a manner," Cecilia retorted, displeased, while Freya merely raised an eyebrow with indifference. Xavier suggested, given his talent for potions, returning to the Prince family would enhance his prospects. Merely a suggestion. Cecilia took note of this. "Thank you. I will relay your message to him. I would have been unaware of such matters had you not mentioned them." The dinner concluded, and Cecilia escorted the two of them out of the kitchen, leaving herself to tidy up. Xavier and Freya walked in tandem, with Freya trailing behind him, remarking, "If it weren't for her poor origins, she would achieve great success." Xavier replied coolly, "I believe her accomplishments are unrelated to her lineage." Freya quickened her pace to match his, twirling her long hair seductively. "Oh, do you fancy her type?" Xavier furrowed his brow. "She is but a child. You ought to amend your ways." Freya chuckled softly. "I know you disapprove of my approach, but you must acknowledge she possesses that innate potential." Xavier's tone grew colder. "I do not see her as your equal." "Who knows?" Freya teased, biting her lip as she smiled. She too would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Once she realizes her beauty can pave her way, an easier path will unfold before her. Slytherin may very well be turned upside down by her. Words that do not resonate. Xavier hastened his stride, leaving her behind. Cecilia swiftly returned with the contract for Snape and Lily to sign as well. Snape, perplexed, asked, "They actually agreed? What did you do?" "What was their reaction?" Cecilia patted his shoulder, noticing the frayed edges of his robe. "Do not worry, it was merely a dinner. There is nothing that a meal cannot resolve. If it cannot, then we shall have another." She took the contract to Professor Slughorn, requesting a minor amendment. Slughorn scrutinized her. "Are you certain? Do you realize what you are relinquishing? It could mean a substantial sum of galleons." Cecilia nodded, explaining that Snape's family was in dire straits and needed financial assistance to improve their living conditions, while Lily's allowance could not sustain her potion research. She had no need for money. Reflecting on it all, the entire situation stemmed from her distaste for poorly concocted potions. Now, common potions could be refined to her preferred flavor, making her the ultimate victor. Slughorn tucked the contract away, saying, "Very well, I shall prepare the Gringotts keys for them." Cecilia left, thoroughly satisfied that the matter was finally resolved. After her departure, Slughorn immediately summoned Xavier and Freya, presenting them with the contract. Upon seeing the final profit distribution, Xavier felt a sense of inevitability, while Freya's expression darkened. "Our own decision. Did Dillon agree?" "It was brought forth by Cecilia," Slughorn clarified. "It is her decision. I merely inform you to avoid any disputes in the future." The contract stipulated that Xavier and Freya would each receive 10% of the profits, while Snape and Lily would each receive 15%. Freya forced a smile. "I have no objections, Professor." As they exited Slughorn's office, Xavier remarked, "I told you. She is not your kind." Freya offered no response, returning to her dormitory, unable to find peace. Fool. What a complete fool. She felt an overwhelming urge to shake Cecilia by the shoulders, demanding to know why she had acted thus. Restless, Freya burst from her dormitory, ignoring the men who greeted her with teasing remarks, and rushed to the Hufflepuff common room, calling for Cecilia to come out. Inside the Hufflepuff common room, a slurping competition was underway. Cecilia had crafted a particularly smooth custard, pouring it into a tall tart shell to bake, its surface forming a lovely caramel hue, while the inside remained half-set and wobbly. They were competing to see who could slurp the custard from the tart shell in one breath. A challenge made difficult by the fact that the custard would solidify upon cooling, rendering it impossible to finish, while eating it hot could scald the mouth. In the public lounge, the senior students were gathered, closely observing the competition among the younger students, bursts of laughter and applause erupting intermittently. On the sofa lay a group of individuals, panting and fanning their mouths after having tasted something excessively hot. When someone relayed a message that there were visitors outside, Celia hesitated to leave, as it was soon her turn. As the creator of the custard tart, she was confident in her ability to grasp the moment when the custard would be perfectly set, yet not scalding hot, slurping it down in one go. She would have to wait for the next opportunity. She had heard that the visitor was an exceptionally beautiful senior, her first thought being Freya. She grabbed a paper bag and packed 2 custard tarts, intending to offer them for her to try. With a cheerful disposition, Celia exited the lounge, only to have Freya toss over her shoulder, "Follow me," as she walked outside. "Where are we going, senior?" Celia asked, trailing behind. "I brought you custard tarts." Freya ignored her, as they were nearing curfew and needed to be succinct. She led Celia to the lawn in front of the castle, where the surroundings were completely visible. "I saw the contract. Why did you not claim your share?" Freya bluntly inquired. Celia explained her reasoning. "Foolish." Freya bent slightly, gripping Celia's shoulders, speaking urgently and quietly. "Do you have any idea how substantial that sum would be? It would be a fortune for you. You could do so much with it. Go find Slughorn immediately and revise the contract." Celia winced at her grip and timidly replied, "But I don't need it." Freya looked at her with exasperation. On the day they signed, she had even dreamed of Celia as her sister, imagining how they could elevate the Zabini family to greatness instead of relying on the current, ineffectual members. But she wasn't. She was merely a witch born of Muggle descent. Yet, she reconsidered. Success could indeed be attained by someone from humble beginnings. Awakened by the notion of the contract, Celia understood nothing of this. You need it, she continued rapidly. You need money to enhance your appearance, to ascend the social ladder, to meet investment thresholds, and to amass greater wealth. Celia, listen well, you possess that potential. Freya leaned closer, whispering in her ear. Do not underestimate the mistletoe. There is no shame in attaching yourself to those of higher status. Mistletoe can also drain its host dry. Celia felt a chill run through her eyes widening in silence. Freya touched her face and asked, Celia, do you not wish to succeed? Do you not want to escape your Muggle origins and become a prominent figure in the wizarding world? Celia regained her composure and replied, Freya, I do not care about success. I only care about happiness. Are you happy? Freya, taken aback, released her grip and stepped back, realizing she had revealed too much of her inner self. Success will bring me joy, she finally said, her heated thoughts cooling. If you change your mind, come find me. Celia, one must possess ambition. She turned to leave, but Celia called out after her, Freya? She turned back, surprised at the swift change of heart. A smile graced her face. Celia raised the paper bag. Would you like a custard tart? They're delicious. Freya abruptly turned and walked away, muttering, fool, idiot, hopeless. Celia closed the witch weekly and spoke to the mirror. Papa, I think Freya has a point. Patricia gasped, what? You're planning to find someone to marry and lead a fulfilling life as a woman? No. Celia exclaimed, gazing at Freya's image on the cover. She said one should have ambition, and I think I should cultivate some ambition too. Chapter 66, Annual Goals. During the last war, the Hipworth and Zabini families did not join the Death Eaters. They were neutral pureblood families. This neutrality bordered on an inclination towards pureblood supremacy. Yet for the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic at the time, not having an additional overt enemy was beneficial. Celia had contacted Xavier, who had secretly sold her a batch of healing potions needed by the Order, a gesture for which she remained grateful. Patricia asked, why the sudden desire for ambition? You've never had that before. Celia waved the magazine. Freya inspired me. She's creating an image of a good wife through her marriage column. I too must enhance my influence, so that when others see me, they think not just of my face, but also of my achievements, fostering respect for me. What are you going to do? Alchemy. That is all I have left, Celia said, waving goodbye to Patricia. I need to have a chat with the headmaster now. Go on, Patricia muttered. I wonder if we can get Witch Weekly and the Prophet in America. News travels so slowly here. Celia tapped the two-way mirror. Headmaster, calling the headmaster. Are you there? Ripples danced across the mirror, and Dumbledore appeared, dressed in an ornate dark red robe adorned with a golden phoenix, which fluttered on his garment. He also wore a matching wizarding hat. Are you heading out? Should I keep it brief? Celia inquired. Not going anywhere. I'm admiring my new robe in front of the mirror, Dumbledore winked. It looks splendid, truly splendid. Celia sincerely praised him. Fox. You should perch on the headmaster's shoulder. Fox indeed fluttered over, elegantly landing on Dumbledore's shoulder, though still rather plump from his rebirth. Lacking the grandeur of the phoenix on the robe, Celia continued to compliment. What a beautiful sight. I must remember this vividly. Dumbledore turned away. You've made me blush, Celia. I still don't know when to wear it. I have an idea, Celia said, and Dumbledore turned back, offering her an encouraging smile. This year, I have an annual plan, Headmaster. I aim to receive an award you obtained at 17. Dumbledore pretended to ponder. Which month did you say I received that award? Celia wrinkled her nose at him. Thank you. I feel rather impressed. If those who have received 12 certificates are the scholars I aspire to look up to, you are a veritable genius beyond my sight. Of course, it's the Gold Award for Pioneering Contributions at the International Alchemy Conference. I currently have 2 projects that I believe could qualify. I need your guidance on which to pursue. One is a method for engraving magical runes. I have utilized about 10 variations, half of which are commonly improved versions in alchemy, while I'm uncertain if the other half is original. Would that meet the criteria for pioneering contributions? The other is a small device I created that can separate the elemental fusions of magical items. Last time I chatted with Nico, he suggested deepening the research, which might be applicable to biological uses, but that won't materialize in the short term. So I will focus on an advanced version for magical items first. After explaining, Celia asked Dumbledore, which do you think is more suitable? Dumbledore pondered for a moment. The first one is sufficient. You can always pursue the latter next year. He was right. The first only required organizing the materials, while the second's completion was uncertain. Celia stood up from in front of the mirror. Then I shall get to work. When I go to Egypt to accept the award this year, I am inviting you to accompany me in this robe. It would be my greatest honor, Celia. Dumbledore called out to her, who was about to close the mirror. May I be so bold as to inquire if you intend to cease all communication with Severus? Did he come to you with grievances? Celia immediately asked. Dumbledore regarded her kindly, but remained silent. She pursed her lips, asserting, as long as he learns to converse with me properly, I would be willing to speak with him. Oh, he merely asked me if your arm is treatable. When Snape delivered her medication for the 3rd time, she noted it was the same concoction she refused to consume under any circumstances. He spent over a month refining its flavor after returning, and upon tasting it, Celia felt as if she had been struck violently on the head, nearly losing consciousness. The new potion, however, felt akin to a brutal blow to her face, causing both tears and snot to flow. How dare he call it an improvement? Celia resolutely refused to take the potion, and he continued to alter it until their quarrel. Without having completed the task, I shall not pursue treatment, headmaster. My arm does not impede my daily life, Celia stated earnestly. She was well aware of Dumbledore's good intentions, yet the scar held little significance for her. Dumbledore nodded slightly, acknowledging her words, and they concluded their conversation. Celia organized her recent tasks, intending to verify over a dozen methods of rune engraving and compile them into a paper, ideally discovering a few more. After all, the greater the quantity, the more impressive the result. As she gazed upon the word paper in her outlined plan, she felt a pang of anxiety, recalling how she used to approach Nick for assistance, shamelessly asking him and Perry for help due to their proximity. Now, she could hardly torment a 660-year-old man. However, she could enlist the help of students, as she required assistance in validating the feasibility of her engraving methods. The first name that sprang to her mind was Bill. He was intelligent, eager to learn, and well-read, an exemplary student. Yet, he alone would not suffice, and she thought of a few other students as well. After class on Wednesday, she called over Bill, Zane, and a 4th-year auditor named Hellamore, who attended every class and submitted assignments punctually, with quality surpassing many 6th-year peers, a truly gifted child. She laid bare her hope that they could assist her during their spare time, and both Bill and Hellamore immediately agreed, while Zane offered a positive response later. For the next few days, Celia did not require their assistance, having arranged to contact them via Butterfly. She spent 2 days crafting a trinket for curses and counter-curses. The influence of that article in the Wizarding Weekly would not dissipate with the release of the new issue. She still received letters harassing her, and she felt compelled to retaliate. Chapter 67, A Significant Setback. Professor Celia, Bill knocked on the door of the alchemy room. Come in. Celia was peering into a basin-like object. Bill, I need your help with something. Bill approached and stood beside her, gazing into the basin. All right, what is it, Professor? A reply basin. I need you to assist me in conducting an experiment to see if it works. There may be some uncomfortable reactions. Celia pointed her wand at the basin and silently cast a spell, causing the intricate engravings within to glow. What should I do, Professor? There are several sheets of parchment on that table. I need you to write a few lines on one and your name on another. Bill walked over to the table and scribbled a few sentences on both sheets, writing his name on one. He handed the 2 sheets back to Celia. Celia tossed the unnamed sheet into the basin, which erupted in a flash of crimson flame that consumed the parchment entirely, a red hue swirling over the engravings. Meanwhile, Bill found himself unable to suppress a series of hiccups. Hic. Did I just hiccup from discomfort, Professor? Celia chuckled, tapping the basin, and the engravings dimmed, halting Bill's hiccups. It works without a name as well. Celia clapped her hands in triumph. So, a reply basin? Bill inquired, rubbing his throat and raising an eyebrow. Celia gestured for silence. Keep this confidential, all right? It involves a form of magic that is not permitted for public use. Those letters have been quite bothersome. So why not play a little prank on the sender? Bill promptly replied, I think mere hiccups are a bit too mild. I have 2 pranksters at home. Their ideas are occasionally quite clever. How about transforming into a spider when someone picks up their teacup? That sounds delightful, but executing it would be too difficult. Prolonged hiccups are quite uncomfortable as well. As Celia spoke, she tossed several letters into the basin, where red sparks darted around, resembling a game of tag. She moved the basin to a corner, allowing it to illuminate the space, conjured a long table, and summoned dozens of books from the shelves. Now we can begin our work. I have reviewed your schedules. You and Zane can coordinate your times, while Hellamore will come by after dinner each day. We need to organize these materials first. Once Celia focused on a task, she cast aside all other concerns. Aside from class hours, she remained in her alchemy room, seeking her needed messages and making advance appointments. Each night, when returning to her quarters, several butterflies would be perched at her door, mostly students lamenting their woes, to which Celia would respond in kind. With Bill and Zane's assistance, the efficiency of organizing the foundational materials for the paper soared, while Hellamore would trial each of Celia's engraving methods under her guidance. Initially, Hellamore managed well with standard techniques, but as they progressed, she began to struggle. Professor, how did you conceive the method of adding salt and simmering the materials before engraving? Oh, one day I was both tired and hungry and mistakenly cooked the wrong ingredients. Upon extracting them, I noticed slight alterations in these materials, and after enchanting them, the results were exceptional. Was the cooking method for the magical solution conceived in a similar manner? Not quite. Don't you think the magical solution appears quite delectable? I wanted to see if it could be transformed into a beverage, only to discover it worked splendidly for engraving runes. Hellamore did not share this view. She could not comprehend the thoughts of a genius. Perhaps she ought to learn some cooking herself? Bill and Zane, when free on weekends apart from their school schedules, also came by to learn various techniques for handling alchemical materials. After thorough study and repeated practice, the 3 of them succeeded in employing most methods, though they occasionally encountered challenges. The most formidable of these was incantation. Celia demonstrated, chanting a spell in an unfamiliar language and tone, with a gentle wave of her wand causing intricate patterns to manifest on the materials. Professor, what spell was that? Bill inquired. I don't know, Celia replied, and the 3 of them exchanged perplexed glances. Clearing her throat, Celia admitted, it appeared in my dreams. Upon waking, I found that chanting a passage before conducting experiments and drawing magical circles significantly increased success rates. The 3 of them shared expressions of disbelief. Please don't assume I'm fabricating tales. Nick acquired a book titled The Book of the Jewish Abraham in his dreams, from which he learned the methods to create the Philosopher's Stone. There is a legend in the alchemical community that the god of alchemy leaves traces in the dreams of the gifted. Celia had no knowledge of this until she delved deeper into alchemy. Many aspects had transcended the common knowledge of wizards, reaching a realm of the mysterious. If magic were deemed unscientific, alchemy was even more so. Can we learn it? Bill asked. Let us give it a try. I will teach you how to chant first. The atmosphere in the alchemy chamber was somewhat eerie. Celia sang a line, and they echoed her, though Zane fidgeted awkwardly, mumbling along under his breath. Bill and Hella, however, were fully immersed, singing loudly and clearly. Celia had taught the pronunciation several times, ensuring each of them articulated correctly. She urged them to give it a try, and the trio took turns chanting, yet nothing transpired. Celia stroked her chin, contemplating that this method was straightforward. They needed to visualize the characters they intended to inscribe in their minds, casting the incantation at the very moment they finished chanting. They attempted again, but still, no success. Celia speculated that perhaps it was due to their pitch. Their tones differed from hers, so she began guiding them to hit the right notes. Hella, this dura needs to be a pitch higher. This there requires a glissando. Celia demonstrated, prompting Hella to follow suit. Hella sang along, yet the pitch remained incorrect. Celia instructed her once more, and after Hella finished, she glanced at Bill, who had crossed his arms, his fingers drumming idly against his arm. Still wrong, Celia remarked. Professor, Zane interjected lightly. To my ears, your singing sounds identical. Impossible, it's not that pitch, Celia asserted firmly. Bill's fingers stilled, and he hesitantly said, Professor, Hella's rendition is indeed as you taught. Celia stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, then pointed her wand at her throat and recited the spell again. She raised her wand, and her voice resonated in the air, repeating the earlier chant. After hearing it, she let her hand fall limply, staggering a couple of steps to steady herself against the table. Her complexion turned pale as she murmured, Have I been off-key all this time? Do I sing other songs off-key too? Have I been off-key for so many years? Zane stifled a laugh, his head bowed, covering his mouth. Chapter 68, Complaints. Celia, deeply affected, retreated to her room, summoning Patricia. Did you know I sing off-key? She demanded, shaking the mirror as if to rattle Patricia's shoulders from afar. Initially, Patricia denied it. Who said that? I heard myself singing, Celia replied, her face glum. Patricia smacked her lips. Honestly, at first, we had no idea. We hadn't heard those muggle songs you love until you recorded them and played them in the common room. Celia lay peacefully on the floor, hands resting on her abdomen. Patricia quickly reassured her, it's all right, we can generally tell. You're not a professional singer, after all. Whitney Houston has sung off-key too. Celia's voice took on a wistful tone. I had such a good sense of my own abilities. There was a time I even used singing as a substitute for conversation. Wasn't there? Patricia struggled to suppress her laughter, recalling how Celia would sing while walking. Farewell, Patricia, I'm retiring from the singing world. Celia switched off the two-way mirror, skeptically calling for Remus. Remus, do you know I sing off-key? She asked, leaning against the mirror. I'm not very knowledgeable about music, Remus replied, startled by her suddenly enlarged face. Even though he understood it was just a reflection, he instinctively recoiled. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Because I only realized it today. So I truly am off-key? You should know. He pondered how to phrase it. James sings worse than you. I thought that was intentional. So that was it. No wonder she and James struggled with instruments. She had believed James's off-pitch singing was his unique style. Celia curled up in front of the mirror. Unable to contain himself, Remus reached out to tap the mirror, gently saying, we all enjoy your singing, Celia. When you sing, you're always so animated, almost radiant. Who cares how you sound? Thank you for your comfort, Celia murmured. Celia was profoundly affected by the revelation of her off-key singing after 20 years, and she decided to take a few days off. She attended an afternoon team meeting organized by Robbie. After some discussion, they concluded they could no longer impose on Celia for free meals, so they found an empty classroom to hold weekly tea gatherings. The main activities revolved around eating, drinking, and gossiping. Many students participated in their group. Some were hesitant to disturb the professors, but they eagerly engaged in pure leisure activities. Celia spent some time there, getting to know several students. Over the weekend, she invited Tonks to her office. I brought this at the start of the term, but I completely forgot about it. She held up a camera, grinning at Tonks. Quick, we can take a photo. Tonks transformed into Celia's likeness, and they snapped several pictures together. This will surely astonish my family. Though they might not be surprised, they always say, well, magic. Celia then had Tonks turn into Dumbledore, styling his beard. How about rainbow-colored? Tonks inquired, her beard morphing into a spectrum of colors. Beautiful, Celia exclaimed, snapping pictures. We should give him a makeover. Tonks wholeheartedly agreed. They began braiding the beard. But as Tonks attempted to braid her own, she inadvertently pulled out a few strands, wincing in pain. Celia wouldn't let her continue, taking over the task herself. Skilled and nimble-fingered, Celia fashioned various styles of braids, capturing photos of those she found pleasing. This will serve as evidence for persuading Dumbledore to change his image. All right, Dora, you can transform back now, Celia said, giving her beard a playful tug. You must braid my hair like that fishtail braid. Okay. Tonks closed her eyes, holding her breath. But when she opened them again, her chin still bore the beard. Nervously swallowing, she envisioned her intended transformation, retracting the beard and restoring her nose. Upon opening her eyes once more, the beard remained. Professor, she exclaimed, jumping up, I can't seem to change back. Celia leapt up as well. What? They both tried for a while, but Tonks truly could not revert. With a glum expression, Tonks gazed at her bearded reflection in the mirror. Have I completely turned into a man? Am I destined to move into the boys' dormitory? But I didn't transform anything else. Celia reassured her, we will find a way. It's not time to despair yet, and please refrain from transforming into that. She rapped on the two-way mirror. Minerva, are you in your office? Professor McGonagall appeared in the mirror. I am. What is the matter, Celia? Celia composed herself. I need assistance. I'm coming to find you now. She cast a disillusionment charm on Tonks, taking her hand. Let us go see Professor McGonagall. She is an animagus and will surely know how to help. Tonks felt a bit apprehensive about McGonagall. Can you change me back? Celia replied calmly. If I were to attempt, you might very well end up in the boys' dormitory. She led Tonks to Professor McGonagall's office, discreetly peeling off the disillusionment charm, nervously fiddling with her robe. She can't change back, she stammered. Professor McGonagall stared at Tonks in astonishment, slowly turning her head towards Celia with a stern expression. Celia tightened her grip on her robe. The child is terrified. Can you help her revert? Professor McGonagall closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. She raised her wand, and with a flick directed at Tonks, her beard vanished, restoring her to her original appearance. Tonks rushed to the mirror, beaming as she exclaimed, Thank you, Professor. Celia shot her a knowing glance, silently admonishing the foolish girl not to celebrate too soon. Professor McGonagall, with a grave expression, stated, I must have a word with your headmaster regarding students' reckless use of magic. Tonks's smile faltered, and Celia opened her mouth to speak. McGonagall's tone became even more severe. I must also discuss with certain professors their complicity in enabling students to misuse magic. Celia lowered her head in shame. McGonagall summoned Professor Sprout, sternly informing her of the incident in which Tonks had transformed into the headmaster and could not revert to her original form. Standing side by side, Celia and Tonks clasped hands, their heads bowed in unison. McGonagall further complained to Professor Sprout about a certain graduate from her college who, upon returning to teach, had not only failed to set a proper example, but had also engaged in irresponsible behavior with students, leaving a mess that resulted in students being unable to revert to their original forms. Professor Sprout, addressing Tonks, firmly instructed her to refrain from casually using the disguise charm in the future, particularly when transforming into the headmaster. At this point, she cast another reproachful glance at Celia, lamenting how Tonks had become stuck in the headmaster's form, necessitating assistance from Professor McGonagall, the strictest and most respectful of the headmaster. Celia quickly acquiesced, acknowledging her error. In Chapter 69, titled The Thesis, Professor Sprout was protective of her students, fearing that Professor McGonagall would further chastise Celia and Tonks, leading her to usher them away. She walked ahead with Celia, while Tonks trailed behind. "If you have too much idle time, assist me with the herbology," Professor Sprout remarked, casting a glare at Celia. Though lacking any real severity, "I am nearly overwhelmed." Celia attempted to take her arm, explaining, "But I was feeling a bit down, hence I invited Dora over to play." "Alas, I shan't do that again." Tonks piped up, "Headmistress, I'm not busy. I will help you with the herbology." Professor Sprout's body trembled slightly. Her voice tinged with panic as she replied, "No, that won't be necessary, Tonks. You are forbidden from using the disguise charm indiscriminately in the future, especially not to transform into the headmaster." At this, she shot another reproachful glance at Celia. Vexed that Tonks had become stuck in the headmaster's form and had to seek help from Professor McGonagall, who was known for her strictness and respect for the headmaster, Celia hastily acknowledged her wrongdoing. After Professor Sprout escorted Tonks back to the dormitory, Celia entered her office, exhaling a sigh of frustration. How could a mere off-key song bring her down? She promptly made her way to the alchemy room, calling upon the three laborers to return to work. The last time she had sent them away, she had sworn she saw them all laughing, but that was inconsequential, for she was unbothered by embarrassment. The three students arrived shortly thereafter. Celia reorganized their tasks, noting that only her incantations had proven effective in their magical experiments, rendering the others unfit for inclusion in her paper, although collectively, they had managed to compile 21 different methods. Next came the extensive research phase, wherein she needed to extract theoretical support from the literature. If that proved impossible, she would have to rely on her own creativity. This task was delegated to the upperclassmen, Bill and Zane, who would come by at intervals to assist Celia in her research. After more than 10 minutes of flipping through books, Celia found her mind wandering, while only Bill remained diligently poring over the texts, taking meticulous notes. After a brief diversion with her quill, she confided in Bill, "I once invented a device that could search for keywords in books, but it was rather ineffective." Bill, noting the page numbers, looked up at her with curiosity, asking, "Why is that?" "Because the same concept can be expressed in myriad ways. For instance, weight varies by country, with different measurement units. Some authors prefer comparisons, stating that it is as heavy as 21 mountain trolls. How heavy is that, really? Cultural differences also play a role. In some European nations, the first floor refers to what we consider the second floor, while in others, it denotes the ground level upon entering." Celia spread her hands. "Is there a notion of word count payment in the wizarding world?" In one book, a substance was described as being slightly less valuable than gold, typically regarded as one of the most malleable precious metals, yet slightly more valuable than copper, one of the earliest and most common inexpensive metals. "So silver?" Bill inquired. "Precisely," Celia exclaimed, slapping the table. "Is there really such a thing as padding word count?" Bill chuckled. "I believe the Alchemy Monthly actually does pay by word count." Celia was taken aback, regretting not having known this sooner, lamenting, "I should have padded my own." Bill comforted her for a while, as long as they weren't studying. Everything was enjoyable. Celia found a congenial rapport with Bill, as they both hailed from large families, facilitating their conversation. Bill had 7 siblings, and as the eldest, managing his younger siblings posed quite a challenge. You have to assert your authority, like by mastering more spells or solving their various odd questions, preventing your brothers from getting the better of you, and intervening during their squabbles with fairness, all while discreetly rectifying their mistakes. Celia shared, "My brother was the same. When I broke a plate as a child, I made him help me clean it up. Whenever I argued with my sister, he would always buy us both an ice cream, but he wasn't as kind-hearted as you. He would say, 'Girls, quiet down. You're louder than 1,000 ducks.'" Each time they lost track of time in conversation, Celia realized she had accomplished nothing, while Bill, who occasionally flipped through a few pages, consistently completed his assignments. Zane, on the other hand, was his polar opposite. He was taciturn and, upon receiving his task list from Celia, would sit silently, engrossed in his reading. When Celia occasionally felt compelled to speak with him, he responded with marked indifference. Zane, do you know what I always do before I write a paper? No, I have a glass of rum. She winked at him, anticipating his inquiry as to why. Be my guest. All right, I shall refrain from further discussion. Celia buried her head in her books. Zane glanced at her and asked, Professor, are you actually researching? Celia lifted her head. I possess a method of reading without using my eyes. I can even do so while asleep. Would you like to learn? No, thank you. Zane replied coldly. I almost mistook you for a professor who delegates all her work to students and enjoys herself instead. Thanks, she genuinely was. Celia felt a twinge of guilt as she adjusted herself to read. Within less than half a month, they had gathered the available literature, and Celia was ready to begin formally writing her thesis. Fully aware of her own lack of self-discipline, she clutched her materials and appeared at the library punctually each day, deliberately positioning herself where Madame Pants could observe her, hoping to keep herself accountable. The results were mediocre. While she could remain silent and still, she often found herself sprawled over the desk doodling chaotic design sketches rather than writing her paper. She then adopted a new strategy, setting goals and rewards for herself, such as writing 2 methods before she could reply to Harry, and writing 2 more before she could chat with Patricia or Remus. This approach yielded better results, as she gradually managed to produce half of her thesis. In the library, aside from the students, she encountered Kiara. Kiara taught Muggle studies, instructing students from 3rd to 7th year, with 5 classes per week, making her busier than Celia. Aside from her teaching hours, Kiara was a constant presence in the library. Not long after, Celia moved her seat next to Kiara, who appeared eager to flee. I won't let you be driven away by me. Celia hurriedly gestured for silence. The commotion caused by Chilo subsided, and he began to immerse himself in his book, though he occasionally turned his head to glance at Celia. After completing her tasks for the day, Celia gathered her belongings and softly said, I'm leaving now, Quirinus. Chilo waved at her with a slight motion, watching her silhouette until she exited the library. As if awakening from a dream, he stood up and hurried after her. See Celia, Professor, he called out, jogging to catch up with her. Celia halted and asked, What is it, Quirinus? Could you teach me? Chilo said, glancing around before leaning closer and lowering his voice. How to be popular with the students. Chapter 70, Transformation. The school bell rang, shattering the tranquility of the castle. The laughter and footsteps of students echoed through the corridors. Celia tilted her head towards Chilo, clutching her books, and suggested, Let us talk in my office. All right. Chilo followed her, his movements awkward, as students dashed through the hallways. A few paused to greet them. Good afternoon, Professor Celia. Hello, Professor. You look beautiful today, Professor. Thank you, but please don't run in the corridors. Before Chilo could voice his request for advice on gaining students' favor, Celia hadn't really noticed the lack of greetings directed towards him. Only a handful of students had acknowledged him at all. Once back in her office, Celia poured him a cup of tea and inquired, So, Quirinus, are you facing any difficulties in your teaching? No, not really. Chilo hesitated, struggling to articulate his feelings. How could he express that, as a professor? He often felt overlooked by his students. They chatted amongst themselves during his lectures, when he collected assignments. There were always some who cheerfully claimed they had forgotten to bring them, promising to submit them next class. When he posed questions, they often displayed visible annoyance. And on the way to class, no one greeted him. Chilo was intelligent, having received praise from many professors during his school years for his sharp mind. Yet mere intelligence was insufficient. He was inherently timid, sensitive, and somewhat neurotic, easily bullied and overlooked since childhood. His talents seemed insignificant in the eyes of those around him. Chilo yearned to be seen and respected, which is why he chose to return to Hogwarts as a professor. At least students would respect their teachers. However, reality proved to be far more complex than he had anticipated. The underage students carried a natural cruelty, treating professors with a distinct bias, favoring the strong and disregarding the weak. Chilo had not received what he had hoped for. He had intended to seek Celia's advice at the beginning of the semester, but had hesitated to voice his concerns. Noticing the sweat beading on his forehead, Celia refrained from pressing him further and gently prodded. Are you hoping to befriend the students? Not exactly. Is the number of students enrolling in your classes too low? It's manageable. The students in the Muggle Studies course fell into 2 categories, those from Muggle backgrounds seeking to improve their grades, and those genuinely interested in the Muggle world. The number of students in these categories each year was neither particularly high nor low. Celia pondered and asked, Do some students struggle with discipline? Are you looking to improve the classroom environment? Yes, that's about right, Chilo affirmed with a vigorous nod. The simplest approach would be to adopt a strict professor persona. Given your amiable nature, that might be challenging, Celia suggested. You could emulate that one professor and make an example of someone in class. Sternly declaring, 10 points from Slytherin. Chilo's expression twisted momentarily as he murmured, Slytherin hardly enrolls in Muggle studies. Oh, I forgot. Then do avoid that tactic. The other 3 houses have been penalized enough already. Celia crossed her arms, deep in thought. What to do? She seemed to possess an innate understanding of how to be likable. From the moment she could walk and talk, the neighbors adored playing with her. As she grew up, patrons at her father's restaurant were also fond of her. Once she entered school, both teachers and classmates took a liking to her. Suddenly tasked with teaching someone how to be likable, she found herself at a loss for where to begin. Queerness, let me think on it. I'll have some ideas to share with you soon. No, forget I said anything. I've been a bit dazed from reading today. Chilo felt regret. Perhaps he shouldn't have broached the subject. This is my concern now. If I come up with a good method, I'll share it with you. If nothing comes to mind, we can pretend this conversation never happened. Don't take it to heart. Celia beckoned Chilo to join her for dinner. She kept the matter in mind, planning to observe Chilo's interactions with others during her spare time while writing her paper. To spare him any embarrassment, she would discreetly inquire about others' opinions of him. After asking a few colleagues, she discovered that his most significant issue was his lack of presence. A pale, timid young man. What other impressions did they have of him? It seemed there were none. If her colleagues found him forgettable, the students were even less likely to remember him. The first step was to enhance the impression he left on others, and Celia took notes. Celia occasionally attended Robbie's afternoon tea gatherings to refresh her mind. Coincidentally, some students from the Muggle Studies class were present, and she called one over to chat. What do you think of Professor Chilo? How's his class? Professor Chilo? His class is decent, but his voice is too soft. You can barely hear him. And don't tell the other professors. But I'm not too fond of Professor Chilo. He gets so anxious that when someone asks him a question, he stumbles and his voice drops. Honestly, he teaches well enough, though. Celia began taking notes again. Volume of voice, building confidence. Professor, why are you so concerned about Professor Chilo? To be honest, this group of youngsters could spread the word about how Queerness Chilo wishes to become popular by tomorrow, she replied nonchalantly. I'm investigating the teaching styles of other professors to see if I can improve my own class. Many of them were my professors too. So I won't bother you with that. Professor Chilo is also a new addition. Oh, they suddenly understood. What a responsible professor, looking to improve. Most professors are quite good, except for that Snape, one girl said. Oh, don't mention him. It ruins the mood, another chimed in. Celia added another note. Do not emulate Snape. Celia approached Chilo with her notebook, her enthusiasm palpable. Queerness, I'm going to transform you. This is far more enjoyable than writing a paper. Chilo stood up, trembling. How do we do this? First, don't shake, stand tall, and speak louder, Celia instructed. Chilo amplified his voice and asked, Is this acceptable? Celia bit her knuckle. Must I speak like this all the time? He asked, speaking with conviction. Of course not. You need to find an appropriate volume. Celia dedicated nearly half an hour just to teaching Chilo about voice projection. He didn't intentionally lower his volume. When nervous, his throat would tighten, unintentionally reducing his voice. She also needed to help him overcome his anxiety and neurotic tendencies. Transforming a person turned out to be more challenging and intricate than she had anticipated. Yet, it remained more engaging than writing a paper. Celia's passion for molding Chilo surpassed her enthusiasm for academic writing. She didn't need to set goals or motivate herself. Whenever she saw Chilo, she instinctively moved closer to quietly guide him on what to do. Their appearances together in various corners of the castle had become increasingly frequent, prompting someone to finally voice the question, Professor, are you and Professor Chilo on a date? Celia nearly choked on her tea. Chapter 71, Scandal. Celia sought to clarify the situation regarding Chilo and herself, emphatically declaring, there is nothing going on. I have merely been assisting Professor Chilo with a project, which is why I visit him frequently. She surveyed a throng of students whose eyes sparkled with the glimmer of gossip and wondered how this rumor had emerged. If you hear anyone else speak of it, please help us clarify, all right? The students began to chatter excitedly. I knew it. It couldn't possibly be true. One chimed in. I don't want to believe it either, but some say the only eligible professors at the school are Chilo and Snape, and comparatively, Chilo is the more appealing option. Celia almost spat out the tea she had just sipped. Upon reflection, she realized that indeed, the only young, single professors at Hogwarts were those 3. Although many other professors who were not of appropriate age were also single. What was the matter with Hogwarts? Could one not teach if they were not single? All right, ladies. Let us cease fabricating tales about the professors. I would never choose a romantic partner from within the school. It would undoubtedly complicate matters and create an uncomfortable atmosphere. Surely you all have examples of this? Celia posed a question. They eagerly launched into discussions about awkward breakups among their peers from different houses. Indeed, The best way to divert a conversation was to unearth another topic. The confines of the boarding school were exceedingly dull and stifling. Could gossip about her and Chilo really be circulating? They had never engaged in any intimate gestures, maintaining a distance of at least a person between them when standing together. When confronted with rumors, one must not take them too seriously, otherwise it might lead others to believe one is guilty. Over the years, Celia had accumulated a veritable cornucopia of rumors. A mere few exchanged words with someone in the morning could result in whispers about a romantic liaison by the afternoon. And on any given day, she could be linked to as many as 5 different individuals. Clarifying each rumor was exhausting, and by the time it reached Celia's ears, it had morphed into 8 different versions, making it impossible for her to address them all. The students were well aware of the falsehoods. They merely passed the time indulging in idle chatter. When Sirius had publicly invited Celia on a date in the Great Hall, the collective reaction had been one of disbelief and disapproval, accompanied by table thumping and tears from some. The group ceased spreading rumors and instead focused on whether the two had broken up. Subsequently, when they had an argument and parted ways, the campus erupted in jubilation. Celia could hardly traverse the hall without encountering a dozen boys who could barely contain their laughter, offering her sympathetic glances and flirtatious gestures, causing her to resort to the disillusionment charm to evade them. Celia resolved to take a hands-off approach to the rumors about her and Chilo. Her amicable rapport with the students allowed her to learn what was circulating, while Chilo might remain entirely oblivious. And indeed, Chilo was unaware. He merely found himself the target of these rumors. Celia's influence on him had proven effective. He now taught with fervor, raising his voice above the din of student chatter, elaborating on his lessons, and showcasing his erudition. Students began to approach him after class with inquiries, greeting him and paying attention during his lectures. However, as of late, he had found himself inadvertently embroiled in the students' mischief. He would occasionally stumble over glass marbles strewn across the corridor, nearly losing his balance, or be jostled by students engaged in playful pursuits, and at times, he would be struck by stray spells cast by his wayward pupils. Each time, he recalled Celia's advice: do not display signs of weakness, remain composed, take a breath, and then respond. He appeared remarkably calm as he collected himself and admonished the students. Please refrain from chasing one another or casting spells in the corridors. The students responded cheerfully, of course, Professor Chilo. He wondered, is that sufficient? After yet another encounter where he was drenched by a studentess spell, Chilo made his way to the nearest staff lounge to regroup. The weather was splendid, and several professors were basking in the sunlight by the window. Celia was among them, engaged in conversation with Professor Victor from the arithmancy department. She had just voiced her grievances regarding the convoluted French numerical expressions. They are so intricate and complex that the average person struggles to utilize them. Is that truly the reason why French mathematicians are renowned? Professor Victor pondered aloud. Could Muggle mathematicians ever master arithmancy? I had never considered that arithmancy bears a remarkable resemblance to Muggle mathematics, both requiring an exceptionally sharp mind to grasp. Wouldn't you agree? He suppressed a smile, recognizing that with diligent practice, students could indeed excel in this subject, yet achieving excellence truly necessitated a keen intellect. Chilo entered in a rather disheveled state, his robe soaked through and water streaming down his face. The staff lounge turned to look at him, and he offered an awkward smile. Celia rose to her feet, exclaiming, Merlin, what happened to you? She retrieved a dry towel from the cupboard and handed it to him. Thank you, he replied. The students were engaging in a water fight with their wands. Celia glanced out at the sunlit day. Indeed, it was the season for such playful antics. They used to enjoy splashing about by the Black Lake whenever the weather turned warm. Where exactly? She inquired. By the entrance hall, Chilo replied. Well, they certainly should not be playing there, Celia remarked as she headed outside, ignoring Chilo's call to her. As she made her way to the entrance hall, she noticed puddles of water everywhere and took it upon herself to clear them. The area near the entrance was particularly chaotic, with large pools of water mixed with mud and grass clippings, a sight that would surely send Filch into a faint. There were a few students hiding behind the doors and walls, darting in and out while launching sprays of water at each other. How playful, Celia thought, raising her wand and casting a silent spell to halt their antics. The tips of their wands emitted bubbles, and no more water appeared. Gentlemen, this is hardly an appropriate place for such games. The boys, who appeared as if they had just emerged from the Black Lake, immediately straightened up. Hello, Professor Celia. Celia walked through them toward the castle. Come with me. The boys exchanged glances before trailing behind her. Students without classes that day had mostly come out to soak up the sun, and someone exclaimed in astonishment, You've finally been caught by the professor. One boy called out from behind, Professor, you're not going to take points, are you? No, no. Celia reassured them as she led them toward the Black Lake, guiding them to a secluded spot along the shore. She formed a circle with her thumb and forefinger, placing it to her lips, and let out a sharp, melodious whistle directed at the lake. It was a remarkably beautiful sound, eliciting cheers from those around her. While the whistle seemed to capture the attention of other students on the lawn, it wasn't long before ripples began to form in the center of the black lake. The ripples widened, and something swiftly approached the shore, splashing water in its wake. What is that? The students gasped in alarm. In the blink of an eye, waves surged toward the shore, revealing a massive, shadowy figure beneath the water's surface. A giant squid extended its tentacles from the depths. Celia shouted, "Puff, puff, squirt them." Chapter 72, Quarrel. Splash. Immediately, several similarly robust, colossal, and grotesque tentacles surged forth from the water, crashing heavily onto the surface in the direction of Celia. The tentacles splashed high into the air, accurately lunging towards her. The nearby boys were caught directly in the spray, staggering backward a few steps. Their clothes barely dry before being drenched anew from head to toe. The giant squid extended its tentacles above the water once more. Celia turned to flee towards the castle. Wondering what they were standing around for, run. A few of the boys quickly followed suit. "Professor, how could you command the giant squid?" Celia glanced back. Witnessing the squid realize its target had vanished, slowly sinking back into the depths. It was not as if she was commanding it. The creature was indeed coming for her. After all, she had been contemplating its tentacles for 7 long years. The giant squid, with its lengthy lifespan and penchant for holding grudges, would likely remember her for 70 more. Such incidents that could tarnish the professor's image need not be mentioned, as she earnestly addressed her companions. "Did you see that? Now that was thrilling. Please refrain from playing in the porch again. It would be better to frolic in the Black Lake, despite the giant squid's petty grudges. It always tosses students who fall into the lake back to shore." Celia regarded the drenched boys, having cast a defensive spell on herself that left her entirely dry. While they had suffered the brunt of the downpour, a gust of wind swept by, causing them to involuntarily shiver. She then cast a drying charm upon them, which took immediate effect, evaporating the moisture from their clothes into a crumpled state reminiscent of dried seaweed. The water vanished from their bodies, leaving their hair matted and their skin unusually parched. She cleared her throat. "You should return to take a warm shower and then request a revitalizing potion from Madame Pomfrey. Should you be caught dirtying the porch again, I shall have no choice but to refer you to the headmaster." Celia took the lead. Ensuring to clean the muck and puddles from the porch. Had Ferk been tasked with it, it would have taken an hour or two. I initially thought she was here to avenge Chiaro. No more playing. It's over. But how on earth did she manage to command the giant squid? "I don't know, but she is undeniably cool," one boy remarked. Celia made her way towards the staff lounge, triumphant in her revenge for Chiaro. This was a secret not to be shared with others, though she could confide in Chiaro if he was still in the lounge. Upon pushing open the door, she was greeted with good news. Chiaro was still present. The bad news was the peculiar atmosphere that hung in the air. Chiaro stood face to face with Professor Tarl, both bearing grim expressions. Professors Victor and Hoki were observing them, exchanging furtive glances. "I'm back," Celia declared, breaking the tension, her demeanor oblivious to the strangeness. "What are you discussing?" Professor Tarl smiled at her. Having taught at Hogwarts for a few months, his skin somewhat less dark than when he first arrived. Yet his bright white teeth remained striking. "Oh, nothing much. Just discussing Professor Chiaro's commendable abilities. I must take my leave. Perhaps we can converse further another time." "Professor Celia," Tarl said, passing by her and placing a hand on her shoulder. "Sounds good," she replied with a smile, naturally entering the room. After Tarl departed, Chiaro, his face flushed, stammered, "I must go. Farewell, Quirrell." Once he left, Celia quickly inquired of Professors Victor and Hoki, "What's wrong? What happened between them?" They exchanged glances, their expressions troubled, and replied, "It's nothing, just a trivial conversation between men, nothing worth hearing." Celia's curiosity was piqued. She waited until mealtime, when the two went to eat, rejecting their invitation to join, and rushed toward the armchair where Professor Binns resided. He was barely visible, his head peeking out from the armchair. Professor Binns, do you know what Tarl said to Quirrell earlier?" The ghostly professor floated up from his chair, blinking slowly. "I know nothing." This little old ghost surely knew and remembered every detail, as he could recount millennia of history with clarity. Celia devised a plan. "Oh? I thought your memory was impeccable. What was said earlier is now history. Even experts can falter." She feigned ignorance. Professor Binns cleared his throat. "Well, I do indeed know." He began reciting in a monotonous, tedious manner. "After you left," Tarl applauded, saying, "Professor Quirrell, I truly admire you." Actually, it was Tarl speaking to Chiaro, Celia corrected. Professor Binns paid her no heed, continuing in a textbook fashion. Quirrell responded, "What do you mean, Professor Tarl?" Tarl replied, "I heard you had Professor Celia assist you in enhancing your teaching methods. With so many seasoned educators available, why approach a new professor of equal experience?" Quirrell, We are men. Men understand what other men think. Quirrell protested. You may have misunderstood something. Tarl retorted, misunderstood? I admire your flexibility of thought. Kind-hearted Professor Celia will always assist poor, unfortunate Chiaro. Celia interjected, see? You know Chiaro by name. Professor Binns immediately amended, Quirrell said. Are you implying that I am feigning pity? Tarl replied, I never suggested that. Perhaps you are genuinely pitiable. But I have a suggestion for you. A man should possess manly qualities. To put it bluntly, you come across as somewhat effeminate. Hoki interjected, Gentlemen, let us maintain decorum. We are all colleagues. Let us speak civilly. Tarl responded, Oh, I tend to speak plainly, having dealt with danger frequently, Quirrell. We should foster good relations and communication. A simple evasion charm or defensive spell could always be taught, preventing you from appearing so disheveled each time, correct? Quirrell replied, Thank you. But I believe I have a solid grasp of my dark arts defense theory. I have read extensively, understand many spells, and possess basic manners. Perhaps Professor Tarl has spent too long in the field and forgotten social etiquette. I can understand that. And then you walked in, Professor Binns said slowly. His tone tinged with regret. I had anticipated a confrontation. Celia winced as she ran her fingers through her hair, realizing that what Victor and Hoki had relayed was indeed unsuitable for her ears, and how it involved her as well. She opted to feign ignorance. Not wishing to stir any further trouble, she avoided the library, retreating to her office to complete her thesis. Time swiftly passed, and June arrived. She had just opened her office door, preparing to step outside for some fresh air, when a firecracker burst in. Charlie, clad in vibrant scarlet Quidditch robes, arrived with a broomstick in hand, drenched in sweat from practice. Professor, you must come watch my match tomorrow. Celia inquired. Who are you playing against? Against Hufflepuff. She thought to herself, recalling the torment her house team had suffered at the hands of James. She harbored a psychological aversion to watching Hufflepuff face Gryffindor. Against Ravenclaw. If we win by 100 points, we'll secure the Quidditch Cup. You absolutely must attend. Since returning to Hogwarts, Celia had not attended a single match. She glanced at Charlie's robes and nodded. All right, I shall be there. Chapter 73, The End of Term. The weather on the day of the Quidditch final was splendid. With a cerulean sky devoid of clouds, Celia arrived at a perfectly timed moment. Several professors had already taken their seats in the staff viewing area. She intended to sit at the back, but Professor Flitwick waved her over as soon as he spotted her. Celia, come, sit with me. Celia had no choice but to walk over and take a seat beside him. Professor Flitwick explained the situation of the match to her. Ravenclaw was leading by 90 points. And if they could catch the Golden Snitch before Gryffindor scored 9 more goals, they would secure the Quidditch Cup. However, Gryffindor's Charlie was quite a skilled player. If he were to catch the Golden Snitch, Ravenclaw would need to maintain a lead of 6 goals. He anxiously smacked his lips. And it seemed the outcome of the match was shrouded in uncertainty. On Celia's other side, someone else took a seat. She turned to see Professor McGonagall. Who do you think will win, Celia? Professor McGonagall inquired. Professor Flitwick also looked at her. Celia felt an uncomfortable prickling sensation at her rear. She shouldn't be here. Why had she come today? Wouldn't it have been more pleasant to stay in her office sipping tea? She tilted her head back, squinting against the sunlight, shielding her brow with her hand, muttering to herself, the weather is far too bright today, the sun is blinding, making it quite difficult for the seekers to spot the Golden Snitch. By the way, we've made some banners for our house. Would you like one, Celia? Professor Flitwick suddenly produced a blue flag emblazoned with an eagle and held it out to her. Professor McGonagall quickly retrieved a red flag featuring a lion, saying, Gryffindor has one too. Would you like it? The two professors exchanged glances over Celia and simultaneously hummed a note. And she could almost feel the crackling tension in the air. Even the closest of colleagues could become adversaries on the Quidditch pitch. Celia felt numb all over. She took both flags, one in each hand, grinning foolishly as she waved them, saying she wanted both. Her curiosity about the Quidditch pitch grew immensely, as if it were her first time visiting this place. She earnestly observed the stands filled with students from all 4 houses and noticed Professor Sprout sitting among the Hufflepuff students. How clever of her. Why hadn't she called her? From such a distance, she wondered if Professor Sprout could see her accusatory gaze. Celia felt trapped every time she attempted to rise. Both professors turned to her, and at that moment, Madame Hooch blew the whistle to let the players onto the field, leaving her feeling utterly despondent. When the Gryffindor team entered the pitch, the sea of gold and crimson erupted into a thunderous cheer. Celia instinctively glanced at the faces of the players, thinking, no, not him, not him, not him. She pinched herself. It was impossible for James Potter to appear here again. She quickly found no time to dwell on her thoughts as Ravenclaw scored first, prompting her to wave the little blue flag alongside Professor Flitwick. Gryffindor swiftly caught up, with Professor McGonagall applauding enthusiastically, and she hurriedly followed suit with the little red flag. Fortunately, Both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw played with commendable sportsmanship, refraining from any unsavory tactics, allowing the two professors besides Celia to maintain their decorum. The teams were evenly matched, with the score remaining within a 20-point difference, and after an hour, the score reached 100 to 110. The crowd's attention began to shift to the Seekers. Whoever caught the golden snitch would secure the ultimate victory for their house this academic year. Charlie truly excelled in his flying. His broomstick was slightly inferior to Ravenclaw's Seekers, yet he consistently flew faster and steadier. The golden snitch appeared, right in the center of the pitch, and both Weasley and Pike spotted it, racing toward the snitch. Weasley is in the lead. The snitch has vanished. The commentator shouted passionately. Weasley is diving. Did he see the snitch? A bludger whizzed past him, a remarkable evasion. Well done, Weasley. Weasley continued his dive, with Pike trailing behind but lagging significantly. Weasley halted, raised his hand, and caught it. Gryffindor has caught the golden snitch, earning 150 points. Professor McGonagall exclaimed in an uncharacteristically loud manner, "Well done." The stands erupted in a cacophony of shrill cheers and applause, overwhelming her voice. In her excitement, Professor McGonagall grabbed Celia's hand and raised it high, nearly lifting her off the ground, while on the other side, Professor Flitwick let out a sharp gasp of joy. Celia gently patted his shoulder in comfort with her other hand. When Professor McGonagall went to retrieve the trophy, Celia finally escaped this uncomfortable predicament. Listening to the tumultuous cheers of the crowd, she shook her head with a smile. No matter the circumstances, Quidditch remained the purest of joys. It allowed one to forget everything else, celebrating each goal and victory with unadulterated enthusiasm. On the way back, she gathered several Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students and invited them to her office for some chilled beverages. The Gryffindors beamed with delight, perfect for a celebratory gathering, while the Ravenclaws wore less cheerful expressions, saying, "We don't need it, Professor. We must return to studying." Celia insisted they stay. "I have prepared refreshments for you, chilled especially for this weather. Enjoying a refreshing drink is quite suitable for studying." They obediently took the drinks, thanking her. "No need for thanks," Celia waved them off. With the Quidditch finals concluded, the examination period loomed ahead. Professor Celia's alchemy class allowed for considerable freedom. She had no intention of creating an exam, but would instead grade based on the quality of the defensive equipment crafted by the students throughout the year. Many students had merely managed to complete a rough prototype, finding the task exceedingly challenging, with only a select few producing items of reasonable utility. Celia resolved that she would certainly not teach this subject again next year. "All right, students, this is the final class of the year, and we will assess the knowledge gained throughout the year. Please bring your crafted defensive equipment and follow me." Celia led her sixth-year students outside the castle. She walked them all the way to the edge of the Black Lake. One student suddenly exclaimed, "Professor, are you going to summon the giant squid?" Celia grinned at him. "Correct. Do you remember that your defensive equipment should provide some protection against physical attacks? Let us see who can withstand the giant squid's assault." Without giving them a moment to react, she whistled towards the Black Lake. Today, the giant squid appeared almost instantaneously. Scarcely had the whistle sounded when it breached the water, sending up a cascade of spray as it soared into the air, casting a massive shadow. It hovered there for a few seconds before crashing back into the lake, its immense body creating towering waves that surged toward the students on the shore. As the waves receded, Celia observed her students' reactions. Half of them were unable to withstand the onslaught and were thoroughly soaked, while the other half appeared completely unscathed. A student named Carter spat out a piece of seaweed and pointed at one student who remained dry, reporting, "Professor, his equipment didn't work at all. He used a protection charm." Celia chuckled. "All right, Mr. Carter, here's the last lesson of the year. Always believe in yourself and your wand. Successfully defending with a protection charm counts as effective." Chapter 74, Summer Vacation. On Thursday, the last class for the 7th years commenced. As soon as Celia entered the classroom, the students clamored, "Are we going to get soaked by the Black Lake again? I've already practiced the waterproof charm, Professor. You must give me a high score." "Of course not," Celia replied with a wink. "How could I possibly use the same trick twice in a row?" The 7th years were somewhat special. They were facing the Newts, the ultimate wizarding examinations, and alchemy was not an exam subject, so she typically assigned them less homework than the 6th years. The content of the final lesson was markedly different. Last week, she had collected the defensive equipment they crafted, meticulously inspected each piece, and today she distributed them once more, each accompanied by a piece of parchment. "Dear students," she began, her smile radiating warmth, "today marks our final class together. You are my inaugural graduating class, and I wish to impart something of value to you as a parting gift." She expressed a tinge of regret for having taught them for merely a year, acknowledging that such a brief period limited her ability to impart essential survival skills. "I have made enhancements to the defensive gear you created and documented the methods of improvement. The students in the front rows exchanged their parchments, discovering that each contained unique feedback. Celia had meticulously noted their individual mistakes, detailing where they faltered, how to resolve those issues, and ways to enhance their work. It was evident that considerable thought had gone into her comments. The professor's perceptive eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "Allow me to indulge in a few words of advice," Celia said, leaning against the lectern. "As you prepare to leave Hogwarts and step into the wider world, you will encounter challenges beyond academia and examinations. The foremost principle in any situation is to prioritize your safety. I hope that my defensive equipment may offer you even the slightest measure of protection." She continued, "Furthermore, should you find yourselves facing difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out for support, be it from me or any professor at Hogwarts. We are all willing to lend a helping hand." A boy raised his hand, inquiring whether emotional troubles would also qualify as difficulties. He received a playful jab from a peer. Celia nodded, albeit with a hint of exasperation. "Very well. If you find yourself deeply troubled and unable to confide in a friend, you are welcome to come to me." Their light-hearted banter continued until the class concluded, during which Celia learned of each student's plans post-graduation. Some had secured jobs, others intended to pursue further studies at a Muggle university, while a few planned to embark on travels. The bell rang, prompting a desire among the students to embrace Celia. She reciprocated their affection, bidding them farewell. As the classroom gradually emptied, a bittersweet sensation enveloped her heart. This was the essence of being a teacher, experiencing one farewell after another, witnessing the transformation of young sprouts into mature individuals, and then sending them off into the world. Thus, her academic year of 1987 came to a close. However, upon returning to her office, Celia was met with distressing news. It was common knowledge that the position of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts was cursed. No professor could remain in it for a full year without encountering some misfortune. Some appointed professors would resign early for their safety, while others, undeterred by the ominous reputation, remained until the end, yet all inevitably faced calamity. Professor Thayer, opting for prudence, decided to resign ahead of schedule, which posed a dilemma: what to do about the upcoming defense against the dark arts examination. He had prepared a theoretical exam in advance, leaving the duties of proctoring and grading to Celia. As Professor Thayer approached Celia for the final handover, he presented her with the exam papers, 700 in total, spanning 5 years. Celia's eyes widened in disbelief. All 700 papers were to be her responsibility? With 4 houses, 7 grades, and hundreds of papers. Was this truly the workload of a single individual? She felt immense gratitude towards Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and every previous defense against the dark arts professor. Even the ghostly Professor Binns, who seemed to have an unwavering passion for his work. "Celia, did you hear me?" Thayer inquired, breaking her reverie. She locked the exam papers in a box and replied, "I did, Professor Thayer. It has been a pleasure working alongside you this year. Are you truly off to seek further adventures?" "Indeed," he affirmed, flashing his signature broad smile. "Life at Hogwarts is far too comfortable for my tastes. I crave the thrill of grand adventures." Celia responded with a smile, "I eagerly anticipate hearing about your new exploits." Then, as Thayer leaned closer, he whispered, "Celia, there's something I wish to share. I know we both feel a connection. I sensed it the moment we first met." "What?" Celia's eyes widened in surprise. "But the course load at Hogwarts is quite overwhelming," he lamented, clicking his tongue. "We haven't had the opportunity to truly connect. I believe we should take the time to get to know each other better before I embark on my next adventure." He reached out towards Celia, but suddenly, chaos erupted. A simultaneous pair of spells shot towards Thayer, causing him to fall to the ground, rendered immobile. Celia peered around the corner. "Oh, Bill, that was a commendable Petrificus Totalis." "Professor, I apologize," Bill replied, his expression a mix of horror and resolve, though he felt no regret for his actions. "Do not fret, Bill," Celia continued. "My sleeping spell is even more effective." She produced a butterfly and spoke to it. "Headmaster, I have incapacitated Professor Thayer." The butterfly fluttered away only to return swiftly. Celia ensured Bill could hear Dumbledore's response. "Regrettably, it appears Professor Thayer could not escape the curse of this position." "Very well," Celia clapped her hands together. "Now that I have clearance from the headmaster, I shall send him to the hospital wing." "I'll handle it," Bill declared, directing his wand at Thayer, who began to levitate gently, though he awkwardly bumped his head against the doorframe as they exited Celia's office. Professor Thayer remained unconscious in the hospital for 3 days. By the time news of him reached Celia again, he had quietly departed from the school. Celia completed her proctoring duties for the 5 grades and called Remus to Hogsmeade, where the two of them sat in the 3 broomsticks, feverishly grading papers. "Thank goodness I only have to teach 2 grades, Celia mused. Most of the grading fell to Remus, who was diligent and thorough. After submitting the exam results to Professor McGonagall, she packed her belongings and prepared to leave early. Remus awaited her in Hogsmeade. Aren't you coming? Celia asked him. Remus, carrying her luggage, shook his head with a smile. I have had more than enough vacation time. You know there are days each month I don't need additional time off. Very well, Celia said, seizing the opportunity while his hands were occupied, and quickly embraced him. Until we meet again in a month. Remus nodded, somewhat dazed. France, Celia and Harry are coming. Chapter 75. France. It had been 6 months since their last meeting, and Harry had grown a bit taller. This time, he did not rush towards Celia as before. Instead, he approached her with a shy smile, lips pressed together. This momentarily caught Celia off guard, but she quickly opened her arms to embrace him. Harry remained quite slender, easily fitting into her embrace, prompting her to pinch his cheek playfully. Have you been eating well? He nodded. Celia furrowed her brow. Harry, what's wrong? Why so quiet? In a hushed tone, he replied. It's nothing. With a serious demeanor, she urged him. Harry, please don't keep anything from me, all right? His face gradually flushed, and as he opened his mouth to speak, Celia noticed 3 black holes between his otherwise perfect teeth. You've lost a baby tooth. Unable to suppress her laughter, she exclaimed, That's wonderful. It means you're growing up even more. Harry quickly covered his mouth, his face flushing crimson amid Celia's laughter. He understood how unbecoming this was. Once Celia had her fill of laughter, she affectionately ruffled his hair and said, Come on, let's walk and chat. How did you lose your tooth? Did it hurt? I had completely forgotten that at your age, children lose teeth. Oh dear, I should have come back sooner. Having never cared for young children before, she had overlooked the fact that they would lose teeth. I knocked it out while eating. It didn't hurt, Harry replied, speaking with a slight lisp and a tendency to drool, forcing him to articulate slowly. As long as it didn't hurt, that's good. Your teeth will gradually be replaced over the next few years. Just remember to maintain good oral hygiene and proper dental habits. Celia was trying hard to recall her own childhood experiences of losing teeth, but she had forgotten them all. She resolved to consult a dentist upon returning to Paris. Celia's eagerness to reunite with her family was palpable. She had prepared everything in advance. After informing Petunia through a letter for Harry to pack his belongings, they could set off as soon as she picked him up. Each of them wheeled a suitcase as they hailed a taxi to the airport. I've never flown on an airplane, Harry confessed once they arrived. Finally voicing his anxieties, he revealed he had been counting the days until Celia's return. Yet he had not anticipated that she would whisk him away immediately. On the way, the tension he had set aside 6 months ago began to resurface. He was going abroad? He was about to meet Celia's family? What if they didn't like him? He had never been on a plane or even a train. Before meeting Celia, the farthest he had traveled was to Aunt Maggie's house. His lack of experience left him apprehensive. What if he got lost and was abducted in a foreign land? He could not understand French, and when Celia's family greeted him, he could only manage a foolish grin. Oh, and look at you, still a little snaggletooth, Celia exclaimed. It's quite simple, you'll understand after just one flight. Allow me to instruct you. Celia cheerfully explained, I booked the tickets in advance, and they were sent to my home. Now, we just need to check in at the counter. As she spoke, she guided Harry through the check-in process, occasionally seeking assistance from airport staff. Don't hesitate to ask questions. Harry, if someone is unhelpful or unwilling to assist, we will simply move on to the next. Once aboard the plane, Celia allowed Harry to sit by the window and popped a peppermint hard candy into his mouth. As he inhaled, the coolness surged to his head, jolting him awake. His eyes wide with astonishment. Celia burst into laughter, realizing she had forgotten that the peppermint candy from Hogwarts was far stronger than ordinary sweets, making it rather unpopular at school. Harry struggled to swallow the candy, feeling as if his mouth had been struck by a blast of cold, and shot Celia a reproachful glance, to which she playfully poked his cheek. He puffed out his cheeks, inviting her to continue her playful jabs. We're about to take off. Harry, she announced. The sensation of the plane lifting off did not faze Harry. He felt no discomfort. Instead, he gazed out the window, watching as the buildings on the ground shrank in size, and they ascended closer to the sky. I'm flying, he exclaimed with excitement. Celia smiled softly, whispering, one day, you will truly soar. Harry did not hear her. He was entranced, watching the plane pierce through the clouds, the once unreachable clouds now beneath their feet. Just ahead lies the English Channel. Once we cross this sea, we will arrive in France, Celia pointed out. Celia, how should I greet them? Harry, now anxious at the thought of arrival, asked, abandoning his gaze at the clouds, the sky, and the birds. Just learn a couple of phrases. Bonjour. Do you speak English? Can you tell me how to get to this place? Merci. If you don't know what to say, just say goodbye. Harry stared at her in disbelief. Is that really all it takes? Celia mischievously winked. Don't worry, young sir. My entire family speaks English. Just make sure you stay close to one of them. She elaborated on her family. We all live on the southern bank of the Seine. My parents reside in the 14th arrondissement of Paris, where Alphonse's factory is also located. He usually lives with my parents. Gabriel's restaurant is in the 5th arrondissement, and Sophia's largest store is in the 7th, where you can see the Eiffel Tower, but both their families live in the 6th. Harry felt dizzy from the information overload. Hey, I'll take you around when we get there. No need to memorize it all. But remember this. Alphonse is the most reliable kid in the family, while Gabriel and Sophia are a bit of a handful. If they joke around, just ignore them and listen to Alphonse. We can see Paris, Celia urged, directing Harry's attention to the window. He spotted the Eiffel Tower and the neatly arranged streets radiating from the center, where the Arc de Triomphe stood. The streets of Paris were orderly, completely different from London. As the plane landed, Harry's previously buoyant spirit began to wane, and his nerves resurfaced. The temperature in Paris was several degrees warmer than in London. It was midday, and Celia urged Harry to remove his jacket, revealing his slightly snug short-sleeved shirt that exposed his belly whenever he raised his arms. This was yet another oversight on Celia's part, as she had bought clothes that fit him perfectly last year, unaware that children grow so quickly. After retrieving their luggage, they made their way to the exit, where a throng of people awaited. Celia excitedly waved at one direction. Harry followed her gaze and spotted a tall man standing out from the crowd, over 6 feet tall. With light brown hair, blue eyes, and features reminiscent of Celia's, yet undeniably handsome. He held a sign with the name Celia and Harry written on it. This was Alphonse. Celia tugged Harry along in a brisk run, releasing their luggage just a few steps away from Alphonse before dashing into his embrace. How are you? Everything all right? Alphonse asked, kissing her cheek. Very well, Celia replied, returning the gesture. This is Harry. Alphonse bent down to place the sign on the ground, squatting to be nearly eye level with Harry. He flashed a bright smile. Hello, Harry. I'm Alphonse. Hello, Harry stammered, trying to keep his gap-toothed smile hidden. Come up. Alphonse beckoned. Harry blinked in confusion. What? Alphonse glanced behind him, and suddenly 2 hands slipped under Harry's armpits, lifting him off the ground. Before he could react, his legs were swung, and he found himself securely perched on Alphonse's shoulders. Standing tall, Alphonse elevated Harry's perspective, prompting him to grasp Alphonse's head as he turned to see the face of another unfamiliar, yet vaguely familiar person. Celia playfully smacked the newcomer. I thought you weren't coming. How could I not come to pick up my little sister? Gabriel laughed, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Hello, Harry, I'm Gabriel, Celia's older brother. Chapter 76, France 2. Celia had mentioned to Harry that Gabriel was a bit different. Now, Harry understood what she meant. Gabriel raised his right hand to greet him. His right hand was silver, with distinctly mechanical joints, an artificial hand that dexterously wiggled its fingers at Harry. Still clutching Alphonse's head tightly, Harry managed to stammer, Why you hello? Alphonse gently patted his thigh and reassured, Don't be anxious, relax your body, Harry. I am particularly adept at being a steed. Indeed, Gabriel added, he has been a reliable mount for our children since they were little. Celia also encouraged Harry, saying, Alphonse won't let you fall. Gradually, Harry released his grip on his head, while Alphonse grasped his arm firmly and steered him outside. Gabriel took hold of their luggage and said, Let us go home. Celia glanced around. Isn't Sophia here? How could she not be? She is our driver in the parking lot, Gabriel whispered. He resembles his father so much. They all looked at Harry, and after overcoming his initial anxiety, he became exhilarated. For the first time, he enjoyed a vantage point of 2 meters high, taking in everything around him, even the tops of everyone's heads. Alphonse had a knack for charming children. He said, You can hold onto my arm. When Harry tugged at his left arm, Alphonse slowly tilted to the left. And just as Harry felt he might topple, he righted himself with a steady motion, which was thrilling. In that moment, Harry forgot about his gap-toothed grin and beamed with a radiant smile, his features reminiscent of James. Celia nudged Gabriel. What is the plan for today? I need to check on Nico and Perry and visit the association branch. Feel free to take care of your matters at your own pace. We will handle Harry. There are plenty of us at home, Gabriel assured. Harry instantly took a liking to both Alphonse and Gabriel. In the parking lot, he encountered Celia's sister, Sophia, a striking beauty, who exuberantly planted several kisses on his cheeks, leaving him flushed. Sophia drove with equal exuberance, slamming the accelerator and abruptly braking, after a few such maneuvers. Celia, Gabriel, and Alphonse simultaneously uttered a French curse at her, prompting Sophia to ease her pace. Next, Harry felt as though he were in a dream as they arrived at Celia's parents' home, which boasted a vast garden and a grand house. Mr. and Mrs. Duran were exceptionally kind and amiable, showering Harry with warmth. However, there were simply too many family members. Gabriel's wife, their 2 children, Sophia's husband and their 2 children, Alphonse's girlfriend, and various other relatives from Celia's family added up to nearly 20 people. Harry was overwhelmed, his head spinning with names. Was Sophia's daughter named Aurora or Delora? Was Alphonse's girlfriend named Jenny or Minnie? He couldn't quite recall whether Celia's uncle was named Grant or Durant. As he sat dazed on the bed, Celia pinched his face playfully, calling him back to reality. Focus, focus. What are you thinking about? I can't remember the names. I'm so confused, he replied weakly. Let me share a secret. I forget some names too, Celia whispered conspiratorially. Just smile, say hello, and dive straight into a conversation. That's how I do it. Harry nodded earnestly. I need to tell you something, Harry. Tomorrow, would you like to accompany Alphonse to his factory? I need to visit my teacher. Which may take all day, Celia proposed. All right, I'll obediently follow Alphonse, Harry responded promptly, not wanting to delay Celia's plans. Harry enjoyed the most lavish dinner he had ever had, with nearly everyone eagerly encouraging him to try various dishes. He remembered that Sophia's daughter was named Aurora. Alphonse's girlfriend was Minnie, but he still couldn't recall Celia's uncle's name due to his thick accent. He couldn't discern whether he was speaking English or French. Later that night, as parents and partners, along with the children, retired to bed, the four siblings remained in the garden, sipping wine and chatting. Sophia caressed Celia's face. Have you returned to yourself? Your spirit is back, Gabriel interjected. I always said she shouldn't remain cooped up indoors. She needs to step out and soak in the Parisian sun. All right, let us not dwell on England or France. Are Nico and Perry home? They never respond when I call. Gabriel said. They are here. They just returned from the seaside, where they caught a large fish. Perry mentioned that Nico almost got swept away by it. The old folks can still stir up some excitement. I'll go see them tomorrow. You should rest early. I'll take Harry with me. Alphonse urged Celia to retire. Exhausted, Celia agreed, and the four of them went to rest. The next morning, as soon as she descended the stairs, Celia was greeted by the long-missed aroma of her mother's cooking. She hugged her mother, Marguerite, from behind, exclaiming, "It smells heavenly. I'm so hungry." Then hurry and eat, Marguerite replied, serving her breakfast with a smile, watching her clear her plate. She casually remarked, "You can't get meals like this in England, can you?" "In England, I try to cook like you, Mom," Celia replied cheerfully, planting a kiss on her cheek. "I'm off now." Nico and Perry resided on Montmorency Street in the 5th arrondissement. Celia cast a disillusionment charm on herself and with a swift apparition arrived there. It was quite an ancient street, and as she approached the LeMay residence, the door swung open before she could knock. This lack of surprise was disappointing. Upon entering, she called out, "Nico, don't you think the moment before answering a knock at the door is thrilling?" "At my age, I no longer seek thrills, Cecile." A frail old man emerged, pale as a ghost, his lips twitching as if attempting to smile. Celia cautiously embraced Nico, fearful of exerting too much strength and hearing his bones creak. "And Perry?" she inquired, peering into the corners of the house. "Sunbathing," Nico replied. Celia walked toward their small garden, with Nico tremblingly following her. "While in England, I pondered what gift to bring you. What could be better than my very presence?" Nico, slightly out of breath from the walk, couldn't suppress a faint chuckle. Perenelle leaned against a wicker armchair in the garden, equally ghostly pale as Nico. But her gentle blue eyes warmed when she looked at Celia. Celia approached, bending down to plant a kiss on her cheek. "Did you miss me, Perry?" "Evidently," Perenelle replied, extending her frail hand to grasp Celia's. Celia settled beside her. "I heard you caught a big fish at the seaside a few days ago?" "Oh." Gabriel turned it into a delicious meal. Perenelle spoke slowly. "Nico and I wandered aimlessly to the beach. There were abandoned fishing rods, so we sat down to fish. If not for magic, that fish would have dragged us into the sea." Nico gestured, "This big." Before he could finish, Perenelle continued. "Nico wanted to carry the fish for a stroll along the beach, but how could we manage without magic? There were only muggles around, so we brought it straight back. It was indeed a large fish." Nico gestured again, "This big." Gabriel prepared the fish exquisitely. It melted in the mouth. And he made a delightful fish soup with the bones, adding some tender tofu bought from Chinatown. Perenelle spoke slowly, not allowing interruptions. Nico pouted. His hands clasped together once more. "You seem to be doing well in England. Albus wrote saying you were quite popular and teaching effectively." Celia beamed as she conversed with Perenelle about her life at Hogwarts, while Nicholas could only join the discussion when the topic turned to alchemy. Since they were on the subject, Celia retrieved her thesis from her small bag and handed it to Nicholas, saying, "You must help me review this. I wish to submit it to the Alchemical Society for a gold award." Nicholas muttered under his breath about not being invited to the chat. Yet he accepted the document and squinted at it. Celia enlarged the text for him before resuming her conversation with Perenelle, inquiring about their future plans. "Nicholas and I are planning a trip back to LeMay Manor. Haven't you two been away for decades?" Nicholas and Perenelle had resided in Paris for over a century, having remained there during the dark wizard Grindelwald's war that had spread to the city. LeMay Manor had been their home over a century ago, now only watched over by a house elf. Perenelle gently patted Celia's hand and remarked, "We wish to take stock of our possessions." Celia jested, It might take years just to let them bask in the sun. Perhaps, Perenelle hesitated, we have a new idea, and we will inform you once we decide. Celia refrained from pressing further. Having lived for 6 centuries, Nicholas and Perenelle possessed a breadth and depth of life that Celia could scarcely fathom. Their boundless wisdom was a treasure for ordinary mortals. Despite having been their student for several years, Celia realized she had not fervently pursued knowledge but had instead relied on them for care of her fragile health and psyche. Reflecting on this, she mused, I must strive harder. That way, when others speak of me, they will say that Celia Dillon has not tarnished the esteemed names of Nicholas and Perenelle Lemay. Nicholas, glancing at her thesis, remarked, no wonder my cauldron stew tasted so salty. You were boiling salt in it. Celia offered a sheepish smile. I told you. You ought not to use that cauldron for cooking. Perenelle redirected her gaze to Celia. Your mindset has grown more positive. It seems your joy has returned since returning to England. Indeed, I am once again happy, Perenelle. I even feared that revisiting would bring me sorrow. Celia nestled beside Perenelle. Memories of old friends flooded her mind in every corner of the castle, while the initial recollections might have stirred melancholy. The abundance of joyful memories made her feel that merely dwelling in silence would be a disservice to the beautiful days of yore. You see, Celia, time ultimately heals all wounds. Celia remained at Nicholas's home until after dinner, where Nicholas assured her that her article posed no issues, some methods he had never utilized, indicating its innovative nature. After bidding farewell to them, she arrived at the French branch of the International Alchemical Society the following morning, just in time for work to submit her article and materials. The branch operated for merely 4 hours a day, and arriving even a minute early or late would result in finding no one there. Yet they still had the audacity to claim they were busy. Only by becoming a core subject teacher at Hogwarts did she truly understand what being busy meant. The president of the French branch, Cachemiro Moro, was overjoyed to see Celia. Oh, Celia. Moro adored reminiscing, and after an hour or two of chatting, he would say, I'm afraid I must close for the day. Do come back tomorrow. Celia interrupted him, laying out her materials before him. President Moro, I intend to apply for the Innovative Gold Award with this article. And here are the corresponding engraved materials for each method for verification. This is my return letter basin. Please discard any erratic letters directly into it. Moro rubbed his hands regretfully. All right, let us discuss business. But Celia, have you grown even more beautiful? The article, the award, the materials, Celia continued to interject. Moro had no choice but to hastily instruct his subordinates to record the information. Once satisfied that they had organized her items, Celia turned to Moro and remarked, You must keep an eye on the headquarters during the evaluation period. Rest assured, I will handle this matter concerning the pursuit of honor, Moro assured her, thumping his chest. Celia, since you aspire to be a professor, why don't you consider beaux batons? Hogwarts knows nothing of alchemy. His words were not without merit, thanks to Nicholas's influence. Alchemy in France had always been more advanced than in other European countries, with Beauxbatons Academy of Magic offering it as a core subject starting from the first year. But I graduated from Hogwarts. Celia replied with a playful wink, her smile brighter than ever before. Moro was momentarily taken aback as she exited through the door. With business concluded, Celia could finally enjoy her holiday. Chapter 78. By the sea that afternoon. Celia's family packed their belongings and boarded a train headed to the south of France for vacation. Have you ever been to the seaside, Harry? Not really. Can you swim, Harry? No. Well, I can. Uncle Alphonse taught me. Aurora, Sophia's eldest daughter, who was the same age as Harry and full of energy, successfully befriended him. Although her thick accent required Harry to take a moment to comprehend her words, Alphonse gently patted Harry on the head when we reached the beach. I will teach you to swim as well. Harry nodded and began searching the carriage for Celia, who was seated in the back chatting animatedly with Gabriel, her laughter echoing with joy. Celia's family was numerous and bore a striking resemblance to one another. Whenever Harry struggled to locate Celia at first glance, a wave of anxiety would wash over him, only to be quelled upon spotting her. Once again finding Celia, Harry felt a sense of relief and looked up at Alphonse. Is swimming difficult? Alphonse leaned slightly down to meet his gaze. It depends on one's aptitude. It is a vital skill that with practice, you will surely master. Harry nodded once more, swallowing hard as he thought that his athletic abilities might suffice, having often evaded Dudley's gang. They first arrived in Nice, one of the renowned holiday destinations in the south of France. With their large group, they opted to rent a single villa from the hotel. But the rooms were insufficient for proper division, necessitating a separation by gender. The next day, they went their separate ways. Some ventured to the beach, others went shopping, while some remained at the hotel. Alphonse taught Harry to swim in the hotel pool, while Celia and Sophia donned swimsuits to sunbathe nearby. Your scar has faded, Sophia remarked, studying Celia's exposed arm and chest with certainty. Has it? Celia replied, unable to discern the change. Look here, it was flesh-colored before. I thought it resembled the Mediterranean. While you insisted it looked like a peanut, and we even argued about it. Sophia pointed to a scar on Celia's upper arm. Celia recalled that when she had revealed her scar, Sophia had burst into tears right in front of her. She had only commented on the shape to divert her attention, as she could not remember its appearance at all. Now, it had turned a light pink. How had it improved? A colleague at school brewed me some scar-removing potion. It works. Keep taking it. Celia didn't plan to divulge her fallout with her colleague to Sophia, knowing she would undoubtedly probe further. Once aware of the reason for the quarrel, Sophia would certainly spend 3 hours vociferously berating Snape before leaving. She began to divert the conversation. Don't you think this looks rather cool? Cecilia flexed her arms. She had never donned so little clothing back in England. The bikini elegantly showcased her beautiful physique and what should have been flawless skin. However, her arms extended to her chest, and part of her waist bore unsightly scars, forming a stark contrast with the rest of her body. This, in turn, created a bizarre yet striking aesthetic. Sophia, stroking her chin, contemplated for a moment and had to concede. Indeed, it resembles the way Italian men tear open their shirts to reveal tattoos on their muscular frames. Look. He truly is a muscle-bound gentleman. She excitedly poked Cecilia. Do you still remember you're a mother of two? Cecilia shot her a glance, donning her sunglasses, and brazenly gazed in the direction she pointed. Indeed, there were large, very large, exceedingly large men. The two of them sat on beach chairs, observing and commenting. Sophia continued to prod her. Can you see this in England? But you can definitely see it in Paris? Sighing, Sophia lamented. In Paris, never mind the handsome men's muscles. I have to tend to the children. It's such a relief to have someone help with the kids. At her words, Cecilia recalled she too had a child, and promptly stood to look towards the pool. Alphonse was teaching Harry how to kick, holding on to Harry's feet, directing him. Flip, kick, squeeze. Cecilia sat back down. Alphonse was more reliable than her. Sophia pulled her chair closer, their arms brushing against each other, and whispered, How are you? Do you have any dates? Cecilia lay back with a sigh, realizing how right Patricia had been. Just before returning to England, Sophia had held her tightly, saying, If you feel unwell, come back, don't stay there. Take care of yourself, all right? Now, upon their reunion, she had begun to entertain fanciful thoughts again. No, I have no time. I'm always at school, Cecilia replied helplessly, hoping this excuse would silence Sophia. Sophia nodded. Then I shall find you one. She stood up, searching for handsome men. Cecilia pulled her back. Thank you, but no need. What are you worried about? Harry has us watching over him. Sophia winked at her. Cecilia sighed. Glancing at Harry in the pool, he was progressing quickly, already able to kick a few times. Noticing her reaction, Sophia also dropped her playful demeanor, resting her chin on her hands as they both watched. What do you think? Still not looking for someone? All for that handsome killer? Cecilia wondered why she had suddenly brought up Sirius. It had nothing to do with him. Did she still possess the capacity to develop feelings for another? She felt lost. Her heart was beating steadily, robustly, day after day. Could she still experience that fluttering excitement? That blush from a kiss, that tightening ache in her heart, that fervor, that pulse, for anyone else? Take it slow, Sophia whispered. The number of muggles here far exceeds yours by thousands. Start by meeting more people, all right? Just then, someone sat beside Cecilia. A young man attempting to speak to her in broken French. I just wanted to say, your scars are very cool. Thank you, I can speak English. Cecilia replied with a smile. He sighed in relief and switched to English. Thank you so much. I just learned a few phrases in French. Did I say it right? The word order was a bit off, but the meaning was correct. Oh, then let me say it again in English. Your scars are cool. And it's also cool that you can show them like that. Perhaps you understood me earlier, but I must repeat my thanks. Alphonse allowed Harry to take a break as they both lay at the water's edge, watching Cecilia engage in lively conversation with the young man. Alphonse, who is he? I don't know. He's just flirting. Can I chase him away? Harry asked, pursing his lips tightly, not fond of the man. Alphonse bent down to lift Harry from the water and set him on the shore. Go ahead.